Within the human race territory on a small hill beside Shouyang Mountain, a slightly solitary figure stepped out of a cave dwelling, glanced up at the sky, and could not help letting out a weary sigh. This primordial wilderness is truly unfit for humans to live in. After all these years, I have only just broken through to Luo. Chen Sheng did not originally belong to the Honghuang world. He transmigrated here during the Lich Calamity when Nüwa was creating mankind. Moreover, he happened to transmigrate into one of the very first humans fashioned by Nüwa, the so-called innate human race. He collapsed on the spot in utter despair. Others who transmigrate either trample upon Hongjun Patriarch or become innate divine saints, yet he turned out to be merely an innate human. Fortunately, just as Chen Sheng was sinking into depression, a system awakened within him. At the sight of the system interface, Chen Sheng's heart surged with excitement. The system he awakened was called the Great Dao Comprehension System. As its name implied, it could help him comprehend one strand of the Great Dao every so often. Within the primordial wilderness, there are 3,000 Daos, and each path can lead to enlightenment. Hui shooting down the suns is the Dao of archery. Nüwa creating mankind is the Dao of creation. Ancestor Mingi cultivating within the Blood Sea walks the Blood Sea Dao. The Lord of Tongtian perfects the immortal slaying sword formation, embodying the Sword Dao. Lousy refines the 9-turn golden core, thus treading the Pill Dao. Thinking along these lines, Chen Sheng felt that this great Dao comprehension system was truly something extraordinary. After comprehending all 3,000 Daos, he would be able to fuse his past, present, and future selves into one, becoming the sovereign of all beings and the terminus of the Dao itself. He would then become truly omniscient, an omnipotent one with the very laws of the great Dao, his consciousness eternal, undying, and indestructible. It must be known that even saints are far from all-knowing and all-powerful. In other words, if Chen Sheng could truly comprehend all 3,000 Daos, would he not surpass the saints themselves? With this thought in mind, he decided to go into seclusion, first only emerging to show off once he had the power to sweep across the entire primordial wilderness. By then, with all 3,000 Daos gathered upon him in terms of creation, he could utterly surpass Nüwa in the sword, he could sweep past Tongtian, and in alchemy, he could poison Lousy himself. Chen Sheng also understood that without complete mastery of the Dao, all of this was nothing but empty talk. Thus, harboring the ambition to sweep through the primordial wilderness, he entered seclusion and began earnest day-after-day cultivation. In this way, under the aid of the Great Dao Comprehension System, Chen Sheng steadily climbed higher, comprehending one Dao after another with each passing interval. However, after 10 million years had passed, Chen Sheng felt that something was terribly off. Could cultivation really be this slow? Although he sensed that something was wrong, he clung to the spirit of never abandoning and never giving up and continued to cultivate. When others ate, Chen Sheng cultivated. When others slept, Chen Sheng cultivated. When others fought, Chen Sheng cultivated. And yet at long last, after all these years, he was still only a Luo. In the current primordial wilderness, Luo was worth almost nothing. To hell with this. What 3,000 Dao comprehension system? I may have grasped a superficial layer of all 3,000 Daos, but with my strength neither civil nor martial any random Luo could probably reduce me to dust in an instant. All-knowing and all-powerful. In the end, I am nothing more than a watered-down Luo. Chen Sheng gazed helplessly into the distant void, a sigh welling up in his heart. Although Chen Sheng had never left the small hill where he cultivated, that did not mean he knew nothing of the outside world. Swirenchi, who like him belonged to the innate human race, would often find time to visit him. From Swirenchi's accounts, Chen Sheng learned that it was currently the era of the Lich Calamity. The conflict between the Wu tribe and the Demon tribe was growing ever more intense, making it impossible for Chen Sheng not to worry. As a transmigrator, how could Chen Sheng not know how dark the era of the Lich War would be? The Wu tribe was so overwhelmingly powerful, yet did they not still vanish into the long river of history? How formidable were the Eastern Emperor Tai and Fushi of the Demon tribe? They were but a step away from attaining the saint's fruit of enlightenment, yet in the end did not one perish, and the other enter reincarnation. Still, these matters were somewhat distant for Chen Sheng, yet the Lich War would be an absolutely catastrophic calamity for the human race. When Gonggong rams Buzhou Mountain in rage, Buzhou collapses, heaven and earth tilt, and floods rampage unchecked, nearly wiping out the human race. Later during the Lich War, heaven and earth collapse once more, and humanity again suffers a near-annihilating blow. Chen Sheng let out a deep sigh. Only absolute strength could avert such risks. In this current era of the Lich Calamity, quasi-saints walk everywhere, and Luo are as common as dogs. If he were to go out now and be drawn into the Lich Calamity, he would undoubtedly die. Forget it. I have already hidden for so many years, I might as well endure a few more days. Chen Sheng seemed almost able to see that scene play out in his mind. He shook his head and murmured to himself, As long as he did not enter the world, no matter how fiercely the flames of war raged across the primordial wilderness, they would never reach him. With this thought, Chen Sheng stretched lazily and resigned himself to returning to the cave dwelling to continue cultivating. Just then 2 voices appeared outside his cave. One belonged to a burly man draped in animal skins, a blazing flame mark emblazoned between his brows. The other belonged to a woman in palace robes. The woman's skin was like congealed cream, her grace like a soaring wild goose, and within her eyes it seemed as though all the rivers and mountains of the world were contained. She was so beautiful that she seemed almost not of the mortal realm. She seemed born noble, as though she were destined from birth to look down upon all things beneath heaven. These 2 were none other than Suerin, the human ancestor, and Nüwa, the holy mother of the human race. This time Nüwa had come to the human clan in order to collect the incense power of humanity and refine a treasure. On Shoyang Mountain, Suerin had cautiously asked Nüwa, Holy Mother, there is a Daoist brother among my human race who has already reached the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal. Could you perhaps give him some guidance so that my human clan might gain a bit more foundation? At present the strongest among the human race were the 3 human ancestors. Zi, Suerin, and Yu Chao had received the merit of heaven and all possessed golden immortal cultivation. Among the innate humans this was already considered exceedingly outstanding. In the Great Desolation the realms were divided into Earth, Immortal, Heaven, Immortal, True, Immortal, Profound, Immortal, Golden, Immortal, Tai, Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. A Golden Immortal in the Great Desolation was merely a somewhat stronger ant. The Great Luo Golden Immortal realm was a watershed in the Great Desolation. Upon entering Great Luo, one could begin to comprehend the bare outlines of the laws and sit in command over a region. Thus Suerin thought that if Nüwa could offer some guidance, and allowed Chen Sheng to step into the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, would that not grant the human race an additional layer of protection? After hearing Suerin's words, Nüwa's expression altered slightly, then quickly returned to normal. The human race's innate foundation was not considered good in the Great Desolation. For someone to cultivate to the Golden Immortal realm in such a short time meant this person was indeed a talent worthy of nurturing. Thinking of this, Nüwa nodded lightly and said to Suerin, Very well, I shall go and give him some pointers. After all, she had created the human race and was revered by them as the Holy Mother, yet she had left nothing of herself within the human clan. Hearing Nüwa's words, Suerin was overjoyed and hurriedly led her toward Chen Sheng's secluded cave dwelling. Seeing Suerin arrive, Chen Sheng was actually somewhat annoyed. This fellow would from time to time urge him to leave the mountain and sit in town for the human race. Have him come out of seclusion. Was that not harming him? How perilous was the Great Desolation? With such meager strength, what could he possibly do? However, this time Suerin was not alone, so Chen Sheng had to give him some face. With that thought, he could only smile and say, Daoist friend, please come in. Suerin smiled and was about to introduce Nüwa to Chen Sheng. However, when Nüwa looked at Chen Sheng, she frowned slightly, a hint of surprise in her voice, as she said, Great Luo. Just now, when Nüwa heard that this person was a Tai Golden Immortal, she had already been somewhat astonished, yet now she discovered that he was actually at the Great Luo realm. Viewed this way, this human's talent was truly defying the heavens. Though the gap between Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal was only a thin line, it was as impassable as a heavenly chasm. Humans had been created by Nüwa, and thus she had never believed that any human could reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, so, at this moment, she was particularly astonished. Suerin was somewhat dumbfounded. What? Great Luo Golden Immortal? Once he reacted, Suerin was wildly ecstatic. In that case, did it not mean their human race also had a Great Luo Golden Immortal to sit in town for them? Overcome with excitement, Suerin said, Daoist Chun, now that you have broken through to Great Luo Golden Immortal, with a Great Luo Golden Immortal guarding my human race, will we not suffer bullying no longer? Chen Sheng looked at Suerin and Nüwa as if he were looking at 2 fools. A mere Great Luo. What was there to be so excited about? Besides, he had no intention of leaving seclusion. Rolling his eyes at the 2, Chen Sheng said slowly, Look at you, as if you've never seen the world. In the Great Desolation, what does the Great Luo realm count for? Then Chen Sheng sighed and continued, Although we have attained Great Luo past, future, and present, 3 bodies united into one, standing within the long river of time, grasping the 3,000 great Daos, with true spirit undying and consciousness immortal. Wait. Though Suerin was not at the Great Luo realm, he still felt that something was off. Was that really the Great Luo realm he was describing? Had he perhaps misunderstood what Great Luo meant? 3,000 great Daos. In the Great Desolation, it was common knowledge that only a Great Luo Golden Immortal could barely touch the fur of a single Dao. What nonsense was this about Great Luo mastering 3,000 great Daos? You cannot bully me just because I am slow-witted. Suerin, utterly perplexed, said to Chen Sheng, Daoist friend, you must be joking, right? Nüwa also looked at Chen Sheng with some displeasure. How could he spout such wild nonsense before the human race? Standing in the long river of time, past, present, and future, three bodies united into one, grasping 3,000 great Daos. True spirit, undying consciousness, immortal. Was that the Great Luo realm? Nüwa, even as a saint, did not possess such outrageous abilities. This man truly dared to talk. Chen Sheng gave Swearin a strange look, and said with utter seriousness, "Did you not hear me say, although the Great Luo realm is already quite good before a saint, it is still not worth mentioning at all." Nüwa's lips twitched. How had she ended up creating such a brainless specimen? Great Luo, undying and indestructible. It was utterly laughable. Ignoring the looks from Nüwa and Swearin that seemed as though they were caring for a mentally challenged child, Chen Sheng continued with a sigh, "The Great Luo realm is still the lowest rung in the Great Desolation. Nowadays Great Luo are as common as dogs. Quasi-saints walk everywhere. The Great Desolation is truly fraught with peril." Swearin felt utterly thunderstruck by Chen Sheng's words, and said, "Dumbfounded Daoist friend, you must have some misunderstanding about the Great Desolation." Chen Sheng looked at Swearin with open sympathy, and said to him, "Are you sure you have not been deceived by someone?" Swearin was speechless. Nüwa could not help feeling somewhat displeased. She was a saint, yet had lowered herself to give guidance to a mere Great Luo golden immortal, and this person actually dared to spout such mad ravings here. Grasping 3,000 great Daos. Let alone 3,000. Even Nüwa as a saint had only comprehended the Dao of creation. She was still a step away from truly controlling it. Yet this yellow-haired brat dared to speak so recklessly. "Silence, ignorant child. How dare you fabricate such nonsense here? Do you think that just because your aptitude is decent you can act without the slightest restraint?" Nüwa furrowed her brows, a faint anger on her face as she rebuked him. Chen Sheng frowned upon hearing Nüwa's words. How could this girl brought by Swearin be so unruly? Chen Sheng's gaze fell upon Nüwa as he appraised her from head to toe. This girl was quite beautiful, yet how could she be so arrogant? Wasn't what he said common knowledge? This girl didn't even know these things. With such limited experience, how dare she speak so boldly? Swearin couldn't believe that Chen Sheng not only refused to bow before Nüwa, but even dared to scrutinize her with such a gaze, nearly sending him to report to the ancestor of the Nether River. He knelt before Chen Sheng, for no one in the primordial world had ever dared to speak to Nüwa like this. Swearin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, fearing that Chen Sheng would do something reckless and incur Nüwa's wrath. He hurriedly introduced her, saying, "Friend, this is." However, before Swearin could finish, Chen Sheng directly retorted, "Am I making things up? You ignorant child, your strength is weak, yet your tone is so bold. It's one thing to be shallow in knowledge, but how dare you point fingers at others? With someone like you probably wouldn't last 3 days in the primordial world." Swearin, caught off guard, felt his soul nearly fly away in fear. Who will come to his rescue? What was Chen Sheng saying? Nüwa was weak, shallow in knowledge, and wouldn't survive 3 days in the primordial world. Was Chen Sheng serious? Nüwa was a sage, and in the primordial world sages were supreme, the pinnacle of all beings, capable of annihilating everything with a mere gesture. Chen Sheng actually dared to speak disrespectfully, showing such disdain for a sage. Did he wish to live too long? Or did he not want to see the sun rise tomorrow? Swearin couldn't help but give Chen Sheng a sympathetic look. Did this mean their human race would lose a Great Luo Jinxian so soon? Seeing Swearin's expression, Chen Sheng asked, "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with your eyes? You should get that checked out." Swearin was left speechless. Nüwa, seeing Chen Sheng's aloof demeanor, grew somewhat angry. She was a sage. How could a mere human dare to insult her so? The might of a sage is not to be infringed upon. Foolish child, with such disrespectful words I shall teach you a lesson today." With that, Nüwa's expression turned cold as she pointed a finger. That seemingly gentle finger suddenly cast a pressure that enveloped the entire Shoyang mountain. Those ordinary humans on the mountain cried out in distress, and the flora and fauna suffered greatly. And this was just the beginning. As Nüwa's finger descended, the laws of heaven began to shift, and a violent pressure surged towards Chen Sheng, distorting the very space around her immense power. Nüwa retracted her finger and stood with her hands behind her back, watching the scene before her with indifference. This finger was something a Luo could not withstand. While it wouldn't take Chen Sheng's life, it would certainly teach this Luo a lesson. Nüwa somewhat anticipated the sight of this arrogant, yet weak human kneeling before her, begging for mercy. Swearin was so startled by this sudden turn of events that he nearly wet himself. He was just a minor golden immortal. How could he possibly interject in a matter involving the sage Nüwa? Swearin stared blankly at the scene, wondering if the Great Luo Jinxian of the human race was really about to perish. He felt like crying without tears. Although Chen Sheng was a bit eccentric, he was still a Luo. Now that Nüwa had personally intervened, Chen Sheng was surely finished. Oh well, who told him to speak so carelessly? Offending Lady Nüwa could only mean bad luck for him. Nüwa glanced at Swearin, fully understanding his thoughts, and said lightly, I am merely teaching this guy a lesson. Oh, a mere Luo dares to speak such wild words. If he were to proceed further, who knows what calamity he might bring upon the human race. Not dead. Swearin silently wiped his sweat. Teaching him a lesson was fine as long as he didn't die. Just as Nüwa finished speaking, the hill before her collapsed, and dust rose. She smiled with satisfaction at the sight. But soon Nüwa could no longer smile. For Chen Sheng stood there unscathed, not even a strand of hair was out of place. Instead, it was Chen Sheng's cave dwelling and the small mountain behind him that were utterly destroyed by the sage's power. What went wrong here? Nüwa was somewhat perplexed and couldn't help but doubt herself. Was it possible that her earlier strength was insufficient? Swearin took a look at Chen Sheng, then at Nüwa, and realized something. Indeed, your highness is kind-hearted. You said you would teach Chen Daoist a lesson, yet you only destroyed his cave dwelling. Thank you for sparing his life. As Swearin flattered Nüwa, he couldn't help but feel relieved that she had shown mercy. Nüwa's lips twitched, her expression somewhat awkward. Heaven knows how much strength she had used earlier. How could she know that Chen Sheng would still be standing there in one piece? However, since Swearin had given her an out, she couldn't just go back on her word, could she? Thus Nüwa neither confirmed nor denied it, but her gaze towards Chen Sheng carried a hint of curiosity. This Luo was rather peculiar. Chen Sheng turned to see his mountain of cultivation gone, and his face turned pale with anger. After all these years of cultivating in this place, he had developed feelings for it, only to have this girl destroy it with a single palm, without a word. How could Chen Sheng not be furious? He pointed an accusing finger at Nüwa and shouted, "You crazy woman. If I say you're fat, you really take offense, huh? I give you a little color, and you think you can open a dye house. With such long hair and such shallow knowledge, I won't hold it against you. But how dare you act so arrogantly here?" Chen Sheng's words came one after another, leaving Nüwa unable to interject, and she was infuriated to the point of smoke pouring from her 7 orifices. She was Nüwa, a sage of high status. No one had ever dared to insult her like this. Even before becoming a sage had she ever been subjected to such humiliation. Nüwa, furious, coldly laughed. "Human, you truly have extraordinary audacity. You are the first in the entire primordial world to dare insult me like this." Chen Sheng rolled his eyes, his face full of disdain, as he said, "You still dare to call yourself this one? Spare me. You think you're worthy?" Nüwa was enraged. She decided to reveal her identity and make Chen Sheng regret his earlier words. Nüwa raised her head high and looked down at Chen Sheng, saying, "Ignorant child, do you know who you are speaking to? I am Nüwa, not only a sage, but also the mother of the human race." Upon hearing Nüwa's words, Chen Sheng burst into laughter. It seemed this girl was not only arrogant, but also not very bright. How could she impersonate Nüwa in front of him? Was Nüwa this weak? Did she even know what she was saying? Impersonating Nüwa. It was simply laughable. Nüwa looked at Chen Sheng's expression of disdain, feeling that his reaction was quite off. Shouldn't he be scared, and kneeling and begging for mercy? Thus Nüwa couldn't help but frown, and ask, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Sheng suppressed his laughter, and disdainfully replied, "A little girl, like you, not learning well for a single day? If you were as weak as you would have committed suicide long ago. If you're a Nüwa, then I might as well be Hongjun Daozi." Originally, Swearin was relieved that Nüwa had spared Chen Sheng, but after Chen Sheng unleashed a tirade against Nüwa, he was nearly plunged into despair. Swearin felt his legs weaken in front of a sage. He was nothing more than an ant, let alone before someone as formidable as Chen Sheng. He thought he had acted impulsively. Had he known these two would clash, he should never have allowed Nüwa to come and guide Chen Sheng. This should be the most grievous mistake of his life. Angering Nüwa was trivial, but if she turned her wrath upon the human race, it would be catastrophic. The human race is weak. Not only are they like ants before sages, but even if Nüwa chose not to hold them accountable, how could they stand in the wilderness without her protection? Swearin was in deep distress. He wanted to mediate, but one was a powerful figure of the Luo realm, and the other was a sage in the wilderness. How could a mere golden immortal like him interject? After hearing Chen Sheng's mockery, Nüwa was utterly enraged. How dare he question the identity of Nüwa? How could she possibly endure this? Nüwa glared coldly at Chen Sheng, gritting her teeth, as she said, "You foolish mortals know your place." Chen Sheng had long lost interest in Nüwa. To him, she seemed mentally unstable. Chen Sheng glanced at the small mountain that had been reduced to ashes, and said with some pity, "Is this Nüwa? With such shallow cultivation, she cannot even control her own power." Nüwa glared coldly at Chen Sheng, gritting her teeth, as she said, "You foolish mortals know your place." Chen Sheng had long lost interest in Nüwa. To him, this girl's acting was rather clumsy. Nüwa. This is laughable. A dignified sage actually being told she cannot control her own power. Nüwa mocked with a cold laugh. The ignorant human race, that was the strike of a sage. Chen Sheng was already getting impatient. Was she really a sage? Is it never ending? Damn. This woman is insane. Chen Sheng rolled his eyes and complained. Then he looked at the ruined small mountain, and helplessly said, "Sigh, I have to do it myself." With that, Chen Sheng waved his hand. Instantly the laws of the Dao trembled, and time began to reverse. Before Nüwa could react in the blink of an eye, the small mountain had returned to its original state. The small mountain was filled with the sounds of birds and flowers, tranquil and serene, showing no signs of the battle that had occurred. Nüwa, what just happened? Just a moment ago she had felt the fluctuations of the river of time. Time had been reset. The traces of her actions had been completely erased. She was a sage. To erase the traces of a sage's strike, what kind of strength must one possess? It was simply unbelievable. Suiren was dumbfounded. Though he was only a golden immortal, he began to doubt whether this was something a Luo could accomplish. Meanwhile, Nüwa was left completely astonished. This is the power of the Dao. Nüwa found it difficult to swallow. As a sage, she was quite familiar with this kind of power. However, this person before her was merely of the Luo realm. How could he wield the power of the Dao? Could it be true what he said, that he had mastered the 3,000 Daos standing in the river of time, undying and unending? Thinking of this, Nüwa began to feel a sense of dread. Someone who could reset time and casually erase the strike of a sage could not possibly be weaker than her. Nüwa began to doubt, could it be that this seemingly inconspicuous Luo spouting nonsense was actually a hidden powerful being? At that moment, Nüwa began to contemplate retreating. However, before Nüwa could speak to break the deadlock, Chen Sheng had already seen through her intentions and said, "Fellow Daoist, I, Chen Sheng, have always believed that if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. You barged into my residence, destroyed my abode, and humiliated me, and now you intend to leave just like this. In the wilderness nothing comes so easily, does it?" Suiren was once again bewildered. Did Chen Sheng mean that Nüwa was planning to run away? I'll spit. Is she planning to leave? Having her purpose exposed on the spot, Nüwa found herself at a loss, feeling a mix of shame and anger. As a sage, she had never been in such an embarrassing situation. However, as a sage, Nüwa quickly regained her composure, furrowing her brows as she said, "Fellow Daoist, I have matters to attend to in the Wa Palace. I shall visit another day." What? Suiren was struck dumb by Nüwa's words. Nüwa referred to Chen Sheng as fellow Daoist, and even called herself I before him. This was nothing short of acknowledging that Chen Sheng and Nüwa stood on equal footing. Who was Nüwa? She was a sage, the mother of the human race. Now she was actually addressing a primordial human as fellow Daoist. This completely shattered Suiren's worldview. Nüwa did not care about Suiren's thoughts, as she only felt a chill down her spine and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Li Xian, seeing this, narrowed his eyes and calmly said, "Stop. Did I let you go?" Nüwa was taken aback. This human race, could it be that they were determined to oppose her? Is the destruction of my Dao field going to be just brushed aside? Still claiming to be the Nüwa goddess. Do I look like a fool? Go to hell. Chen Sheng couldn't help but curse. At this moment, Suiren wished he could dig a hole and hide. He should have been beneath the chariot, not inside it. With two powerful beings facing off, Suiren, as a minor character, felt extremely anxious. Since Nüwa was already preparing to leave, why not just let her go? What was Chen Sheng doing? Nüwa was furious, but could only grit her teeth and say, "What does fellow Daoist wish to do?" Li Xian was a man of reason and directly stated, "You pointed at me just now, so how about I return the gesture?" Nüwa was instantly infuriated. Who does she look down upon? As a sage, could she not handle a mere finger from Li Xian? Nüwa scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Humph. Then I shall accept your finger." After all, she was a sage. How could she fear a finger from a Luo? If this were to spread, how could she maintain her reputation in the wilderness if it came out that she, Nüwa, was frightened into flight by a Luo? Chen Sheng, seeing Nüwa's agreement, nodded in satisfaction. This girl, though arrogant, still had some sense of responsibility. Well, let's teach her a lesson. Chen Sheng gently raised his hand and pointed. Huh. Nüwa and Suiren were both stunned. Nothing happened. Then after a moment, Nüwa reacted, standing there in a daze. Nüwa appeared to be standing still, yet she was no longer in that place. Her true spirit had arrived in a magnificent river, tumultuous and ceaseless. The river water washed over her, but it passed straight through her body. She could not perceive the existence of the primordial chaos or the heavenly way, nor could she summon any power, as if her saintly strength had vanished into thin air. Nüwa was unaware of her location, nor did she know how much time had passed. She could hear people conversing, yet she could not touch anything, nor could she hear any sounds. Her senses of hearing, touch, smell, and taste seemed to have disappeared, leaving only her sight. However, she could see the passage of time in the ever-flowing river, witness the changes of the years, and observe the shifting of the stars. It was as if she had fallen into one illusory dream after another, yet she would forever remain a mere spectator. Unable to take action, unable to change anything, and unable to integrate. She was aware that she existed for only a brief moment there, yet it felt as though an entire tribulation had passed. In this situation where she could only watch time flow by while being unable to move, speak, or have any sensation, Nüwa, even as a saint, was on the verge of collapse. She could not even ascertain whether she truly existed nor how much time had elapsed. Nüwa seemed to realize, could this be the legendary river of time? Nüwa had heard that above the saints there exists a realm known as transcendence. It meant transcending beyond the heavenly way, merging the past, present, and future into one, standing within the river of time, mastering the 3,000 paths, with an immortal consciousness and an eternal true spirit. To have banished her into the river of time, could that not be the realm of transcendence? Nüwa cried. How could a being of such a transcendental realm pretend to be a Luo? Is it fun? Can she still correct her mistake now? On Shouyang Mountain, Swearin glanced at Chen Sheng, then at Nüwa, still somewhat perplexed by the situation. Clearly at that moment Swearin still did not know that Nüwa had been banished into the river of time by Chen Sheng. Swearin pondered for a moment, slowly moving in front of Chen Sheng, and earnestly said to him, fortunately, you did not truly take action, otherwise no one could save you. That would be. Chen Sheng looked at Swearin as if he were an idiot, directly interrupting him. What do you mean I did not take action? She has already been banished by me, hasn't she? What? What do you mean she has already been banished? Is this Nüwa not standing here in good condition? Chen Sheng seemed to think Swearin was being foolish. How could Nüwa, a saint, possibly be banished? What a pity, such a great Luo. How could his mind be so unfit? Swearin wanted to persuade Chen Sheng to abandon his wild ideas. How could a mere Luo provoke Nüwa? Was it not good to be alive? But before Swearin could speak, he realized something was off. Why was Nüwa standing there motionless? Swearin cautiously approached Nüwa and tentatively said, Lady Nüwa. However, Nüwa remained utterly still. Swearin was bewildered. Why did Lady Nüwa seem so strange? Could it be that she was truly banished by Chen Sheng? Nüwa was a saint while Chen Sheng was merely a Luo. The gap between them was not just thousands of miles apart. A Luo banished a saint. How could this possibly be? Swearin instinctively shook his head in disbelief. Noticing Swearin's address, Chen Sheng looked on with disdain and said, you still call her Lady Nüwa? You must have been brainwashed by her, right? With her shallow strength, calling her Nüwa. Wouldn't that make people burst into laughter? Swearin was shocked. That was the genuine Lady Nüwa. What on earth was Chen Sheng talking about? Chen Sheng did not notice Swearin's bewildered expression and continued, moreover, I have already said that she has been banished by me. What you see now is merely her physical body. Chen Sheng really banished Nüwa. What stood before him was the body of Lady Nüwa. That a mere Luo had banished Lady Nüwa. Who would dare to believe that? However, Swearin had no choice but to believe. Because the Lady Nüwa before him had vacant eyes and no awareness, it was evident that her true spirit was no longer within. Swearin felt as if this world had gone mad. Nüwa was the mother of humanity, a transcendent saint, yet was banished by Chen Sheng. As fellow innate human beings living together for so many years, he had never discovered that this fellow who spent all day in a broken cave cultivating was actually an extraordinary figure. What kind of realm could banish a saint? Swearin could not help but question himself, was it really such an easy task to banish a saint? Chen Sheng did not notice Swearin's self-doubting expression and continued with a hint of regret. We Luo may seem powerful, but we are merely a drop in the ocean of the primordial chaos. Stepping out of the primordial chaos would lead to instant annihilation. I am doing this to teach this girl a lesson. After all, the primordial chaos is fraught with danger, and someone as arrogant as her would easily get beaten if she went outside. In life it is better to be modest. After saying this, Chen Sheng patted Swearin on the shoulder like an old cod. At this moment Swearin was completely numb. What a modest approach. Why did he not feel your modesty? Moreover, Lady Nüwa, is it easy to get beaten up after stepping out of the primordial chaos? Are you sure you know what you are talking about? Forget it. Your strength is great, so whatever you say is right. Swearin had already surrendered and cautiously asked him, Chun Dao friend, where exactly have you banished Lady? Chen Sheng glared at Swearin, thinking he was hopeless, which was why he had only reached the golden immortal level after so many years. Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow and repeated with displeasure, still calling her Lady Nüwa. Pressured by Chen Sheng's authority, Swearin could only apologize to Nüwa in his heart, while cautiously changing his words then. That girl. Chen Sheng, seeing Swearin change his words, nodded in satisfaction and said, she has been banished into the river of time. However, this girl is quite quick to react. Is she starting to struggle already? Swearin felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Could you not say such terrifying things with such a calm expression? Moreover, what on earth is the river of time? This was far beyond Swearin's understanding. Meanwhile, Nüwa, having regained her senses, began frantically searching for a way to break free. Nüwa could not believe that as a saint she could truly be trapped in this river of time. She began to traverse the river of time, continuously hoping to find a way to escape. Nüwa glanced at the bizarre scenes before her, shook her head, and stepped forward. If she guessed correctly, this should be the end of the river of time, right? Nüwa chuckled softly. Even if she could be temporarily trapped, what of it? As a sage, did she not find a way to escape the river of time? Having reached the end of the river of time, as long as she could tear through this barrier, Nüwa would be free. With this thought, she nodded in satisfaction. Then she reached out to touch the end of the river of time, attempting to tear open a gap. However, she forgot that her 5 senses were nearly sealed now, and she could not utilize the power of the Dao. Thus, she simply passed through. Nüwa frowned unexpectedly, discovering that Chen Sheng had not sealed her 5. The reason Nüwa lost her 4 senses was that she had been banished to the river of time and was merely at the sage level. Only someone like Chen Sheng, who had unified the past, present, and future, could stand within the river of time. Realizing this problem, Nüwa felt somewhat defeated. She forced herself to calm down and seriously considered what else she had not tried. On a small hill of Shoyang Mountain, Swearin felt some concern for Nüwa and could not help but ask Daoist Chen that. Nüwa, I mean that girl trapped in the river of time, she won't be in any danger, will she? What exactly is this river of time? Chen Sheng's gaze was somewhat profound. After pondering, he explained to Swearin the river of time engraves the past, present, and even future of the entire world. It encompasses the lives of countless beings of the primordial chaos, even the scenes of the world's changes and evolution. Thus it can also be called the river of moments. As for that young girl, without my permission, with her shallow background, how could she possibly escape? Swearin listened somewhat confused, but he generally understood the terrifying nature of the river of time. Swearin was just a small human, never knowing that such a terrifying place existed in the primordial chaos. Now, hearing Chen Sheng's words, he finally realized how small his perspective was. Immediately, he could not help but start to worry for Nüwa. It was truly unimaginable that a river of time could trap a sage. What astonished Swearin even more was how casually Chen Sheng treated it. The river of time was already so formidable. How powerful must Chen Sheng be to control it? Previously, Swearin had no idea just how strong Chen Sheng was. To casually trap a sage, this was simply outrageous. Under the torment of the power of time, Nüwa's face turned somewhat pale. Could this river of time truly have no flaws? Wait. Although she had lost her power, could she not summon treasures? Thinking of this, Nüwa decided to give it a try. Sure enough, Nüwa summoned the map of mountains and rivers. The map of mountains and rivers is one of the supreme innate spiritual treasures. This map contains heaven and earth, nurtures celestial beings, and can give birth to all things, making it a supreme treasure. Even a sage could be trapped within this map of mountains and rivers. This illustrates the formidable nature of this object. Seeing the map of mountains and rivers, Nüwa's heart settled. She immediately urged the map to forcibly tear open a gap at the end of the river of time. Seeing a gap opened in the river of time, Nüwa breathed a sigh of relief. A mere river of time thinks it can trap me. After saying this, she immediately stepped through the gap opened in the river of time, eagerly awaiting her return to the primordial chaos. However, to her surprise, she did not return to the primordial chaos. Instead, after a flash of light, she was astonished to find that she had returned to the river of time. The river of time flowed endlessly, filled with the power of time, and was also without end. Once one entered the river of time, they would be forever trapped there. Unless one transcended to a higher realm, they could not stand above the river of time. Upon seeing herself back in the river of time, Nüwa was bewildered. Nevertheless, she was still unconvinced, believing that the map of mountains and rivers was not a weapon of slaughter, which was why it had no effect. She then summoned the red embroidery ball. The red embroidery ball is also one of the supreme innate spiritual treasures left behind on the fragmented treasure rock with immense power. No matter how great your magical power, there is no escape, and if struck you would die, unable to preserve either body or soul. This was also one of Nüwa's trump cards, which she would not easily use. However, given the current situation, she could care less. She threw the red embroidery ball, and it began to shine brilliantly. Hope glimmered in Nüwa's eyes, but moments later it dimmed. The red embroidery ball could not withstand the power of time in the river. Nüwa began to feel despair, as she should not have opposed Chen Sheng. Was it too late to regret now? Chen Sheng sensed that Nüwa was at her wit's end, and mockingly said, "Oh, giving up so soon?" Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow. He had thought Nüwa would hold on a bit longer, but now she could not manage it. Swearin was somewhat dazed. His worldview had been shattered by Chen Sheng. He could not help but feel a bit of sympathy for Nüwa. Yet Chen Sheng felt nothing, calmly stating with her shallow background, "She's nothing more than a maid of the Nüwa palace, daring to pose as a sage." Swearin was shocked, his voice trembling as he asked, "Maid, the great Nüwa sage is actually mistaken for what kind of situation is this? Wasn't Nüwa here to guide Chen Sheng? How is it that she is the one being banished now?" Chen Sheng did not notice Swearin's expression and continued indifferently, "Surely a sage wouldn't be reduced to tears, would she?" What nonsense was Chen Sheng saying? How could the Nüwa sage possibly cry? However, Swearin did not have the courage to voice this. At present, his fear of Chen Sheng exceeded that of Nüwa. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could truly banish a sage. Swearin was now in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What will I eat tonight? Yet within the river of time. Nüwa truly Swearin believed that a sage crying was because he could not comprehend the feeling of being trapped in the river of time, forced to watch everything unfold while unable to touch it. Under the torment of the power of time, Nüwa was on the brink of a mental breakdown. Although only a moment had passed, she felt as if she had lived through several tribulations. Reflecting on her encounter in the river of time, Nüwa could not help but shed tears. She pondered why she had foolishly provoked Chen Sheng. Gazing at the boundless river of time, Nüwa felt a deep sense of helplessness arise from within her heart. She began to regret her decision to come to the mortal realm to collect incense offerings. It was indeed her gravest mistake. As the revered Saint Nüwa, she was deeply respected in the primordial world, yet now she found herself trapped here, unable to move. How could this great power have ensnared a dignified saint within the river of time? The more Nüwa thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Without the support of the heavenly Dao, she was like an ordinary young girl, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She restrained her sorrow, wiped her tears, and resolved not to cry. She was a saint. Nüwa swore that if she could escape the river of time, she would never confront that cunning trickster again. If she couldn't confront him, could she at least avoid him? But how could she escape? She had exhausted all the methods she could think of, even resorting to the map of mountains and rivers and the red stitch ball, yet still found herself unable to leave the river of time. In Nüwa's eyes, a final glimmer of hope flickered. Was it time to use that method? In desperation, she decided to employ her strongest trump card, the Saint's Dao Fruit. The Saint's Dao Fruit is what a saint earns upon attaining the rank of Saint. It is their strongest ace and a forbidden zone. The mere thought of using the Saint's Dao Fruit indicated that Nüwa truly had no other options left. But just as Nüwa thought she had found hope, reality struck her down again. If even the heavenly Dao could not sense her, how could she possibly utilize the Saint's Dao Fruit? Nüwa was utterly despondent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Swearin, worried about Nüwa, cautiously asked Dao friend Chen, "May I inquire about the maidservant of Lady Nüwa? Is she in any danger? How can she get out?" "Oh, I have exiled all three of her selves, past, present, and future. As long as I do not wish it, that maid will never return." Although Swearin did not understand what the past, present, and future selves meant, he was left speechless by Chen Sheng's calm demeanor. Thinking about the fact that it was Lady Nüwa who had been exiled, Swearin felt anxious and had to plead, saying, "Dao friend, I believe that Lady Nüwa's maidservant." Ahem acted without malice. "How long do you intend to exile her?" Chen Sheng pondered for a moment and calmly replied, "I think the time is about right." Swearin sighed in relief, glad that Chen Sheng had only imprisoned Lady Nüwa for a short while. He knew that Chen Sheng would never truly wish to oppose Lady Nüwa. It seemed that the situation was still sour. However, Chen Sheng continued, "The river of time, as its name implies, is but a fleeting moment for us, yet it seems a little girl has endured several tribulations. Thus it is about time to let her go." After all, witnessing the passage of time without the ability to act was indeed a source of great anguish. Swearin, he was bewildered. So Lady Nüwa had already endured several tribulations in the river. As soon as Chen Sheng finished speaking, he waved his hand, and an image of Nüwa exiled in the river of time appeared in the air. Nüwa, who had originally fallen into despair, looked up to see the phantoms of Chen Sheng and Swearin. A glint of hope flashed in her eyes. Could she finally escape this place? Swearin, seeing the haggard Nüwa, was utterly astonished. As a saint, Lady Nüwa had always stood above others, yet now she seemed to have undergone inhumane suffering. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her white ceremonial attire bore several tears, making her look utterly disheveled. Looking at Nüwa, who appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, Chen Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Such a reckless young girl certainly needed a firm lesson. Upon seeing Chen Sheng and Swearin, Nüwa paused for a moment, then resolutely said to Chen Sheng, "Dao friend, I was too abrupt earlier, I apologize." She did not want to remain trapped in the river of time any longer. As long as she could leave, apologizing was a small price to pay. Chen Sheng nodded. It seemed his lesson had borne fruit. He continued earnestly, "In the future, will you dare to impersonate a saint again?" Nüwa. Swearin. After hearing Chen Sheng's words, Swearin silently wiped his sweat. She really was Lady Nüwa. However, he dared only to mutter a few words in his heart, and did not dare to argue with Chen Sheng. Swearin cautiously glanced at Nüwa, fearing that she might start bickering with Chen Sheng again. To his surprise, Nüwa sighed deeply and said wearily, "I will not do it again. I will never impersonate Nüwa again." Originally, as a saint, she would never utter such shameful words. But now she truly did not wish to remain in the river of time for even a second longer, so she had to admit that she was not Nüwa. After experiencing the river of time, she had come to terms with reality. Whatever he said would go. If she was not a saint, then she was not a saint. Nüwa simply wanted to leave the river of time as soon as possible. Upon hearing Nüwa's words, Swearin almost exploded on the spot. What? Lady Nüwa herself admitted that she was not Lady Nüwa. This was absolutely mortifying. Swearin found the burden too heavy to bear. Chen Sheng, seeing Nüwa's response, nodded in satisfaction and said, very good, realizing one's mistakes and correcting them is commendable. Nüwa felt numb. How could she ever compete with him? Immediately after, with a wave of his hand, Nüwa was freed from the river of time. After leaving the river of time, Nüwa felt incredibly awkward looking at Chen Sheng and Swearin before her. She felt like she had embarrassed herself to the point of transcending the primordial world. After a few seconds of being dazed, Nüwa decisively turned and ran. It wasn't out of fear that Chen Sheng would regret it, it was simply too shameful. As a dignified saint being exiled to the river of time, who would believe it if they heard it? Watching Lady Nüwa turn and leave, Swearin was once again shocked. As he reacted, his gaze toward Chen Sheng had taken on an unusual intensity. How could someone exile the illustrious Lady Nüwa and even compel her to apologize and admit she was not herself? What level of power was this? This must be a reclusive saint even more powerful than Lady Nüwa. Swearin felt exhilarated. After all, this reclusive saint had also pretended to be a primordial human and stayed on Shuyang Mountain for so many years. He couldn't just sit idly by while the human race was bullied, could he? Moreover, this saint was low-key and easy to talk to, much better than the aloof Lady Nüwa, wasn't he? With this thought, a gleam of admiration sparkled in Swairin's eyes as he looked at Chen Sheng. The Swairin clan has a plan. He wishes to seek refuge for the human race from Chen Sheng. If someone as powerful as Chen Sheng were to protect the humans, wouldn't they be as safe as walking on level ground? However, recalling how Chen Sheng had rejected him several times before, Swairin felt a bit intimidated. After hesitating for quite some time, Swearin finally spoke up, saying, Chen Dao, we have been neighbors for so many years, but if I were to ask you for a favor, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Chen Sheng glanced at Swearin and immediately understood his hint. If you want me to come out and protect the human race, there's no need to say it. Chen Sheng directly rejected Swearin. Swearin felt somewhat awkward as he rubbed his hands. He hadn't even said anything yet. But it can't be blamed on Chen Sheng. After all, this is the reason he is reluctant to engage with Swearin. Swearin refused to give up and continued to persuade him, saying, you are already so powerful, there is no need to stay in seclusion every day. If you can come out and protect the human race, their prosperity will surely be just around the corner, and they will no longer suffer from bullying. Chen Sheng rolled his eyes. He thought Swearin was being ridiculous. How could he, such a mediocre Luo, protect the human race? He said bluntly, in today's chaotic world with dangers lurking everywhere, as a Luo, if I get involved in karma, I could be killed in an instant. The only reason I was able to teach that little palace maid a lesson was because she was too weak. Swearin was speechless. Was Chun Dao joking? How could someone capable of easily banishing Nüwa be killed so easily? Furthermore, the little palace maid you just taught a lesson to was not just any maid. She was the revered Saint Nüwa. Swearin didn't want to argue further with Chen Sheng. He sighed and continued to plead, saying, alas, Chun Dao, you please don't hide your talents any longer. Our human race is inherently weak and has suffered greatly in the chaotic world. Chen Sheng. How could he not know the current state of the human race? But what good would it do for him to come out? Wouldn't that be asking for death? Swearin was still not disheartened and kept on insisting. If you can protect the human race, they will surely repay. Chen Sheng was getting a bit irritated by Swearin's incessant chatter. He couldn't let him keep babbling like this. He decided to first send Swearin away. Dao you. Swearin was interrupted by Chen Sheng and immediately showed a joyful expression, thinking that Chen Sheng had agreed to protect the human race. Chen Sheng felt quite helpless inside, yet he pretended to be serious and said, I suddenly remembered that there is a divine herb in my cave which will surely be able to protect the human race. Before Swearin could respond, Chen Sheng quickly ran back into his cave and casually pulled out a weed from the ground. Swearin stared at the clump of dirt-covered weed in Chen Sheng's hand, puzzled, wondering if he really just picked it up casually. Chen Sheng held the weed with both hands, pretending to treat it as a precious treasure, and said to Swearin, this is a rare treasure. If you take it back, it will surely protect the human race. Chen Sheng felt quite helpless. He, a mediocre Luo, wouldn't even dare to venture into the chaotic world, let alone protect the human race. Taking advantage of Swearin's moment of confusion, Chen Sheng directly stuffed the weed into Swearin's hands and swiftly turned back to his cave, shutting the door behind him. Swearin, do I look like a fool to you? Is this polite? This weed has no magical fluctuations whatsoever aside from being a bit greener than other weeds. It is just an ordinary weed. If Swearin's eyes were working properly, wouldn't this just be an utterly unremarkable weed? He suspected Chen Sheng was making fun of him, but he couldn't find any evidence. However, since Chen Sheng had already shut him out, Swearin had no choice but to take the weed and return to the human territory. He could persuade him again next time. After all, they lived close by. After Chen Sheng closed the door to his cave, peace finally returned. Did Swearin think he looked like a fool, always trying to persuade him to come out? Then Chen Sheng looked around his cave. Well, it was indeed quite shabby. His cave was extremely dilapidated, and the furnishings were as simple as could be. The only thing he used for daily meditation and cultivation was an old worn-out mat. In the cave there was also a rather low-grade alchemy furnace, a common tea tree that stayed green all year round, a rusty iron sword, and a broken knife that was snapped in half. Chen Sheng couldn't help but lament, while others found treasures after crossing over how come he ended up with such shabby belongings. These things weren't even treasures, they were just a pile of junk. Meanwhile, after Nüwa fled in a panic from Shoyang Mountain, she returned directly to the Hua Emperor Palace. To avoid being seen in her disheveled state, she was dodging and weaving all the way. However, sometimes people are peculiar. The more they hide, the more they attract attention. Nüwa passed through the main hall. Just as she relaxed, she turned around and ran into Fushi, who was looking at her with a curious expression. Nüwa felt a bit embarrassed, scratched her head, and said, "Cough, big brother, what are you doing here?" Fushi had originally come to see Nüwa, but instead found her sneaking around in the Hua Emperor Palace, as if she were afraid of being seen. The Hua Emperor Palace is Nüwa's place, and it was unclear what she was hiding from. Moreover, Nüwa looked somewhat disheveled, which made Fushi curious, and he asked, "Little sister, where have you been? Why do you look so disheveled?" Nüwa felt extremely embarrassed, as she couldn't tell Fushi that she had just been imprisoned by a Luo in the River of Time, right? That would be utterly humiliating. Thus she had to force herself to remain calm, and vaguely replied, "It's nothing, big brother. I just went to the mortal realm to collect incense." Fushi found it a bit strange. If Nüwa had just gone to the mortal realm to collect incense, why would her behavior in the Hua Emperor Palace be so unusual? Fushi stroked his chin and asked with a curious expression, "Really?" Nüwa's gaze darted around as she hesitated, and replied, "Of course it's true." At this moment, she just wanted Fushi to let go of his suspicions. If he kept asking, how would she respond? If everyone in the chaotic world knew that she, the great Saint Nüwa, had been banished to the River of Time by a Luo, wouldn't that be laughable? No, she couldn't let such a thing happen. She had to quickly enter seclusion, become stronger, and then take revenge. Fushi looked at Nüwa, pondering thoughtfully. He couldn't believe that the human race would cause such a large reaction. This was truly strange. Nüwa had always been proud, so why was she showing such a flustered expression? Wait, could it be that Nüwa had fallen in love? Yes, that must be it. Over the years, Nüwa had never lost her composure like this. As a saint, she shouldn't be showing such emotions, so it must be that she had fallen in love. Fushi pondered for a while. Of falling in love. That wouldn't do. Nüwa was now a saint and couldn't afford to be distracted by romantic feelings. Going to the human realm, could it be that it was with some innate human? That would be even worse. His sister was a saint, how could she form a bond with a human? Immediately Fushi decided that no matter who that person was, he would definitely kill them if he caught them, to prevent Nüwa from being distracted. On the other side, Swearin returned to the territory of the human race with the weed. Upon seeing Swearin return, Nüwa was nowhere to be found, which puzzled Zi and Yu Chao. Hearing Nüwa's name, Swearin's expression turned strange. He couldn't possibly tell Zi and Yu Chao that Nüwa had been beaten by a reclusive expert of the human race, could he? That would tarnish the dignity of the sage and could cost him his head. Swearin could only evade the question, saying, "Oh, Nüwa is extremely busy and naturally cannot linger in the human territory for long." Zi and Yu Chao felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it, so they nodded. Then Swearin began discussing Chen Sheng's matters with Zi and Yu Chao, deliberately omitting anything related to Nüwa. Upon hearing that the human race also had a powerhouse of the Great Luo realm, Zi and Yu Chao could not contain their joy. Yu Chao couldn't help but ask, "With a Great Luo powerhouse stationed here, even if the demon race comes to oppress us, we won't be without the power to resist." Hearing this, Swearin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How could one who could exile Nüwa be an ordinary group? Could it only defend against one or two? If Daoist Chun could emerge from seclusion, the human race would simply sing a song of liberation, wouldn't they? However, Swearin could only dare to mutter this in his heart. Seeing Zi and Yu Chao enthusiastically discussing the plans for the human race, Swearin couldn't bear to interrupt. But as their conversation became more absurd, Swearin couldn't help but speak up. "It's just that a certain powerhouse has been unwilling to emerge from seclusion and only gave me this weed, claiming it can protect the human race." Yo Chao, Zi, why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? It caused everyone to be overly happy for nothing. They looked at the weed that was supposed to protect the human race and felt speechless. Was it not just a piece of wild grass? Both of them showed slight disappointment, and Swearin felt helpless as he looked at the grass in his hand, planting it in the cave. At that moment, a human rushed in with an anxious expression. Swearin instantly sensed that something was wrong and quickly asked, "What has happened?" The human gasped for breath and stammered, "It's bad. The demon race is coming in full force. They are launching a large-scale attack on our human race." Upon hearing this, the three ancestors' expressions changed dramatically. Since the birth of the human race, they have always been the lowest tier in the wilderness, suffering humiliation. Since they are in the wilderness, they naturally must follow the law of the jungle. The weak are prey to the strong. Because of this, Nüwa did not interfere much with the bullying of the human race. After all, Nüwa is a sage. As long as the human race does not face extinction, she will not intervene. Originally, the human race lived on Shoyang Mountain. Although they were occasionally oppressed, they led a fairly stable. However, since the demon race discovered that human flesh is delicious and can enhance their cultivation, they regarded the human race as food. Initially, the demon race would still consider Nüwa, but once they realized she would not interfere, they began to act. The human race had no power to resist against the powerful demon race, and could only be regarded as worthless. Z was furious and frowned, saying this demon race is truly too much. Swerin was also somewhat anxious and quickly followed Z and Yu Chao outside, instructing the clansmen to raise the protective array. At this time, the demon race had already arrived outside the protective array of the human territory. Watching the human race hurriedly raise their protective array, the demon race looked down on it. They are the demon race, born powerful. They did not take the small human protective array seriously at all. The leading demon race arrogantly shouted, "A mere broken array thinks it can stop our way. Simply delusional." The human race looked at the arrogant demon race and couldn't help but clench their fists. Unfortunately, the strength of the human race was far too insignificant, and before the demon race, they could not muster any power to resist. Swerin frowned and asked while suppressing his anger, "My human race has no enmity with the demon race. Why are they so aggressive?" Swerin was not without anger, but felt helpless and could only attempt to reason with the demon race. Unfortunately, Swerin forgot that in the eyes of the demon race, the human race was merely food. What reason was there to discuss with food? The leading demon race couldn't help but sneer at Swerin's words, saying, "Because your human race is naturally weak, you were meant to become our food. Quickly offer up 10,000 humans to satisfy our hunger, and I will let your human race off today." Hearing the words of the demon race, the three ancestors turned pale with anger. Swerin was furious and frowned fiercely, saying, "Impossible. Do you not fear Nüwa's wrath for your action?" Swerin had no other choice. He couldn't really hand over 10,000 humans to the demon race, could he? So he could only invoke Nüwa's name, hoping to intimidate the demon race. To his surprise, upon hearing Nüwa's name, the demon race burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is utterly ridiculous. You are merely food. Can you still expect Nüwa to protect you?" Seeing all the clansmen sacrificing themselves for others, Swerin felt a twinge of tears in his eyes. However, as one of the three ancestors of the human race, how could he do something as despicable as betraying his kin for a moment's peace? Moreover, Swerin knew that even if he offered the demon race 100,000 clansmen today, they would only find more excuses to not spare the human race in the future. Rather than compromising, it would be better to fight to the death, as life and death should be in one's own hands. Thus Swerin spoke with determination in his eyes, saying, "Though our human race is born weak, we stand tall and proud. Even if we die, we will never betray our kin." Hearing these words from Swerin, the demons couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without sufficient strength, this statement was nothing but a joke to the demon race. Since the human race wished to die, the demons would naturally fulfill that wish. The leader laughed and looked down on the humans, thinking that since the humans were so disobedient, he couldn't be blamed for taking action. "Attack! If you all want to perish together, then I shall grant you your wish." The dignity of the demon race cannot be offended. With a command from the leader, the demon race charged forward with mockery. In their eyes, mere humans were like weeds, and since they dared to defy their orders, they would have to bear the brunt of their wrath. Moreover, how could just 100,000 humans be enough to satisfy the demon race? Seeing the overwhelming force of the demon race, the humans panicked. Swerin, feeling the pressure of the approaching demons, immediately organized the others, saying, "Do not panic. As long as we unite, even the demon race will be helpless." Hearing Swerin's words, the clansmen found their resolve and began to fight back in unison. However, all this seemed like a joke in the eyes of the powerful demon race. After all, the power of the human race was far too insignificant. Even when they desperately resisted and activated their protective formation, they could not withstand even 2 strikes from the demon race. Bang! The protective formation shattered, and the shockwave sent many humans flying. The remaining humans began to lose their composure, panicking. Seeing this, the demon race laughed even more recklessly, saying, "This is the fate of going against the demon race. You are merely a bunch of ants. It is a privilege for you to become food for my demon race." Faced with the mockery of the demon race, the humans felt utterly powerless. Looking at the formidable demon race, the humans were plunged into despair. Now all they could rely on was the goddess Nüwa, who created them. The humans knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for the mercy of the goddess Nüwa. "Goddess Nüwa, how can you bear to watch the human race be hunted down and killed by the demon race, reduced to their food? Please save us, goddess Nüwa." The demon race, seemingly certain that the goddess Nüwa would not appear, acted even more recklessly. The leader coldly extended a hand towards Sui Ren. Sui Ren was horrified and kept retreating. He had just suffered a backlash and had no strength left to resist. Seeing this scene, the humans were filled with despair and anxiety, fearing that Sui Ren would truly be annihilated by the demon race. Sadly, even though they prayed so earnestly, the goddess Nüwa they believed in still did not appear. The air began to fill with a sense of despair. Could it be that the human race was truly at the end? Seeing the demon's hand nearly grasp Sui Ren, a glimmer of despair flashed in Sui Ren's eyes. Could it be that my life ends here today? But what would happen to the human race if I were to die? A hint of unwillingness flashed in Sui Ren's eyes, but the demon's hand was already before him. Sui Ren resignedly closed his eyes. Was he going to die? Just then the weed he had randomly planted in his cave suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light. Sui Ren was startled by the brilliance and couldn't help but ponder if he had already died. Wait. Sui Ren quickly realized and opened his eyes. Then Sui Ren saw that the weed he had planted in the cave today was actually emitting a brilliant glow. The weed was surrounded by a dazzling light with the 3,000 laws of the universe swirling around it and the resonance of the Dao flowing out. Sui Ren was somewhat bewildered, clearly not yet understanding what was happening. The leader of the demon race, who was stronger than Sui Ren, instantly realized that there was a treasure within the human domain. Upon this thought, a glint of greed flashed in the leader's eyes. Looking at the weed in the cave, he could tell, just from the resonance of the Dao around it, that it was an extraordinary treasure. He licked his lips, never expecting that such a weak human race could possess such a treasure. No wonder they dared to resist the demon race, but even if they had a treasure, what could it change? In front of a powerful demon, possessing such a treasure would only mean that the humans were innocent, but the possession of such a treasure would bring them disaster. With this thought, he became even more reckless in his attempt to eliminate Sui Ren and seize the treasure for himself. However, just at that moment, a blade-like beam of light shot out directly, cleaving the leader of the demon race in half. The demon's blood splattered on the ground, and his body was severed into 2 pieces. The humans were shocked, some in a daze, watching this sudden change. Just a moment ago they were worried about Sui Ren, but now they found that it was the demon who had attacked that was dead. This was truly astonishing. The demon race was also left dumbfounded. This rapid turn of events left both the humans and the demons unable to react in time. They only saw a flash of light, and the leader of the demon race was split in 2, leaving them all confused. Even more terrifying was that despite the leader's death, the remaining demons could still sense his true spirit. However, at that moment, they were astonished to find that under that blade-like beam of light, the true spirit of the leader of the demon race had also dissipated into the world. The demons lost their earlier arrogance, their faces filled with confusion and fear. The demon who had just died was the strongest among them, and if even he was dead, how could the remaining demons dare to continue to act recklessly? The slain demon was at the level of Tai Golden Immortal, having already condensed a golden body with 2 flowers blooming atop his head, just a step away from becoming a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a demon could be considered a pillar even in the chaos, and among the demon race, he was certainly someone of high status. Yet now he had died at the hands of an unknown attacker, which was simply unfathomable. Apart from the demon race, the various ancient tribes surrounding Shoyang Mountain also felt the power of this strike. They had initially regarded the human race as insignificant, much like the demons. They looked down on the human race, often bullying them whenever an opportunity arose, just like the demons. However, after this strike, the various races began to realize that the human race actually had such trump cards. At the same time, they felt somewhat fortunate that they had not recklessly attacked the human race like the demons did. This strike must have been at least the combat power of a Great Luo. Unfortunately, they had no idea where this strike had come from. Originally despairing at the approaching demon, Sui Ren suddenly saw the demon being split in half by a beam of light. Sui Ren was somewhat bewildered after being saved, as he still couldn't comprehend how that demon had died. Sui Ren was puzzled that, if he remembered correctly, there had been a strong light flashing before he died. Then the demon was split in 2. At that moment he was a bit dazed and didn't pay much attention, but it seemed he vaguely saw that strong light coming from the weeds in the cave. Thinking of this, Sui Ren suddenly jumped up from the ground. It really was that weed. Sui Ren's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Then Sui Ren was overjoyed. It seemed that Daoist Chun had indeed not lied. That weed was truly a treasure. He had always thought Daoist Chun was just fooling him, but it turned out he had underestimated it. However, before Sui Ren could rejoice for too long, a dark cloud suddenly enveloped the entire Shoyang Mountain, and the previously clear sky turned gray. Along with it came a powerful aura. Under this immense pressure, almost all humans couldn't help but tremble. A fear originating from their souls made them afraid to even breathe. At that moment, a great demon suddenly appeared in the sky above the human territory. The humans fell into panic once again, instinctively sensing that this great demon was even stronger than the previous one. Sui Ren was stunned, just after killing one another one appeared. Moreover, judging by its aura, Sui Ren was sure that this great demon was definitely at the Great Luo level. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, wondering what to do. The great demon looked down at the trembling humans, its gaze filled with fury. "Bold human race, how dare you kill my brother? Today I will kill all of you to avenge my brother. Only then can I relieve my heart's hatred." The great demon said furiously. It had been patrolling among the demons when it suddenly felt a pain in its heart, only to discover that its brother had been killed during a visit to the human race. As long as his true spirit was not dead, he could still find a way to reshape his brother's body. However, he soon realized that his brother's true spirit had been completely extinguished, leading to his total demise. The great demon was furious and immediately rushed to the human race. It was determined to take revenge for its brother. Without spilling human blood, the great demon would find it hard to quell its hatred. Faced with the furious great demon, the weak human race was utterly defenseless. Sui Ren had no power to resist against the previous demon, and now against this Great Luo level demon, he had no other choice but to place his hopes once again on that weed. Oh no, it is now a divine herb. On the other side, in the heavenly court, as a croissant, the movements of the human race naturally did not escape the eyes of Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun. The demon race's actions to bully and oppress the human race were indeed their idea. Yet they did not expect that the human race still had trump cards left, capable of directly slaying the demon without leaving even its true spirit behind. Upon learning that the great demon was angrily heading to the human race for revenge, Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression turned somewhat worried. Although the demon race often bullied the human race and even seized their major artifacts, the human race was ultimately created by Nüwa, so Dong Huang Tai Yi was understandably cautious. After contemplating for a while, Dong Huang Tai Yi frowned and asked Di Jun, "Big brother, with a Great Luo level demon going to the human race, this?" Di Jun seemed quite unconcerned about Dong Huang Tai Yi's worries. To Di Jun, the demon race was inherently noble. What problems could arise? Thus he replied calmly, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Even though Di Jun said so, Dong Huang Tai Yi still couldn't shake off his concerns. After all, Nüwa is thinking of this. Di Jun continued, "What I mean is, although the human race is weak, they were created by Nüwa. If we go too far, will Nüwa blame my demon race?" Upon hearing this, Di Jun burst into laughter. He then patted Dong Huang Tai Yi's shoulder, comforting him. "Tai Yi, you must know that beneath the saints in this wilderness, everyone else is but an ant. As a saint, Nüwa is high and mighty, deserving of the admiration of all beings in the wilderness. As the demon emperor of my demon race, how could she turn against us over a mere human race?" Dong Huang Tai Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Dong Huang Tai Yi agreed with Di Jun's viewpoint, but Di Jun knew that Dong Huang Tai Yi was cautious. Seeing that Dong Huang Tai Yi did not speak, Di Jun continued, "Moreover, although the human race is weak, they are not like us, struggling to give birth to offspring. Their ability to reproduce is extremely strong. As long as my demon race does not exterminate the human race, Nüwa will not hold it against us." With Di Jun saying this, Dong Huang Tai Yi had no more worries. Thus, after hearing Di Jun's words, Dong Huang Tai Yi completely set his mind at ease. After all, the demon race was far superior to the human race. With Di Jun's words, he no longer worried that Nüwa would turn against the demon race for the sake of the human race. Meanwhile, atop Shoyang Mountain, a treasure was summoned directly. With the enhancement of the treasure, the great demon's power surged dramatically. The human race, already trembling, became utterly immobilized under the pressure of this treasure. Some weaker humans even began to spit blood. The great demon sneered and began to activate the magical artifact, while shouting, "For killing my brother, I shall have the human race pay for his burial." Saying this, the strike was already fully charged. A massive electric ball hovered above Shoyang Mountain, and with its appearance, the darkened sky began to thunder and lightning. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Shoyang Mountain, causing flowers, plants, and trees to break. The beings near Shoyang Mountain fled in all directions, fearing for their own lives. Sui Ren understood that this Great Luo strike was extraordinarily terrifying. If it fell in the human territory, the entire human race would undoubtedly be plunged into a hell on earth. The weed remained devoid of light as this strike was about to descend upon them, plunging the entire human race into despair once more. However, just as the human race was plunged into despair, a divine light suddenly appeared on Shoyang Mountain, tearing apart the dark sky. The pressure on the entire human territory weakened significantly. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. At this moment, a phantom of grass shot up into the sky. At first glance, this blade of grass appeared to be an ordinary weed, but it was entirely emerald green, radiating a luster akin to jade. As the 3 leaves of the grass slowly unfolded, they were remarkably flexible, yet the sword intent upon the leaves was incredibly sharp. In an instant it pierced through the thunderous electric ball, then dissipated. It even caused the stars in the sky to sway. It was as if the sword intent from this weed could shred everything apart. Was this truly just a weed? Could such a powerful weed exist? All beings in the primordial world felt this formidable sword intent, and gazed in astonishment at the phantom of the grass on Shouyang Mountain. However, the beings also understood that since it was a commotion from Shouyang Mountain, it likely had something to do with the human race. Meanwhile, Tongtian, the Master of Heaven, was also stirred by this overwhelming sword intent. It should be noted that Tongtian was recognized as the foremost sword master in the primordial realm. Even he could not help but be astonished, which highlighted just how powerful the sword intent emanating from the grass was. Suddenly a leaf from that grass quietly fell. The grass slowly stood in the air, transforming into a gigantic sword, its entire body emerald green, exuding an overwhelming sword intent. Even lousy as a Kwasa saint was taken aback. At this moment, how could the great demon of Dao Luo think of avenging his brother? He was nearly soiled with fear. The great demon, feeling a surge of retreat, turned to flee. But the leaf veins seemed to have locked onto the great demon, and how could they allow him to escape? Before the great demon could take a step, the sharp sword intent directly severed his neck. Subsequently, the great demon was enveloped in a sea of sword light, and when the dazzling sword light dissipated, he had completely vanished from the spot. Clean and tidy, as if he had never been to the human race at all. The fate of this great demon was even more tragic than his brother's, and he left no trace in the air, not even a drop of sweat. The human race was initially stunned by this scene, but upon regaining their senses they were overjoyed. They had not expected that in the end it was not their revered goddess Nüwa who saved them, but rather a blade of grass that eliminated the intruder. It was simply ironic. The survivors of the disaster were deeply moved, and began to worship the phantom of the grass in the sky, thanking it for their salvation. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai, who was secretly observing from the heavenly court, was furious to see a mere human race actually eliminate a general of the demon race, and could no longer contain himself. Humph! I want to see who dares to be so arrogant. With that, Dong Huang Tai began to form seals, attempting to use Kwasa Saint power to confront the blade of grass across the void. That was Kwasa Saint power. Even across the void, it was not something a mere Dao Luo could compare to. A strike infused with Kwasa Saint energy directly tore apart the void and arrived above the grass. The human race saw the Kwasa Saint strike, and their mental defenses instantly crumbled. A Kwasa Saint, the highest realm beneath the saints. Sui Ren was also taken aback, never expecting that the Kwasa Saint of the demon race would take action against the human race. That was a Kwasa Saint strike powerful enough to shatter heaven and earth, so one could imagine its strength. Sui Ren thought this, and felt a chill running down his back. He was uncertain whether the blade of grass could withstand the Kwasa Saint strike. If it could not endure, how could the human race escape the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair? Soon Dong Huang Tai's strike landed on the blade of grass. However, the grass showed no reaction, absorbing all the attacks without allowing even a trace of residual power to fall upon the human race. And this was just the beginning. The grass moved as if blown by the wind. But where did the wind come from? Quickly everyone realized it was not the wind. This was actually the attack Dong Huang Tai had just unleashed. That attack tore through the void once more, but this time it was aimed at Dong Huang Tai. Everyone was stunned. Dong Huang Tai's attack had not dissipated, but rather circled back, and was sent back at him by the blade of grass. Though shocked, everyone remained quite calm. After all, it was just a blade of grass. Did it really think it could use Dong Huang Tai's attack to strike him again? However, the facts proved they were all mistaken. That attack directly rebounded onto Dong Huang Tai, and his expression darkened as he staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dong Huang Tai was injured by a blade of grass. The entire primordial realm erupted. Who was Dong Huang Tai? The lord of the heavenly court, a Kwasa saint renowned throughout the primordial realm. Yet now he had actually been wounded by an unknown weed. Not to mention ordinary beings of the primordial realm, even Hongjun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Because Hongjun noticed that the heavenly Dao had actually been disturbed. Among the Sanqing Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan felt it too, and although they were quite surprised, they did not pay much attention to the matter. Only Tongtian was somewhat interested in this matter. Having diligently practiced the sword path for many years, he was quite curious about who could emit such powerful sword intent. In the Nüwa palace, although Nüwa was in seclusion, she immediately opened her eyes upon sensing the immense commotion on Shouyang Mountain. After a series of calculations, Nüwa understood the cause and effect, and could not help but frown. Dong Huang Tai's intention to harm the human race had resulted in his severe injury, and it was well deserved. However, Nüwa understood that how could the human race possess such a treasure? This was likely the handiwork of some hidden powerful being. Thinking of that hidden expert, Nüwa couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. This time it could only be blamed on Dong Huang Tai for reaching too far. That mighty being, even Nüwa had suffered great losses at his hands. How could a mere quasi saint like Dong Huang Tai fare any better? Yet Nüwa remained alarmed. Although Dong Huang Tai had not achieved the status of a saint, he was now in the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Even if he did not strike with all his might, his power could not be underestimated. But that blade of grass had withstood Dong Huang Tai's attack, and even caused him severe injury. One could imagine how strong it was. But this was still merely a blade of grass. With this thought, Nüwa's resolve to avoid offending Chen Sheng became even more steadfast. In the heavenly court, after Dong Huang Tai was injured, he was furious. How could the dignified lord of the heavenly court be made to look so miserable by a blade of grass? Where could Dong Huang Tai put his face? Damn it, I must see who dares to be so audacious. With this thought, Dong Huang Tai immediately rose, preparing to head to the human race. Sensing the intentions of Dong Huang Tai, Jun could not help but furrow his brow and said, "Wait, do not act impulsively." Dong Huang Tai, as the master of the celestial clan, was born noble and was at the peak of quasi-saint level. Now he had actually suffered setbacks against a mere blade of grass. How could he swallow this humiliation? Seeing Jun blocking his way, Dong Huang Tai frowned and asked, "Why are you stopping me, elder brother? That human dared to insult the dignity of my demon clan. If I do not go, won't I become a laughingstock?" Jun sighed heavily, realizing that Dong Huang Tai was being too impulsive. Across the void, Jun looked again at that blade of grass. Although he was already at quasi-saint cultivation, he felt a slight tremor when he gazed upon it. This surprised him and added a hint of speculation in his heart. After a moment of thought, Jun said to Dong Huang Tai, "If a mere blade of grass can wound you, have you ever considered the power behind it?" Dong Huang Tai was left speechless. He was usually cautious, but this time he was blinded by anger, only realizing the truth after Jun's reminder. After pondering for a while, although Dong Huang Tai remained furious, he temporarily shelved his plan to confront the humans. On a small mountain, Chen Sheng, having tidied his cave residence and preparing to continue his cultivation, suddenly sensed movements from the human territory. Chen Sheng knew that the blade of grass he had given to the swearing clan was taking effect, and he muttered to himself, "This blade of grass has been growing in my cave, absorbing the energy I've released during my cultivation. After so many years, it should have reached the golden immortal realm." It seems the demon clan attempting to ambush the humans is not very capable, unable to even defeat a blade of grass. Although that blade of grass had successfully driven away the demon clan, it did not quell the doubts in Chen Sheng's heart. Instead, Chen Sheng became even more convinced of his thoughts, nodding seriously. "In this vast wilderness, dangers abound. As a mere mediocre Luo, I should be even more cautious and absolutely avoid going out." After saying this, Chen Sheng firmly nodded his head. Following that, he continued his secluded cultivation. It seemed he needed to enhance his strength. Otherwise, if he were to become entangled in karma, wouldn't he be doomed? In the human territory, seeing that Dong Huang Tai did not take action, the blade of grass gradually retracted its radiance and returned to the cave of the swearing clan. The humans who survived this crisis expressed their gratitude to the blade of grass, bowing in reverence. Without this grass, how could the humans have escaped from the jaws of death? Perhaps the Shoyang mountain would have already been awash with blood. It was precisely because of this that the humans now revered the blade of grass as a divine being. The Zi clan and the Yuchao clan stood in place, feeling something was amiss, so Zi clan hesitantly looked at the swearing clan and asked, "Why does this blade of grass seem so familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before?" Yuchao clan also looked curiously at the swearing clan, clearly intrigued by Zi clan's question. "Swearing clan, is it not curious? Isn't this the very blade of grass that Daoist Chen gifted to me?" Swearing clan felt quite ashamed. When Chen Sheng said this blade of grass could protect the humans, he was utterly unwilling to believe it, and even planting it in his cave was merely out of politeness. However, he did not expect that Daoist Chen was not fooling him after all. This truly was a treasure. Swearing clan sighed and said helplessly, "Familiar. This is indeed the blade of grass we saw earlier." Yuchao clan, Zi clan, is this really that ordinary blade of grass we saw before? What on earth? This is no mere grass. It's the king of grasses. No, it should be the god of grasses. Subsequently, the three ancestors arrived at the location of the grass to pay respects. Seeing the grass before them, Zi clan and swearing clan were astonished. Is this the same grass they saw? The grass in front of them radiated a gentle light, surrounded by the Dao rhythm. Could it really be the same ordinary grass they had seen before? After respectfully kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times, swearing clan finally spoke to the grass, saying, Thank you for saving our lives. We humans are eternally grateful. No response. Zi clan pondered and said, perhaps the grass is merely reacting instinctively. Yu Chao clan nodded in somewhat of an agreement. However, Swearing clan believed it was certainly under the guidance of Daoist Chun. Looking at the grass before him, Yu Chao clan felt an indescribable shock in his heart, exclaiming in amazement, which Luo is truly a good person. Although he hasn't left seclusion, he was willing to bring out such a treasure to protect the humans. Swearing clan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Such a treasure probably wasn't anything significant to any great power. After all, how could an ordinary Luo be compared to Daoist Chun? However, Daoist Chun was truly too low-key. Even his grass was just as low-key, perfectly executing the act of playing the pig to eat the tiger. He casually gave away such a treasure. It was simply inhumane. Swearing clan marveled inwardly. Zi clan also expressed feelings of sentiment, saying, I never expected that such a Luo would be so concerned about the humans actually giving such a treasure to the humans. We misunderstood him. Swearing clan was speechless, but could not refute, only saying, yes, if it were not for Daoist Chen gifting this grass to our humans, we would have been doomed today. Hearing the words of the three ancestors, the grass could no longer tolerate it. Was its master merely a Luo? A mere gift? The grass couldn't bear it any longer, and disdainfully mocked, foolish humans, you know nothing of your master's power. Yu Chao clan. Zi clan. This treasure can still speak. This truly is a spiritual treasure. Not only Zi clan and Yu Chao clan, but even Swearing clan was taken aback. The three had never seen a spiritual treasure, their eyes widening in shock. So when the three ancestors bowed to the grass earlier, the grass wasn't unaware, but rather too lazy to bother with them. In fact, it was indeed the case. If they had not been talking more and more absurdly, the grass would have been too lazy to engage with them. The grass felt that these three ancestors were fools, each behaving as if they were mentally ill. What was so extraordinary about this? If they saw the few items left in the master's cave, wouldn't they be struck dead on the spot? The grass was quite dissatisfied with the humans, raising its head and disdainfully said, if it were not for my master, this grass wouldn't come to this wretched place associating with you foolish ones. Originally planted in this wretched cave, the grass was already full of pent-up anger. Now it had encountered three fools. Seeing the resentment emanating from the grass, Sui Ren realized that it truly was a deity of the grass. He immediately put on a smiling face and said, yes, yes, yes. Your presence among us, the human race, is an honor. Yu Chao and Zi also quickly reacted, their faces beaming with praise for the grass. Indeed, you have vast powers. If it weren't for your intervention, our human race would have perished. If you feel uncomfortable in this cave, we will build you a dedicated altar to honor you. This was no joke. This was a divine herb that could save the human race from peril. What was an altar? If the grass desired a palace, the three ancestors would undoubtedly build it without hesitation. At this moment, the three ancestors were practically glowing with joy, showering the grass with endless flattery. They didn't feel that their status as the ancestors of the human race was being diminished. Instead, they reveled in it. Seeing the three ancestors show such respect, the resentment in the grass heart calmed down somewhat, but it still spoke in a lofty tone, though I am exalted, I do not appreciate being gazed upon, so an altar is unnecessary. The three ancestors immediately nodded in agreement, feeling deeply moved. In their hearts, they imagined that the divine herb was not the type that would take advantage of its own power to oppress the people. Sui Ren rubbed his hands nervously and cautiously asked, so may I ask, what should we call you, great diviner? The grass shot Sui Ren a glance, still maintaining an air of superiority, and said, remember, I am the 9-sword star pattern grass. Sui Ren was taken aback. Clearly he had never heard this name before. But it didn't matter. The name of a divine herb was undoubtedly the most prestigious title in the world. Immediately Sui Ren began his shameless flattery, continuing to praise, yes, yes, yes. The great divine herb is truly unparalleled in the world, and is the strongest grass in the primordial wilderness. Even the name of the great divine herb is thunderous and resonates through the heavens, unique and extraordinary. Yu Chao, Zi. Both were astonished. Was this truly Sui Ren? How had they never noticed before how skilled Sui Ren was at flattery? His smooth and proficient manner was simple. The 9-sword star pattern grass greatly appreciated Sui Ren's praise and contentedly said, good, you understand. In the future, don't seek me out for trivial matters. If the human race is in crisis, I will naturally intervene. The three ancestors immediately nodded, expressing their gratitude to the 9-swords star pattern grass. This time, each ancestor was more generous than the last, with praises for the 9-sword star pattern grass rising and falling. However, the divine herb seemed to have lost interest. Afterward, the atmosphere fell into silence. The 9-sword star pattern grass looked at the three ancestors with some confusion and said, are we not continuing? If we're not continuing, then please leave. The three ancestors felt awkward. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue, but they had exhausted all the flattering words they could think of. Seeing that the nine-sword star pattern grass had issued an eviction order, Sui Rin immediately put on a smiling face and said, "Yes, yes, yes. We won't disturb the great divine herb's cultivation. We shall take our leave now." Immediately afterward, the three ancestors exited the cave. The world has changed. Who would have thought that the three ancestors of the human race would show such reverence to a mere grass? Watching the three fools leave the nine-sword star pattern grass sighed and felt quite puzzled. Originally, it had been absorbing the essence of the Dao released by Chen Sheng while residing in his cave, steadily increasing in cultivation. However, who knew why the master had suddenly placed it in this wretched place? The nine-sword star pattern grass was filled with resentment, but had no choice but to obey the master's orders and protect the human race. At the same time, the three ancestors, having left the cave of the nine-sword star pattern grass, could hardly contain their excitement. Sui Ren even displayed a look of ecstatic joy, bowing towards Chen Sheng's cave from a distance. With immense excitement, he exclaimed, "Although Chen Daoyu is reluctant to leave the mountains, he still cares for the human race, and especially sent the divine herb to protect us." Yu Chao also responded with heartfelt agreement. "Indeed, with the protection of the great divine herb, our human race no longer has to suffer from the oppression of the myriad beings in the primordial wilderness." Thinking back to that scene, just now the three ancestors felt a surge of excitement. The nine-sword star pattern grass could even injure the demon emperor Dong, Huang Tai Yi, with its protection, who would dare to bully the human race in the future. Upon thinking of this, Zi's eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke. "All of this is thanks to that great Luo Daoyu. We should be even more grateful to him." Hearing Zi's words, Yu Chao and Sui Rin both nodded in agreement, feeling quite validated. Afterward, Sui Rin stepped into the midst of the human race and solemnly declared, Sui Rin announced that from now on the great nine-sword star pattern grass shall be the protector of our human race, deserving of our worship. Afterward, Sui Rin stepped into the midst of the human race and solemnly declared, Sui Rin announced that from now on the great nine-sword star pattern grass, even if Sui Rin had not spoken, they would have worshipped the nine-sword star pattern grass, let alone now that Sui Rin had publicly announced it among the human race. After Sui Rin spoke, the three ancestors all knelt down respectfully towards the nine-sword star pattern grass. Seeing the three ancestors of the human race kneel, many others followed suit, kneeling in reverence towards the nine-sword star pattern grass. If worshipping Nüwa had an eightfold sincerity after experiencing a life-and-death moment, the human race's devotion to the nine-sword star pattern grass could be said to be 100% sincere. All the members of the human race knelt on the ground, their expressions solemn, bowing sincerely to the nine-sword star pattern grass. This immense and devout power of belief surprisingly coalesced into a golden aura of humanity in the air. Even Nüwa, after neglecting the human race, would find it hard to gain such powerful human luck. But this human luck was of great use, so from time to time Nüwa would come to the human race to collect human incense. The golden aura of humanity gathered towards the nine-swords star pattern grass. The nine-sword star pattern grass was astonished to see such a rich, even tangible aura of humanity, forming, feeling somewhat bewildered. As the aura of humanity entered the body of the nine-sword star pattern grass, it felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Soon the aura of humanity entered the meridians of the nine-sword star pattern grass, gradually transforming its body. Before long, the nine-sword star pattern grass felt itself starting to break through. The nine-sword star pattern grass was overjoyed. At this moment, it seemed to understand the master's deep intentions. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Mountain, the heavenly sovereign, sensing the surge of sword intent, began to feel restless. He had long been obsessed with the sword path, and it was rare for him to encounter something that made him want to gaze upon it a little longer. Such sword intent naturally made him a bit restless. After some contemplation, the heavenly sovereign resolutely rose, preparing to visit the human race. Soon Tontian Daoist arrived at Shouyang Mountain from Kunlun Mountain. On ordinary days, the human race was often bullied. Who would expect such a prominent figure to visit? This was the renowned Chen Sheng Daoist, who held a significant reputation in the primordial world and was well regarded. Thus the human race was astonished by Tontian Daoist's visit. Swearing Clan was quite surprised to see Tontian Daoist among the human race, and he warmly approached him, saying, "Chen Sheng Daoist, I never expected you to visit our human race. Please take a seat, and I will fetch the finest tea for you." Tontian Daoist did not come here for tea, so he candidly replied, "No need, I am here for that sword intent. May I ask to meet the sword master?" Swearing Clan was momentarily taken aback. He thought about why Tontian Daoist would come to the human race without cause. Logically, given Tontian Daoist's status, such a minor request should be easily granted. However, Lord Jiao Jianxing, Wen Shao had previously stated not to disturb him without reason. After a moment of hesitation, Swearing Clan said to Tontian Daoist this. I can only ask for permission on your behalf. Tontian Daoist was momentarily stunned, then hesitantly nodded, saying, All right, you may go, and relay the message. He did not expect that despite his status he would still need to send a message. Swearing Clan nodded and led Tontian Daoist to the entrance of Jiao Jianxing, Wenchao's cave. Lord Jiao Jianxing, Wenchao Shangqing Daoist requests an audience. Do you have time? Swearing Clan clasped his hands respectfully as he asked. Tontian Daoist's lips twitched. Huh, a request for an audience. Is this not more like a visit? However, driven by immense curiosity toward that sword intent, Tontian Daoist remained silent. Yet a hint of dissatisfaction brewed in his heart. This person relying on some swordsmanship was so arrogant. Jiao Jianxing Wenchao had sensed Tontian Daoist's arrival at Shouyang Mountain. However, seeing no hostility from Tontian Daoist, he chose not to act. He never expected that this person was actually here to pay him a visit. Although Jiao Jianxing Wenchao was initially reluctant to meet Tontian Daoist, sensing the sword intent emanating from him, he contemplated and then said, Come in. Tontian Daoist was somewhat surprised to hear Jiao Jianxing Wenchao's words. He did not expect this grass to possess spiritual intelligence. But after a brief moment of surprise, Tontian Daoist returned to normal. Immediately, Tontian Daoist stepped into the cave. In an instant, he was locked onto by an extremely sharp sword energy. Such a domineering sword intent. Tontian Daoist had no time to marvel and quickly released his own sword intent. Compared to the domineering sword intent of Jiao Jianxing, Wenchao, Tontian Daoist's intent was faster and sharper. The two different sword intents collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. A resounding sword cry instantly shattered the entire sky, as if the very void was being swallowed. Shouyang Mountain trembled under the roar of the sword energy, and the primordial beings living there fled in all directions. The towering trees were also severed by the omnipresent sword energy. Not only Shouyang Mountain, but the entire primordial realm was stirred by the sword intents of these two individuals. Some bewildered primordial beings looked towards Shouyang Mountain, unsure of what great event was unfolding among the human race. The two sword energies began to chase and clash, rising and falling. Gradually, a solemn expression appeared on Tontian Daoist's face. After only a few exchanges, he had already fallen to the disadvantage. In contrast, Jiao Jianxing Wenchao remained calm and composed. The onlookers from the primordial realm seemed to realize Tontian Daoist's struggle, and everyone was astonished. That grass understanding of sword intent is even above that of Shangqing. What exactly is this grass? When did the human race acquire such a formidable being? The many powerful beings were even more amazed. It is known that Tontian Daoist's swordsmanship is acknowledged as the best in the primordial realm, yet he could not match a mere grass, which was truly shocking. Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan could no longer remain calm. If that grass had injured Dong Huangtai due to carelessness, how should they explain Tontian Daoist's defeat? Hongjun observed everything, his brow furrowing slightly. Although the two saints from the west were watching with a mindset of amusement, they understood that the human race was no longer as easy to bully as before, dismissing some of their impulsive thoughts. Nüwa and Fushi exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. Nüwa was puzzled as to why that grass was so powerful. Fushi wondered if Nüwa had taken a liking to that grass. In the heavenly court, the entire demon race was dumbfounded. Dong Huangtai felt some relief in his heart, glad he had followed Daijin's advice. Otherwise, he was uncertain if he could survive the sharp sword intent. After a fierce exchange, Tontian Daoist was not angry. Instead, he respectfully clasped his hands and said to Jiao Jianxing Wenchao, This fellow Daoist has a profound understanding of the sword path. I willingly bow to your superior skill. To engage with such a sword path master, Tontian Daoist felt immense excitement. Over the years, he had always been recognized as the first in sword path in the primordial realm, with no worthy opponent. Now to find someone who surpassed him was a source of great admiration for Tontian Daoist. Meanwhile, Swearing Clan was left utterly stunned by this scene. Fellow Daoist, Shangqing and Tontian are one of the three pure ones. Although he has not yet become a saint, he has received a trace of Hongmeng purple energy, and becoming a saint is merely a matter of time. However, the senior Jiao Jianxing Wenchao not only defeated Shangqing Daoist, but also made him refer to it as fellow Daoist. This truly left Swearing Clan astounded. Swearing Clan secretly gave Jiao Jianxing Wenchao a thumbs up. The grass god is impressive, huh? Although Jiao Jianxing Wenchao was usually proud, he did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Tontian Daoist. After all, although Tontian Daoist's understanding of the sword path was not as profound as his overall level was still above him. Thus Jiao Jianxing Wenchao immediately clasped his hands, and without being arrogant or humble said, You flatter me, fellow Daoist. Seeing this, Tontian Daoist could not hide his excitement, and asked, Fellow Daoist, your sword intent truly impresses me. I wonder what your understanding of the sword path is. Tantian Daoist usually researched alone, and having finally encountered such a high-ranking individual, he naturally wanted to ask for guidance. Jiao Jianxing Wen Chao pondered for a moment and replied, "A swordsman is a tool for killing, and is the king of weapons, the ancestor of all weapons, an ancient holy weapon supreme and precious, revered by both humans and gods." Tantian Daoist nodded. Although he had never heard such words, he wholeheartedly agreed. The sword. It is decisive and fierce, deserving of the title king of weapons. However, Jiao Jianxing Wen Chao's words were not yet finished. The nine-sword star pattern grasp began to take on a profound and inscrutable demeanor, saying with a mysterious expression, "But the true sword is not in the hand." I feel like you're joking with me. Where else can the sword be if it's not in the hand? Without a sword in hand, there is also no sword in the heart, yet the sword exists everywhere. This is the highest realm of swordsmanship. The sword. It seems formless yet is form, and having is an obstacle, also a kind of restraint. Not having is the highest realm of swordsmanship. Only by transcending having can one enter the state of having no sword and no self. That is the state of being omnipresent and indestructible. Originally, the Tantian Daoist was skeptical about the notion of having no sword in hand, but upon hearing what the nine-sword star pattern grasp said, he was indeed stunned and fell into a moment of enlightenment. It turned out that he had always been narrow-minded. He thought the pinnacle of swordsmanship was an indomitable sword intent, yet the true sword is one that does not exist while the sword is everywhere. After regaining his composure, the Tantian Daoist cupped his hands and said, feeling inferior, "Thank you, Dao brother, for your guidance. I never thought your swordsmanship would have reached such a level. It truly makes me feel inadequate." The nine-sword star pattern grasp did not boast, but spoke truthfully. "You flatter me, Dao friend. In fact, my swordsmanship is nothing compared to that of my master. I have merely been influenced by my master for a few days, and have only grasped a fraction of it." Huh, there is a master. The Tantian Daoist was dumbfounded. Such an adept in swordsmanship actually had a master, and this was just a fraction. Such an understanding of swordsmanship is merely a fraction. The Tantian Daoist reacted, and with some skepticism said, "Is your master truly that impressive?" The nine-sword star pattern grasp looked at the Tantian Daoist as if he were a fool, then said matter-of-factly, "My master has mastered the 3,000 great Dao with expertise in each. A swordsmanship is merely one among them. With my master's swordsmanship, a single strike could obliterate the primal chaos." The expression of the nine-sword star pattern grasp was extremely calm, as if discussing what to eat for dinner. Upon hearing this, the Tantian Daoist was astonished. Is there really a mighty being in this world who has mastered the 3,000 great Dao? Wouldn't that mean they surpass the saints? Seeing the expression of the nine-sword star pattern grasp did not seem like mere boasting, the Tantian Daoist was even more shocked. If such a mighty being truly exists in the world, consulting them would surely lead to rapid advancement in swordsmanship. With this thought, the Tantian Daoist hesitated for a moment and said, "I wonder where that esteemed senior is. May I visit them?" The nine-sword star pattern grasp nodded, extending a leaf vein, and pointing in the direction where Chen Sheng was located, then said to the Tantian Daoist, "My master's retreat is in that direction, but whether my master wishes to see you is beyond my control." Upon learning the location of Chen Sheng, the Tantian Daoist's expression brightened, and he quickly bid farewell to the nine-sword star pattern grasp, saying, "Then I shall not disturb you. I will come again in the future." The nine-sword star pattern grasp did not try to keep him. After the Tantian Daoist bid farewell, he set off toward the small mountain where Chen Sheng resided. In almost an instant, the Tantian Daoist arrived. However, upon looking at the picturesque small mountain before him, he was dumbfounded. He really could not see anything special about this small mountain. In fact, the spiritual energy here was not even as abundant as in the human territory, making it hard for him to see how this could be a place where a mighty being resides. Whether it was Hongjun's Zixiao Palace or Nüwa's Huang Palace, those were all magnificent presences. Even Kunlun Mountain, where the three pure ones resided, was among the top feng shui treasures in the primal chaos. But this small shabby mountain was simply too shabby. Meanwhile, Chen Sheng was holding a piece of tattered cloth, wiping the broken sword in the cave while muttering to himself. Nowadays, in this primal chaos, the one who has achieved divine swordsmanship is Tantan. During the Fengshen Great Tribulation, Tantian almost repeated the calamity of primal chaos with the sword of annihilation. Alas, it is a pity that I have learned too many things and have not mastered swordsmanship. I do not know when I will reach that level. However, Chen Sheng did not know that at this moment the Tantian Daoist was outside his cave preparing to visit him. After much hesitation, the Tantian Daoist decided to visit Chen Sheng. After all, he had come this far. Just as he was about to visit Chen Sheng, a faint sword intent suddenly appeared, directly shaking the Tantian Daoist's mind. The Tantian Daoist's heart was thrown into chaos, and he actually felt a trace of instinctive fear. Is this the master that the nine-sword star pattern graph spoke of? Before coming here, the Tontian Daoist had some apprehension, but now he was certain that the nine-sword star pattern graphs did not speak nonsense. Although this sudden sword intent was faint, the sword principles it contained were vast and profound, extremely pure. It not only stirred the Tontian Daoist's emotions, but also made his thoughts feel slightly loosened. This sword intent even gave the Tontian Daoist the feeling that if he made any wrong move, this sword intent could kill him immediately. Fortunately, the Tontian Daoist did not sense any hostility from this sword intent. It seemed this esteemed senior bore him no ill will, which relieved him. The Tontian Daoist was utterly shocked, even finding it hard to breathe. This is what a peerless powerhouse is like. The Tontian Daoist was uncontrollably trembling with excitement. However, since the senior's sword intent appeared, yet the senior did not make a sound, it must mean he was in seclusion. The Tontian Daoist thought, since that is the case, I cannot disturb the senior any further, and decided to come back another time. Then the Tontian Daoist knelt on the ground, respectfully bowed 3 times, and then spoke to the air. Esteemed senior, I apologize for the disturbance. I will come again next time. Immediately after, the Tontian Daoist turned to leave. If this scene were to be seen by others, they would be astonished, as one of the 3 pure ones, the Chen Sheng Daoist, actually performed such great courtesy in front of a small shabby mountain, which was simply unfathomable. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, having gained some insights from that sword intent on Chen Sheng's small mountain, the Tontian Daoist directly entered seclusion. It was unknown how much time had passed. The sword intent during the Tontian Daoist's seclusion was overwhelming, even causing the entire Kunlun Mountain to tremble. The sky was filled with sword intent, startling the entire primal chaos. Just a moment ago, there were 2 massive sword intents clashing at Shoyang Mountain. Now it is the sword intent of Kunlun Mountain, which is truly mind-boggling. Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan felt the Tontian Daoist's breakthrough and were quite surprised. The Tontian Daoist's swordsmanship had actually advanced. This overwhelming sword intent even made them feel alarmed. Both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lousy knew that the Tontian Daoist had been studying swordsmanship for many years, yet he had also been stuck in a dead end for a long time. Thus, seeing the Tontian Daoist's progress in swordsmanship, they were quite surprised. Third brother, your cultivation has advanced. Congratulations, congratulations. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward to congratulate him. The Tontian Daoist felt quite pleased and said to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, indeed, second. At this moment, Lousy curiously stepped forward and said, yes, congratulations, third brother. I wonder what kind of opportunity you encountered to have broken through so quickly. The Tontian Daoist replied truthfully, I went to the human race. Lousy was somewhat surprised and asked, the human race? Are you referring to that herb? The Tontian Daoist shook his head and said to Lousy, not at all. While brother Zhoujian's swordsmanship is indeed superior to mine, the one who guided me was someone else. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable was also shocked and couldn't help but ask, someone else. The Tontian Daoist nodded and continued, yes, my breakthrough was mainly due to the guidance of an esteemed senior who has reached the pinnacle in swordsmanship. Both the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and Lousy were momentarily stunned. The swordsmanship of the Tontian Daoist was already undeniably strong in the Honghuang, so how powerful could this esteemed senior possibly be to earn such praise from him? In this vast Honghuang, such a person actually exists. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable and Lousy couldn't help but continue to inquire. At this moment, the Tontian Daoist continued, it's just that this esteemed senior seems to not welcome me, and I wanted to break through, so I did not disturb him. Thinking of that sword energy, the Tontian Daoist couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. Upon hearing this, Lousy suddenly understood. Such a powerful being should indeed be visited, so he agreed. Indeed, we should find a time to pay a visit. The Tontian Daoist nodded, he thought the same, and said, yes, but for now I need to solidify my cultivation, so I can only visit another day. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable and Lousy both nodded, not rushing things. Sometime later in the palace of Nüwa, Nüwa finally emerged from her seclusion. Although Nüwa had sensed the happenings in the Honghuang, she had not emerged from her retreat and was unable to intervene. After this retreat, the aura of a sage around Nüwa had risen to a new level. Even when she suppressed her pressure, she still exuded an aura that made others feel distant. This time, not only had Nüwa ascended to a higher level, but her understanding of the Dao had also changed after traversing through the river of time. Nüwa's gaze flickered as she looked into the distance, pondering for a moment. She was contemplating whether she could break free from the river of time now. From this retreat, Nüwa gained much and believed she could achieve great things. However, after some thought, she found the river of time still remained an enigma. This left Nüwa quite discouraged, while also making her more curious about who Chen Sheng really was. Not to mention his ability to casually banish her to the river of time. Even that herb could be effortlessly cast away by Chen Sheng. Truly awe-inspiring. At this moment a young attendant from the Nüwa palace rushed in to report, Lady Nüwa, the demon emperor Dong Huangtai, he has come to pay his respects to you. Dong Huangtai. Nüwa raised her eyebrows thought for a moment and decided to meet Dong Huangtai. After all, she was still the demon emperor of the demon race. Tai pays respects to Lady Nüwa. Although both were demon emperors, Nüwa was a sage, and even Dong Huangtai, he had to pay his respects to her. Nüwa waved her hand and said calmly, no need for formalities. May I ask why you have come here today? Nüwa was somewhat displeased with Dong Huangtai's behavior of bullying the human race with the strength of the demon race. However, as the demon emperor, she could not say much as long as the demon race did not go too far. Moreover, this time the human race suffered no losses while the demon race ended up losing face. Dong Huangtai, lacking insight, did not notice Nüwa's indifference and first said to her, "Oh, sensing that Lady Nüwa has emerged from seclusion, I specially came to congratulate you." At this, Nüwa felt like rolling her eyes as she did not believe Dong Huangtai had such good intentions. However, she still smiled and said, "You are very considerate." Then Dong Huangtai chatted casually for a while before asking, "Lady Nüwa, I have a question. Is that herb in the human territory something you provided to protect the human race?" Dong Huangtai's visit was not only to inquire about this matter, but also to test Nüwa's opinion of the human race. Knowing Dong Huangtai's intentions, Nüwa lowered her head and pondered for a moment before shaking her head. That herb had nothing to do with her, and if Dong Huangtai was ungrateful and wanted to go after the human race, it would have nothing to do with her. Upon seeing Nüwa shake her head, Dong Huangtai instantly understood. So it wasn't given by Lady Nüwa. Then this matter could be easily handled without worrying about Nüwa. However, to be on the safe side, Dong Huangtai still asked, "Since it's not you who provided it to the human race, do you know how this herb appeared in the human race's territory?" Upon hearing this, Nüwa had become somewhat impatient and directly dismissed Dong Huangtai, saying, "It should be some annoying Luo who gave it to the human race." Thinking of Chen Sheng's face, Nüwa couldn't help but feel her teeth itch with hatred. How could she, the dignified Nüwa, be bullied by a mere Luo? Letting Dong Huangtai cause some trouble for Chen Sheng would be quite good. Dong Huangtai was taken aback upon hearing this. A Luo. The owner of that herb was actually just a mere Luo. It seems that what Dijun said was not entirely accurate. That herb seemingly had no powerful backing. At the same time, Dong Huangtai recalled the incident of being injured by that herb. As a dignified demon emperor, how could he be injured by a mere herb? Where would that leave his face? Dong Huangtai simply could not swallow this anger. Seeing that the herb had no backing, he suddenly had an idea. After bidding farewell to Nüwa, he headed straight back to the heavenly court. Dijun was waiting for Dong Huangtai. Upon seeing him return, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Tai, what did Lady Nüwa say?" Dong Huangtai sneered, his expression inscrutable as he said, "Lady Nüwa stated that the herb was not given to the human race by her, but rather by a Luo, and it has no powerful backing at all." Upon hearing this, Dijun's eyes flickered with a cold light. Previously, he had held Dong Huangtai back out of concern. Now that he learned the herb did not originate from Lady Nüwa, he naturally intended to take revenge. How could our demon race be humiliated by a mere herb? Tai, you must take our demon race's troops to the human race and retrieve that herb without fail. Dong Huangtai understood the assignment and smirked, saying, "Rest assured, big brother. Tai will certainly eradicate that herb to restore our demon race's honor." Immediately, the demon race began to prepare in earnest, as if a great battle was imminent. The beings of the Honghuang were somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the demon race was going to seek trouble with the witch race again? However, the direction the demon race took next left the beings of the Honghuang utterly astonished. They actually went to the human race. Soon the demon race led a great army to march upon the human race. The humans had never witnessed such a sight. Gazing upon the dense dark horde of demon soldiers, terror seized their hearts. Did the demon race not sound the retreat just days ago? Why have they returned to our lands? And with so many demon soldiers, do they intend to wage war against humanity? With such a multitude of demons, what are we to do? Why fear them? Our human race has Lord Nine Swords to guard us. Despite these words, the humans remained deeply fearful in the face of such a grand spectacle. Soon the demon army pressed directly into human territory. Not only did Dong Huangtai, the demon emperor, arrive in person, but 5 demon marshals from the heavenly court came as well. Such a formation from the demon race had only ever been seen during their battles against the Wu tribe. It seemed humanity faced a dire calamity today. The heavenly court clearly valued that blade of grass immensely. The 3 ancestors, observing the encroaching demons, wore grim expressions. No one had anticipated the demons' return after such a long interval. Once Dongwang Tai learned that the grass had no connection to Nüwa, his aura swelled with renewed arrogance. He hovered in the sky above human territory, exuding haughty disdain. Nostrils flared as he addressed the humans. Where is that weed that wounded me last time? Get out here immediately. Otherwise I shall make all of humanity your grave. Shuairenshi furrowed his brow and said to Dongwang Tai, Your Majesty, it was the demon race who struck first that day. Our people merely defended themselves. Senior Nine Swords acted only to protect humanity. Though fearful, Shuairenshi still attempted to reason with Dongwang Tai. After all, Dongwang Tai was the demon emperor, a quasi-saint of the late stage. His furious advance with the demon army left Shuairenshi deeply uncertain. Dongwang Tai, upon hearing Shuairenshi's words, only sneered coldly. Why would the mighty demon emperor of the demon race ever regard the insignificant human race with any respect? Survival of the fittest was the iron law of the primordial world. Dongwang Tai held Shuairenshi in utter contempt and declared with overbearing arrogance, the human race. What is the human race, but nothing? In the eyes of my demon race you are mere ants. For my kind to set foot on Shouyang Mountain and even devour you is your honor. That insignificant weed dared to slay a Dao Luo of my demon race. Of course we demand justice. Justice? How ironic. Dongwang Tai, so brazen in his sophistry, dared to speak of justice. How absurd. The humans, enraged by his words, burned with fury, yet found themselves utterly powerless. After all, Dongwang Tai was a quasi-saint. Meanwhile, in the palace of Nüwa, Nüwa noticed the events unfolding in human territory and furrowed her brow. Dongwang Tai had gone too far. Although Nüwa had guessed he would trouble that blade of grass, she had underestimated the depths of his shamelessness. She never imagined he would lead the demon army to directly besiege humanity. Nüwa was about to go and admonish Dongwang Tai when she recalled her banishment into the river of time by Chen Sheng. Irritated, she decided to observe first before acting. If Dongwang Tai proved utterly reckless, she would still have time to intervene. Moreover, Nüwa believed that fellow would not allow humanity to be bullied by Dongwang Tai. Since it was his own grass that stirred this trouble, let him resolve it himself. Nüwa thought this still somewhat. Shuairenshi was left speechless, pointing at Dongwang Tai and rebuking with a frown. You, as the demon emperor, how dare you bully the weak so flagrantly? Dongwang Tai scoffed disdainfully. So what if he bullied the weak? The demon race was powerful. What? He cast a contemptuous glance at Shuairenshi and commanded the 5 demon marshals, find that arrogant weed. If anyone dares obstruct, cut them down. Shuairenshi was enraged, and the crowd seethed with fury. The demon race was utterly domineering and detestable. Relying on their strength, they spouted nonsense and twisted the truth, truly unforgivable. The 5 demon marshals, eager for action, prepared to move upon hearing Dongwang Tai's words. The 9-sword star pattern grass, disturbed during cultivation by the demon race, grew irritated. Defeated foes dared to provoke humanity again. How senseless. If he, the 9-sword star pattern grass, did not go out and teach these creatures a lesson, they would think he was afraid. Wouldn't that betray Chen Sheng's teachings? Of course, this was merely the one-sided notion of the 9-sword star pattern grass. Chen Sheng had never taught the grass to fight. He was merely a mediocre Daoist who only wished to cultivate in seclusion. In an instant, the 9-sword star pattern grass appeared in the sky. Once the 9-sword star pattern grass emerged, a single blade of grass rivaled the entire demon army's grandeur. Countless sharp sword auras seemed ready to tear the primordial world asunder. The sound of countless swords rang out, nearly piercing the eardrums of all present. A single green blade radiating a soft glow hovered above human territory, enveloping all of humanity. Yet the demon army outside felt an immense pressure in that instant. Go to hell. You think a little face makes you something special? If you're ugly, stay out of sight. If you're weak, don't bluff. Who do you think you are? Parading around the primordial world with a bunch of riffraff. Aren't you ashamed? So ordinary yet so arrogant. How dare you offend humanity? After the 9-sword star pattern grass tirade, the entire Shouyang Mountain fell silent. Dongwang Tai, the 3 ancestors, the demon crowd, the human crowd. Was this thing a verbal bombardier? If Chen Sheng were here, he would have covered his face and fled. How utterly embarrassing. Where did this little weed learn such behavior? Recovering from his shock, Dongwang Tai exploded with rage. He, the demon emperor, had been insulted by someone. Though Dongwang Tai's strength was considerable in a war of words, he was no match for the well-schooled 9-sword star pattern grass. Thus Dongwang Tai, his fury blazing, immediately summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Eastern Emperor Bell, his personal artifact, could stabilize the primordial chi and possessed earth-shattering power. As the Eastern Emperor Bell emerged, golden light radiated everywhere, its pressure overwhelmingly mighty. The sword intent of the 9-sword star pattern grass instantly weakened, and the humans suddenly felt immense pressure. Was this the power of the Eastern Emperor Bell? All of this was witnessed by the beings of the Primordial Era. With the Eastern Emperor Bell in hand, Dong Huang Tai's power was unparalleled, and the people of the Primordial Era believed that this herb could not possibly be his match. Moreover, there was an army of demons pressing in. It seemed that this herb was in great peril, and driven by curiosity about the unfolding events, the beings of the Primordial Era became increasingly focused on this matter. Then Dong Huang Tai made his move. The Eastern Emperor Bell emitted a deafening roar, and as the sound rang out, the ground within 100 miles began to collapse. A tremendous wave of energy swept across the entire Primordial Era in an instant. Even the stars in the sky turned to ashes, and the space itself was torn apart. So strong. Truly too strong. The beings of the Primordial Era were shocked. Dong Huang Tai had used his full power. Could that herb survive this strike from Dong Huang Tai? This scene fell into the eyes of the 9-sword star pattern herb, which simply smiled coldly and mocked such flashy tricks utterly insignificant. The master had said that in battle the primary objective is to take the enemy's life, and the simpler the process the better. And while Dong Huang Tai appeared to be overwhelmingly powerful to the 9-sword star pattern herb, he was merely showy. The 9-sword star pattern herb also made its move. It lightly shook its leaf veins, and an overwhelming sword intent erupted instantly. Compared to Dong Huang Tai, the 9-sword star pattern herb exhibited far more meticulous control over its sword intent. Its sword intent did not cause much harm to the surroundings. Instead, it pierced through the void and rushed toward Dong Huang Tai with lightning speed. A true sword is meant for killing. In their first clash, the 9-sword star pattern herb's methods surpassed those of Dong Huang Tai by an unfathomable degree. Dong Huang Tai was likely unprepared for the fact that this kid was not engaging in flashy tricks, but instead launched the strongest killing move right from the start, aiming directly for his life. In a rush, he could only dodge. In an instant of carelessness, he found himself at a disadvantage. After realizing this, Dong Huang Tai became somewhat angered and immediately controlled the Eastern Emperor Bell to smash down toward the 9-sword star pattern herb. The 9-sword star pattern herb hastily prepared to counter with sword intent, but before the Eastern Emperor Bell could strike it, a figure suddenly descended into the battlefield. The person directly knocked the Eastern Emperor Bell away and stood with their hands behind their back. Upon seeing this person, Dong Huang Tai's expression changed dramatically, furrowing his brow as he scolded in a low voice, "Dijun, what brings you here? This is a matter of enmity between my demon clan and the human clan. It has nothing to do with your witch clan, so I advise you not to meddle." Dijun rolled his eyes at this, finding Dong Huang Tai's shamelessness as persistent as ever. Enmity. Clearly it is Dong Huang Tai who is bullying others with his power. Dijun mockingly stated, "Without holding back, I will meddle in your demon clan's affairs. What's wrong with not being able to stand your arrogant ways? Are you allowed to run rampant while the human clan cannot seek assistance?" Seeing his facade exposed by Dijun, Dong Huang Tai became furious, frowning as he said, "Dijiang, since you refuse my kindness and instead seek punishment, do not blame me for killing you today." In a fit of rage, Dong Huang Tai, while controlling the Eastern Emperor Bell, also ordered the group of demons to kill Dijiang on the spot. After all, his demon clan had long-standing grievances with the witch clan. If he could take this opportunity to completely slay a witch ancestor, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? However, Dijiang did not move at all and merely looked at Dong Huang Tai with a gaze as if he were looking at a fool. Dong Huang Tai did not understand and tried to charge forward. But at that moment, several figures from the witch clan suddenly descended from the sky. Dong Huang Tai did not dare to confront them directly and abruptly halted his advance. Zhu Rong stood with her hands on her hips looking at Dong Huang Tai while quietly complaining, "Big brother, you really are moving way too fast." Thankfully, we managed to catch up. Dijun chuckled without speaking, merely casting a cold gaze at Dong Huang Tai and said, "Shall we fight?" "Are we starting now?" Dong Huang Tai, "What the hell am I supposed to fight? With 6 of the 12 witch ancestors present, how could he fight?" But being cowardly was not an option. The aura of the demon emperor could not falter. Dong Huang Tai dared not truly battle the 12 witch ancestors, yet he could not lose face, so he coldly said, "Humph. Dijiang, do you truly want to fight me? Are you not afraid that all 6 of your great ancestors will die at my hands?" Given the demon clan's bullying ways, which made them strong against the weak and weak against the strong, how could he dare to truly engage with them? Yet at this moment the atmosphere grew cold with the demon clan and witch clan standing off against each other, neither willing to take a step back. Estimating that Dong Huang Tai would not act now, the 9-sword star pattern herb quickly retracted its radiance and returned to its cave. Dong Huang Tai watched as the 9-sword star pattern herb walked before him, yet he did not dare to speak. At this critical moment, Dijun arrived. Dijun frowned, glanced at the 9-sword star pattern herb and the 6 ancestors, then said to Dong Huang Tai, Yi's second brother, the heavenly court has just lost a great treasure. You must come back with me to investigate. Standing here any longer, Dong Huang Tai, Yi felt his palms sweating. Seeing Di Jun come to his rescue, he immediately took his leave. If it weren't for the loss of a treasure in my heavenly court today, you all would surely die in the territory of the human clan. After delivering his harsh words, Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun swiftly returned to the heavenly court. 9-sword star pattern herb. Ancestors. Human clan. This is truly the typical style of the demon clan. Only the demon clan could pull off such an act in the entire primordial era. After Dong Huang Tai, Yi took the demon army away, the many members of the human clan sighed in relief. The three ancestors hurriedly approached, and Sui Rin bowed to Di Jiang, saying, "Thank you, Lord Di Jiang, for saving our human clan." Seeing Sui Rin bow, the other members of the human clan naturally did not fall behind, and all bowed. Di Jiang merely waved his hand casually, and then said to Sui Rin regarding that Lord Nine Sword, "I feel quite a connection with him, and would like to meet him." Sui Rin was taken aback, wondering why so many people wanted to meet their protector. Before Sui Rin could respond, a voice from within the cave came from the 9-sword star pattern herb. "Let him in." Sui Rin immediately nodded and led Di Jiang to the cave of the 9-sword star pattern herb. At that moment, the three purities on Kunlun Mountain had their own opinions on this matter. Lousy sighed and said, "These humans truly have a hard lot." Yuan Shi Tianzun casually replied, "In the primordial era, survival of the fittest is commonplace." However, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu furrowed his brows, not quite agreeing with Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, and instead remarked with some emotion, "These humans were clearly created by Nüwa, yet they repeatedly suffer attacks from the demon clan only to be saved by the witch clan. How utterly ironic." Yuan Shi Tianzun and Lousy nodded in agreement. Who could deny it? With the permission of the 9-sword star pattern grass, Di Jiang entered the cultivation cave of the 9-sword star pattern grass. Initially, the 9-sword star pattern grass was not very interested in this sudden helper. It was merely curious as to why this fellow wanted to help him, especially since it was known that in the primordial chaos, everyone usually only swept their own doorstep. Thus, the 9-sword star pattern grass asked haughtily, "Why do you want to assist this esteemed one, Di Jiang?" Then he replied to the 9-sword star pattern grass, "Those creatures of the demon race have always bullied us. My Wu clan has never looked upon them favorably. If the Dao friend of the 9 swords can confront the demonic qi, I naturally wish to lend a hand." After saying this, Di Jiang patted his chest, looking quite sincere. Because of Di Jiang's words, the 9-sword star pattern grass developed a bit of fondness for him. It seemed that Di Jiang was not one to put on false pretenses. The two then chatted for quite a while. Di Jiang had a very forthright personality, and the 9-sword star pattern grass found him quite agreeable. Unlike the three ancestors who always looked like they were ready to devour them, and Tong Tian always had a somewhat aloof demeanor. The 9-sword star pattern grass rarely this happy expressed, "I truly didn't expect to encounter someone as amiable as Dao friend Di Jiang in this primordial chaos. It is indeed delightful." The 9-sword star pattern grass rarely this happy expressed, "I truly didn't expect to encounter someone as amiable as Dao friend Di Jiang in this Curious Di Jiang then asked Dao friend of the 9 swords, "I have never heard of your name in the primordial chaos. May I inquire about your background?" The 9 swords, with a straightforward personality, answered directly, "I was originally just a weed, but later under the influence of my master's great Dao, and after enduring day and night of nurturing, I have achieved my current status." Upon hearing this, the 9 swords felt a surge of gratitude and respect towards Chen Sheng. However, Di Jiang was slightly taken aback. "Master, although I have never seen this Dao friend unleash their full power, they can actually contend against Dong Huang Tai." From this, Di Jiang inferred that the 9 swords was definitely not weaker than the late stage of the Quasi-Saint realm. Such cultivation is indeed second to none in the primordial chaos, and is revered by all beings. But how could such a figure still have a master? And what kind of master could allow a mere weed to reach such heights under their guidance? Meanwhile, Ho Tu was wandering alone near Shoyang Mountain. Di Jiang was conversing with the 9-sword star pattern grass, and Ho Tu, not wanting to mingle with Zhu Ron and the others, chose to stroll here alone. Shoyang Mountain was somewhat clearer and more beautiful than the Wu clan's mountains, and a bit smaller and cuter too. Ho Tu found the scenery quite enjoyable as she walked. At the same time, Chen Sheng noticed the pleasant weather, set up a table, brought out a reclining chair, brewed a pot of tea, and, swaying a fan, basking in the sun, sipping tea. It was simply relaxing. Such a good mood should not pass without reciting a poem. Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, I leisurely gaze at the southern mountains. Clouds gather and scatter, I wander freely and proudly. I wish to sleep in drunkenness, you may leave, I'll invite you to play the lute tomorrow. Just as Ho Tu was indulging in the scenery of Shoyang Mountain, she suddenly heard someone speaking. Listening closely, she found herself entranced. Although Ho Tu did not understand poetry, she was captivated by the ambience. Following the sound, she searched for its source. After walking a few steps, Ho-Tu saw Chen Sheng lying on a recliner, holding a fan and gently swaying it. He even squinted his eyes there composing verses. Ho-Tu was initially taken aback, then walked over slowly. Chen Sheng noticed someone approaching and opened his eyes. Seeing a petite and lovely girl walking over, Chen Sheng smiled and asked, Dao friend, our meeting is fate. May I ask where you come from? As the saying goes, gathering is fate. I certainly did not initiate conversation simply because this girl is pretty. I won't be leaving this small mountain anytime soon. It's just making a friend, nothing significant. Surely not just anyone wandering by could be a primordial powerhouse, right? Then Chen Sheng thought of the last person who pretended to be Nüwa and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Looking at the petite and lovely girl before him, then recalling that arrogant character, it was simply incomparable. Ho-Tu, hearing Chen Sheng's question, was momentarily stunned, then bowed respectfully and answered, I come from the Wu clan. I am here to visit the human race with my elder brother. Chen Sheng smiled and nodded. This little girl was indeed extremely adorable, he just didn't know her name. He thought for a moment and continued to ask, what is your name? Ho-Tu didn't understand why Chen Sheng was so insistent on her name, but she replied truthfully, my elder brother is called Jiang, and I am called Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu, Jiang. Chen Sheng couldn't help but look at Ho-Tu with a strange expression, then burst, what is going on with the current primordial chaos? Is everyone so fond of impersonating powerful beings? Aren't they afraid of getting killed? Or is this some kind of tradition in the primordial chaos? Whoever they admire, they claim to be that person. This little girl with such shallow roots actually claimed to be Ho-Tu. Chen Sheng truly felt worried for her future in the primordial chaos. Hearing Chen Sheng laugh, Ho-Tu hesitated for a moment, then tilted her head and asked, Dao friend, what are you laughing? Looking at Ho-Tu's earnest and obedient demeanor, Chen Sheng couldn't bear to expose her, so he smiled and said, it's nothing. Can I call you little two girl? Ho-Tu looked at Chen Sheng strangely. Little two girl? What kind of ridiculous name was that? If all the beings in the primordial chaos knew that someone referred to one of the 12 ancestors of Wu Ho-Tu as little two girl, they would probably laugh until they fell over. At this moment, Ho-Tu couldn't help but question whether Chen Sheng had some kind of problem. Seeing that Ho-Tu didn't respond, Chen Sheng took it as her silent agreement. Then Chen Sheng poured a cup of tea for Ho-Tu and said earnestly, not long ago, I came across an interesting incident. A palace made from Nüwa palace claimed to be Nüwa, and she came to my cave imposing upon me. I was so enraged that I sent her into the river of time. But you can rest assured I won't send you away because you are cuter than her. Ho-Tu. How could Ho-Tu possibly not know what the river of time was? Sending someone into the river of time. How could that be possible? That was something even saints could not accomplish, let alone this great Luo level fellow in front of him. This fellow's words were indeed too extravagant. Even a kind-hearted girl like Ho-Tu couldn't help but frown. Ho-Tu felt somewhat displeased with this ostentatious fellow. She was about to get up and leave, but then remembered it was she who had come here voluntarily, so she refrained from leaving directly. Although she didn't leave directly, Ho-Tu was growing somewhat impatient. Chen Sheng did not notice Ho-Tu's expression and pushed the cup of tea he had just poured toward her, saying, try this. The tea tastes quite good, though it lacks the fragrance of spring. Out of politeness, Ho-Tu picked up the teacup and absent-mindedly took a sip. However, at the very moment the tea entered her mouth, her entire body trembled, and a look of shock filled her eyes. This tea. Ho-Tu felt as though her understanding of the principles had deepened in an instant, and many questions that had once baffled her now became clear. This was truly incredible. A mere cup of tea could enhance her comprehension of the principles. One must understand that the principles were of utmost importance in the primordial world, with countless laws existing within. Before attaining the Great Luo level, cultivation relied on spiritual energy, but after reaching Great Luo, cultivation depended almost entirely on understanding the principles. The Wu clan, due to innate flaws, was not strong in understanding the principles, yet at this moment Ho-Tu felt a sudden enlightenment. With this feeling, Ho-Tu instantly drank all the tea in one gulp. At that moment, the power of the principles within her body peaked, resonating within her. If someone were to observe closely, they would even notice that Ho-Tu was surrounded by the power of the principles. All the problems she had previously encountered seemed to resolve themselves in that instant. Seeing that Ho-Tu liked it, Chen Sheng smiled and said, so how is it? Little two, isn't this tea quite good? Ho-Tu nodded in sheer astonishment, as she never expected that a mere cup of tea could deepen her understanding of the power of the principles. Chen Sheng chuckled and continued, the place where I cultivate has a tea tree that absorbs the principles I release while cultivating, aiding others in understanding the Dao, but its effect is minimal and only works on weaker beings. Ho-Tu. As one of the 12 ancestors of the Wu, she was a descendant of Pangu. Moreover, she was the most intelligent among the 12 clans, not to mention she was already a quasi saint. At this moment, being considered weak in the primordial world, this tea only works on weaker beings. Ho-Tu felt insulted. At this point, Chen Sheng saw the power of the principles swirling around Ho-Tu and thought to himself that this little girl truly was just a little girl. She couldn't even comprehend this slight power of the principles. Then Chen Sheng raised his hand to assist Hutu, smoothing out the uncontrollable power of the principle. Although Hutu gained more understanding of the power of the principles, having too much at once caused confusion, and since the power was overwhelming, she was sweating profusely. As Chen Sheng intervened to calm the uncontrollable power of the principles, Hutu deepened her comprehension once again. Both her mind and body felt light. Hutu was utterly astonished. The tea had already shocked her, but Chen Sheng could actually smooth out the principles directly. Such a technique could only be performed by a saint, right? Thinking of this, Hutu felt a wave of fear. Luckily, she hadn't offended this senior earlier. This was no mere Great Luo. He was clearly a hidden expert. Then Hutu remembered that Chen Sheng had mentioned Nüwa earlier. After some contemplation, she asked, "Senior, have you met Lady Nüwa before?" Chen Sheng shook his head, pouting, as he said, "Nüwa? What kind of Nüwa is she?" She herself admitted that she is just a maidservant of the Huang Palace. Then Chen Sheng continued to complain, "If she is Nüwa, then why couldn't she come out after I exiled her to the river?" And she even cried. Hutu did not understand, but couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Meanwhile, in the Huang Palace, Nüwa supported her head, looking somewhat fatigued, her expression filled with melancholy, and her state was quite absent-minded. After Fushi noticed something was off about Nüwa last time, he had been observing her in the Huang Palace. Seeing her now absent-minded only confirmed his suspicion that Nüwa was indeed lovesick. He wanted to see who had captured his sister's heart. If Fushi caught that person, he would undoubtedly kill him. Fushi frowned and inquired, "Little sister, what exactly is wrong with you?" Nüwa glanced at Fushi. She certainly couldn't reveal such embarrassing matters to him, so she replied, "Big brother, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me." Although Nüwa said this, how could Fushi possibly believe her? Following this, Nüwa made some excuses to Fushi. Nüwa decided to visit Shoyang Mountain to find Chen Sheng once more, as she wanted to see just how strong this Chen Sheng really was. At Shoyang Mountain, on Chen Sheng's little hill, Hutu questioned somewhat skeptically, "Even saints cannot freely enter and exit the river of time, right?" Chen Sheng smiled, finding this little girl quite naive. If saints could not freely enter and exit the river of time, what use would they be as saints? Chen Sheng patiently educated her, "Little you still need to cultivate well. You don't even understand this common knowledge. Once you reach the Great Luo realm, you can stand within the river of time, let alone at the saint level." Common knowledge. Hutu's expression was as if she had tasted something foul. What nonsense about the Great Luo realm standing in the river of time. You may be a hidden master, but you shouldn't bully me for lacking knowledge. Hutu sighed and said to Chen Sheng, "Senior, please don't make fun of me." Chen Sheng, what do you mean by making fun? He was being serious. Seeing Hutu's disbelief, Chen Sheng sighed and said directly, "I am at the Great Luo realm. I can control the river of time. If you don't believe me, just watch." Then Chen Sheng directly pulled out the river of time right before Hutu's eyes. The overwhelming power of time from the river of time stunned Hutu. Not only had she not entered the river of time, but just standing there to watch, she felt as though she was about to be overwhelmed by the vast power of time, leaving her standing there in a daze for a long time. Chen Sheng understood that this was Hutu's first encounter with the river of time. Her mind was unguarded, and she was instantly affected by the power of time. As long as she was given some time, she would be fine. Once she regained her composure, Hutu was filled with shock. That was indeed the river of time. It was truly unimaginable that someone could summon the river of time. Hutu was left stunned, unable to regain her senses for a long time. At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly came from outside, saying, Dao friend, Nüwa has come to visit. Please allow me to see you." Nüwa. Chen Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, and said to Hutu, "Look, that maid from the Huang Palace who claims to be Nüwa has arrived." Hutu was somewhat curious about who dared to impersonate Nüwa. Chen Sheng directly said, "Just come over here." Upon hearing Chen Sheng call her, Nüwa hesitated, and then climbed the mountain. Hutu originally thought, just as Chen Sheng said, that she was merely a maid from the Huang Palace. So she was just a bit curious about where this little maid came from who dared to boldly impersonate the Lady Nüwa. But when she saw Nüwa walking gracefully towards her, she was completely stunned. It was not just a little maid, it was indeed the Lady Nüwa from the Huang Palace. Hutu jumped up from her seat and exclaimed, "Nüwa, my friend, how could it be you?" Although the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan have long-standing grievances, Nüwa has always stayed out of the matters between them, so Hutu did not harbor the same hatred for Nüwa as she did for the Demon Clan. Nüwa was also shocked. Who would have thought she would encounter Hutu here? What a disgrace. At that moment, Nüwa just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, but after glancing at Chen Sheng, she gritted her teeth and said with a strange expression, "I am not Nüwa. You've mistaken me for someone else." He patted Nüwa's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Sister, this is the right attitude. Don't pretend to be a sage, or it can lead to trouble." He patted Nüwa's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Sister, this is the right attitude. Don't pretend to be a sage, or it can lead to trouble. I'm doing this for your own good." Nüwa, Hudu. Then Chen Sheng poured a cup of tea for Nüwa, and said with a smile, "Come sister, have some tea. Acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to great improvement. We can consider this a chance meeting." Nüwa felt utterly speechless, but she dared not say anything. After all, she had embarrassed herself today. Tea. What's so good about the tea on this small hill? She was a sage, or what tea hadn't she tasted? Although she internally complained, Nüwa still sat down with a haughty demeanor and took a slight sip. Then Nüwa's pupils trembled. She suddenly realized that her understanding of the laws had deepened significantly. This tea actually contained the power of the laws. As a sage, how could Nüwa not know how difficult it is to cultivate the power of the laws? Yet at that moment, she felt an unprecedented abundance of the power of the laws within her body, which even began to surge and overflow. Nüwa stared dumbfounded at the cup of tea in front of her and exclaimed, "This tea." Hudu had also tried the tea and naturally understood what Nüwa was experiencing. When she had tasted the tea, her reaction had been even more intense than Nüwa's. So she looked at Nüwa meaningfully and said, "This friend here mentioned that this tea only works for those with lower cultivation levels. Nüwa, I have low cultivation. What a joke. Nüwa is at least a sage. In this primordial chaos, she is revered by all, second only to one and above tens of thousands. How could she be told she has low cultivation?" Nüwa was unwilling. However, she could only protest silently in her heart. Chen Sheng took a sip of tea. He had been in this mountain for a long time. Although Swearin had often chatted with him, he was not very familiar with the current situation in the primordial chaos. Thinking it was a good opportunity to ask the two young ladies, he curiously inquired, "So what stage has the witch-demon war reached now?" Hutu was initially taken aback. After glancing at Nüwa, she replied to Chen Sheng, "The demon clan has been excessively oppressive. The witch-demon war has become increasingly intense now." Nüwa fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Although she was the demon empress, she was also a sage now, and would not interfere in the matters of the witch-demon war. However, Nüwa was still very concerned about the witch-demon war. Chen Sheng had exiled her to the River of Time, and could produce treasures like the 9-sword star pattern grass to support the human race. Now he had even invited them to drink tea infused with the power of the laws. Surely he must have unique insights regarding the witch-demon war. After pondering for a moment, Nüwa asked, "I wonder what insights you have on the witch-demon war. Who do you think will win?" Huda felt this was somewhat strange. After all, it was quite unbelievable for the demon empress and the witch clan's Hudu to discuss the witch-demon war on a small hill. However, Hutu was also eager to know Chen Sheng's views on the witch-demon war. As Nüwa asked, Chen Sheng fell silent for a moment. After the Longhan cataclysm, both the witch clan and the demon clan had become the overlords of the primordial chaos. Thus the two clans began to vie for control over heaven and earth. The demon clans Dijuan and Donghuang Tai formed the heavenly court, self-proclaiming as the heavenly emperors seeking to dominate heaven and earth. As a result, friction between the two sides intensified. Later, the two great ancestral witches Gonggong and Zhurong fought a great battle on Buzhou Mountain for some unknown reason, leading to both of their deaths. The great witch Hui, enraged, forged divine arrows and shot down 9 of the golden crows. This escalated the conflict between the witch and demon clans even further. The 10 ancestral witches launched an assault on the heavenly court, leading the great witch Hui, enraged, forged divine arrows and shot down 9 of the golden crows. This escalated the conflict between the witch and demon clans even further. The 10 ancestral witches launched an assault on the heavenly court, leading to a decisive battle with the demon clan. The demon clan defended themselves with ancient artifacts and the great array of the stars. However, the 10 ancestral witches were insufficient in number and unable to use the 12 capital heavenly gods formation to condense into the true form of Pangu. In the end, the ancestral witches and the top figures of the demon clan perished together, while the demon master Kuanping fled with the river chart and Luo book. The ancestral witch Hutu felt that the witch clan's brutality would eventually be unendurable by the heavenly Dao, so she transformed into the 6 paths to complete the cycle of reincarnation, seeking a glimmer of hope for the witch clan. After this battle, the strengths of the witch and demon clans were greatly weakened. The witch clan retreated to the underworld while the demon clan withdrew to the North Ju-Lu continent, and neither clan had the strength to dominate heaven and earth again, while the human race thrived during this period. As Chen Sheng concluded his narrative, he shook his head and said with some emotion, "Both the witch and demon clans have retreated. They are not the masters of the next epoch in the primordial chaos." Nüwa and Hutu were both stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Because whether it was the witch clan or the demon clan, they were the strongest and most prominent existences in the current primordial chaos. Yet Chen Sheng said that the witch and demon clans have retreated and that they are not the masters of the next epoch. How could this be possible? Both Nüwa and Hutu were somewhat skeptical. Nüwa frowned and asked in disbelief. The witch and demon clans are the overlords of the primordial chaos. How could they? Chen Sheng looked at Nüwa and Hutu as if they were fools and said to them, during the Longhan Cataclysm, did the Dragon clan benefit, did the Phoenix clan benefit, or did the Qilin clan benefit? Nüwa was immediately speechless, as these three clans were the overlords of the primordial chaos back then. Yet during the Longhan Cataclysm, none of them benefited. Both Nüwa and Hutu were astonished, and at the same time, they pondered deeply. Since both the Witch clan and the Demon clan have been defeated, who is the ultimate victor? After a moment of silence, Hutu curiously asked, if even the most powerful Witch clan and Demon clan have been defeated, then who is the final victor? Nüwa also looked at Chen Sheng with curiosity. Chen Sheng glanced at Hutu and Nüwa, and with an inscrutable expression said, do you want to know? Nüwa and Hutu both nodded in unison, looking at Chen Sheng with anticipation. Chen Sheng took a sip of tea, shook his head, and said, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Nüwa, Hutu. The two of them nearly held their breath. Such behavior to speak halfway, and then not continue, was truly unethical. Then Chen Sheng sighed and muttered to himself, the human race is the destined protagonist of the primordial world. Nüwa and Hutu were astonished again. How is that possible? Since the birth of the human race, they have been the weakest existence in the primordial world, often bullied. How could they be the protagonists of the primordial world? Even the destined protagonists. Hutu and Nüwa couldn't help but doubt, as this was simply too absurd. However, after a moment of thought, Nüwa found it understandable. After all, if the human race were not the destined protagonists, why would this hermit help them? After a moment of silence, Nüwa did not forget the purpose of her visit, and asked, friend, may I ask about your origins? Why have I never heard of your name before? Hutu was also curious, though she did not know what had transpired between Nüwa and Chen Sheng in the past. Seeing how much respect Nüwa had for this friend, and how he had poured her that cup of tea, Hutu knew that what this friend said was not baseless. Therefore she was very curious about the origins of this friend. Chen Sheng looked at Nüwa and Hutu as if they were fools, and said seriously, I am a primordial human. Aren't you two friends being foolish? Nüwa, how could a primordial human be so strong? The primordial human I created is this strong. Nüwa herself did not know. Nüwa was stunned. Hutu was also speechless. It was one thing for this hermit not to reveal his origins, but why fabricate such a clumsy excuse? Then Chen Sheng sighed and advised Nüwa and Hutu, though you may think I am strong, in reality it's not that I'm strong, but rather that you are too weak. Yet the primordial world is fraught with dangers. Someone like me would probably perish if I went out, so you two ladies should be cautious and not impersonate Hutu and Nüwa. Hutu and Nüwa twitched their lips. Too weak. He actually said that Saint Nüwa and ancestor Hutu are weak in the primordial world. If Chen Sheng would die if he went out, then what were they? Hutu and Nüwa couldn't help but complain in their hearts, this friend must be a false Luo. Hutu wanted to explain to Chen Sheng, but Nüwa directly clasped her hands and said, what you say is true, thank you for the reminder, friend. Since this friend was unwilling to reveal his name, and had come up with such a clumsy excuse, Nüwa naturally could not ask further, and chose to follow Chen Sheng's words. Hutu could no longer bear it, a hermit expert playing the fool, while a Saint Nüwa refused to admit she was Nüwa. It's simply unfathomable. Seeing that the time was about right, Hutu stood up, clasped her hands, and said to Nüwa and Chen Sheng, my friends, my elder brother has likely finished his matters, and I must take my leave. Chen Sheng nodded and saw Hutu off. Nüwa also understood that Chen Sheng was unwilling to tell her his true identity, which made her somewhat disappointed. As soon as Hutu left, Nüwa said, friend, I must take my leave now, and will visit again later. Chen Sheng nodded, seeing that it was getting late, and put everything back into his cave. The battle between the witches and the demons was growing more intense, and he could not casually leave the small mountain. After the two left, Hutu encountered the returning Dijiao. Dijiao noticed that Hutu seemed a bit different, and curiously asked, little sister, what have you been up to? Why does it feel like you've become much stronger in such a short time? Hutu smiled and replied, elder brother, I was just wandering around Shoyang Mountain and met a very strange. Then Hutu recounted how Chen Sheng invited her for tea and mentioned the claims that both the witch and demon clans had been defeated. Dijiao was somewhat shocked. Chen Sheng's tea contained the power of laws, and he was grateful to Chen Sheng for helping his little sister break through. However, when Hutu mentioned that both the witch clan and the demon clan would be defeated, Dijiao frowned, somewhat disbelieving that the witch clan could be defeated. Thus Dijiao shook his head and said to Hutu, that friend of yours is probably worrying too much. Our witch clan is descended from Pangu, and how could we possibly be defeated? Hutu also knew that Dijiao would likely not believe it, as it was indeed too absurd. After pondering for a moment, she continued, elder brother, guess who I just ran into? Dijiao found it somewhat strange. Oh, wasn't she talking about a strange senior? Who else could it be? Noticing the puzzled look on Dijiao's face, Hutu continued, the friend Nüwa was also there, and she holds this friend in high regard. Hota, being quite sensible, automatically ignored the fact that Nüwa did not acknowledge herself as Nüwa. Dijiao was somewhat confused. Nüwa was also there. Suddenly a flash of insight crossed his mind. Could it be that? Dijiao suddenly thought of the master mentioned by the 9-sword star pattern grass, and couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that the friend Hotu met was the master spoken of by the wine immortal grass? If so, what he said indeed carried some weight. At this time, within the territory of the human race, the three ancestors sat together in discussion. The demon clan has invaded repeatedly. It is simply outrageous. Thanks to Lord Nine Sword for protecting our human race, we have been able to survive this crisis. The Zi clan said indignantly. The Yuchao clan also nodded, somewhat emotional, and said, speaking of Lord Nine Sword, I think we should be even more grateful to that friend. If it weren't for that friend bringing Lord Nine Sword to protect our human race, the consequences for us would be unimaginable. The Swearing clan agreed with Chaos' words. Although that senior had not come out of the mountain, he cared for the human race, allowing the 9-sword star pattern grass to protect them. Such great kindness the human race should never forget. Thinking of this, Yu Chao said, yes, that friend has helped our human race so much, we should go thank that friend properly. Upon hearing this, the Swearing clan hesitated somewhat. Since he had visited that friend several times, he knew that friend's temperament, so he said, that friend probably does not like being disturbed. Chen Sheng rolled his eyes upon hearing that Swearing was coming to visit, but it would be impolite not to see him. Thus Chen Sheng had no choice but to invite Swearing in. As for Yu Chao and Zi, since they were not very familiar with Chen Sheng, they waited at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Upon seeing Chen Sheng, Swearing suddenly knelt down on the ground. Chen Sheng was taken aback. Was it really necessary to be so formal right from the start? Daoist Chen, your great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by the human race. Today I specifically came to thank you. If it weren't for your protection of the human race would probably have perished, Swearing said sincerely while kneeling on the ground. Chen Sheng, what great kindness and virtue protecting the human race. He hadn't done anything at all. Surely this guy wasn't trying to pull some trick again. Could it be that Swearing was talking about the herb he had given him? No way. That herb might have indeed helped the human race fend off some weak demon clans, but it hardly warranted such gratitude. That herb only had the combat power of a golden immortal. He had been bothered by Swearing and had no choice but to fool him. What gratitude? Who was he fooling? Swearing must have some other motive. Chen Sheng thought to himself that Swearing must want to use this matter to trick him into leaving his retreat. No, he would absolutely not be fooled. The cunning is always outmatched by the wise. Ha ha, you flatter me, Daoist. That herb indeed has some cultivation, but there's no need to speak such nonsense with your eyes wide open. Swearing, huh? What nonsense with my eyes wide open? He was just about to explain, but Chen Sheng continued. Recently, I have had new insights in my cultivation, so I won't keep you company. Farewell. Then Chen Sheng decisively pushed Swearing out and closed the cave door with lightning speed. Standing outside Chen Sheng's cave, Swearing looked completely bewildered. Huh? He just wanted to thank Chen Sheng. Yu Chao and Zi looked at Swearing with puzzled expressions, wondering why he was kicked out so quickly. Swearing shrugged his shoulders, indicating he was also quite helpless. In the palace of Nüwa. Behind the palace of Nüwa. After returning from Shouyang Mountain, Nüwa had been feeling restless, thinking about Chen Sheng's words. Seeing Fushi there, she asked, Big brother, what do you think about the outcome of the battle between the shaman and the demon? As one of the demon race's emperors, Fushi naturally supported the demons, patting his chest and saying, Little sister, the demon race has 4 great emperors and the great array of the stars, while the shamans are merely a group of brawny fools. How could they possibly defeat the demons? Looking at Fux's confidence, Nüwa hesitated to speak, but in the end she did not tell Fushi about the defeat of both the shamans and demons. However, worry was evident on Nüwa's face. Fushi furrowed his brow, noticing that something was off with Nüwa's expression, and thought about her recent visit to the human race, wondering if she had gone to see her lover again. Thinking of this, Fushi decided to have a serious talk with Nüwa and asked sternly, Little sister, tell me honestly, have you fallen into a romantic entanglement? Caught off guard by Fux's question, Nüwa's first reaction was to blush. The figure of Chen Sheng involuntarily appeared in her mind. In the primordial world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, Nüwa had a very exalted status since the birth of heaven and earth, always respected by others. After becoming a saint, others revered her even more. It can be said that Nüwa had never truly fought against anyone. Thus Chen Sheng's ability to defeat her and banish her into the river of time left a profound impression on her. But this scene immediately exploded in Fux's eyes. A solid proof. That blushing appearance was a clear sign that she had indeed fallen into a romantic entanglement. However, Fushi thought again that for Nüwa to be interested in someone, it couldn't possibly be just any. Recently, the demon race had often been running to the human race. Could it be? Thinking of this, Fushi pressed, Little sister, honestly tell me, who is that person? Nüwa was taken aback. Who was that person? She thought Fushi had misunderstood and immediately denied. Big brother, you're overthinking it. Seeing Nüwa say this, Fushi not only didn't believe her, but frowned and scolded. Little sister, are you not telling the truth to your brother? You are a saint, how can you be troubled by personal affairs? Nüwa blushed at Fux's words and retorted, what personal affairs? Fushi, seeing that Nüwa still wouldn't admit it, said seriously, still protecting him. After all these years of being with you, do I not know you? When have you ever shown such shy demeanor? Nüwa. She just wanted to know how Fushi could tell she was shy. Wasn't she just feeling melancholic? But the more Fushi spoke, the redder Nüwa's face became. Seeing this, Fushi continued to mutter to himself, could it be that it's that Dongwang Tai? I have never liked him. Nüwa finally realized that Fushi had misunderstood and quickly shook her head, saying, it's not. Before she could finish, Fushi stroked his chin and said, if it's not Dongwang Tai, could it be Dijuan or one of the Sanqing? Before Fushi could finish speaking, Nüwa couldn't take it anymore and directly interrupted. Big brother, stop guessing randomly. There is no one. Fushi was instantly furious. This guy not only made his little sister fall into a romantic entanglement, but she was also protecting him so fiercely. Once he finds out who it is, he would definitely kill him on the spot. Fushi wanted to continue questioning, but Nüwa kept stammering and refused to tell him anything. Seeing Nüwa like this only made Fushi more determined. Afterward, Nüwa planned to go to Shoyang Mountain to clarify the matter regarding the human race with Chen Sheng. But thinking of Fushi, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her back. If Fushi caught her, she would have to explain thoroughly. With that thought, she decided to let it go for now and go another day. Meanwhile, Fushi went to the demon race's heavenly court. When Fushi arrived, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai were quite surprised. Although Fushi and Nüwa were both demon emperors, he rarely came to the heavenly court, which was usually managed by Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. However, when Dongwang Tai saw Fushi, he immediately approached him warmly, asking, Fushi Daoist, what brings you to the heavenly court today? Fux's visit to the heavenly court was actually to test whether Nüwa had truly taken a liking to Dijuan or Dongwang Tai. Fushi, seeing Dongwang Tai so enthusiastic, just smiled and joked, I had some free time today, so I thought I would drop by. Free time. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai exchanged glances, as they had never seen Fushi come to the heavenly court during his leisure time. Then Fushi first scrutinized Dongwang Tai, followed by a glance at Dijuan. With a strange expression, he stroked his chin and murmured, these two don't seem right. Dongwang Tai was taken aback and asked, what do you mean by not right? Fushi felt a bit awkward, but spoke frankly. To be honest, I've come to the heavenly court to ask about the relationship between you two and my younger sister. Dijuan. Dongwang Tai. What relationship? Nüwa is a saint, how could they have any connection with her? They certainly don't have the guts for that. Fushi examined Dongwang Tai again and said, could it be that you are the one who caused my sister to fall into a love tribulation? They certainly don't have the guts for that. Fushi examined Dongwang Tai again and said, could it be that you are the one who caused my sister to fall into a love? The dignified Saint Nüwa actually fell into a love tribulation. Who would dare to believe that? Dongwang Tai quickly waved his hand. How could he dare to have any entanglement with a saint like Nüwa? He hurriedly explained, no, I went to see Nüwa Daoist friend just to inquire whether that grass was given to humanity by her. Fushi was somewhat skeptical, but Dijuan chimed in. Yes, that grass from the human race was too excessive. We thought it was Nüwa's protection of humanity, so we went to inquire about it. Upon hearing this, Fushi gradually nodded his head, but then he turned his gaze to Dijuan. Dijuan hastily stated, it absolutely wasn't me. Fushi nodded thoughtfully. He too felt it was impossible for Dijuan, this timid fellow, to be the cause. If it wasn't Dijuan or Dongwang Tai, then who could it be? Fux's gaze was intense. He vowed to find the one who caused Nüwa to fall into a love tribulation. After all, there are only so many beings in the Primordial Chaos. He was eager to see where this person could hide. At worst, he would turn the Primordial Chaos upside down and search one by one. Mingi, what? It has nothing to do with me. Zenuzi, what is this personal affair? Sorry, not interested. The ancestral witches, do we look like the kind of people who would strike against you demon race's demon emperor? Zhuanti Daoist, Amitba. Jane Daoist, Namo Amitba. After searching around, he had already searched the entire Primordial Chaos, even checking the Fallen Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilan Clan, yet still found no clues. Now the only place in the entire Primordial Chaos he hadn't visited was Kunlun Mountain, where the three purities resided. Since only the three purities are left, it must be one of them who has harmed my sister. I want to see who is so bold. Just the thought of the three purities made Fushi furious. Who could have thought that the three purities who usually presented themselves as virtuous would secretly cause Nüwa to fall into a love tribulation? With that, Fushi stormed toward Kunlun Mountain, ready to confront the three purities. Seeing the furious Fushi, the three purities were bewildered. The three purities who usually kept away from the affairs of the Primordial Chaos and upheld harmony, wondered why Fushi suddenly came to them in such a rage. After a moment of silence, Tontian Daoist was the first to step forward and said, "Fushi Dao friend, what is—" Fushi snorted coldly and directly reprimanded. "I already know everything. Stop pretending here and quickly tell me who it is." The three purities. What pretending? The three were all somewhat bewildered. Lousy was the first to react, smiling and stepping forward to say to Fushi, "Fushi Dao friend, is there some misunderstanding here?" Fushi was now convinced it was one of the three purities, so he wouldn't listen to Lousy's words. Seeing Lousy's smiling face, he thought he must be hiding something and said directly, "Misunderstanding. Someone among you harmed my sister, and I can't eat or drink because of it. You dare to say it's a misunderstanding?" The three purities were once again bewildered. What? Love tribulation? From Fux's words, does it mean that Nüwa has fallen into a love tribulation? We must remember that Nüwa is a saint. How could she have fallen into a love tribulation now? No wonder Fushi is so furious. However, this matter really has nothing to do with the three purities. Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned and explained, "Fushi Dao friend, I think you may have the wrong person. We have no connection with Nüwa Dao friend." Tontian Daoist echoed, "Yes, this must be a misunderstanding. We haven't seen Nüwa Dao friend recently either." Upon hearing this, Fushi grew angrier. He didn't expect the three purities to not only do it, but also not admit it. He glared angrily and exclaimed, "How can you do this and not take responsibility? Clearly someone among you has wronged my sister, otherwise how could she not eat or drink?" Lousy frowned, his expression already somewhat displeased. Although the three purities had a good reputation in the Primordial Chaos, it didn't give Fushi the right to storm in here and cause a ruckus. Thus Lousy advised, "Fushi Dao friend, we truly have not done this. The Primordial Chaos is vast. Why specifically come to trouble the three purities?" Fushi was taken aback and began to self-reflect. The three purities really didn't seem like the type to harm their— However, Fushi continued to retort, "Humph, I've asked every corner of the Primordial Chaos, of course I would come to you." The three purities were once again stunned. Tontian Daoist sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "Fushi Dao friend, we've known each other for so many years. If I had any interest in Nüwa Dao friend, would I have waited until today?" I must admit Tontian Daoist made some sense, so Fushi turned his gaze to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi Tianzun rubbed his forehead and then said somewhat helplessly, "Fushi Dao friend, I haven't seen Nüwa Dao friend for nearly 30 million years. What do you think?" Fushi was taken aback. It seemed to make sense. Could it be Lousy? Lousy looked at Fushi, stroked his gray beard, and said to Fushi, "What do you think?" Fushi looked at Lousy, who was old and decrepit, with a somewhat awkward expression. His younger sister shouldn't have such heavy tastes, right? After realizing he had made a blunder, Fushi felt quite embarrassed. Thinking about how he had rashly interrupted the three purities' cultivation and caused such a blunder, Fushi felt a bit shy and bowed respectfully. Then he respectfully said to the three purities, "My friends, I'm truly sorry. I was just too anxious." The three purities were not unreasonable people. Seeing Fushi apologize, they did not hold it against him. Lousy kindly comforted Fushi, saying, "Fushi Dao friend, don't worry. Perhaps this is a good thing in the Primordial Chaos." Fushi, since it's not the three purities, then who could it possibly be? Fushi, feeling conflicted, clasped his hands and said to the three purities, "Esteemed friends, I apologize for my abruptness today. I shall take my leave now." The Tontian apostle, displaying his humanity, patted Fushi on the shoulder and earnestly said, "Fushi, do not be troubled. It is only human nature." Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded in agreement, adding, "Nüwa, now that you have reached the status of a sage, it is inevitable to feel lonely and empty. Fushi should try to understand this." Although Lousy did not speak, his gaze betrayed his thoughts. Fushi was taken aback by the words of Yuan Shi Tianzun and the Tontian apostle. What does it mean to be human nature? How could one feel lonely and empty? Fushi sighed and said, "As a sage, how could Nüwa be so concerned about personal feelings?" Lousy looked at Fushi meaningfully and said solemnly, "I understand being an elder brother is certainly not easy." Fushi felt he could not communicate with the three purities and decided to take his leave. Watching Fushi depart, the Tontian apostle could not help but exclaim, "I never expected that the aloof and noble Saint Nüwa actually has a partner." Indeed, the explosive nature of this news could rival that of the war of the witch and the demon. After all, the war of the witch and the demon was inevitable, while the fact that Nüwa has a partner was truly unexpected. Lousy stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "It is indeed surprising, but I wonder who this partner of Nüwa." In response, the Tontian apostle and Yuan Shi Tianzun were equally curious. Who could be worthy of the attention of the Saint Nüwa? Didn't Fushi just say he searched the entire wilderness? Yuan Shi Tianzun stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "It seems Saint Nüwa must value this partner highly, as Fushi couldn't find them despite searching the entire wilderness today." Then Lousy shook his head and said to the Tontian apostle and Yuan Shi Tianzun, That is Nüwa's own matter. What does it have to do with us? We must focus on our cultivation. The two nodded and stopped paying attention to this matter. However, at the same time, the news of Nüwa having a partner spread like wildfire across the wilderness. The entire wilderness was abuzz. Everyone was astonished. After all, the Lady Nüwa is a sage, and she actually has a partner. Can a sage really have a partner? Lady Nüwa surprisingly has a partner. I wonder who it is. Who could possibly be worthy of Lady Nüwa? I suspect this is just a rumor. Haven't you heard? Fushi is currently searching everywhere for that scoundrel. The speed at which rumors spread is often as swift as lightning. At this time, whether it be those flying in the sky, swimming in the water, or the demon race, human race, in which race all had learned of Nüwa's partner. Since everyone in the wilderness knew of this matter, it wouldn't be long before Nüwa herself found out. The news quickly reached the palace of Nüwa. Inside the palace of Nüwa, two maidservants sat on the steps whispering to each other. Did you hear the rumors? They say our Lady Nüwa has a partner. I heard. No wonder Lady Nüwa has seemed preoccupied lately. The last time I passed by, I even saw a Lady Nüwa, sighing. Isn't this a sign of longing? I just don't know who that person is. To be favored by Lady Nüwa is indeed a stroke of luck. Nüwa, who was contemplating matters concerning the human race, inadvertently overheard the maidservants' discussion and was infuriated. When did she ever have a partner? How could she, the party involved, be completely unaware? Who is spreading these rumors? Isn't this slandering the dignified Saint Nüwa? After pondering for a moment, she concluded that this must be the handiwork of Fushi. Thinking of this, Nüwa was furious and immediately sought out Fushi to settle the score. Looking at Fushi, Nüwa frowned and quietly asked, Elder brother, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I have— Fushi, feeling awkward that Nüwa had found out about his actions, looked around aimlessly, not daring to meet her gaze, and feigned ignorance. What? I don't know. Nüwa rolled her eyes. Seeing Fux's demeanor made her realize he was definitely involved in this matter. Nüwa sighed and directly said, Elder brother, the entire wilderness is now saying I have a partner. Don't you deny it. Fushi was taken aback at first, then awkwardly cleared his throat, looking innocently at Nüwa, and said, If you didn't tell me, I could only investigate myself. I want to see which fellow has made my sister's heart flutter. Yes, after finding that fellow, I will definitely deal with him ruthlessly. Looking at the innocent-looking Fushi, Nüwa was on the verge of exploding. It was clearly Fushi who had been suspicious, yet in the end it became Nüwa's problem. She was furious but could do nothing to Fushi, so she said, Elder brother, what nonsense are you saying? I do not have a partner. Fushi rolled his eyes. He didn't believe Nüwa's words at all, thinking she was just trying to protect that man. After all, the old Nüwa was as aloof as could be. How could she now show such a shy side unless someone was— Thinking of this, Fushi directly said to Nüwa, Little sister, I know you won't tell the truth, so I will definitely find out who this person is. Nüwa, unable to persuade Fushi, she could only roll her eyes and say, You are fabricating stories. Fushi waved his hand, feeling very confident in his assumptions. Nüwa could not convince Fushi, so she simply left with a wave of her sleeve. Whatever, let them spread rumors as they wish. In fact, ever since returning to the palace of Nüwa, she had been pondering the words spoken by Chen Sheng that day, who said that the human race is the destined sovereign of the wilderness. But what does this truly mean? The human race is so weak. How could they become the sovereign of the wilderness? As she contemplated these questions, Nüwa felt increasingly restless. Nüwa decided to visit Chen Sheng once more to inquire about the matters concerning the human race. Following that, she headed towards the direction of Shoyang Mountain. Meanwhile, Fushi, who had been secretly observing Nüwa, saw her leave Shoyang Mountain, and his eyes lit up. It seemed Nüwa was going to meet that young lady of his. Upon thinking of this, Fushi immediately followed her. Today he must catch that person red-handed. Sensing Fushi trailing behind her, Nüwa merely rolled her eyes. As a sage, how could she not be aware? Yet at this moment, she found it hard to care about Fushi. For now, it was more pressing to inquire about matters concerning the human race. Moreover, her elder brother was spreading his theories far and wide in the Hongluang. As a younger sister, she couldn't intervene directly, letting that guy teach Fushi a lesson was not a bad idea. With this thought in mind, Nüwa arrived outside Chen Sheng's cave. At that moment, Chen Sheng was humming a tune while brewing tea. Suddenly, he heard Nüwa's voice. Friend, Nüwa has come to pay a visit, and I hope you can grant me an audience. Is that the little palace maid? This little maid had just left Shoyang Mountain not long ago. Why has she come again? Chen Sheng was somewhat surprised, but since she was here, and he had nothing pressing, it wouldn't hurt to see her. Come in, he said. With Chen Sheng's consent, Nüwa breathed a sigh of relief, for she had been worried that he might refuse to see her. After all, disturbing him twice in such a short time did make her feel a bit embarrassed. Then Nüwa took a furtive glance at Fushi behind her, and directly entered Chen Sheng's cave. Outside the cave, Fushi looked around in confusion. Observing the small mountain where Chen Sheng practiced, he muttered disdainfully, What kind of place is this? Shoyang Mountain. This place is so shabby, and the cave is so small. Chen Sheng's cultivation area was indeed extremely ordinary. After all, he intended to keep a low profile. Seeing such a simple cave, Fushi couldn't help but scoff. The one who caused Nüwa to fall into emotional turmoil is inside this humble abode. Who could possibly cultivate on this small, shabby mountain? How could someone like Nüwa take a liking to him? He's not even as good as Emperor Jundong Huang Tai Yi or the Three Pure Ones. However, seeing Nüwa enter, Fushi, despite his disdain, sneaked in behind her. Upon seeing Nüwa, Chen Sheng smiled and asked, "Friend, what brings you here today?" After all, Nüwa had just left a few days ago. Her coming to find him must mean something important. With this in mind, Chen Sheng asked directly. Nüwa froze upon hearing Chen Sheng's words. For some reason, his statement gave her the feeling that everything was already anticipated by him. Nüwa thought for a moment and said, "Friend, I have a matter I do not understand." Before she could finish, she noticed Chen Sheng frowning. Immediately afterward, Nüwa saw Chen Sheng stretch out his hand toward the cave's entrance, reaching into the void with a grasp. In an instant, Fushi was sent crashing down before Chen Sheng and Nüwa. Nüwa couldn't help but cover her face. This was too embarrassing, as she wished she didn't have this brother. Meanwhile, Fushi, having fallen down, was utterly shocked. He knew he was currently at the late stage of croissant cultivation. In the Honghuang, he was also a formidable figure. Who would dare to disrespect him? However, now he had been caught spying and even fell down like this. How humiliating. Could it be that the one who caused Nüwa to fall into emotional entanglement was also a powerful figure? Thinking of this, Fushi couldn't help but survey his surroundings. Yet inside the cave there were clearly only Nüwa and Chen Sheng. Could the one who enticed Nüwa be merely a Luo? Impossible, impossible. Fushi first reassured himself that it was impossible, but then he noticed that Nüwa was standing behind Chen Sheng with an extremely respectful demeanor. This was definitive evidence. The one who dared to entice Nüwa was actually this Luo in front of him. Wait. If this Luo was the one who enticed Nüwa, then who was it that just now grabbed him and threw him to the ground? Besides Nüwa, who else had the strength to throw him across the saint to the ground? Fushi understood Nüwa had helped this Luo to pull him out. With this thought, Fushi suddenly felt rage boiling within him. Looking at this Luo, he frowned and coldly reprimanded Humph. How could a mere Luo be worthy of her? If you know what's good for you, leave her be, or I will make you regret it. Nüwa. At this moment, she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. How could she have such an embarrassing brother? Glancing at Fushi, Nüwa silently turned her head. Chen Sheng looked at Fushi, who wore an arrogant expression, stroking his chin, appearing deep in thought. He seemed to understand. No wonder this little palace maid came to find him today, or it turned out she was being harassed. Could it be that a lovesick pervert was treating him as a rival? It seemed that perverts truly were everywhere, even in the Honghuang. Chen Sheng never expected that such a cliché plot from a third-rate novel would happen to him. However, this was ultimately Nüwa's matter, and he couldn't intervene directly, so he turned to ask, "Do you know Nüwa?" Fushi looked at Nüwa with a face full of hope. After all, they were siblings born together, supporting each other for so many years. How could Nüwa not know him? Was their sibling bond over these many years a lie? I don't know him. Nüwa shook her head, directly denying that Fushi was her brother. Aside from wanting Fushi to suffer a little at Chen Sheng's hands, Nüwa truly felt that Fushi was embarrassing. A dignified croissant secretly following her was one thing, but to be caught by Chen Sheng. Being caught was one thing, but to fall down like this. How humiliating. With a brother like Fushi, Nüwa was truly fortunate. After hearing Nüwa's words, Fushi. How could Nüwa say such heartless things? He was doing it for her sake, otherwise why would a dignified croissant do such a thing as tailing someone? But how could Nüwa claim not to know him? Fushi felt heartbroken. They were siblings, supporting each other since the dawn of heaven and earth. He never expected that today his own sister would deny him for a pretty boy. Seeing Fushi lost in sorrow, Chen Sheng felt this guy was truly despicable and said disdainfully, "This guy is simply a disgrace to the Honghuang, actually doing something as shameful as tailing others." Nüwa stood beside Chen Sheng, agreeing and nodding. "Fushi, but I..." Smack. Chen Sheng directly tapped Fux's head from a distance, frowning as he said, "What do you mean? You're tailing others, and you still think you have a right to complain?" Fushi was about to explode with anger. He had just been hit on the head by a Luo. Nüwa couldn't help but stifle a laugh as Fushi, his face flushed, continued, "I am." This guy still didn't repent. It seemed she needed to teach him a lesson. Then Chen Sheng waved his hand, trapping Fushi. Instead of casting him into the river of time, he imprisoned him directly in space. Although Nüwa was somewhat astonished, she ultimately grew accustomed to it. To be able to trap a mighty sage like her within the river of time, and even provide the human race with the 9-sword star pattern grass, as well as tea infused with the power of laws. Facing such a formidable being, how could she be surprised at the confinement of a mere croissant? However, Fushi was a different story. Upon realizing he was trapped, Fushi was utterly astonished. He had just noticed that Nüwa had not made a move, which meant that a mere Luo had managed to trap him, a dignified croissant. It seemed this Luo had some skill. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, Fushi was a sage. How could he let a mere Luo intimidate him? Regarding the methods of this Luo, Fushi was quite dismissive. He rolled his eyes and said, such trivial skills, and you think you can handle me? A delusion. As he looked at Fushi, who was mocking him, Chen Sheng smiled silently. Soon he would discover whether this was indeed a trivial skill. Wasn't it just a mere space? Fushi made his move, directly shattering the space before him in an instant. However, before he could revel in his success, he noticed something strange. How could there still be another space? Yet Fushi remained dismissive, his expression slightly more serious, as he muttered to himself, "Humph, not bad, but you know nothing of the powers of a quasi saint." Immediately thereafter, Fushi shattered the space-time before him once more. But just when he thought victory was within his grasp, something astonishing occurred. He was still trapped in the space. Observing Fushi breaking through another layer of space, Nüwa turned her head, asking with some reluctance, "Fellow Daoist, just how many layers of space did you set up?" Chen Sheng smiled confidently at Nüwa and said, "Don't worry, I created 99,999 spaces. He thinks he can escape. Nüwa, is this something a person can do?" However, in fact, Chen Sheng had not finished speaking. He thought for a moment and continued, "Even if he breaks all the spaces, if I want to let him out, I can, and if I don't want to let him out, he cannot escape. This lecherous man deserves a good lesson. After this, he will surely behave." Nüwa was speechless. 99,999 spaces. This truly seemed like something Chen Sheng would be capable of. The most frustrating part was that even if Fushi really broke through 99,999 spaces, he might not be able to escape. Isn't that infuriating? Nüwa could not say much more, and could only silently mourn for Fushi in her heart. After breaking through an unknown number of spaces, Fushi could no longer hold back, and directly cursed Humph. What a broken space. I refuse to believe that a dignified quasi-saint cannot break through it. After cursing, Fushi summoned a spiritual treasure, attempting to break through all at once. He refused to believe that a mere space could truly confine him. Sure enough, once the spiritual treasure was unleashed, its power was immense. The spaces that had previously blocked Fushi shattered one after another. Even the entire space began to tremble with distortion. Fushi looked at the crumbling space and laughed heartily. "Humph, just a trivial skill. This brat dares to mock him. Once he escapes, he will certainly make this brat pay dearly." As the residual force dissipated, Fushi was brimming with confidence. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized he was still trapped in this space. Fushi was a bit bewildered. Oh, why was he still in this space? He had just summoned a treasure directly targeting all the spaces. How could there still be one left? However, Fushi sensed that it seemed there was only one last space remaining. Fushi let out a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps the power of the spiritual treasure had not been sufficient to break through. Then Fushi waved his hand casually. He thought that this last space was just like the others. However, there was not the slightest reaction. Fushi, feeling puzzled, wondered if his strength was too weak. As he thought this, Fushi gathered his strength for a new strike. For this strike, he used a full 80% of his power. With the eightfold strength of a quasi-saint, it should surely break through right. However, apart from a slight ripple, the space remained completely unresponsive. Fushi was now genuinely angry. Then he tried to break through the space with all his might. Still, it was of no use. Faced with this space that confined him, Fushi gritted his teeth and said, "Humph. You little brat, you'd better not let me catch you this time, otherwise even the King of Heaven couldn't protect you." Fushi certainly would not give up. After all, he was a renowned figure in the wilderness. Moreover, as a quasi-saint, if others in the wilderness found out that he, a dignified quasi-saint, was actually trapped by a Luo, wouldn't he be the laughingstock? Thinking of this, Fushi directly summoned his Fushi Qin. Fushi truly did not expect that a mere Luo would force him to use the Fushi Qin. The Fushi Qin was Fux's innate treasure, made from jade and heavenly silk, emitting a gentle white light. Its music could bring peace and tranquility to the heart, possessing mysterious powers that could influence the minds of all things. Moreover, it was a congenital supreme treasure with extraordinary power. To have Fushi resort to using the Fushi Qin, one could imagine how helpless he felt. Unfortunately, even the most powerful strike from the Fushi Qin did not break a single crack. Watching this scene, Nüwa felt inexplicably familiar. At the time when Nüwa was banished to the River of Time, wasn't it like this? Thinking of the River of Time, Nüwa couldn't help but shiver. That was a stain and psychological shadow in her life. After failing once, Fushi refused to believe in this evil and attacked several more times. Unfortunately, there was still no response. Several hours later, Fushi finally exhausted all his strength. "Little sister, stop messing around and let me out." Fushi was left with no choice. He had used all his means, but could not break through this space. At first, he thought this space must have been set up by Chen Sheng, but now Fushi no longer believed that a Luo could have such means. "It must be my sister trying to mess with me." After all, I've indeed given Nüwa a bad reputation by searching for lovers everywhere in the wilderness, so it was understandable for her to be unhappy. But playing around is fine. As Nüwa's elder brother, how could he be trapped by her for so long? However, Nüwa was also quite helpless. After all, this space was not set up by her, and even if she wanted to let Fushi out, she was powerless. Upon hearing Fux's words, Chen Sheng became even angrier. With a stern expression, Chen Sheng said, discontentedly daring to tease a young girl, it seems his punishment is still not enough. Nüwa intended to say a few words on behalf of Fushi, but before she could speak, Chen Sheng waved his hand. Instantly, the space where Fushi was located erupted with thunder and lightning. A terrifying aura swept through the entire space in an instant. The pressure from the lightning alone was suffocating. Fushi saw the lightning, yet remained utterly disdainful. Humph, I am a Quasi Saint, how could I be harmed by mere lightning? Fushi said confidently. A Quasi Saint is the strongest realm beneath a saint. If he could be harmed by ordinary lightning, wouldn't that be laughable? Just as he finished speaking, a massive bolt of lightning appeared. This lightning was unlike ordinary lightning. It was pitch black and as thick as a bucket. Moreover, the dark lightning was wrapped in numerous smaller bolts of electricity. Before Fushi could react, the bolt of lightning carrying an aura capable of destroying the heavens and earth struck down upon him. As the lightning descended, the entire space trembled and black smoke rose. Nüwa and Chen Sheng could only hear the scream of Sueren, which drowned out the sound of the thunder. Both of them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. From the sound, one could imagine the extent of Fux's misery. As a Quasi Saint, after a single heavenly lightning strike, Fushi became tattered with his hair resembling a bird's nest. In this state, he was even inferior to the most ordinary human. Fushi cried out in shock. This is indeed the 9 heavens thunder of divine retribution. What is the 9 heavens thunder of divine retribution? It is the lightning of divine punishment. It represents the will of heaven. It integrates the laws of the primordial world. It is the strongest tribulation lightning within the primordial realm, capable of shaking even the foundations of a Quasi Saint. Since the birth of the primordial world, the 9 heavens thunder of divine retribution has rarely appeared. Who would have thought that Fushi would be fortunate enough to experience it? Nüwa. This is too tragic. She inexplicably felt a bit of sympathy for Fushi. It was simply shocking, as she had never seen Fushi in such a miserable state. In order to lessen Fux's torment, Nüwa decided to speak on his behalf. Dao friend, a minor punishment serves as a great warning. I believe he has deeply realized his mistakes. Nüwa tried to appear as natural as possible, sincerely speaking to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng sighed. Although this girl was impersonating Nüwa and was quite arrogant, she was fundamentally kind-hearted. A girl like her must not be bullied. Chen Sheng looked at Fushi with utter disdain and said, people like him deserve a lesson. Don't worry, I've controlled the power of the lightning. It won't kill him. Nüwa. Seeing Chen Sheng say this, Nüwa had no choice but to say no more, instead looking at Fushi with a sympathetic expression. In the space, Fushi conceded, saying to Nüwa, sister, please release me. He couldn't withstand another strike of lightning. Being the younger sister of a saint, admitting defeat in front of her was not shameful. Fushi consoled himself in his heart. Chen Sheng, witnessing this, frowned in dissatisfaction. This lecher still dared to be unrepentant. It seemed he had been too merciful. Chen Sheng scolded softly. Humph, lecher still daring to call her sister. With a wave of his hand, Chen Sheng summoned another bolt of 9 heavens thunder of divine retribution. This bolt was even thicker than the previous one. Its might was enough to make one tremble in fear. Looking at the descending bolt, Fushi felt fear. However, before he could beg for mercy, the lightning struck down. Then black smoke rose within the space. When the smoke cleared, Fushi had been charred crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Not only was he pitch black, but there was also a strange savory smell wafting from him. Nüwa looked at Fushi, who was charred and tender with hair standing on end, and felt a pang of compassion. Although this fellow had been spreading rumors everywhere, he was still her brother. This was too tragic, wasn't it? Nüwa couldn't help but feel sympathy for Fushi and pleaded, Dao friend, why not let it go? Chen Sheng stroked his chin, thinking that this punishment was about enough. Who would have thought that at this moment Fushi, charred and tender, weakly cried out, sister, don't strike anymore, brother was wrong. Still daring to be stubborn. It seemed he was quite resilient today. Originally planning to let Fushi off, Chen Sheng was thoroughly provoked by this lecher still daring to call her sister. It appeared that Chen Sheng's lightning was insufficient. Chen Sheng retaliated with another bolt of 9 heavens thunder of divine retribution. This divine lightning struck down, and Fushi, who was initially standing, was immediately knocked to the ground. Now he truly lacked the strength to even stand. Fushi thought it was Nüwa and felt utterly helpless. What had he done wrong? After all, they were siblings. Was it necessary for her to help an outsider bully him so? Nüwa was stunned. It was over. If she didn't stop Chen Sheng, Fushi would be finished. Thinking of this, she hurriedly stepped forward to stop Chen Sheng, advising, Dao friend, really let it go, him fine. Chen Sheng, seeing Nüwa say this, thought she was afraid that this fellow would retaliate against her later. Who is Chen Sheng? The embodiment of justice. So he directly reassured her, no need to worry, I will make sure this fellow submits completely today. Upholding the spirit of socialism and the moral bottom line of humanity, since Chen Sheng had already intervened in this matter, he would certainly see it through to the end. Nüwa. Then with a wave of Chen Sheng's hand, Fushi fell directly from the space to the ground. At this moment Fushi was already weak, not even wanting to speak. Chen Sheng directly stepped on Fushi and asked, you lecher, do you still dare to harass my sister? Although he had been tormented to the point of being unrecognizable and was emanating a strange meat aroma, he was still a quasi saint. How dare a mere Great Luo stand on top of him? Fushi was enraged and weakly cursed, a coward who only dares to stand in front of my sister. Once I recover, I will surely flay you alive to vent my hatred. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng could no longer endure. He had never seen someone with such a strong backbone. Even as a lecher, he dared to be so bold. He truly was asking for it. Chen Sheng stomped his foot down on Fux's face. Fushi, Nüwa. Chen Sheng smirked, looking at Fushi, and said, people like him need a good beating. Once he gets beaten, he will become honest. At this moment Fushi looked at Chen Sheng with eyes that could spit fire, but he found himself utterly powerless. Nüwa was also somewhat speechless. If she didn't tell Chen Sheng the truth, Fushi might not be able to hold on any longer. After hesitating for a while, she reluctantly said to Chen Sheng, Dao friend, this is indeed my brother. Chen Sheng. No wonder, Nüwa said, forget it, it turns out they are truly siblings. This misunderstanding has escalated, and yet he claims not to know her. However, it was Chen Sheng who struck her down. Thinking of this, Chen Sheng chuckled sheepishly and helped the charred Fushi back up. Chen Sheng patted the dust off Fushi and said, my friend, I sincerely apologized, it was my misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Although Fushi was helped up by Chen Sheng and an apology was given, how could it be so easily brushed aside that the dignified demon emperor was stepped on the face? The more he thought about it, the angrier Fushi became. Looking at Chen Sheng, he weakly shouted, Humfua de Luo actually dared to step on the face of the great Fushi demon emperor. I see you are seeking death. Chen Sheng. This pair of siblings must have some serious issues. One claims to be Nüwa, the other claims, is it true that not being from the same family means not entering the same door? Moreover, they had already made such a mess and still threatened others. How does he look like Fushi? Even a beggar is better than him. It's simply disgusting. Chen Sheng was annoyed by such self-righteous people and couldn't help but say with a cold smile, my friend, you are too deep into your role. Then he raised his foot and kicked the just recovered Fushi back down to the ground. Looking down at Fushi with disdain, he said, you still call yourself a demon emperor? Look at this pathetic state of yours. If 2 bolts of lightning struck you like this, if Fushi were in your position, he would have probably killed himself long ago. Fushi, Nüwa. Nüwa seemed to understand why the 9-sword star pattern grasped the art of language so well. Otherwise all are skilled. After kicking Fushi, Chen Sheng turned and smiled, saying, I'm sorry, this guy is just too annoying, I couldn't help myself. Nüwa's mouth twitched, thinking that the expression on his face doesn't look like an apology. However, Nüwa wasn't that annoying as she smiled and said to Chen Sheng, it's fine. My brother is indeed not good at speaking. Fushi, lying on the ground, still wanted to scold Chen Sheng a few more times. However, Nüwa anticipated his plan, covering Fux's mouth with her hand and smiling at Chen Sheng, saying, my friend, please don't mind, my brother really struggles with words. Fushi, whose mouth was covered, struggled for a moment but had to concede. Chen Sheng looked at the sibling pair in front of him and nodded. They were truly strange. One pretending to be Nüwa, the other pretending to be Fushi. In the end they came to him, causing a commotion of not recognizing each other. Their minds must be a bit off. Then Nüwa, no longer concerned about the affairs of the human race, directly dragged the charred Fushi and cupped her hands towards Chen Sheng, saying, my brother is not in good condition today. We shall visit you another day. Chen Sheng looked and thought, well, this guy's condition is indeed not good. Looking at Fushi, Chen Sheng felt a bit hungry. Then Nüwa dragged Fushi away. Chen Sheng looked at the departing figures of Nüwa and Fushi, feeling speechless. It was truly inexplicable. How could the wilderness be filled with such dramatic people? After a moment of reflection, Chen Sheng sat down and began to drink tea. Meanwhile, in the Nüwa palace, Fushi adjusted his soot-covered appearance, darkening his face as he looked at Nüwa and asked, who is that wild man? Did he deceive you? A de Luo is worthy of you. This time Fushi was genuinely furious. The mighty Saint Nüwa has taken a liking to a de Luo. This is already enough. And now she's helping a mere de Luo bully him, the great demon emperor. Before Nüwa could explain, Fushi, with a look of disappointment, said to her, little sister, I am your biological brother. You actually helped an outsider bully your own brother. Nüwa was momentarily speechless. Wasn't it you who rushed in wanting to teach him a lesson? Nüwa sighed and explained, "Big brother, you are truly mistaken. He is a hidden mighty figure with great strength. Even I am not his match." Fushi did not believe it at all. Just a Luo, and he is a hidden master. Who are you trying to fool? Fushi sighed and looked at Nüwa with pity, saying, "Little sister, you are too deeply ensnared by your emotions that you still defend him. Can a Luo really turn the tides?" To protect that Luo, Nüwa even fabricated stories about hidden mighty figures. Fushi couldn't help but sigh deeply. Looking at Fux's pitying expression, Nüwa helplessly said, "Big brother, you kept calling me to let you out. Did you think I was the one who trapped you?" Fushi was stunned for a moment. Perhaps at first he thought that it was that Luo causing the trouble. But later he didn't believe that a Luo could set up such a vast space and invoke the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Thus he remained convinced that Nüwa was helping this Luo from behind. "Isn't that so?" Fushi retorted. Nüwa shook her head, sighed, and said, "Alas, big brother, please don't think wildly. I truly have no Dao partner." Then she left. Today she had originally planned to inquire about the affairs of the human race, but it seems it will have to wait for another day. Fushi frowned, feeling somewhat skeptical about Nüwa's words. After all, to Fushi, that person's cultivation was merely a Luo right. But seeing how Nüwa respected that person, it didn't seem like they were Dao partners. Could that Luo truly be a hidden mighty figure? Meanwhile, in the cave dwelling of Shoyang Mountain, Chen Sheng put down his teacup, feeling puzzled. Usually no one would even pass by the small mountain, so why are so many people coming to find him recently? Just as Nüwa and Fushi had left, someone else was knocking at his door. Outside the cave, 2 Daoists were peeking around with lewd expressions. These 2 were the Western Jain Daoist and Juanti Daoist. "Big brother, you often see Nüwa coming here recently. Why is that?" Juanti Daoist asked while looking around. Jain Daoist shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but since Nüwa has been coming here so frequently, could there be a secret to her becoming a saint hidden here?" Hearing about the secret of becoming a saint, both Jain Daoist and Juanti Daoist became excited. After Hongjun Daos's teachings, the heavenly Dao delivered 7 strands of primordial purple energy, which were respectively given to the 2 from the west, the 3 pure ones, Nüwa and Hongyun Daoist. Hongyun Daoist had already been killed, and Nüwa has become a saint. After Nüwa became a saint, the others who received the primordial purple energy were naturally extremely eager. At this moment, suspecting that there might be a secret to Nüwa's becoming a saint here, both of them revealed greedy expressions. Juanti Daoist licked his lips nervously, saying, "Big brother, fortune favors the bold. Why don't we go in and take a look?" "That's exactly what I was thinking. Since we're here, how can we not go in?" Jain Daoist concurred. After some discussion, the 2 prepared to enter the cave dwelling. After the Daoist of guidance and the Daoist of proposals concealed their presence, they stealthily entered Chen Sheng's cultivation, cave one after the other. Chen Sheng set down his teacup and went directly to cultivate. As for the 2 from the west, Chen Sheng did not pay them any mind. He had already noticed them when they arrived at the small hill. After his cave was flattened by the maid of the Huahuang Palace, Chen Sheng realized that he could not allow his cave to... After all, he was a great Luo. He couldn't just let people flatten his cave at any time, right? Although he could repair it, he was simply too lazy. Thus Chen Sheng devised numerous formations. As long as the presence was not stronger than Great Luo, he could handle it. Now they were just 2 petty thieves, and Chen Sheng couldn't be bothered. With that thought, Chen Sheng decided to take a rest. Meanwhile, after the Daoist of guidance and the Daoist of proposals sneaked into the cave, they were both astonished. Neither of them expected that this cave had such hidden depths. Although it appeared extremely simple, the aura of laws within was incredibly rich. In the Primordial Chaos, after reaching the Great Luo, spiritual energy had ceased to be effective for them. They could only enhance their strength by comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. However, the laws of heaven and earth in the Primordial Chaos were limited, making each step beyond Great Luo exceedingly difficult. Becoming a saint was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Such a rich aura of laws would undoubtedly allow the Daoist of guidance and the Daoist of proposals to achieve twice the result with half the effort. What surprised them even more was that the aura of laws in this cave was not only rich. Even the Dao rhythm was stronger than that in the Purple Cloud Palace. Theoretically, Dao rhythm is similar to spiritual energy, but the distinction is worlds apart. Spiritual energy no longer served Great Luo and quasi-saints, but Dao rhythm could help them progress further. In the Primordial Chaos, it is well known that the place with the richest Dao rhythm is the Purple Cloud Palace, where Hongjun Lousy resides. Yet the Dao rhythm in this place was unexpectedly richer than that of the Purple Cloud Palace. This discovery left the Daoist of guidance and the Daoist of proposals both exhilarated. Inside the cave, the space was small, but the Dao essence spread out and the laws surrounded them. It was an excellent place for cultivation. If they could cultivate here, they would undoubtedly achieve twice the result with half the effort. This was incredibly extraordinary. In the Primordial Chaos, such a place actually existed. With this thought, the Daoist of guidance and the Daoist of proposals exchanged a glance. After a long while, the Daoist of proposals said in shock, "Big brother, it seems we have found the right place." The Daoist of guidance nodded, his eyes gleaming with greed. If such a treasure could become theirs, Nüwa must have found the secret to becoming a saint here, the Daoist of guidance asserted. The Daoist of proposals nodded in agreement, also believing that this cave must have something to do with Nüwa's becoming a saint. Then the two began to wander around the cave, hoping to find the opportunity for Nüwa's sanctification. After a while, the Daoist of proposals frowned and said with some hesitation, "I wonder if there will be anyone here. If there is someone, should we visit them?" The Daoist of proposals had this thought because this place was where Nüwa had once been, and he feared that she might have left some people to guard it. After all, Nüwa was now a saint above them. If they offended her, they might not have a good outcome. Upon hearing this, the Daoist of guidance shook his head and said, "Nüwa has secretly entered this place with the three pure ones. She must be hiding some unspeakable secret." The Daoist of proposals nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. What the Daoist of guidance said made perfect. However, what if we offend Nüwa? Wouldn't we be? The Daoist of proposals still had some worries, thus he frowned as he spoke. The Daoist of guidance snorted and said, "Humph. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. Besides, even if there are people, so what? We are of quasi-saint cultivation, and who besides a saint can stop us?" Upon hearing this, the Daoist of proposals nodded in agreement. The Daoist of proposals then made up his mind and said, "Fortune favors the bold. Today, we take this gamble." Once they found the secret to Nüwa's sanctification in this cave, they would become saints, and then they would fear nothing. Even if Nüwa came to question them later, they would have plenty to say. Could it be that Nüwa, a saint, could still offend too? With this thought, the two continued deeper into the cave. The further they went, the more they felt the rich aura of laws and Dao rhythm was astonishing. After walking for a distance, the Daoist of proposals and the Daoist of guidance suddenly felt lighter, and their minds also became clear. The Daoist of proposals was puzzled. Could this be the opportunity for Nüwa's sanctification? At that moment, they saw a tea tree. Strangely, this tea tree was exuding divine light. Surrounded by laws, it appeared mysterious and extraordinary. Even though the two were far away, they felt the laws within their bodies were frantically turning, seemingly resonating with this tea tree. Moreover, their understanding of the laws significantly increased at that moment. In the quasi-saint realm, deepening comprehension of the laws was no easy feat. However, at that moment, merely one tea tree enhanced their understanding of the laws. This was truly inconceivable. The Enlightenment tea tree. This place actually had an Enlightenment tea tree. The Daoist of guidance swallowed hard and exclaimed, "The Enlightenment tea tree is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots and holds a transcendent status in the Primordial Chaos. Not only can it help others comprehend the Dao, but each of its leaf veins also contains the laws of heaven and earth." However, although the Enlightenment tea tree is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the Primordial Chaos, even the great powers of the Primordial Chaos have not seen it. They only know its effects and appearance, so they are uncertain whether it truly exists. Yet they never expected to discover an Enlightenment tea tree in this cave, which was truly astonishing. Legend has it that the Genesis blue lotus, the foremost of the 10 spiritual roots, is the origin of the Primordial Chaos. Even the innate spiritual treasures held by the great powers today are derived from the Genesis blue lotus. The primordial great power Jin Yuanzi is one of the 10 spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit, and achieved enlightenment through it. The ginseng fruit takes nearly 10,000 years to bear 30 fruits, which can prolong life and enhance cultivation. Moreover, the Daoist of proposals achieved enlightenment through the bitter bamboo, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. The Fusang tree is a divine wood on the sun star where the deities Emperor Jun and Donghuang were born and practiced. Fusang can bear Fusang fruit, and its branches can be used to forge magical treasures. The laurel tree grows on the moon star, and its material is incredibly hard. How could the quasi-T Daoist, being one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, not know the preciousness of the enlightenment tea tree? Immediately, both of them were so excited that they were on the verge of tears. They never expected to encounter the enlightenment tea tree at this location. It was simply like a pie falling. If they could transport the enlightenment tea tree back to the West, wouldn't that give the West an advantage greater than that of the 3 pure ones in Nüwa? With such thoughts, the quasi-T Daoist wiped away the tears of joy and excitedly said, "Senior brother, the West is barren. If we manage to take this enlightenment tea tree back, would we not look down upon the 3 pure ones in the future? What does it matter about Nüwa? What they see is theirs." The Jain Daoist also began to entertain wicked thoughts, muttering to himself, "Indeed, if we could bring this enlightenment tea tree back to the West, it would surely be of great benefit." At that moment, the quasi-T Daoist suddenly shouted in excitement, "Senior brother." The Jain Daoist frowned, wondering what the commotion was about. What if someone was drawn to them? However, when he turned to look, he instantly lost his composure. The Jain Daoist felt as if he were suffocating. He approached trembling and stammered this. This is actually an innate supreme treasure. The sword intent of the broken sword was incredibly sharp, as if it could penetrate anything. The sword emitted innate divine light, while thunderclouds and storms rolled in, resembling a roaring dragon. Its might was unfathomable. This broken sword was actually an innate supreme treasure. The Jain Daoist felt that if he were not a quasi saint, he might have died directly under this sword intent. Both the Jain Daoist and the quasi-T Daoist gasped in shock. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? One must know that innate supreme treasures are extremely rare in the Primordial Chaos. Only saints possess a few. Now an innate supreme treasure actually appeared in this cave, which was truly unbelievable. Almost simultaneously, both the Jain Daoist and the quasi-T Daoist had thoughts about this broken sword. Senior brother. The quasi-T Daoist looked at the Jain Daoist, his meaning unspoken. The Jain Daoist said nothing, but firmly nodded. If they could take this innate supreme treasure and the enlightenment tea tree away, the West would surely prosper soon. At that time, whether it was Nüwa or the three pure ones, they would be looked down upon. Then the Jain Daoist went to seize the broken sword, while the quasi-T Daoist took out a shovel from who knows where, intending to dig out the enlightenment tea tree. But just as the Jain Daoist's hand touched the broken sword, and the quasi-T Daoist shovel just sank into the ground, suddenly a burst of golden light erupted. In an instant, they were both trapped within the formation. The Jain Daoist and the quasi-T Daoist were a bit. After regaining their senses, they attempted to break the formation. The Jain Daoist believed this formation was laid down by Nüwa, not daring to underestimate it, and directly launched a full-force attack. However, the formation did not show even the slightest fluctuation. The Jain Daoist couldn't help but frown and shout, "Junior brother, quickly come help me break the formation." The quasi-T Daoist also noticed the unusual nature of this formation and hurriedly joined the Jain Daoist in breaking it. But even with both of them putting in all their strength, the formation still did not show any signs of disturbance. Senior brother, is this formation truly set by Nüwa? The quasi-T Daoist furrowed his brows looking. The Jain Daoist also frowned. If this was indeed a formation laid down by Nüwa, then their combined full-force attack should have broken it. But it didn't. This left both the Jain Daoist and the quasi-T Daoist rather surprised. Just then the broken sword, emitting divine light, began to exude boundless divine light, gradually rising into the air. The quasi-T Daoist nudged the Jain Daoist with his elbow, staring blankly at the broken sword, and said, "Senior brother, this broken sword can't possibly be planning to cut us, right?" The Jain Daoist was horrified. If they were to be cut by an innate supreme treasure, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. "Junior brother, quickly flee." The Jain Daoist did not have time to think and directly shouted at the quasi-T Daoist. At this moment, the quasi-T Daoist was almost crying frantically, asking, "How do we escape? There's no other way. We can only abandon part of our source." The Jain Daoist spoke to the quasi-T Daoist while directly abandoning a portion of his source power. Seeing this, the quasi-T Daoist had no choice but to painfully abandon part of his source power and followed the Jain Daoist to escape. After the two fled, Chen Sheng slowly walked out from within the cave. At this time, the broken sword, originally surrounded by divine light, had returned to its broken state, looking no different from usual. Chen Sheng picked up the broken sword, inspected it, and then tossed it aside. He sighed and said, "These two little thieves really have no eye for things. They want to steal such a broken sword, and it's..." At this moment, after abandoning their source, the Jain Daoist and the quasi-T Daoist, fearful of being pursued, fled far from the range of Shoyang Mountain before daring to stop and catch their breath. Both were still apprehensive, glancing back at the direction of Shoyang Mountain. Seeing no one pursuing them, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Remembering the overwhelming might of the broken sword earlier, both couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Then the quasi-T Daoist scratched his head and lamented, "Senior brother, I've lost all my hair." The Jain Daoist, upon seeing this, couldn't help but feel sad too. He touched his own bald head and sighed deeply. Alas, it turned out that earlier in their escape, they had directly abandoned the source related to their hair. Because the source related to hair did not cause much harm to their bodies and the situation was urgent at the time, they had to abandon their hair after weighing the circumstances. After all, in the face of life-threatening danger, what does hair count for? However, abandoning their hair source was not the same as merely cutting their hair. This abandoning of source meant that they would never be able to grow hair again. While the quasi-T Daoist continued to cry, the Jain Daoist consoled him, "Junior brother, there's no need to be too upset. After all, the situation was dire, and life is more important." The quasi-T Daoist certainly understood this logic. However, it was hard for him to accept the fact that he would now be bald forever. "Senior brother, it won't grow back in the future." The quasi-T Daoist continued, looking mournful. The Jain Daoist sighed. and continued to comfort him. Junior brother, think of it this way, not having hair can be quite the quasi-T Daoist. The Jain Daoist words, instead of helping, made the quasi-T Daoist cry even more. Just the thought of being bald in the future made both of them feel gloomy. Then the Daoist of guidance gazed contemplatively in the direction of the small cave. This secret visit to the small cave was truly a loss of both the woman and the troops. Not only did they fail to steal the innate treasure and the enlightenment tea tree, but they also almost lost their lives, and now they had even lost their hair. With such thoughts, the Daoist of guidance was filled with resentment. After watching for a moment, the Daoist of guidance, filled with resentment, said, "These two spiritual treasures must belong to our western side. We shall surely return in the future." Zhuan T Daoist. Losing my hair and still not obtaining the items, it's truly frustrating. However resentful, as they were the two still left. Meanwhile, Lousy arrived at the palace of Nüwa. Lousy's visit to Nüwa was precisely because of the matter of attaining sainthood. It had been many years since Nüwa achieved sainthood, and Lousy had yet to grasp the threshold of becoming a saint. This made Lousy somewhat anxious, so he thought to come and inquire if there were any opportunities for attaining sainthood. At this moment, Nüwa was contemplating whether to visit Shoyang Mountain again to ask about matters concerning the human race. Last time she hadn't inquired about the human race due to Fushi. Nüwa was just a bit worried that if she bothered Chen Sheng again after such a time, it might cause him to feel displeased. Just as Nüwa was in a dilemma, she heard a maid outside report, "Your Highness, Nüwa the Daoist of Ta-Ching has come to visit." Nüwa was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. The Sanqing and Nüwa seldom interacted. Thus, with Lousy's visit, Nüwa was expected to greet him. "Why does the Daoist of Ta-Ching have the time to come to my palace today? Please take a seat." Nüwa smiled and courteously invited Lousy. Lousy sat down, pondering how to start the conversation with Nüwa. After a moment, Lousy finally sighed and said, "To be honest, I came here today to ask if you have any insights on how to attain sainthood." Though it was indeed somewhat difficult to express, Lousy was simply too eager. Nüwa was taken aback, and after some hesitation she replied, "Well, I actually don't know what the insights are. On that day I was guided by the heavenly Dao, and I felt something in my heart, which led me to create the human race. When the heavenly Dao descended merits, I knew the time was right, and thus I achieved the fruit position of a saint." This. Lousy was shocked. He thought there would be some opportunity, but even after asking Nüwa, he still gained nothing. Lousy appeared somewhat dejected, and at that moment a figure suddenly flashed through Nüwa's mind. Nüwa smiled and said to Lousy, "Speaking of your opportunity, although I don't know, there is someone who might know." Lousy was taken aback. If even Nüwa didn't know, then who could it be? Lousy frowned and asked, "Could it be my master?" But master is not one to speak much and wouldn't divulge the heavenly secrets. Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, embodies the heavenly Dao. Unless it is something of great importance, he would never leak secrets or intervene. Therefore, whether it be the Sanqing, the two from the west, or Nüwa, they would not easily disturb Dao ancestor Hongjun. Nüwa said, "There is someone who knows," and naturally Lousy thought of Dao ancestor Hongjun. However, Nüwa shook her head and said to Lousy, No, it's not the master, it's another hidden great being from the wilderness." A hidden great being. At that moment, Lousy suddenly remembered the rumors in the wilderness. Nüwa already has a Dao partner. Could it be? Is she talking about her Dao partner? Though Lousy had this thought, he was not one to pry into others' affairs. This was Nüwa's private matter, so he did not ask further. After a brief thought, Nüwa was also planning to visit Chen Sheng to ask about matters concerning the human race. Since that was the case, it would be good to go together. Thinking of this, Nüwa asked coincidentally, "I wanted to visit him today, why don't we go together?" Lousy hesitated for a moment. Being praised so highly by Nüwa, it seemed he truly was not an ordinary person. After considering, Lousy nodded and said, "Very well, then I shall trouble you, Dao friend Nüwa." Seeing that Lousy agreed, Nüwa thought for a moment and instructed, "By the way, Dao friend Ta-Ching, when you meet this hidden expert, do not mention that you are the Daoist of Ta-Ching." Lousy was somewhat puzzled and frowned, asking, "Why is that?" Nüwa chuckled awkwardly and said, "This Dao friend has a peculiar temperament. Oh, just listen to me." Lousy could only nod, and Nüwa breathed a sigh of relief. She was just afraid that Lousy would go up and say he was the Daoist of Ta-Ching, then be banished by Chen Sheng to the river of time, or like Fushi be trapped in space and struck by lightning, ending up burned on the outside and tender on the inside. Then the two of them set off together to the small mountain where Chen Sheng was located. Upon reaching the small mountain, Lousy was even more puzzled. This place seemed so simple. How could it possibly be the residence of a hidden great being? However, seeing Nüwa's expression so determined, Lousy said nothing further. "Dao friend, the maid of the palace of Nüwa has come to visit." Lousy stood by, and although Nüwa felt a bit awkward, she still said so. Lousy. He was somewhat unclear why Nüwa would refer to herself as a maid of the palace of Nüwa in front of Chen Sheng. Although Lousy was puzzled, he did not ask further. After all, Nüwa had already mentioned that this hidden great being had a peculiar temperament. Perhaps the person's character was special. At this moment inside the cave, Chen Sheng silently supported his forehead, contemplating whether he should get himself a boy attendant. After all, for some reason, the number of visitors to him had suddenly increased recently. Even so, Chen Sheng still allowed Lousy and Nüwa to enter the cave. Chen Sheng looked at Lousy, puzzled. This person seemed rather ordinary. Does the maid have poor judgment? However, why does this woman keep bringing people over? Is she intentionally trying to annoy me? Then Nüwa introduced Lousy to Chen Sheng, saying, Dao friend, this is Lao Jun. I mentioned you to him. He insisted on coming to visit you. Chen Sheng. This man looks so ordinary, and yet he wears a smile that seems to convey a sense of superiority. Chen Sheng couldn't see why this man was so eager to visit him. The expression on this man's face was practically written with I was forced to come here, wasn't it? Yet Chen Sheng ultimately said nothing. Lousy sized up Chen Sheng and felt that Nüwa had overestimated this Daoist. Then Lousy directly asked Dao friend, do you know when a new saint will emerge in this wilderness? In truth, Lousy did not expect Chen Sheng to answer him at all. The only reason he asked was to give Nüwa some face. Chen Sheng looked at Lousy for a moment. He didn't know Lousy any money, so why was his expression so sour? However, Chen Sheng still rolled his eyes and disdainfully replied, soon once Lousy teaches the human race and establishes the human sect, he will attain merits and become a saint. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's words, Lousy was stunned and Nüwa was equally taken aback. How could Lousy's sainthood be related to the human race? I don't believe Chen Sheng's words. After all, how could a mere Luo know such things? With a cold grunt, I scoffed. It's easy to say. Chen Sheng, what kind of lunatic is this? He came to my territory, asked me a question, and then expressed this. He has no obligation to answer this foolish question. Chen Sheng rolled his eyes and said irritably, believe it. Seeing a mere Luo daring to speak to me with such disdain, I was instantly enraged. I am the leader of the three purities, and no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. I darkened my face and coldly snorted, humph, it's all unfounded. I wanted to continue speaking, but fortunately Nüwa reacted quickly and immediately stopped me. Nüwa understood Chen Sheng's strength better than anyone. If I angered him, even as a peak sage, I would likely end up being abused by him. Fearing that Chen Sheng would hold a grudge, Nüwa said apologetically, Chen Daoyo, my friend has a bit of a temper, please don't take it to heart. Although Chen Sheng was somewhat displeased, he was not the kind of petty person. So he waved his hand and said, it's nothing, I'm not that small-minded. Upon hearing this, Nüwa breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Chen Sheng served tea to Nüwa and me. When the tea was brought up, Nüwa's expression remained unchanged. After all, she had already tasted this tea once, and the second time was naturally not as exciting as the first. But Lousy was utterly astonished. He discovered that the tea not only brimmed with spiritual energy, but also was surrounded by laws. Could this be ordinary tea? He immediately swallowed, eagerly picking up the cup. However, as he lifted the cup, the corner of his mouth twitched. Lousy, you call this small-minded? There were only 2 drops of tea in the cup. Is it really necessary? I only said a couple of sentences. Seeing the 2 drops of tea in Lousy's cup, Nüwa was also speechless. From various signs, it was clear that this friend was indeed not small-minded. Moreover, it was also Lousy's rudeness at first. It was reasonable for Chen Sheng not to serve Lousy tea. Therefore, Nüwa said nothing more and began to drink her tea. Even though she was now a sage, the tea from the Dao tree was still very beneficial for her. Thinking of this, Nüwa became very curious about how strong Chen Sheng really was. This tea was beneficial to her. Could it be of no use to Chen Sheng? How could this person possibly be an ordinary Luo? He was above a sage in cultivation, yet here he was pretending to be weak, which was truly. Nüwa couldn't help but sigh. After drinking a cup of tea, the Dao rhythm enveloped Nüwa, and laws surrounded her. She had actually enhanced her understanding of the laws. Lousy looked at Nüwa, then at the 2 drops of water in his own cup, and instantly felt a bit envious of Nüwa. That was the power of the laws. If I had known that this tea contained the power of the laws, I shouldn't have clashed with Chen Sheng earlier. Chen Sheng glanced at Lousy, who was staring enviously at Nüwa, feeling somewhat sympathetic. It's just a cup of water, isn't it? He wasn't that stingy, so Chen Sheng got up and poured a cup of tea for Lousy. Lousy looked at Chen Sheng in surprise that he was actually pouring him tea. After realizing this, he quickly said, thank you, Daoyu. Then Lousy immediately drank the tea. Since Lousy was now just a quasi-sage, the tea from the Dao tree was still very useful to him. After drinking a cup of tea, the laws surged around Lousy, and his mind became clear. The confusions he had never understood before were suddenly realized at this moment. Even the alchemical questions that had troubled him for many years were resolved at this moment. Lousy licked his lips in delight, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. If only I could have another cup. Lousy looked at Chen Sheng with some hope. Chen Sheng, however, looked at Lousy with disdain and retorted, it's just a cup of tea. Haven't you ever had tea before? Why are you so thirsty? What's so good about tea? Can it compare to a soda? Although Lousy was retorted, he had also put away his contempt. Lousy wasn't foolish. This approachable young man could produce such fine tea to casually entertain visitors. How could he be an ordinary Luo? Moreover, even Nüwa the sage held this young man in such high regard. It seemed that he had indeed been blind. What Nüwa said was correct. Thinking of this, Lousy recalled what Chen Sheng said about imparting the Dao to the human race to gain merit and attain sagehood. Could it be that Chen Sheng was telling the truth? Lousy immediately humbly asked this Dao brother, if I want to attain sagehood, what should I do? What Dao should I impart to the human race? Lousy had only heard Chen Sheng mention imparting the Dao to the human race, but did not know exactly how to do it, so he had to humbly ask. Chen Sheng didn't rush to answer Lousy. Instead, he took a sip of tea and casually spat out the tea leaves that had accidentally gone into his mouth. TSK. The downside of drinking tea is that it's easy to swallow the tea leaves. What seemed normal to Chen Sheng made Nüwa and Lousy twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had just drunk tea, but they had even chewed and swallowed the tea leaves which contained the laws. Yet Chen Sheng actually spat them out. Indeed, he was extravagantly wealthy. However, both Lousy and Nüwa did not show it, neither wanted to appear unknowledgeable. After Chen Sheng spat out the tea leaves he had swallowed, he casually said the golden core Dao. Although it was only 4 words, after hearing Chen Sheng's words, Lousy's heart trembled violently, as if Lousy instantly understood. He immediately knelt down, gave a grand salute to Chen Sheng, and solemnly said, Dao brother, I was blind just now. Thank you for your guidance. What? Huh? Guidance for what? Before Chen Sheng could react, Lousy continued, I've understood, but I must take my leave now. I will visit you again another day. Then Lousy quickly got up and left Shoyang Mountain. Chen Sheng was stunned in the cave. I was just speaking casually, and you could understand that. Chen Sheng couldn't help but curse. Then he rolled his eyes and muttered, besides, you're not Lousy, what are you Nüwa? No, he is Lousy. Seeing Lousy comprehend, Nüwa admired Chen Sheng even more. Although this hidden master had a strange personality and seemed a bit off, his strength was indeed incredibly powerful. After a moment of complaint, Chen Sheng turned to Nüwa and asked, is your friend sick? Nüwa was momentarily at a loss for words. Am I crazy? In the entire primordial world, the only one bold enough to say such a thing to me is this fellow Daoist before me. Then Nüwa asked, Daoist friend, can I really achieve the status of a saint because of the human race? Although Chen Sheng's strength was beyond doubt, Nüwa truly could not comprehend how becoming a saint was related to humanity. After all, as the foremost among the 3 pure ones, Lousy held a transcendent position in the primordial world. How could he become a saint because of the weak and feeble human race? This seemed somewhat unreasonable. However, Chen Sheng calmly nodded and said to Nüwa, the human race is the destined protagonist of the primordial world, endowed with great opportunities and fortunes. Otherwise, do you think Nüwa would create humans to become saints? Upon reflection, Nüwa felt that Chen Sheng had a point. She had not understood why she was guided by the heavenly Dao to create humans and then achieve the merit of becoming a saint. After hearing Chen Sheng's words, Nüwa began to understand. However, she still could not fathom why the heavenly Dao would choose the weak human race to be the protagonist of the primordial world. Just as Nüwa was pondering, Chen Sheng asked, by the way, as a maid of the palace of Nüwa, you must often see Nüwa Nyang, right? How is she? What does Nüwa Nyang look like? Is she very impressive? Nüwa. Chen Sheng's question left Nüwa somewhat dazed. What does Nüwa Nyang look like? Is this question serious? Nüwa could no longer discern whether this Daoist truly knew her identity. But with Chen Sheng's immense power, he shouldn't be unaware. This is unreasonable. Yet judging by Chen Sheng's demeanor, he seemed to genuinely believe he was an ordinary Luo. No, that's impossible. Someone so powerful should not be ignorant. Could it be that this Daoist was merely playing around with life? Since this Daoist asked this question, Nüwa could not avoid the topic. After some thought, she smiled and replied, Nüwa Nyang is probably quite similar to me. Upon hearing Nüwa's words, Chen Sheng looked at her with disdain. Did this little maid really think she could become Nüwa? Daoist friend, I've told you, do not casually meddle with the cause and effect of saints. It could lead to great problems. Chen Sheng earnestly advised her. Nüwa was once again speechless. Why did no one believe her every time she spoke the truth? She truly was Nüwa without a doubt. After pondering for a moment, Nüwa decided to go along with Chen Sheng's words. She sighed and said, Daoist friend, I misspoke. Nüwa Nyang is noble and elegant, always greeted by auspicious clouds and phoenixes when she travels. Upon hearing Nüwa say this, Chen Sheng finally nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of grandeur Nüwa Nyang should possess. Nüwa Nyang is a saint. How could she possibly be comparable to a mere maid? This little maid was truly too fanciful. Nüwa Nyang. She is the one who created the human race. Chen Sheng gazed longingly, murmuring, I really want to meet Nüwa the saint, but alas, my strength is far too weak merely at the Luo realm. I cannot casually meddle in cause and effect. Nüwa, please be a person. If you are at the Luo realm, does that mean Nüwa is even inferior to a golden immortal? Faced with Chen Sheng's longing for Nüwa felt a wave of speechlessness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lousy, having received guidance from Chen Sheng, hurried back to Kunlun Mountain. Seeing Lousy rush back, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Daoren were somewhat bewildered. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who always adhered to the principle of non-action, was rarely seen in such a flustered state. Tongtian Daoren, unable to hold back his curiosity, asked, "Big brother, what happened? Were you being chased?" Yuanshi Tianzuan also looked at Tongtian Daoren with curiosity, not believing that anyone in the primordial world would dare to act against Lousy, one of the three pure ones. Thus Yuanshi Tianzuan followed up with, "Yes, big brother, weren't you visiting Daoist friend Nüwa?" Lousy burst into hearty laughter, looking quite mad as he exclaimed, I've comprehended. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tongtian Daoren. What have you comprehended?" Lousy ignored the two, who were dumbfounded, and excitedly retreated into seclusion. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Lousy's retreating figure, feeling speechless. Tongtian Daoren, however, seemed to recall something, and added, "Wait, big brother visited Nüwa, and returned claiming he has comprehended. Could it be?" Yuanshi Tianzuan also understood, exclaiming in surprise, "Did Daoist friend Nüwa inform big brother of the opportunity to become a saint?" Unexpectedly, Daoist friend Nüwa truly knows. Tongtian Daoren's mind flashed with another figure. He felt that even if Nüwa knew, she would not disclose the heavenly secrets. Moreover, could Nüwa truly possess such great power to enable Lousy to comprehend so quickly? Tongtian Daoren was skeptical. Could it be that it was that senior? Not noticing Tongtian Daoren's expression, Yuanshi Tianzuan began to ponder if he should also take the time to visit Nüwa. Time in the primordial world is fleeting. As of today, it has been exactly 100,000 years since Lousy entered seclusion. Yuanshi Tianzuan, originally discussing the Dao with Tongtian Daoren, suddenly felt a significant change in the atmosphere. The entire primordial world began to shake violently. The celestial energy above Kunlun Mountain suddenly increased several-fold, and from afar auspicious clouds appeared with celestial cranes flocking to pay their respects. The commotion was immense. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lousy were both dumbfounded. Could it be that Lousy was about to exit his seclusion? Tongtian Daoren looked surprised and said incredulously, "Big brother is about to exit seclusion." Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded in agreement, marveling. "I didn't expect that after merely a few 100,000 years of seclusion, big brother could make such great progress. Now big brother's cultivation level is probably just a step away from becoming a saint." Tongtian Daoren nodded, genuinely happy for Lousy. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Lousy's cave, dwelling with envy. Inside the cave, Lousy slowly opened his eyes. The moment Lousy opened his eyes, the aura of Kunlun Mountain surged dramatically. At that moment, Lousy was surrounded by the laws, his entire being different from any other day. Then Lousy exited his seclusion, and upon seeing the scene outside, he could not help but feel excited. For the past 100,000 years he had been comprehending the golden core Dao. Today he finally succeeded. After 10,000 years I have finally understood the golden core Dao. Lousy could not help but sigh towards the heavens. At that moment, Tongtian Daoren and Yuanshi Tianzuan also approached. "Congratulations on exiting seclusion, big brother." The two spoke in unison to Lousy. Lousy nodded at them, and Yuanshi Tianzuan, with a hint of envy, asked, "Big brother, you are now probably only a thread's distance from becoming a saint, right?" Lousy nodded, and suddenly the heavenly Dao descended, golden light upon him. Lousy stood upon a lotus pedestal, and golden light enveloped his entire being. "I shall become a saint today." As soon as Lousy's voice fell, the originally extraordinary Kunlun Mountain suddenly erupted with brilliant light. A tremendous pressure instantly spread throughout the entire primordial chaos. Lousy leaped into the air, heading towards the human race. As Lousy approached the human race, the extraordinary phenomena emanating from him grew stronger. With each step he took towards the human race, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and auspicious signs descended from the heavens. The extraordinary phenomena continued. This spectacle left the beings of the primordial chaos astonished, not understanding what was happening. Did the Daoist of Taixing go to Shoyang Mountain? Extraordinary phenomena. Is something significant about to occur? The Daoist of Taixing has been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, yet upon his emergence, such a commotion arises. In terms of cultivation, only the Daoist of Taixing is closest to becoming a saint. Could it be that he is about to attain the position of a saint? Afterwards, Lousy descended upon Shoyang Mountain. The human race had long sensed this extraordinary phenomenon and hurried out to greet him. Over these 100,000 years, the human race had developed rapidly, living in peace and prosperity. After all, the human race has the 9-sword star pattern grass to protect them, and even the demon race does not dare to disturb them casually. At this time, Swearin had already reached the late stage of the golden immortal realm, yet he too found it difficult to make any progress. Seeing Lousy arrive, Swearin hurriedly stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Greetings, Saint of Taxing. May I ask what brings you here this time?" Swearin wore a worried expression, for the grand spectacle caused by Lousy's arrival made him fearful that Lousy would bring misfortune to the human race. Lousy stood on the golden lotus, his body suspended in the air above Shoyang Mountain, enveloped in a golden light, and proclaimed, "I have received guidance from a senior of the human race, and today I am here to impart the Dao." Impart the Dao. These two words stirred up waves of shock on Shoyang Mountain. The human race itself was a post-heavenly race created by Nüwa, and was not as powerful as the innate races that existed from the beginning of the primordial chaos. Their lifespans were fleeting, and they had no pathways for cultivation. Even the strongest among the human race, the three ancestors, only attained the golden immortal status due to meritorious deeds. Now Swearin was also trapped at the late stage of the golden immortal realm, finding it difficult to advance. At this moment, upon hearing that Lousy was to impart the Dao to the human race, everyone was naturally overjoyed. If the Daoist of Taxing imparts the Dao to our human race, won't our human race be able to cultivate in the future? If that is truly the case, then our human race will no longer have to fear the oppression of the demon race. Thank you, Daoist of Taxing, for imparting the Dao to the human race. We shall never forget this. The people of the human race expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Lousy. Although Swearin also thanked Lousy, he knew that the one whom the human race should truly be grateful to was Chen Daoyu. Although Chen Daoyu claimed not to come out of seclusion and would not protect the human race, the result was that the nine-sword star pattern grass not only protected the human race, but also informed Lousy, allowing him to impart the Dao. This favor would surely be remembered by the human race. As Swearin thought this, the nine-sword star pattern grass appeared in the air. Although it was also at the level of a quasi-saint, it stood behind the senior who was guiding it. How could Lousy dare to be careless? Therefore he quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Brother Nine-Sword." The nine-sword star pattern grass facing Lousy did not dare to be arrogant, as Lousy was now just one step away from becoming a saint. "I have seen the Daoist of Taxing." The nine-sword star pattern grass also saluted Lousy and said. Lousy nodded slightly and asked with some surprise, "Is that senior not present?" The nine-sword star pattern grass understood that Lousy was asking about Chen Sheng. After pondering for a moment, it replied, "My master has always remained uninvolved in worldly affairs. Naturally, he would not show up for such trivial matters." Although the nine-sword star pattern grass spoke in such a manner, it was thinking that perhaps even the most significant matters would not prompt its master to appear, unless the primordial chaos exploded. Upon hearing the nine-sword star pattern grass words, Lousy couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Imparting the Dao to the human race and certifying the Dao as a saint. Was this really a trivial matter? However, thinking about the style of that senior, Lousy understood. Then many beings of the human race sat down on the ground, preparing to listen to Lousy impart the Dao. Lousy also sat down on the golden lotus, closed his eyes, and began to impart the Dao. The elixir is the Taiji, and Taiji is the elixir. As Lousy began to speak, extraordinary phenomena continuously unfolded. The powerful beings of the primordial chaos, who had long been paying attention to this place, could no longer sit still. Such natural phenomena led everyone to speculate that perhaps Lousy's opportunity to become a saint had arrived. Hongjun furrowed his brows. What exactly had caused Lousy's ascension to sainthood to come early? Why could even the heavenly Dao not investigate? Nüwa was astonished. If she had previously harbored doubts about Chen Sheng's words, she now fully believed. Who would have thought that Chen Sheng had imparted just 4 words to Lousy, and Lousy had truly grasped the golden core Dao? Meanwhile, the two from the west who had tried to steal from Chen Sheng's cave but failed were now gnashing their teeth in frustration. Clearly they had both received the primordial purple energy. Why had they allowed the 3 pure ones to seize the opportunity first? However, the two from the west, unable to eat grapes, claimed they were sour, cursing Lousy for not being able to become a saint. The Wu clan. The 12 ancestor witches were also quite astonished, but due to their innate shortcomings, Hongjun had long predicted that they would be unable to become saints. Thus they could only watch enviously as Lousy imparted the Dao. In the heavenly court, knowing that Lousy was going to impart the Dao to the human race, Dongwang Tai and Dijuan both wore grim expressions. If it were not for the 9-sword star pattern grass protecting the human race, they would have long since trampled the human race into the ground. How could they allow Lousy to go to the human race to impart the Dao? At the same time, the people of the human race who were listening to Lousy impart the Dao began to enter a state of comprehension. Simultaneously, many members of the human race, after listening to Lousy's teachings, unexpectedly broke through. This was a scene the human race had never witnessed before. The people of the human race had already developed a strong conviction that perhaps with lousy imparting the golden core Dao, the human race would truly have the opportunity to establish themselves in the primordial chaos. A grain of millet can create a world. Taiji is the essence of gold. This wonder of nature is not a material form. Taiji possesses an ethereal and pure virtue. Its nature is golden, its color is golden, and it precedes the 5 elements. Those who attain the Dao will witness the golden color of their bodies and the golden light emanating from their heads. The golden light, golden color corresponds in an instant. In the realm of immortals, one seeks the Taiji within the body first, and the elixir they form is like a grain of purple gold with the yang spirit manifesting and the body radiating a purple gold hue. The elixir is a pre-heavenly substance, not a post-heavenly one. This is called alchemy, but it is actually the refinement of the heart, and Qi accumulating the essence of gold, clarifying the heart and perceiving the nature. This is the Dao of the elixir. In a flash, 3,000 years had passed, and during this time lousy had been continuously imparting the Dao. At the same time, many members of the human race continued to break through. At this moment, the overall level of the human race had risen to a significant height. With the methods of cultivation, the human race could finally cease to remain weak. As lousy came to a stop, many were still in the midst of enlightenment. As lousy's sermon drew to a close, the celestial phenomena between heaven and earth began to gradually fade. The assembled mighty beings were somewhat astonished. Could it truly be over already? No. This was merely the beginning. Gazing upon the human race, lousy uttered his true words. By the decree of the heavenly Dao, I am the foremost of the 3 pure ones, the orthodox descendants of Pangu, the Grand Supreme Elder. Having attained the initial enlightenment of the great Dao this day, I hereby establish the human sect to guide and teach humanity. As his words fell, strange phenomena began to manifest once more across the primordial wilderness. Lousy's golden dharma body towered hundreds of feet high. Golden lotuses surged forth from the earth, and even the heavens above shimmered with divine radiance. Simultaneously, 9 golden merit dragons appeared in the sky. Countless wisps of merit energy surged into his body, fully awakening the karma of creation within him and unleashing an overwhelming aura. All the golden merit dragons merged into lousy's being, and he embarked upon his path to enlightenment. A golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet, and visions swirled behind him. That dharma body, already hundreds of feet tall, suddenly expanded several times over. Celestial melodies echoed into the ears of all beings in the primordial wilderness, shaking the very foundations of the world. Witnessing lousy's attainment of sainthood, the mighty figures of the primordial wilderness were utterly astounded. Though they had suspected he would become a sage this day, seeing it unfold still left them in shock and disbelief. As for Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Doran, the other 2 of the 3 pure ones, they looked on with profound. Now that lousy, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, had achieved the status of a sage, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Doran felt no such resonance within themselves, and a sense of urgency began to gnaw at them. Yet the 2 from the west were even more anxious. They had sensed that lousy would attain sagehood this day, but the path to sainthood was never an easy one. Thus Juni Doran and Jane Doran had secretly hoped that lousy would fail. Who could have known that he would indeed become a sage? In the Zixiao Palace, the Dao ancestor Hongjun furrowed his brow deeply. He had initially thought his memory was mistaken, but after a brief calculation, he realized that lousy's ascension to sainthood should have occurred 1,000,000 years hence. Yet for some unknown reason it had come early. Hongjun sensed that certain matters were gradually slipping beyond his control. Perplexed, he continued to divine the celestial mechanisms. However, after much effort, he still found no answers. At Shouyang Mountain, as lousy attained sainthood, the celestial phenomena gradually dissipated. Then he noticed a young man among the human race with exceptional potential. Lousy pointed to the young man and asked, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" This young man was none other than Xuandu. Originally an ordinary human, Xuandu had been awakened by lousy's sermon, and over 3,000 years had broken through to the true immortal realm. Such a foundation was exceedingly rare, even in the primordial wilderness. How could Xuandu let such an opportunity slip? He immediately knelt and accepted the master-disciple bond. Lousy nodded and departed Shouyang Mountain with Xuandu. Having just attained sainthood, he needed to retreat into seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. The human race gazed at lousy's receding figure filled with boundless gratitude. The leaders of the 3 tribes knelt and bowed, proclaiming, "Grand Supreme Elder, for imparting the golden elixir Great Dao to us humans, we are eternally grateful and shall forever honor you." At Kunlun Mountain, seeing lousy return as a sage, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Doran hurried forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, elder brother, on achieving the sage's fruit." Lousy was also elated and nodded to his brothers. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yuanshi Tianzan's eyes as he asked, "Elder brother, is there some secret to attaining sainthood?" Was it the guidance of Daoist Nüwa? Lousy shook his head. Thinking of that senior, he spoke earnestly to Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Doran. Though my sainthood was aided by Daoist Nüwa, it was her Dao companion who guided me. Dao companion. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Doran were baffled. Though rumors had long circulated in the primordial wilderness that Nüwa had a Dao companion, they had never seen the person themselves. Tongtian Doran pondered, wasn't the one who guided elder brother a certain senior? Could that senior be Nüwa's Dao companion? Truly the primordial wilderness was a realm of madness. A grateful expression crossed Lousy's face as he said, now that I have broken through to sagehood, it is only right that I go and thank that senior. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded and added, perhaps my third brother, and I could accompany you. We might also inquire when the opportunity for sainthood will come to us. Lousy recalled that senior's peculiar habits, but nodded nonetheless. Very well. Once I have stabilized my sage realm, we shall go pay our respects to that senior. He would caution Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Doran when the time came. Lousy's attainment of sainthood set off a chain reaction that touched every corner of the primordial wilderness. The entire landscape of the primordial wilderness began to shift subtly. Dongwang Tai and Dijuan both aspired to ascend further, but lacking the Hongmeng purple chi, they sought other means. Once they became the supreme rulers of the primordial wilderness, perhaps the opportunity for sainthood would come. This ambition intensified the friction between the Demon Clan and the Wu Clan. As a result, their skirmishes escalated, threatening to erupt into full-scale war. The battles between the Wu and Demon clans brought devastation to the countless beings of the primordial wilderness. Gazing upon the aftermath of a recent skirmish, Hutu could not help but sigh. A rabbit at the true immortal level now lay charred upon the ground. A serpent at the golden immortal level could only weakly flick its tongue. Witnessing this, Hutu felt a pang of pity. Both the Wu and Demon clans possessed immense power, and their conflicts could reshape the entire primordial wilderness. Yet in the end, it was always the innocent beings who suffered. But the war between the Wu and Demon clans had reached a fever pitch. A decisive battle was inevitable, a fight to the death. Even if she wished to stop it, the Demon clan would never agree. Just then the image of Chen Sheng flashed through her mind. Perhaps that reclusive sage would know how to resolve this. With this thought, Hutu gave her instructions and hurriedly set off for Shouyang Mountain to visit Chen Sheng. Daoist Chen, may I have a word? Having finally enjoyed a period of peace, Chen Sheng heard the visitor at his door and recognized the voice of Miss Little Earth. Come in, Miss Little Earth. With his permission, Hutu entered. After exchanging pleasantries, she asked with concern, Daoist, you possess great powers. Do you know of any way to resolve the war between the Wu and Demon clans? Chen Sheng took a sip of tea and replied calmly, the war between the Wu and Demon clans is ordained by the heavenly Dao. There is no solution. Hearing this, Hutu fell silent. Just then Chen Sheng frowned and reached out his hand to grasp something. Fushi once again tumbled face first onto the ground before Chen Sheng. The reason Fushi secretly came here was due to his fear that Nüwa had been deceived by Chen Sheng, and he wanted to investigate what kind of person Chen Sheng truly was. If he discovered that Chen Sheng was merely pretending to be someone powerful, he would definitely make sure to deal with him without anyone noticing. However, before Fushi could react, he was caught again. This was already the second time Fushi had fallen here in such an embarrassing manner. He looked a bit disheveled and intended to get back up. As a Kwasa saint, how had he ever endured such humiliation? Just as he was about to curse, Chen Sheng directly stepped on Fushi again, pinning him to the ground. Fushi, caught off guard, was once more pressed down, rubbing against the ground. Being stepped on twice by a mere Luo was an absolute disgrace for Fushi. Feeling extremely embarrassed, he struggled with all his might. After all, he was just a Luo. How could he truly do anything to him? However, Fushi found himself struggling beneath Chen Sheng's foot like a maggot, unable to break free. How could he be so strong? When Hutu recognized Fushi, she was momentarily stunned, then became utterly speechless. Who would have guessed that the one sneaking around outside was Fushi? How could he be so strong? When Hutu recognized Fushi, she was momentarily stunned, then became utterly speechless. Who would have guessed that the one sneaking around outside was Fushi? At this moment, Fushi was actually being stepped on by Chen Sheng. The visual impact of this scene was simply overwhelming. Unable to free himself, Fushi wanted to curse. But before he could say anything, Chen Sheng had already guessed what Fushi intended to do and said directly, if you dare to curse me, I will give you a beating. Looking at Fushi beneath his foot, Chen Sheng felt a sense of frustration. Why was this guy back again? To be fair, Chen Sheng thought this guy must have some issues. Fushi had originally wanted to curse, but found that he couldn't even break free. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively shook his head, indicating that he definitely wouldn't think about cursing anyone. Seeing Fushi shake his head, Chen Sheng finally moved his foot away from him. Fushi hurriedly got up from the ground, brushing off the dust on his clothes, and in that moment, he caught sight of a shadow. What the hell? Why was Huda here? Why did she have to appear at the most embarrassing moment for him? Fushi felt so awkward that he wished he could burrow into the ground. Such an embarrassing thing was actually witnessed by someone from the witch clan. Cough. As a demon emperor, didn't he care about his face? Fushi had effectively died socially. Before Hotu could say anything, Fushi awkwardly spoke up, "While I was just playing around with this fellow Daoist. Chen Sheng." Hotu understood the unspoken rule of not making things worse, so she immediately averted her gaze, pretending she hadn't seen Fushi at all. Seeing this scene, Fushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Hotu turned her head and asked again about the previous topic. Daoist Chen, you mentioned that there is no resolution to the battle between witches and demons. What about the witch clan? The witch clan really had suffered greatly. Originally possessing the bloodline of Pangu, they should have been the overlords of the wilderness. Unfortunately, one by one, aside from Hotu, they were not particularly bright. Chen Sheng said calmly, "Oh, of the 12 ancestral witches, only the clever Hotu survived. In the end, all the ancestral witches perished, and Xuanming, the strongest, perished alongside Tai, resulting in mutual destruction. Many ancient demon clans perished, some hiding away while others submitted to the path of immortals, causing both the witch and demon clans to weaken. After the battle, both the witch and demon clans completely lost the strength to compete for supremacy in the wilderness and were forced to exit the historical stage. However, the weak human race began to flourish during the rule of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, ushering in an era of dominance in the wilderness." Hotu turned pale upon hearing Chen Sheng's words. To her surprise, the only one to survive the battle between witches and demons was herself. How could it be that all her 11 brothers could not escape the fate of death? Hotu found it hard to accept this outcome for a moment. She couldn't understand why the witch clan with the Pangu bloodline ended up in such a dire situation. At this time, Fushi, on the other hand, was smugly saying, "Humph, the demon clan must have won the battle between witches and demons. The demon clan is strong. How could those foolish witches be their match?" Since Chen Sheng had already stated that all the ancestral witches of the witch clan except for Hotu were dead, didn't that mean the demon clan won the battle? Thinking this way, Fux's tail was about to rise into the sky. Meanwhile, Hotu's expression grew even worse upon hearing Fux's sarcasm. But she remembered that Chen Sheng had mentioned that neither the witch nor demon clans had achieved good results, so she continued to listen to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng looked at the smug Fushi and silently rolled his eyes in his heart. He truly didn't understand where this guy's confidence came from, especially since the battle between witches and demons had nothing to do with him. He, a mere nobody who was inferior even to the maidens of the Nüwa palace, dared to flaunt himself here. The demon clan, whether it was Emperor Jun or Dong Huangtai, also died in the end. Chen Sheng took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Indeed, he was deliberately trying to bring Fushi down a notch. Fushi was frozen in place, his face filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? Wasn't the current Luo making things up? If just moments ago Fushi had believed about 8 parts of what Chen Sheng said, at this moment, he believed none of it, and directly retorted, "Impossible. Those 2 demon emperors are immensely powerful and have reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation. They could even form the great array of stars. How could they die? Immense power. In this wilderness there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Quasi-saints were everywhere, and Luo were as common as dogs. But unfortunately that wasn't what mattered. What truly mattered was that the heavenly Dao wanted you to perish." Chen Sheng sighed, shaking his head as he spoke. "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. Under the heavenly Dao, all are not free, let alone a mere 2 quasi-saints." Regarding this matter, Chen Sheng felt quite emotional. Had it not been for the extreme danger in the wilderness, he wouldn't be so cowardly as to avoid going there now. Fushi was taken aback, and after some thought, he felt that Chen Sheng's words were indeed somewhat reasonable. Moreover, given Chen Sheng's strength, he had no need to deceive Fushi. At this moment, Fushi finally believed what Nüwa had said. It seemed that this person was indeed not Nüwa's Dao partner and truly had some skills. But could Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai actually die? For a moment, Fushi found it hard to accept. After a brief silence, he asked again, "What about the demon emperor Fushi? He is incredibly powerful. Could it be that he also died?" Chen Sheng rolled his eyes and said with righteous indignation, "What can I say? Fushi is a fool. He was sold and still helped count the money. The first to die was him." Fushi was shocked again. How could he die? It was impossible. His strength was above that of Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. This is impossible. I cannot die. Hotu furrowed her brows tightly as Chen Sheng had just said that the Wu clan would fail, and she had thought that the Yao clan would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. To her surprise, both sides ended up suffering heavy losses. Both Fushi and Hotu were extremely shocked and somewhat disbelieving. Hotu shook her head and said the Yao clan and the Wu clan are the overlords of the primordial era. How could they both suffer such mutual destruction? Seeing their disbelief, Chen Sheng was somewhat speechless. He then casually pulled at the air. An image of the battle between the Wu and Yao clans instantly appeared before their eyes. Ho Tu saw her brother perish from exhaustion, while Fushi witnessed his self-detonation for the sake of the Yao clan. For a moment both Ho Tu and Fushi found it hard to accept. Fushi murmured this is impossible. However, his face had already turned pale, for deep down he could sense that everything was real. Chen Sheng's lips twitched, then he said, "This is a node captured from the River of Time, depicting the predicted outcome of the Wu and Yao calamity, with an accuracy rate of up to 90%. You can choose to believe it or not. Do these people have a problem? They keep coming to the primordial era, asking some nonsensical questions. If I answer, I'll just be questioned again." Then Chen Sheng directly dispersed the image. Ho Tu's expression was uneasy. Could it be that the Yao clan truly could not escape this fate? No. This Daoist friend in front of her could surely resolve the crisis of the human race, and could also help the Wu clan. Thinking of this, Ho Tu immediately knelt in front of Chen Sheng, sincerely, saying, "Daoist friend, I know you possess great powers. Please save the Wu clan." Chen Sheng looked utterly bewildered. Great powers? With his current strength, he would be instantly defeated if he stepped out. "I'm just a mere Luo, who I cannot influence this battle at all." "Little two, are you out of your mind?" Chen Sheng said in exasperation. What can a Luo do? He could only show off in front of little two and this brainless fool. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's words, Ho Tu's eyes dimmed. Such a formidable senior must be unwilling to intervene, which is why he claimed to be merely a Luo. Now the ancestor of the Wu clan Ho Tu and the Yao Emperor Fushi were present here, making it the perfect opportunity to clarify this matter. After pondering for a while, Fushi asked, "Does it mean that if the Wu and Yao clans cease fighting, this outcome can be changed?" After asking this question, Fushi looked at Chen Sheng with some hope. Ho Tu also looked forward to it. As long as the war between the Wu and Yao clans did not start, the primordial era would not suffer and neither clan would suffer mutual destruction. Isn't that the best of both worlds? But in this world, how could there be such a thing as a perfect solution? Not to mention the will of the heavenly Dao, which no one could oppose. That is a calamity, not something that can be stopped by simply ceasing hostilities. Chen Sheng directly addressed the two. Upon hearing this, Fushi and Nüwa both felt a bit discouraged. Even if they were to cease fighting, did that mean the Wu and Yao clans must face such a fate? Seeing Fushi and Ho Tu in a daze, Chen Sheng felt somewhat perplexed. What does the battle between the Wu and Yao clans have to do with you? You are so weak, what role can you play? Why are you so sad? Chen Sheng asked earnestly. Fushi, Ho Tu. One is the ancestor of the Wu clan, and the other is the Yao emperor. How could it not be related? However, they understood that this reclusive expert had a strange temperament, so they did not say much. Ho Tu sighed and said somewhat absently, "Daoist friend, I have matters to attend to today, so I will take my leave for now and visit again another time." Chen Sheng nodded and reminded, "All right, do not casually involve yourself in causality." Ho Tu nodded, and watching Ho Tu leave, Chen Sheng silently shook his head. This child little two is good in every way, but she is too emotional. He then glanced at Fushi and asked, "Do you have anything else?" Fushi felt somewhat awkward, but he indeed had no mood to stay, so he immediately clasped his hands and said, "Daoist friend, then I shall take my leave as well." Watching both Ho Tu and Fushi leave in a dejected state, Chen Sheng felt somewhat perplexed. Regardless, he brewed himself a pot of tea. The sunlight was just right. In Nüwa's palace, Nüwa was pondering whether to ask Chen Sheng about the human race again when she saw Fushi returning in a daze. Usually the couple would excitedly talk to Nüwa, but upon seeing her, Fushi merely sighed and was about to. Nüwa did not know where Fushi had been, but she sensed something was off. She immediately chased after him and asked, "Elder brother, what happened to you?" Fushi said nothing, only looked at Nüwa with a complicated expression, deeply sighing. Nüwa. Did she not know her elder brother well enough? When had Fushi ever shown such an expression? Nüwa continued to ask, "Elder brother, I." Fushi patted Nüwa's shoulder and said with earnestness, "Little sister, do you want to talk to me about the human race?" "Rest assured, brother, is not that unreasonable, I agree." Nüwa. What human race? What agreement? Meanwhile, after returning, Ho Tu went to meet the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan. The crowd sat together, each with a puzzled expression. Di Jiang was the first to speak, asking, "Little sister, you called us all here. What exactly happened?" Zhurong, who was most direct, immediately followed up with, "Could it be that the Yao clan bullied you? They'll go eliminate those Yao clan members right now." After saying this, Zhurong grabbed his weapon and was about to seek out the Yao clan for revenge. Ho Tu hurriedly stopped Zhurong, saying, "Brother, do not act rashly. What I am about to say concerns the survival of our entire Wu clan." Zhurong was taken aback, but ultimately sat back down. Di Jiang was somewhat confused and pressed on, "Little sister, what are you saying?" Ho Tu frowned and addressed, "Everyone, our Wu clan may soon disappear from the primordial era." The crowd was first taken aback, then they couldn't help but frown. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Meng reproached, "Little sister, do not speak nonsense. Our Wu clan is the overlord of the primordial era. How could we possibly disappear?" Xuanxiu also chimed in, "Exactly, little sister, did those Yao clan members threaten you? What are they even worth? Ho-Tu fell silent as she knew that by stating it like this her brothers would surely not believe her. Thus Ho-Tu directly showed the images Chen Sheng had shown her to the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan. The images surged depicting the battle between the Wu and Yao clans like a movie unfolding scene after scene before the ancestors' eyes. The 12 ancestors were utterly shocked. This is impossible. This. Everyone was astonished, shaking their heads in disbelief of it all. Di Jiang's expression darkened as he hurriedly grasped Ho-Tu's hand and asked, "Little sister, where did you come?" Ho-Tu sighed, her expression somewhat gloomy as she replied, "This was captured by an elder from the human territory while exploring the River of Time." The elder. After some contemplation, the ancestral witches realized who Ho-Tu was referring to. Even the 12 ancestral witches held deep respect for that elder. How could someone who was acknowledged as the master by the 9-sword star pattern grass possibly speak carelessly? Thus for a moment the ancestral witches fell into silence, their faces appearing quite grim. Naturally the ancestral witches would not doubt the news coming from that elder. Seeing the expressions of her brothers, Ho-Tu sighed again, and said, "The fate of the witch clan may already be sealed. Even that elder does not wish to intervene." Upon hearing Ho-Tu's words the ancestral witches fell silent. The atmosphere became heavy. After a long pause Di Jiang gritted his teeth and declared, "Our witch clan was born to defy heaven and earth, and we only revere our father god Pangu. We will surely break the shackles." With Di Jiang's words the expressions of the ancestral witches improved somewhat. "Indeed, we the witch clan are of Pangu's bloodline. How can we allow the demon clan to ride on our heads? We will definitely defeat the demon clan." Although the elder mentioned it was the will of the heavenly Dao, now that we know it proves that there is no way to avoid it. Yes, since that elder has informed you of this matter, it might just be a reminder regarding the demon clan, yet the elder cannot speak directly about it. In any case, as long as we unite, the witch clan will surely be indestructible. After hearing her brother's words, Ho-Tu felt somewhat reassured. Perhaps it truly was that elder reminding the witch clan. Although Ho-Tu still felt anxious about this matter, she ultimately said nothing more. After all, it was still early, and she did not want to cause panic among the witch clan. Meanwhile, after a conversation with Nüwa, she headed straight for the heavenly court. The defeat of both the witches and demons was a significant matter. He needed to find Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun to discuss it thoroughly. Upon arriving at the heavenly court, she noticed many demons scurrying about, feeling somewhat perplexed. Di Jun saw Fu Shi and hurriedly went to greet him. At this moment the demon clan was in a discussion. "Brother Fu Shi, you arrived just in time. Our demon clan is discussing how to deal with those reckless witches," Di Jun said to Fu Shi. Upon seeing Fu Shi, Dong Huang Tai Yi became even more triumphant and arrogantly declared, "How dare the witch clan provoke us? It's just right that brother Fu Shi is here to teach them a lesson." Fu Shi was slightly bewildered as he was pulled along by Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Soon Fu Shi frowned. He had not come here to chat idly with Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Fu Shi stood in place, his expression serious as he said, "I have come to find you for an important matter." Di Jun was taken aback, seldom seeing Fu Shi so serious. He immediately adjusted his demeanor and asked, "What important matter does brother Fu Shi have?" Seeing everyone look at him, Fu Shi sighed, his face grave as he said, "The demon clan is in danger." At this statement the demons were all stunned. What does it mean that the demon clan is in danger? The demon clan is at the peak of its power. How could there be danger? Even a sage would have to think twice before acting against the heavenly court. Why would Fu Shi say such a thing? Di Jun, puzzled by Fu Shi's words, inquired, "Brother Fu Shi, what do you mean by this?" Dong Huang Tai Yi also looked confused, thinking aloud as he asked, "Could it be that the witch clan has stirred up some trouble again?" The Kuan Peng demon master, known for his violent temperament, immediately slammed the table and said, "In my opinion, we should directly attack the witch clan and show them some real power." Such blind arrogance left Fu Shi somewhat speechless. He then sighed and waved his hand to reveal the image that Chen Sheng had provided. The demons all turned to look at the image, which depicted the witch and demon clans ultimately perishing together, neither gaining any advantage. After viewing this scene, the demons were shaken. How could it be that the demon clan and the witch clan would suffer mutual destruction? The demon clan harbored ambitious desires, wishing to become the rulers of the wilderness. Yet unexpectedly, the final outcome of the battle between the witches and demons was such. Di Jun, seeing this image, was equally astonished, and he quickly asked, "What on earth is going on?" Fu Shi furrowed his brows and addressed the crowd of demons, saying, "This is a future vision captured from the River of Time." The Kuan Peng demon master frowned. He could not believe the demon clan would perish with the witch clan. He then asked, "Fu Shi, are you truly able to capture future visions from the River of Time with your peak croissant cultivation?" The Kuan Peng demon master's words carried a hint of mockery. Even a sage couldn't capture fragments from the River of Time, let alone Fu Shi. Thus the Kuan Peng Demon Master was questioning Fu Shi. Fu Shi shook his head, not taking the Kuan Peng Demon Master's doubts to heart. If it weren't for Di Jun and Dong Huangtai insisting on bringing this fellow into the demon clan, he wouldn't have even glanced at him. Fu Shi directly stated, I am only at the peak of quasi-saint. It is not my doing. It is a vision derived by a powerful being. The crowd was somewhat puzzled. A powerful being. In the wilderness other than Hongjun Dao, Zhu the strongest would be Nüwa. Could it be? Di Jun immediately asked, could it be a vision derived by Hongjun Dao Zhu? But how did brother Fu Shi come to know of this? Fu Shi shook his head. Hongjun Dao Zhu, having mended the heavens, would naturally not reveal heavenly secrets. It is a human from Shoyang Mountain. After a moment's thought, Fu Shi said this. In truth, Fu Shi did not know what Chen Sheng's origins were, but thinking he resided in Shoyang Mountain as a human, Fu Shi spoke in this manner. Humans. Hearing Fu Shi mention humans, the many demons were momentarily stunned. The originally anxious demons felt as if they had been played for fools. Humans. This seemed a bit ridiculous. Di Jun, who had been worried, instantly relaxed. Since it was a human, he no longer needed to be concerned. How could a mere postnatal race determine the outcome between the demon clan and the witch clan? Even if there were teachings from lousy, how could it be compared with the demon clan? What a joke. Dong Huangtai first reacted, and then with an astonished expression asked, humans. Brother Fu Shi, are you perhaps being deceived? Such unbelievable words could even be spoken. He must have been deceived. However, for a dignified demon emperor to say such a thing was truly. Fu Shi saw them wanting to speak, but hesitating. He too did not believe that the elder was human yet. That elder had said so. He sighed and continued to address the demons, saying, you must not underestimate this human great being. This great being is extraordinary. After hearing this, the Kuan Peng Demon Master could not help but chuckle, saying, Fu Shi, when did you become As the Kuan Peng Demon Master spoke, the originally restrained members of the demon race burst into laughter. Philian chimed in, agreeing with the Kuan Peng Demon Master, saying, indeed, Fu Shi, Demon Emperor, perhaps you are overthinking it. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Fux's expression turned a bit unnatural, but now he understood how arrogant the demon race truly was. As the Demon Emperor Di Jun noticed the situation getting out of control and addressed the crowd, saying, enough. The crowd immediately quieted down. Di Jun spoke to Fu Shi, saying, brother Fu Shi, you worry too much. My demon race is incredibly powerful. How could we possibly perish alongside those brutes of the witch race? Dong Huangtai also dismissed the idea, saying, exactly, I think we should properly discuss how to deal with those brutes of the witch race. All the members of the demon race nodded in agreement. The Kuan Peng Demon Master, filled with confidence, raised his head and said, humph. In my opinion, we should directly attack the witch race. My demon race has a strong army, and we can surely take down the witch race in one fell swoop. However, Di Jun shook his head and said disapprovingly, in my view, such recklessness would make us no better than those brutes of the witch race. How about we kill some people and frame it on the witch race? Dong Huangtai thought for a moment and suggested to the other demons. Di Jun still shook his head, saying, not advisable. The witch race is immensely powerful. Even if they did so, the beings of the primordial world would only dare to be angry, but not speak out. The demon race soon became excited, discussing how to suppress the witch race, completely leaving Fu Shi aside. Fu Shi felt helpless, but since the demon race wasn't listening, he chose not to say more. Soon the three pure ones descended upon Shoyang Mountain. Having visited Chen Sheng after his meeting with Tongtian, the three pure ones intended to pay their respects to Chen Sheng together. Afterward, Chen Sheng guided Lousy to create the golden core path, achieving sanctification. The three pure ones ought to properly thank Chen Sheng, and since Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Daoren also wished to meet this legendary hermit, they hoped to gain a chance for sanctification from him. Thus, after Lousy's saintly cultivation stabilized, they all went to the human race together. The human race was quite surprised by the arrival of the three pure ones, knowing that any one of them was a distinguished figure in the primordial world. Now, with all three of them appearing at once, the human race felt greatly honored. The people of the human race went to greet them with utmost respect. Swearin bowed and respectfully said, the human race pays respects to the Ta Ching, Saint the Yu Qing Dao Run, and the Shang Qing Dao Run. Lousy's purpose for visiting the human race was to meet Chen Sheng, not wanting to create too much of a commotion, so he waved his hand, saying, you all go about your business, there's no need to pay attention to us. The human race, who had originally been kneeling on the ground in fear, felt much more at ease upon hearing Lousy's approachable demeanor. Then Lousy went with Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Dao Ren to the small mountain to find Chen Sheng. Thinking of the advice Nüwa had given him, Lousy respectfully said, Old Jun, I come to pay my respects to my friend. In reality, given Chen Sheng's strength, Lousy should have called him senior. However, Chen Sheng insisted on being called a friend, claiming he wasn't very strong. Thus lousy had no choice but to address him that way. Chen Sheng was originally preparing to go out and bask in the sun while lying on a lounge chair when he heard lousy had come to visit. Chen Sheng thought deeply old Jun. Could it be that old man whom Nüwa brought last time? He left in a rush one day, who knows what he comprehended. Upon thinking of this, Chen Sheng directly invited lousy in. Upon entering the cave, lousy respectfully greeted Chen Sheng saying, I have met my friend. Though Tontian Daoren was puzzled as to why the senior was merely a Deluo, he also followed suit and bowed respectfully. At that moment Yuan Shi Tianzun, however, was extremely dissatisfied. Was it a mere Deluo who guided his elder brother to sanctification? It sounded utterly sarcastic. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt he had been tricked. Frowning, he waved his sleeve and said, Elder brother, the hermit expert you spoke of is simply a Deluo. Lousy was taken aback and then nodded, saying, Second brother you. However, Yuan Shi Tianzun did not listen to Lousy's explanation and directly mocked coldly, ridiculous. A mere Deluo dares to point fingers at me. Yuan Shi Tianzun believed that either this Deluo had deceived his elder brother with sweet words, or Lousy simply did not want him to know the opportunity for sanctification. After finishing his words, Yuan Shi Tianzun angrily left. Chen Sheng was left dumbfounded. Oh, what was wrong with being a Deluo? Hadn't he always been a Deluo? Seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun leave in anger, Lousy worried that Chen Sheng might be displeased and quickly smiled, saying, My friend, my younger brother has a bad temper. Please do not take offense. Tontian Daoren was taken aback, although he had sensed an incredibly strong sword intent here, before he wondered if it was necessary for Lousy, now a saint, to show such respect to this person. Chen Sheng helplessly nodded and asked Lousy, What brings you to me? Lousy quickly replied, I came today specifically to thank my friend. Chen Sheng was somewhat puzzled and asked, It was just a cup of tea, why do you need to thank me? Lousy was taken aback, thinking he was so self-righteous. Now that he had finally become a saint, he was quite pleased with himself. Chen Sheng was somewhat puzzled and asked, It was just a cup of tea, why do you need to thank me? Lousy was taken aback. Tontian Daoren recalled the powerful sword intent he had sensed outside Chen Sheng's cave and respectfully asked, This friend, may I ask if you are proficient in the sword path? Sword path. Chen Sheng felt a bit awkward when asked, then shook his head and said, I'm just an ordinary Deluo. I don't know much about the sword path. Don't know? Tontian Daoren was taken aback. He had indeed felt an incredibly strong sword intent here that day. According to his deduction, wasn't it from this friend residing here? Could it be that he had found the wrong person? Hearing Tontian Daoren mention the sword path, Chen Sheng casually picked up a broken sword nearby and began to stroke it inwardly, lamenting, Alas, while others traverse here with all sorts of divine weapons, he was given this broken sword by the system. While others cultivate at lightning speed after so many thousands of years, he was still a useless Deluo. Noticing the sword, Tontian Daoren's body suddenly trembled, because he sensed from this seemingly ordinary broken sword the very sword path laws he had felt before. Tontian Daoren was exceedingly excited. Chen Sheng was taken aback. This child seemed to have a bit of a mental issue. Besides accepting disciples, did he not know his own level? He was merely a mediocre Deluo. Forget it, it's better not to mislead the youth. Chen Sheng directly refused, saying, I am merely a Deluo. I cannot teach you anything. I do not accept disciples. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's refusal, the Tontian Daoist was initially stunned. Then he knelt on the ground, knocking his head 3 times loudly, saying, I beg you to accept me as your disciple. Oh, as long as you accept me, I will follow you wholeheartedly in the future. Chen Sheng. Then the Tontian Daoist continued, If you do not accept me as your disciple today, I will not get up. Seeing Chen Sheng silent, he directly knocked his head again. Lousy stood to the side, somewhat at a loss. His third brother had always been proud, looking down on everyone. Why was he suddenly wanting to worship Chen Sheng as his master? Moreover, the 3 pure ones were disciples of the Dao ancestor. Wasn't being a disciple of the Dao ancestor enough? Why seek another master? Wasn't he afraid of the Dao ancestor's reprimand? Thinking of this, Lousy hurriedly reminded the Tontian Daoist, advising, Third brother, you have already taken a master. Seeking another one now may be inappropriate. However, at this moment the Tontian Daoist was not in a position to listen. He was utterly obsessed with the sword path, even more so than with becoming a saint. Now, with such a senior who excelled in the sword path before him, how could the Tontian Daoist heed Lousy's? Without a moment's hesitation, the Tontian Daoist remained kneeling, saying, Brother, there is no need to worry. I can have 2 masters. If I cannot take a master today, I will not return with you. I will stay outside the mountain observing the sword intent here every day. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tontian Daoist remained kneeling, saying, Brother, there is no need to worry. I can have 2 masters. Then Chen Sheng sighed and said, Well, since you already have a master, you can be my registered disciple. The Tontian Daoist thought Chen Sheng would surely refuse to accept disciples, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Tontian Daoist stood up, tears brimming, and said to Chen Sheng, "Thank you, master. I bow to you." Saying this, the Tantian Daoist prepared to bow again. Chen Sheng was speechless and directly stopped the Tantian Daoist. Lousy, seeing this, felt quite helpless. However, since the Tantian had already been defeated in becoming a saint, he couldn't say much, so he could only clasp his hands to Chen Sheng and the Tantian Daoist, saying, "In that case, congratulations, junior brother, I will take my leave now." The Tantian Daoist was so excited at this moment that he waved goodbye to Lousy. Chen Sheng, on the other hand, was left speechless. He had inexplicably gained a disciple. Then Chen Sheng asked, "By the way, what is your name?" Lousy had left in such a hurry that he forgot to remind the Tantian Daoist about Chen Sheng's peculiar character. Thus, upon hearing Chen Sheng's question, the Tantian Daoist proudly responded, "Master, I am the Tantian Daoist, one of the three pure ones." The Tantian Daoist thought no matter what, being one of the three pure ones, it was not a loss for Chen Sheng to accept him as a disciple. However, Chen Sheng could no longer hold back and gave the Tantian Daoist a sharp knock on the head. What was happening in this primordial world? Were they all actors? Those who came to him either claimed to be Nüwa or Hutu or Fushi, and now even the Tantian had appeared. How did Chen Sheng end up with a theatrical disciple? Looking at the Tantian Daoist, Chen Sheng said with a face full of exasperation, "If you are the Tantian Daoist, then the other two must be Yuan Shi Tianzun and Lousy, right? Is it so easy to meet a great being in this primordial world?" After being hit by Chen Sheng, the Tantian Daoist shivered in pain. However, he still didn't understand, and said aggrievedly, "Master, I really am the Tantian Daoist." Chen Sheng was speechless. He raised his hand and gave another knock while scolding, "If you must imitate, at least imitate someone better." What was so good about that fool Tantian? Remembering Tantian Daoist's plight, Chen Sheng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. This fellow really had it hard. He wasn't lacking in strength, yet he was betrayed by his two brothers. During the function calamity, Tantian was first deceived by Yuan Shi Tianzun into going to the heavenly god list, and then watched helplessly as his disciples were sent to the heavenly court one by one. The worst was that Tantian himself ended up imprisoned in the Zishao Palace for life. Tisk, let's not mention it. The Tantian Daoist was somewhat dazed at this moment. Fool. How could he, the Tantian Daoist, be a notorious figure in the primordial world? How did he become a fool? The Tantian Daoist thought for a moment and asked, "Master, why do you say that? How could the Tantian Daoist be a fool?" Chen Sheng rolled his eyes and retorted, "Whether he is a fool or not has nothing to do with you." After being rebuked by Chen Sheng, the Tantian Daoist immediately dared not speak. However, how could he, the Tantian Daoist, have no connection to it? After a while, the Tantian Daoist ran to find Chen Sheng to inquire about the sword path. "Master, may I ask what you know about the sword path?" Chen Sheng was quite speechless. No wonder this fellow was so interested in the Tantian Daoist. Chen Sheng smiled and said, "No wonder you are curious about the Tantian Daoist. It turns out you are also obsessed with the sword path." The Tantian Daoist felt a bit embarrassed. Could it be that his master truly did not know he was the Tantian Daoist? After stammering for a long time, the Tantian Daoist finally said, "Isn't it because I heard that the Tantian Daoist is profoundly skilled in the sword path, so I am somewhat curious." After saying this, the Tantian Daoist felt a bit shy. Oh, wasn't this just self-praise? Chen Sheng, however, nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, the Tantian Daoist is indeed the strongest in the primordial world." Thinking of the Tantian Daoist's sword path, Chen Sheng felt a wave of envy. Although the Tantian Daoist was a bit foolish, his sword skills were indeed impressive. During the function calamity, the Tantian Daoist single-handedly fought against both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Lousy, even gaining the upper hand. Had it not been for Hongjun's intervention, the outcome was uncertain. Hearing Chen Sheng praise him like this, the Tantian Daoist felt embarrassed and said, "In terms of sword path, I am not as good as the Jiujian Daoist, nor am I as good as my master." Raising his hand, Chen Sheng gave the Tantian Daoist another knock. The Tantian Daoist was left bewildered by Chen Sheng's action, looking at him with innocent eyes, wondering if he had done something wrong again. Chen Sheng felt somewhat awkward under the Tantian Daoist's gaze, clearing his throat and saying, "Ahem, one must be practical. Ooh, I hate it when people flatter me." Alright, this was just a grandiloquent way to say it. He was just hitting the Tantian Daoist as a matter of habit. Tongtian. He was just speaking the truth. How did it become flattery? Looking at the aggrieved Tantian Daoist, Chen Sheng asked, "What do you want to learn?" Upon hearing Chen Sheng's words, Tantian Daoist was momentarily stunned. Then, with determination in his eyes, he said to Chen Sheng, "Master, I want to learn the sword path." The sword path. Chen Sheng found himself in a dilemma and sighed. He had learned too many things and was not particularly proficient in the sword path. If he were to teach others, it would likely be somewhat inadequate. Thinking this, Chen Sheng said to Tantian Daoist, "Unfortunately, my sword path is not the strongest among the 3,000 great paths I control. It can at most be considered average, truly not much to learn from." Thinking this, Chen Sheng said to Tontian Daoist, "Unfortunately, my sword path is not the strongest among the 3,000 great paths I control. It cannot. Master, are you really not being pretentious? With such a sword path, there's nothing to learn." Tontian Daoist felt utterly bewildered. Chen Sheng thought for a moment and decided to let Tontian Daoist learn something else. Then with a casual wave of his hand, a translucent little snake appeared before Tontian. Tontian Daoist. Powerful beings can indeed create beings like Nüwa creating humans. Yet even a saint can only create extremely weak beings with a casual gesture. But this little snake before him clearly exuded the aura of a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint. Tontian Daoist was only at the level of a quasi-saint himself. Tontian Daoist was no longer calm. Even Nüwa could not casually create a quasi-saint. However, in contrast, Chen Sheng remained incredibly calm, looking at the little snake and saying, "This is the path of creation, which can create golden immortals among the 3,000 great paths I control." Tontian Daoist. You call this a golden immortal? Tontian Daoist was stunned. No wonder Master always says he is merely at the level of Luo. Before Tontian could recover from his bewilderment, Chen Sheng pointed again, and suddenly a river of destiny appeared in the cave. Unlike the river of time, the river of destiny appeared much more magnificent, resembling the fate of a person. At this moment, Tontian Daoist was so astonished that he couldn't even close his mouth. Chen Sheng, however, remained exceptionally calm, saying, "This is the path of destiny that I control. Mastering this path allows one to manipulate the threads of fate of beings." Tontian Daoist was stunned. He stood there dumbfounded. At this moment, a question flashed through Tongshen's mind. Can someone really master so many great paths? This can't be real, right? However, just as Tontian Daoist was bewildered, Chen Sheng calmly waved his hand, and the river of destiny disappeared, replaced by an infinite force of destruction. Tontian Daoist felt a tremor in his heart, as if he were about to be torn apart. He sensed an endless force of destruction. This is the path of destruction, capable of generating infinite destruction power. Afterward, the destructive force dissipated, and Chen Sheng showcased the path of destruction, the 5 elements path, and so on. Tontian Daoist was utterly speechless. He finally understood why Chen Sheng said he was not proficient in the sword path. It turned out that Master was not being pretentious at all. He was merely stating an ordinary fact. Thinking about it, the Master truly controlled the 3,000 great paths. 3,000 great paths. Just touching the edge of one great path is enough to be a quasi-saint. Even a saint cannot master a complete great path, yet Master can control 3,000 paths all by himself. Even Tontian Daoist's other teacher, Hongjun Laozu, probably couldn't do this. It's simply terrifying. Tontian Daoist stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Chen Sheng sighed, looking at Lousy with some regret, and said, "Although I control 3,000 great paths, I am broad, but not refined, overly complex." Regarding this matter, Chen Sheng had always been rather concerned. Thinking about how Tontian Daoist excelled uniquely in the sword path, how Nüwa surpassed others in the path of creation, and how Lousy's alchemy was also unparalleled in the primordial. Others, regardless of who they are in the primordial world, have impressive techniques to showcase. But what about Chen Sheng? It seemed like he mastered 3,000 great paths, yet not a single one could be showcased. Because of this, Chen Sheng felt like a mere novice at Luo who might not even survive against an ordinary Tontian Daoist genuinely admired Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng still claimed his 3,000 great paths were broad, but not refined. From Tontian Daoist's perspective, Chen Sheng was not only proficient in each path, but also had a complete mastery. After coming back to his senses, Tontian Daoist exclaimed in amazement, "To Chen Sheng masters the primordial paths, possessing overwhelming strength unmatched by anyone in the entire primordial." Of course, what Tontian Daoist said was not flattery. He was merely stating the facts. With Chen Sheng's strength, there was likely no one in the entire primordial who could surpass him. Even Hongjun Lao's strength could hardly be compared to that of a saint. Chen Sheng. Thankfully, I didn't take this guy as an official disciple. He clearly doesn't have the sharpest mind. Chen Sheng gave him a light smack, somewhat displeased, and said to Tongtian, "Did I not tell you? One must be down. Am wronged. I am indeed downtorth. Is it not permissible to speak the truth nowadays?" However, Tontian Daoist didn't dare to speak. Who made the master so formidable? Then Chen Sheng thought for a moment, considering he controlled 3,000 great paths. After all, he wasn't particularly proficient in them. What do you think? Among the 3,000 great paths, which one do you want to learn? Chen Sheng calmly asked Tontian Daoist. Could Tontian Daoist say that he was very tempted? However, even regarding the vast 3,000 paths, Tontian Daoist understood his own limitations. He came here specifically just to learn the sword path. One should not be too greedy. At this moment, Chen Sheng continued, "The 3,000 great paths are too complex, and the progress in cultivation is slow. With your aptitude, it's better to choose just one." How is it complex? Where is the slow progress? Clearly Master is just being too modest. Mastering 3,000 great paths, and still being so calm, embodying both inner and outer harmony. It is evident that Chen Sheng's character is indeed noble. It seems that not only his strength, but also his calm demeanor is something Tantian Daoist should learn well in the future. Seeing Tantian Daoist in a daze, Chen Sheng couldn't help but frown and urge, have you chosen yet? Only then did Tantian Daoist pull his thoughts back to reality. Although Tantian Daoist wanted to learn other paths, he was truly only passionate about the sword path. Moreover, didn't Master say, cultivating all 3,000 great paths leads to slow progress? Thinking of this, Tantian Daoist's expression turned resolute as he solemnly declared, I wish to learn the sword path. For the Tantian Daoist, although there are 3,000 paths, he is solely devoted to the sword path. The reason he apprenticed under Chen Sheng was also to learn the way of the sword. Thus, the Tantian Daoist was naturally resolute in his dedication to the sword path. Seeing the Tantian Daoist's stubbornness, Chen Sheng simply said, all right. After pondering what to teach the Tantian Daoist, Chen Sheng addressed him again, now watch closely. He then casually picked up the broken sword and swung it seemingly without any technique. However, at that moment the entire cave was filled with an overwhelming sword aura. Although Chen Sheng's swing appeared aimless, the omnipresent sword intent left the Tantian Daoist feeling alarmed. Chen Sheng said, I have told you a sword is not merely a sword, the true supreme sword intent is without a sword. In hand there is no sword, yet the sword is everywhere. The sword embodies the aura of a sovereign. With a single strike myriad laws are shattered. Although Chen Sheng felt his understanding of the sword path was ordinary, he still conveyed his insights to the Tantian Daoist. However, such a simple strike should be something his disciple could grasp after just one viewing, right? Even though Chen Sheng considered it merely a casual swing, insignificant in nature. But to the Tantian Daoist, this strike seemed to contain the essence of myriad laws, as if it articulated the beginning and end of the great Dao. Moreover, the Tantian Daoist had a feeling that had the master not restrained his power, even the entire primordial world would have been torn apart by this strike. What a terrifying ability. The Tantian Daoist believed his own sword path to hold some standing in this primordial realm. However, Chen Sheng's strike surpassed all his comprehension of the sword path. So this is what a sword truly is. The Tantian Daoist felt as though all his decades of diligent practice in the sword path had been in vain. His sword path was nothing in front of Chen Sheng. At this thought, the Tantian Daoist couldn't help but shed tears. This is the true sword path. Who would have thought I would witness the genuine sword path in my lifetime? The Tantian Daoist was filled with emotion, immersed in the sword intent from just moments ago. Seeing this scene, Chen Sheng was speechless. He promptly gave the Tantian Daoist a light smack on the head, saying, I told you not to flatter me. How impressive can I, a mere Luo, really be? One must stay grounded. Chen Sheng sighed as he looked at the Tantian Daoist, realizing that his disciple's temperament was lacking. It seemed he would have to discipline him properly in the future. The Tantian Daoist rubbed his head, looking innocent. He wasn't flattering at all. Wasn't he just speaking the truth? The master was simply too humble. Then Chen Sheng asked, so how much have you comprehended from this strike? He thought to himself that such a simple strike should have been fully understood by now. To his surprise, the Tantian Daoist, with a face full of shame, said, Master, your strike is truly profound. I have grasped less than 1/10 of it. Such a profound strike. If he could fully comprehend it, how powerful would the Tantian Daoist become? It was simply unimaginable. However, after hearing this, Chen Sheng was left speechless. Seeing this guy so infatuated with the sword path, he had thought he was strong. Yet to understand less than 1/10 of such a weak strike. This was simply too pathetic, wasn't it? His comprehension ability was even inferior to that of an innate human. Chen Sheng was quite disappointed in the Tantian Daoist's talent. Fortunately, he only took him as a named disciple. So he might as well teach him casually. In any case, he couldn't crush the boy's confidence. Thus Chen Sheng reluctantly nodded, saying, take your time. Yet the Tantian Daoist felt that with his talent, achieving 1/10 comprehension was already quite impressive. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Chen Sheng's guidance, saying, thank you, Master. Although I have only grasped a layer of your sword path, it has allowed my own sword path to leap tremendously. Although the Tantian Daoist had studied the sword path for many years, it was at this moment he realized that his years of research seemed inferior to Chen Sheng's casual strike. The Tantian Daoist couldn't help but marvel. If a mere casual strike was already this powerful, how strong would the master be if he gave it his all? The more he contemplated, the more he felt the gap between himself and Chen Sheng, and he sighed, alas, while my sword path is top tier in the primordial realm, before the master I am but a child. Chen Sheng, where does this confidence come from? To understand such a simple technique and still claim to be top tier in the primordial realm. In the entire primordial realm, perhaps only the Tantian Daoist has the strength to say such things. Chen Sheng couldn't help but sweat. It seemed he had taken in a foolish disciple. Forget it, after all he was just a named disciple. After some thought, Chen Sheng said, while the path of the sword is indeed not easy, you need to take your time to comprehend it well. The Tontian Daoist nodded, agreeing with Chen Sheng's words. Although he had only grasped 1/10, it was enough for him to digest for quite a while. Thus the Tontian Daoist respectfully said, what you said is indeed right, master. I will certainly comprehend it well. Chen Sheng, can he really not tell that this is just polite talk? I think you should go back and reflect thoroughly. Oh, I won't keep you any longer today. Chen Sheng couldn't take it anymore, and had to respond perfunctorily, wanting to quickly send this guy away. The Tontian Daoist was momentarily taken aback. Was the master issuing a dismissal order? However, there were still questions he wanted to ask Chen Sheng, so he said, Master, I still have some understandings of the sword path that I do not quite grasp. Chen Sheng facebombed. It seemed a direct dismissal was really not very courteous. After thinking for a moment, he said, do not be impatient. The path of the sword emphasizes sudden enlightenment. Do you understand? The Tontian Daoist felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Looking at the Tontian Daoist's dazed expression, Chen Sheng saw a small snake, picked up, and handed it to the Tontian Daoist, saying, since you like it, take this little snake as a gift for our first meeting. Go back and cultivate well. If you have any questions, come ask me again. The Tontian Daoist wanted to say something else, but unexpectedly, he was suddenly pushed out by a force. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. Did the master not welcome him? Then he looked down at the little snake in his hand, suddenly feeling a surge of emotion. How could he think so poorly of the master? The master had personally created this snake, which possessed croissant cultivation, and gifted it to him. This was a sign of his expectations. Yet for some reason the Tontian Daoist felt as if the snake in his hand had rolled its eyes at him. Alas, does the master think poorly of me? Indeed, I have only comprehended 1/10 of the master's strike. With this thought, the Tontian Daoist became even more resolute. He must work harder and never let down the master's expectations. Since master has instructed me to first grasp the understanding, I shall return to Kunlun Mountain to enter seclusion and stabilize my cultivation. The Tontian Daoist was in an unusually good mood. Not only had he taken Chen Sheng as his master, but he had also made rapid progress in the sword path that had confined him for years. Moreover, he had even acquired a snake of croissant cultivation. Thus the Tontian Daoist arrived at Kunlun Mountain in high spirits, just as he was about to enter seclusion, when Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Lousy emerged. Lousy noticed that Tontian Daoist had made some progress, and was aware that Chen Sheng's strength was extraordinary, so he said nothing. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly jumped out, and with an expression of discontent said to Tontian Daoist, third brother, how can you be so ignorant? You actually took Great Luo as your master. We are destined saints, and you have utterly disgraced the prestige of our three pure ones. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's dissatisfaction with Chen Sheng, Tontian Daoist couldn't help but frown. He felt quite resentful towards Yuanshi Tianzuan's words. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan slandering Chen Sheng like this, he directly replied, second brother, you are mistaken. A worthy person is deserving of being a master. My master excels in the sword path, so he naturally can be my master. Moreover, my master has also guided our elder brother in breaking through to sainthood. Seeing that Tontian Daoist was still defending Chen Sheng, Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly snorted, Great Luo, what ability does he possess? In my opinion, that guy is merely lucky. Tontian Daoist felt some anger at Yuanshi Tianzuan's constant disrespect towards Chen Sheng. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan was after all his second brother. Since he couldn't explain things clearly to Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tontian Daoist decided to remain silent and intended to go into seclusion. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan keenly noticed that a snake was coiled on Tontian Daoist's shoulder. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had always considered himself noble, naturally looked down on such a creature. Immediately he frowned and scolded, third brother, how could you bring such a slimy creature to Kunlun? This is the three pure ones' sacred ground. Our status is extremely noble. You bring such a thing to Kunlun Mountain, do you not fear being ridiculed? Tontian Daoist frowned. He had never realized how nitpicky Yuanshi Tianzuan could be. Though he was already quite displeased, Tontian Daoist still patiently explained, this was a gift from my master. Rest assured I will take good care of it, and won't let it disturb second brother. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan was not convinced at all. In his view, how could a mere snake be allowed on Kunlun Mountain? Wouldn't that tarnish its reputation? Just then Yuanshi Tianzuan, with nowhere to vent his anger, directly said to Tontian Daoist, today, I will rid you of this creature. With that, Yuanshi Tianzuan swung his palm towards the snake, attempting to eliminate it instantly. Lousy did not want to offend Chen Sheng, but it was already too late to stop Yuanshi Tianzuan. He could only watch anxiously for Tontian Daoist's reaction. However, even Tontian Daoist did not react in time. Just as Yuanshi Tianzuan thought he would succeed, the snake suddenly soared into the air and bit his hand. After being bitten by the snake, Yuanshi Tianzuan was in such pain that he almost rolled on the ground. At the same time his face contorted in rage. Lousy, who was observing from the side, was also shocked. He had thought the snake would be in trouble, but unexpectedly, it was Yuanshi Tianzuan who suffered. The fact that the snake could evade Yuanshi Tianzun's attack and even injure him indicated that it was no ordinary creature. Lousy took a closer look and discovered that the snake actually possessed quasi-saint cultivation. In the wilderness, quasi-saints held a transcendent status, being rare and almost always renowned figures. However, Lousy had never seen this snake before. Lousy frowned and quickly asked third brother, where did this snake come from? Why didn't I see it before in the cave? Tongtian Daoist glanced at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was in pain with veins bulging, and directly bypassed him, saying to Lousy, elder brother, this was created out of thin air by my master, and then casually gifted to me. Lousy was taken aback. Created out of thin air. It is true that as a saint he could also accomplish such a feat. However, this snake clearly had quasi-saint cultivation. How could this be possible? How could someone possess the strength to create a snake with quasi-saint cultivation and simply give it to third brother? At this time, Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had been bitten by the snake, also calmed down. In his view, how dare the snake bite him? It must have been instigated by Tongtian Daoist. Thinking this, he immediately exploded in rage, pointing at Tongtian Daoist and scolding third brother, I merely said a few words to you, yet you dare to let this snake bite me. Tongtian Daoist. He did not unleash the snake to bite Yuanshi Tianzuan. Clearly, it was Yuanshi Tianzuan who wanted to kill the snake, and the snake was merely defending itself. Tongtian Daoist was also somewhat displeased with Yuanshi Tianzun's behavior and retorted, second brother, this snake was given to me by my master. With your quasi-saint cultivation, why would I need to command it? Yuanshi Tianzuan was somewhat at a loss for words, but at that moment only one thought occupied his mind: he must kill this snake. Kunlun Mountain is a tranquil place and absolutely cannot accommodate such a filthy snake. Moreover, it dared to bite me. I must kill this snake. Yuanshi Tianzuan said with a darkened face, his face flushed with anger. Tongtian Daoist could no longer hold back, directly frowning and retorting, this is a gift from my master. You have no right to decide its fate. If you want to kill this snake, then you must kill me first. Though Tongtian Daoist, out of respect, did not dare to confront Yuanshi Tianzuan, he had to defend this snake. After all, it was a gift from his master. Seeing Tongtian Daoist so stubborn, Yuanshi Tianzun's face turned even darker. Then Yuanshi Tianzuan summoned his magical artifact and said to Tongtian Daoist, third brother, do not blame me. Today, I must turn this snake to dust. With that, Yuanshi Tianzuan exerted over 80% of his strength, intending to directly obliterate the snake. The snake, meanwhile, flicked its tongue and defiantly stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Its green pupils clearly revealed a hint of disdain towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. Seeing this, Lousy immediately panicked and laughed nervously, saying, second brother, third brother, why should we be so angry among the three pure ones? Hearing Lousy's words, Tongtian Daoist finally calmed down a bit, and Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly snorted, turning his head to put away his magical artifact. Lousy wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, since this snake has arrived at Kunlun, let third brother be responsible for it, and it must not appear in public. Tongtian Daoist did not want to argue with Yuanshi Tianzuan any longer, so he nodded in compromise. Yuanshi Tianzuan also nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the western Shumi Mountain, the bald Zhuan and Jieyin were growing increasingly furious. Their plan to steal from Shouyang Mountain had backfired, leaving both of them bald, which filled them with rage. However, for the sake of their safety, Zhuan and Jieyin had hardly ever left Shumi Mountain. After all, that broken sword had left them with a psychological scar. But after Lousy attained sanctification, the two could no longer remain calm. Zhuan and Jieyin were finding it hard to contain themselves. In this vast wilderness where opportunities were scarce, whoever could quickly break through to quasi-saint status would reap greater benefits from the Dao. Thus, after obtaining the primordial purple energy, they began to secretly compete. Now that Nüwa and Lousy had both attained sainthood, how could Jieyin and Zhuan not be aware? Naturally, they wanted to be ahead of others in seizing such a great opportunity. However, even though they were also destined to become saints, they were oblivious to when their own chance for sanctification. Senior brother, our western lands are desolate. Now that even Lousy has achieved sainthood, Zhuan frowned, and the implication of his words was clear. When they had fled from Shouyang Mountain back then, both had vowed to return. Now, after over 100,000 years, it seemed the time had come to go back. Jieyin understood Zhuan's meaning. Clenching his fist, he pondered for a moment before saying solemnly, fine, let's take this risk. Faced with the temptation of attaining sainthood, both Jieyin and Zhuan felt compelled to visit that cave once more. What if they discovered the opportunity for Nüwa's sanctification there? Wouldn't that bring them closer to their own? Zhuan nodded, and then recalled the broken sword. He asked, senior brother, do you think that treasure will deal? Jieyin nodded, and then shook his head, ultimately saying truthfully, I don't know, but fortune favors the bold. At this point Zhuan-Ti's heart gradually steadied. If they could truly bring back that innate treasure and tea tree today, even if they did not find the opportunity for Chen Sheng's sanctification, their efforts would not be in vain. However, on their way there the two were unexpectedly spotted by Nüwa. At that moment Nüwa was intending to find. Unintentionally Nüwa came across Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti. However, both Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti looked flustered and sneaky. Nüwa could no longer endure it and directly asked, Jie-in, Zhuan-Ti, where are you two going? Upon hearing Nüwa's question, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti's hearts raced. They were going to a place where Nüwa might have found a method to become a saint. How could they let Nüwa know about such matter? Seeing that Nüwa appeared completely unaware, Zhuan-Ti smiled and made an excuse saying this. Nüwa, you know our western lands are desolate. We are just traversing the wilderness together with senior brother. Though it was true that the west was desolate, these two fellows loved collecting treasures, so Shumi Mountain at this time was not lacking. Upon hearing Zhuan-Ti's words, Jie-in quickly nodded in agreement, saying, yes. Travel. If it were truly a travel, then why did they look so flustered? Nüwa did not believe the words of the two from the west. Nevertheless, Nüwa still said to them, I see, then I shall take my leave first. As Nüwa turned to leave, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then the two hurried towards Shouyang Mountain again. Behind them, Nüwa's figure slowly revealed itself. How could she truly leave? These two fellows clearly seemed suspicious. Thus, while Nüwa pretended to leave, she secretly followed Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti. Not long after, she saw the two stop at the small mountain where Chen Sheng resided. Senior brother, do we really have to go back again? What if we are? Zhuan-Ti recalled the sword intent that had scared them off before, as well as their bald heads, and could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Facing this small mountain, Jie-in also felt uncertain. However, greed ultimately took precedence, and Jie-in swallowed hard, saying, Fortune favors the bold. Once we become saints, what can they do to us? Zhuan-Ti nodded in agreement. Soon the two entered Chen Sheng's cave dwelling. Nüwa, watching from a distance, could not hear their discussion and frowned at the sight. Could it be that these two also knew that senior? Yet noticing Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti's sneaky expressions, Nüwa immediately understood that these two fellows had no good intentions. At this point, Nüwa decided to take action to stop Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti, but after some thought she gave up. After all, Chen Sheng was so formidable. How could he not know if two petty thieves entered his cave? Since Chen Sheng could handle it, why should she make things more complicated? Although aware of Chen Sheng's prowess and knowing that he could easily deal with these two, Nüwa still followed and out of concern. Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti stealthily entered the cave one after the other. However, they were unaware that the moment they stepped into the cave, they had already been discovered by Chen Sheng, and Nüwa was tailing them. Upon entering the cave, Jie-in took a deep breath and exclaimed in astonishment, Junior brother, do you feel that the Dao rhythm here has become even more intense? Zhuan-Ti also noticed this and puzzled asked, Senior brother, why is that? Could there be traps waiting for us? Jie-in shook his head, not knowing what lay deep within the cave. However, with a hint of greed, he said, not only are there innate spiritual treasures here, but also the Dao enlightenment tea tree. Moreover, the Dao rhythm is so rich, it seems that the opportunity for Nüwa's sanctification is hidden here. After hearing Jie-in's words, Zhuan-Ti was overjoyed, saying greedily, if we can find the opportunity for sanctification here, then this place will belong to us. As they chatted, the two walked deeper into the cave. Before long, they saw that familiar divine light and the familiar tea tree again. The guide was filled with excitement and a hint of nervousness as he said, Junior brother, the tea tree is indeed still here. Taking a deep breath, the Zhuan-Ti Daoist was overjoyed. Greedily he exclaimed, now this tea tree belongs to us. As he spoke, the two planned to uproot the tree and take it back to Mount Shumi. However, at that moment Chen Sheng appeared. He stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the actions of the guide and the Zhuan-Ti Daoist. Seeing the two bald heads, Chen Sheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Western Buddha had yet to be established, so how did these two bald heads appear? Just as Chen Sheng pondered, the guide and the Zhuan-Ti Daoist noticed him. There were people in this cave. The guide and the Zhuan-Ti Daoist were startled and turned to look at Chen Sheng, fearing a repeat of their previous encounter. Upon seeing him, they realized that Chen Sheng was merely a Luo. The guide breathed a sigh of relief and calmly said, so it's just a Luo. It seems this tea tree is ours today. The Zhuan-Ti Daoist nodded in agreement and glanced at Chen Sheng, saying to the guide, in my opinion, we should eliminate him to prevent him from leaking information. The guide fully agreed with the Zhuan-Ti Daoist's suggestion. Immediately he prepared to strike Chen Sheng, with lethal intent, aiming to kill him with a single palm. Chen Sheng frowned, feeling quite displeased with these two. Last time they had stealthily invaded his cave in an attempt to steal his tea tree and broken sword, and now they had returned. When the tiger does not show its might, do you really think I am a sickly cat? Seeing these two dare to act against him, Chen Sheng became even angrier. Chen Sheng directly swatted away the guide's hand, glaring at both the guide and the Junti Daoist, saying, "Is it really okay for you to barge into someone else's cave like this?" The guide, now at the peak of croissant cultivation, was quite surprised that his palm strike was deflected by Chen Sheng. The guide was taken aback, then said to the Junti Daoist, "Junior brother, he actually deflected my palm. He must possess a great treasure. Quickly capture him." Chen Sheng, what are these two novices talking about? Do they think they're strong? Upon hearing that he possessed a treasure, the Junti Daoist did not dare to underestimate him and immediately took out the 7 treasures mysterious tree. The 7 treasures mysterious tree was the Daoist's proof of enlightenment, and also transformed from his true form, classified as one of the 10 innate spiritual treasures. It was said to be capable of refining all things, fully known as the 7 treasures mystical brush tree. In the Fengshan era, it was even used to sweep away Kong Xian's 2 weapons and had shattered the treasures of Tongtian. However, Chen Sheng did not recognize this item at all. The Junti Daoist directly activated the 7 treasures mysterious tree and brushed it towards Chen Sheng. Yet there was no response at all. The Junti Daoist was suddenly bewildered. Chen Sheng looked at the 7 treasures mysterious tree, emitting 7 colors of light, and frowned. Unhappily, he waved away the 7 rays of light, saying, "Why are you just showing off this flashy stuff? Why not produce something useful?" The guide, the Junti Daoist. Flashy stuff from the 7 treasures mysterious tree. That is the true form of the Junti Daoist, renowned throughout the wilderness. How could it be called flashy? The most crucial point was that the 7 rays of light emanating from the 7 treasures mysterious tree were casually dispelled by Chen Sheng. Upon realizing this, both of them began to feel weak in the knees. It was clear they had encountered a tough opponent. At this moment, the Junti Daoist anxiously said, "Senior brother, quickly take out something to counter him, or we will be doomed." The guide regained his composure, furrowed his brows, and immediately summoned the 12-grade merit golden lotus. The merit golden lotus was formed from 4 lotus seeds nurtured by the chaos green lotus. The 12-grade merit golden lotus in the guide's hand was one of those 4 lotus seeds transformed. It sat firmly on the lotus platform, impenetrable. It was also a treasure of the Western teachings, known as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. As soon as the 12-grade merit golden lotus appeared, the light of the 7 treasures mysterious tree was restored. Both the guide and the Junti Daoist couldn't help but feel delighted, as it seemed the 12-grade merit golden lotus truly suppressed this Luo. However, before they could rejoice too much, the guide suddenly saw his 12-grade merit golden lotus flying towards Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng looked at the flying 12-grade merit golden lotus and silently remarked, "This is even poorer than I am using a lotus flower as a magical artifact." That is the 12-grade merit golden lotus, a magical treasure famous throughout the wilderness. Poor. Before the guide could speak, the Junti Daoist's 7 treasures mysterious tree also flew towards Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng casually caught the 7 treasures mysterious tree and commented, "This tree is really quite ugly." The Junti Daoist and the guide were both dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, not daring to utter a word. Is this really a Luo? Can a Luo perform such acts? How could he be so disdainful towards the 7 treasures mysterious tree and the 12-grade merit golden lotus? Just asking, is there anyone else? Although they were still somewhat bewildered, neither of them was willing to concede, as this person looked like an utterly ordinary Luo. After exchanging glances, they both leaped into the air, simultaneously exerting all their strength, intending to strike Chen Sheng down on the spot. With fierce expressions, both were filled with the conviction that Chen Sheng must die. Chen Sheng was displeased. There is a first and second time, but not a third and fourth. These two dared to act against him, did they think he was just a little cat? Chen Sheng swung his left hand, delivering a slap to the guide's face, sending him flying. Then with a right-handed slap, he struck the Junti Daoist's face, who was also sent flying. In these effortless actions, both the guide and the Junti Daoist fell to the ground. The guide and the Junti Daoist never expected that this Luo was so strong. This was no Luo, he was clearly playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. The more they thought about it, the more they regretted their initial decisions. No wonder the formation had such strong power back then. Meanwhile, Nüwa, who was arriving, was also baffled by the movements inside the cave. Fortunately, she had already guessed that this would be the outcome. Thinking back to when she was trapped in the river of time, how miserable was that scene. Now the guide and the Junti Daoist not only dared to steal, but also dared to act against Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng had simply slapped each of them, which was very generous of him. The people from the West are always adaptable. The guide realized he could not defeat Chen Sheng. Thus he immediately grasped Chen Sheng's leg, begging for mercy, saying, "Senior, I was blind and did not recognize your value. I hope you can spare my life." Watching the Daoist Jane cling to his leg, Chen Sheng was speechless and kicked him aside. "Huh, weren't you quite cocky just now? Go on, keep showing off." After being kicked aside by Chen Sheng, a flicker of malice flashed in Jiayin's eyes. But who was Jane? The greatest drama king of the primordial era. In an instant, while signaling Zhuanti with his eyes, he wailed for mercy. Senior, we truly meant no offense. Please spare our lives. As he cried out, Jane edged closer to Zhuanti. This man was far too powerful. If they stayed any longer, both of them would surely die. Thus begging Chen Sheng for mercy was a ruse, as seizing the chance to flee was the real intent. As they pleaded, they cautiously moved to a position convenient for escape. Then Zhuanti bellowed, run. Immediately the two dashed out of the cave with all their might. Yet just as they thought they would escape, they crashed into a barrier and were bounced back. Jane was thrown to the ground. After a dazed moment, he said to Zhuanti, take another path. So they bolted toward a different route. But predictably every path was blocked. Chen Sheng had already anticipated their moves and sealed off the space entirely. Once is enough, twice is a mistake, but 3 times. Last time Chen Sheng had already let these two off. Who would have thought they'd dare to return? This time Chen Sheng was determined to teach them a lesson. Otherwise they might think his place was a free-for-all. Even though the broken sword and the tea tree were of little value, he couldn't just stand by and let them steal from him again and again, could he? Realizing all space was sealed, Jane and Zhuanti understood there was no escape. As Chen Sheng slowly approached, they trembled in terror. Jane cowered, wiping the sweat from his brow, and said, Senior, if you spare our lives, you can have anything you desire. Given our status in the primordial era, we can surely satisfy your wishes. Chen Sheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. 2 thieves, and what gave them such confidence? Looking at these cowards, he asked, what do you two do? Why are you in my cave? Jane and Zhuanti were taken aback, then quickly flattered him, Senior, we just got lost, and we're passing through. Chen Sheng was speechless. Passing through? Did they take him for a fool? It wasn't even their first time here, and they still claimed to be passing through. He slapped them, and they fell to the ground again. Now truly terrified, Jane and Zhuanti wondered who this man was. How could he be so powerful as to effortlessly handle 2 quasi-sages like them? Just then Nüwa entered the cave. She clasped her hands in greeting to Chen Sheng, and said with a smile, I knew these 2 shameless wretches would get nowhere with you, Senior. Hearing Nüwa's voice, the 2 from the west were stunned. They thought they had shaken her off, but it turned out she had outsmarted. Moreover, why would the esteemed sage Nüwa address this golden immortal as Senior? They were baffled. Even Nüwa called him Senior. Could this golden immortal be even stronger than Nüwa? Had they stirred up a hornet's nest? Seeing Nüwa, Chen Sheng asked, I told you not to call me Senior. By the way, do you know these 2 baldies? Nüwa nodded, pointing at Zhuanti and Jane with disdain. These are the 2 shameless fellows from the west. I spotted them sneaking around earlier and followed them here. As expected, they were up to no good. Hearing this, Chen Sheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The west. Baldies. Why did this setting seem? Suddenly it dawned on him, and he chuckled to himself. So the primordial era is all about cosplay. Even the Western duo has role players. How amusing. Nüwa was confused, not understanding what he meant. The Western duo also looked bewildered. What role play? Ignoring them, Chen Sheng took out the 7 treasures tree and the 12-grade golden lotus he had seized earlier, examining them closely. Then he burst into laughter, mocking a shabby lotus and a flashy tree like this, and you dare to pass them off as the West's 7 treasures tree and 12-grade golden lotus. Both Westerners were dumbfounded. What did he mean by passing off? Those were the genuine 7 treasures tree and 12-grade golden lotus. Who would counterfeit primordial spirit treasures? Was there something wrong with their minds? But Chen Sheng remained unimpressed. Toying with them, he continued his mockery, setting aside their appearance with this quality they dare claim to be primordial spirit treasures. With that, he snapped off a petal from the 12-grade golden lotus. Looking at the broken piece, he said disdainfully, is this it? The quality is far too poor, isn't it? Even as a golden immortal, he could easily break this thing. Using such fakes to impersonate the Western duo, wasn't that just foolish? Though the Western duo had questionable morals, they were at least quasi-sages several levels above his fake golden immortal status. Jane was speechless. Zhuanti was speechless. Nüwa was speechless. All 3 were left dumbfounded. That was a top-grade primordial spirit treasure. Though not as powerful as a top-grade primordial artifact, it was still an extremely rare treasure in the primordial. Only quasi-sages might possess 1 or 2 such items, yet here, it was effortlessly broken by Chen Sheng. Seeing this, Nüwa couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This senior was far too strong. Breaking a top-grade primordial spirit treasure with his bare hands was simply unbelievable. The very thought was hair-raising. How unfortunate were Jane and Zhuanti. Staring at the damaged 12-grade golden lotus, they were struck speechless with grief. This was a top-grade primordial spirit treasure. The West was already barren, and now this treasure was. Jane and Zhuanti's hearts ached beyond measure. If they could turn back time, they would never set foot in this. First they lost their hair, and now a top-grade primordial spirit treasure was damaged. The Western duo was utterly devastated. Meanwhile, Chen Sheng tugged at the 7 treasures tree. This tree is way too ugly. Chen Sheng made a move to snap the seven treasures tree in two. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren was stunned by the scene before him and immediately blocked Chen Sheng, saying, "Senior, please have mercy." Chen Sheng stopped looking at Zhuan Ti Dao Ren with confusion, asking, "It's just a broken tree, why are you so agitated?" A broken tree. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After all, this was his true form. How could he not be nervous? If the seven treasures wonderful tree were to be damaged, he would not only die, but also be left severely injured. Sweat dripped from Zhuan Ti Dao Ren's forehead. He wiped his sweat and nervously looked at the seven treasures wonderful tree, saying to Chen Sheng, "Senior, I beg you to spare my tree. You can have anything you want." Chen Sheng found it somewhat baffling. After all, it was just a tree, wasn't it? However, thinking back on how these two had made several attempts to take his tea tree, he began to understand. Perhaps these two were just too poor, otherwise how could they dare to risk stealing a tea tree? With this thought, Chen Sheng could understand their actions. Seeing Zhuan Ti Dao Ren so anxious, Chen Sheng quietly set the seven treasures wonderful tree aside. Zhuan Ti Dao Ren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, both of them felt immense regret. They shouldn't have come to this cave. Losing their hair was one thing. Now they were even forcing someone to take 2 pieces of top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. At this moment, Chen Sheng casually took out a cup. Nüwa and the two from the west were somewhat bewildered, wondering what he was about to do. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three, Chen Sheng calmly placed the lotus petal he had plucked into the cup and took a gentle sip. The taste of lotus filled his mouth. Chen Sheng nodded in satisfaction, saying, This tastes pretty good." After drinking tea every day, his mouth had become flavorless, but now with this lotus-infused water, it was truly delightful. Nüwa, Zhuan Ti Dao Ren, Jiayin Dao Ren. That was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. He actually used it to brew tea. Was he perhaps the first person in the primordial world to do this? Watching his own innate spiritual treasure being used for brewing tea, Jiayin Dao Ren couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Jiayin Dao Ren and Zhuan Ti Dao Ren couldn't help but burn with rage. But could they dare to say anything? Of course not. Chen Sheng, seeing the three staring at him, felt somewhat puzzled. Wasn't he just having a cup of tea? Was he thirsty? Thinking for a moment, Chen Sheng plucked another petal from the 12-grade merit golden lotus and asked Nüwa, "Do you want to try some?" At this moment, Jiayin Dao Ren and Zhuan Ti Dao Ren's anger was about to erupt. That was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Nüwa's face was filled with shock, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Again, he plucked another. Before Nüwa could react, Chen Sheng directly placed the newly plucked lotus petal into the cup and handed it to her, saying, "Friend, give it a try." Nüwa's expression was somewhat unnatural, but seeing Chen Sheng had already handed her the cup, she had no choice but to accept it. Looking at the tea in the cup, she gently took a sip. As the tea went down, Nüwa's eyes lit up. Even though she was now a saint, she still felt the surging power. Was the life of the wealthy so simple and unpretentious? Using top-grade, innate spiritual treasures to brew tea. Looking at Nüwa's astonished expression, Chen Sheng smiled and asked, "How does it taste?" Nüwa. Although she had drunk from the 12-grade merit golden lotus in front of Jiayin, this petal-brewed tea was indeed quite good. Thus Nüwa slowly nodded, saying, "It's not bad." Zhuan Ti Dao Ren and Jiayin Dao Ren saw that Nüwa actually drank from the 12-grade merit golden lotus and couldn't help but burn with anger. "How can you as a saint do this to us? This infuriates me. I want to see what kind of compensation you offer." The two of them could no longer hold back and directly began to curse without restraint. Immediately, the two finally fell silent. Jiayin Dao Ren and Zhuan Ti Dao Ren were left dizzy and seeing stars, feeling extremely aggrieved, yet immediately the two finally fell silent. Jiayin Dao Ren and Zhuan Ti Dao Ren were left dizzy and seeing stars, feeling extremely aggrieved, yet they dared not say anything further. After drinking 2 more sips of lotus tea, Chen Sheng appeared somewhat uninterested. The lotus tea was fine at first, but afterwards it was just so-so. It was surprising that these two treasured it so much. With this thought, Chen Sheng directly threw the 12-grade merit golden lotus and the 7 treasures wonderful tree to Jiayin Dao Ren and Zhuan Ti Dao Ren. Seeing the top-grade, innate spiritual treasures return, the two instantly felt no pain in their waists and fatigue in their legs. Though they were deeply pained by the loss of 2 petals from the 12-grade merit, they were already grateful that it had returned to their hands. Chen Sheng looked at these 2 pitiful fellows with a frown, scolding, "Why did you have to learn from those 2 bald donkeys from the west?" Thinking back on the series of outrageous actions by the 2 from the west, Chen Sheng felt nauseous. Whether it was Hongjun's teachings, the calamity of the Wu and Yao, or the Fengshen calamity, these 2 had no other purpose but to stir up chaos. They excelled at deceit and trickery. Hongjun Dao Ren was targeted and killed by Kunpeng because of these 2 troublemakers. These 2 even betrayed the Dao and established the Western teachings. They made the three pure ones restless, and Tong Tian Daorun was ultimately blamed for the assistance of the two from the west during the incident in the Zishao Palace. The key was that in the end these two profited immensely from it. During the journey to the West Calamity period, Buddhism thrived, and both Rinjiao and Chanjiao had to retreat. However, with such character, there were still people who imitated them. Is the primordial world really that indiscriminate? Chen Sheng pondered while looking at these two useless fellows. After a long while he continued with annoyance. And you even shaved your heads to imitate those two bald donkeys. Truly deserving of a beating. Zhuan Ti Daoren. Jiayin Daoren. They were about to cry without tears did they want to shave their heads. If it weren't for Chen Sheng, would they have lost their hair? Their baldness wasn't caused by anyone other than Chen Sheng, but of course the two could only complain silently in their hearts. Given Chen Sheng's strength, unless they were insane, how could they go up and humiliate themselves? However, Nüwa had already become accustomed to this scene. For someone called Hutizayatugu who had beaten up Fushi and Lousy, she truly didn't know what to say. She just remained curious whether Chen Sheng genuinely didn't know, or if it was some strange quirk. Now was the calamity of the Wu and Yao, and the two from the west should have become saints during this period. These two fellows were indeed extraordinarily lucky. Chen Sheng shook his head, muttering to himself. If I remember correctly, it seems that Hongjun still owes the West a considerable amount of karma. As the saying goes, the speaker may be indifferent, but the listener may have intentions. Originally, Chen Sheng was simply mumbling to himself. However, this statement struck the ears of the three like a thunderclap. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin were utterly astonished, looking at Chen Sheng in disbelief. Being the very individuals from the West, how could they not know about this matter? How could Hongjun Daozu owe them a karmic debt? What on earth is going on? Even Nüwa, despite being a saint, was somewhat baffled. Friend, did you say that Daozu owes a karmic debt to the two of the West? Why is that? Nüwa furrowed her brow and asked. Since Chen Sheng disliked being called senior, Nüwa had no choice but to call him friend. Chen Sheng looked at Nüwa with a face full of disdain, then said, You all don't know about this. Nüwa and the two from the West shook their heads in unison. Indeed, they had never heard of this matter, but with Chen Sheng's formidable strength it seemed unlikely he would speak carelessly. Seeing the three shake their heads, Chen Sheng sighed and said, It seems your status in the Hong Huang is quite low. You don't even know such a simple question. The three were left speechless. Only this senior would dare to say such things. Although the two from the West were somewhat unsavory, they were still respected figures in the Hong Huang. Even if the two from the West did not hold a candle to the three pure ones, and the Wu and Yao clans was Nüwa's status in the Hong Huang low. Apart from Hongjun Daozu, she was the strongest in all of Hong Huang. Chen Sheng took a sip of water and continued. Back in the day, the demon ancestor Luo, who destroyed the Western Earth veins because of Hongjun's coercion, leading to the demon ancestor Luo's demise. Yet the West remained impoverished. This karmic debt naturally fell upon Hongjun. The three exchanged glances, astonished that such a thing had happened. Hongjun Daozu owes a karmic debt to the two from the West. This is a significant matter. In the Hong Huang, Hongjun Daozu embodies the heavenly Dao, universally acknowledged as the strongest. To think he actually owes a karmic debt to the two from the West. Chen Sheng continued. If Hongjun had not owed a karmic debt to the two from the West, would those two positions of saints have gone to anyone else? What merits do they possess? The two felt a bit awkward, wondering what merits they could claim. Although they might not match Nüwa in strength, nor the three pure ones in status, or the cohesion of the Wu and Yao clans. But they still had their advantages, didn't they? For instance, they were the only two bald heads throughout all of Hong. Before Jiayin and Zhuan Ti could react, Chen Sheng continued. If the two from the West want to find Hongjun, he certainly wouldn't try to evade responsibility. It's just a shame that those two can only play tricks. Jiayin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They never expected such a thing existed. After a while, Chen Sheng waved his hand and directly released Jiayin and Zhuan Ti from their confinement, advising them. Although you two little thieves may be poor, you shouldn't lack spirit. Isn't it true? Just a single lotus flower and a broken tree can make one feel heartbroken like this. Indeed, those who are hateful must have their pitiable aspects. He then tossed the stolen 12-grade merit golden lotus and the 7 treasures wonderful tree to the two. They were nothing particularly precious, and Chen Sheng had no interest in them. He then tossed the stolen 12-grade merit golden lotus and the 7 treasures wonderful tree to the two. They were nothing particularly precious, and Chen Sheng had no interest in them. However, upon witnessing this scene, the two from the West were moved to tears. Jiayin and Zhuan Ti never expected that Chen Sheng would truly let them go and even return their treasures. This senior is a good person. It's just a pity that the 12-grade merit golden lotus is missing 2 petals, greatly reducing its quality. Jiayin felt a pain in his heart that was hard to bear. However, the two had no more extravagant hopes. They just wanted to escape this place with their superior innate treasures. Jie immediately cupped his hands and said to Chen Sheng, "Senior, today we have offended you. We shall visit you again another day." Chen Sheng nodded and Jie and Zhuan turned and ran off without looking back. Watching their departing figures, Chen Sheng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Am I really that frightening? They ran so fast. At that moment, Nüwa asked, "Senior, is it true that Hongjun Daozu owes a karmic debt to the West?" After all, the matter of Daozu owing a karmic debt to the West is simply too unbelievable, so Nüwa couldn't help but ask more. Chen Sheng nodded and said, "Indeed." Meanwhile, the fleeing Jie and Zhuan looked back at the direction of Shouyang Mountain, feeling a lingering fear. Jie looked at the 12th-grade merit golden lotus in his hands, which was missing 2 petals, and cried. This scene was as tragic as when Zhuan had his hair shaved off back then. It was incredibly pitiful. After all, it is a superior innate treasure. Now to have lost it so carelessly, who could bear that? It's one thing to have taken a beating, but to have lost 2 petals of a superior innate treasure as well. Jie felt a pain in his heart that was hard to bear. Zhuan looked at his sorrowful brother and comforted him. "Brother, it is already a great fortune for us to have returned alive." Zhuan words only made Jie cry even harder. The dignified Jie and Zhuan were actually pressed down and rubbed into the ground. It was simply a great humiliation. Looking at Jie, who couldn't stop crying, Zhuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered Chen Sheng's words. He said to Jie, "Brother, why don't we go to the Zishao Palace?" Zishao Palace. Upon hearing the name, Jie's eyes lit up. He couldn't tell if what Chen Sheng said was true or false, but if it were true, then Hongjun Daozu owes a karmic debt to the West, and if the 2 of them went to pay their respects to Hongjun, they should not be driven away, right? However, Jie hesitated for a moment and said, "But brother, what if that senior deceived us?" Zhuan hesitated for a moment, then analyzed. It is indeed true that demon ancestor Luo, who destroyed the Western spiritual veins, so what that senior said also makes sense. Subsequently, the 2 from the West directly headed to the Zishao Palace. Outside the Zishao Palace, Jie respectfully said, "Master, Jie and Zhuan have come to pay their respects. May we ask if the master could grant us an audience?" Zhuan nodded in understanding with a look that said he got it. No wonder the 2 from the West have such synchronized thinking. Subsequently, the 2 from the West directly headed to the Zishao Palace. Outside the Zishao Palace, Jie respectfully said, "Master, Jie and Zhuan have come to pay their respects. May we ask if the master could grant us an audience?" Hearing Jie's words in a hazy state, Hongjun Daozu opened his eyes. He was somewhat surprised, not knowing why Jie and Zhuan had come to the Zishao Palace to see him at this time. However, since Jie and Zhuan had already come, it would be inappropriate not to see them, so he transmitted his voice saying, "Come in and speak." Upon receiving the words from Hongjun Daozu, the Jain Daoist and the Zhuani Daoist immediately entered the Zishao Palace to meet Hongjun Daozu. Looking at the 2 from the West, Hongjun Daozu couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What could these 2 possibly want from him? Hongjun Daozu, sitting high above, looked down at the Jain Daoist and Zhuani Daoist and asked, "What brings you both to seek me?" Just as Zhuani Daoist was about to speak, Jain Daoist suddenly knelt down with a thud, bursting into tears. This startled Zhuani Daoist. However, Zhuani Daoist quickly reacted and also knelt down, crying out in despair. They truly were the most dramatic duo of the primordial era. Their coordination was simply seamless. Hongjun Daozu. Upon realizing that these 2 foolish beings were actually the ordained saints, Hongjun Daozu couldn't help but feel his veins throb with anger. If it weren't for the debt he owed to the West, he would never have allowed these 2 to become saints. With a head full of black lines, Hongjun Daozu waved his hand and asked in a deep voice, "What is it that brings you both here to seek me?" Jain Daoist, being the dramatic one, immediately began to cry with snot and tears, saying, "Master, as you know, our Western lands are barren. Not only is the spiritual energy thin, but the living beings are also few and far between." As for acting, Jain Daoist was indeed speaking the truth. After being bombarded by the demon ancestor Luo, the West was left desolate, and naturally the living beings were scarce. Knowing the cause of the situation, the 2 from the West saw this as a lifeline. The karmic ties of the saints. If Hongjun Daozu were to sever these ties, wouldn't he need to produce something of value? Thinking of this, Zhuan Daoist also wiped his tears and agreed, saying, "Indeed, Master, whether it is Kunlun Mountain or the Nüwa Palace, are those not blessed lands? And our western Mount Meru has nothing. Yes, we are at least your disciples. Do you have the heart to let others mock us freely?" As Jain Daoist squeezed out tears, he observed Hongjun Daozu's reaction. The implication was clear. Hongjun Daozu shouldn't treat them unfairly. Hongjun Daozu's eyelids twitched, realizing that this matter was not simple. He wanted to see what these 2 were true. Jain Daoist secretly glanced at Hongjun Daozu, and seeing no reaction, continued, "Master, even the Wu clan has a situation better than ours in the West by 1,000 times. Hongjun Daozu had no choice if what these two were saying was indeed the truth. Originally the West was a land of blessings, but unfortunately, the purpose of the two coming to Zixiao Palace was obvious, yet how could Hongjun Daozu allow them to have their way? After a moment of thought, Hongjun Daozu comforted them, saying, "You two are ordained saints who just focus on your cultivation, and in the future opportunities will come your way." Although they were ordained saints compared to the genuine saints like the three pure ones, and Nüwa, the sanctification of these two from the West was somewhat diluted. Not only did they discover grand aspirations, but they also owed the heavenly, Dao many karmic ties. Perhaps some of these ties would take a lifetime to repay. Now seeing the opportunity at hand, it was best to stall them a bit. Then Hongjun Daozu continued, "I have deduced the heavenly Dao and learned that your opportunity for sanctification is approaching. You just need to wait patiently." Opportunity for sanctification. Upon hearing this, both Zhuanti and Jane were filled with excitement. But hadn't Hongjun Daozu previously stated that he couldn't reveal heavenly secrets? Could it be that Hongjun Daozu was just brushing them off? It seemed that the matter of Hongjun Daozu owing the West was indeed true. Jane Daoist and Zhuanti Daoist exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, Jane Daoist directly wiped his tears and cried out, "Master, even if we become saints, won't the West still remain barren?" Hongjun Daozu couldn't help but twitch his lips. These two seemed to have ulterior motives. Zhuanti Daoist, with a face of despair, cried out, "Don't say that. The West's earth veins were blown apart by someone they certainly want recover. But the karmic ties, no one knows whose shoulders they have fallen upon who have found that person would surely be made to compensate for the losses in the West." After saying this, Zhuanti Daoist secretly glanced at Hongjun Daoist's reaction. Jane Daoist was also somewhat afraid. If Hongjun Daozu pursued the matter, his expression was quite lewd. Hongjun Daozu. Now he finally understood the true purpose of these two. So they knew the inside story. Even if they didn't mention it, Hongjun Daozu would still have to repay this karma. But how did they find out about such a long ago event? If they had known earlier, why hadn't they come to find him sooner? Were they told by someone? Or was it just a coincidence? After pondering for a moment, Hongjun Daozu decided to test these two, asking, "Since you know the earth veins of the West were destroyed, do you know how they were destroyed?" Jane Daoist swallowed hard, recalling what Chen Sheng had said. Naturally, Jane Daoist would not truthfully tell Hongjun Daozu that he learned this from Chen Sheng. So, he stammered, "I heard it was during the Longhan calamity, the demon ancestor Luo House battle destroyed the earth veins. But now the demon ancestor Luo Ho has already faced his tribulation, and the karmic ties are unknown as to whose shoulders they have fallen upon." After finishing, Jane Daoist also took a secret glance at Hongjun Daozu. He spoke very cautiously, afraid of displeasing Hongjun Daozu. If Hongjun Daozu did not react to this suggestive statement, then they had no other options. Hongjun Daoist's face was filled with black lines. It was clear these two knew about the events of the past. Were they here to cause trouble for him? But how did these two find out? Hongjun Daozu felt somewhat agitated for him. However, he indeed owed the West some karma, and he had yet to repay it. If this matter spread throughout the primordial era, it would inevitably affect his reputation. But how should he deal with these two? It seemed that unless he provided them with some benefits, they wouldn't be willing to leave. Thinking of this, Hongjun Daozu silently sighed. After some contemplation, he reluctantly took out a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Although he was the first sage of the primordial era, these innate spiritual treasures were still quite precious to him. Upon seeing this, Jane Daoist and Zhuanti Daoist were immediately astonished. This was actually a purple gold-red gourd. The purple gold-red gourd is a product of the innate gourd vine later acquired by the Hongyun Daoist. However, after Hongjun Daoist's sermon, the Hongyun Daoist gave way to Jane Daoist and Zhuanti Daoist, provoking the enmity of Kunping. In the end, Kunping, in alliance with the ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness, killed the Hongyun Daoist, but the whereabouts of the Hongyun Daoist's red gourd became unknown. Unexpectedly, it was now taken out from Hongjun's hands. Hongjun Daozu handed the red gourd to the Jane Daoist and said, "This object was obtained by chance, and since the West is impoverished, I bestow it upon you." The Jane Daoist hurriedly reached out to catch the red gourd. Overjoyed, he thought to himself that it seemed Hongjun Daozu truly owed a debt of karma to the West. As a being of Hongjun Daoist's stature, he surely wouldn't go back on his word, right? In that case, would it be too much to ask for 2 more treasures? "Thank you for your understanding, master, but the West is truly too barren. Even with the red gourd, it may not change." The Jane Daoist sighed as he accepted the red gourd. Hongjun Daozu felt a bit displeased, but didn't show it. After all, it was a debt he owed. Thinking this, Hongjun Daozu then gave him a medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The Jane Daoist and the Zhuanti Daoist quickly accepted it, and the Jane Daoist was delighted, never expecting to receive 2 more innate treasures. This was truly a windfall. Then, as Zhuanti Daoist was about to leave, the Jane Daoist suddenly took out the damaged 12-grade merit golden lotus and said to Hongjun Daozu, "Master, this lotus has also been destroyed. Our Western sect is truly suffering. Hongjun Laozu was momentarily taken aback, then frowned. According to the heavenly Dao, the 12-grade merit golden lotus had been destroyed after the sealing of the gods, hadn't it? Why was the 12-grade merit golden lotus destroyed now? This matter was beyond Hongjun Daos's control. Before he could ponder further, the Jain Daoist's cries brought him back. Hongjun Daozu couldn't help but feel his forehead twitch. He had already given them 3 innate treasures, yet they were still not satisfied. If it weren't for the fact that Hongjun Daozu truly owed a debt of karma to the West, and considering they were both saints of the heavenly Dao, he would have liked to crush these two. With no other choice, he could only give them some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At the same time, he instructed, "Since this is also a token of my sincerity, you may return now." Though Hongjun Daozu was already quite displeased with the two of them, he still spoke in a calm manner. The Jain Daoist gleefully accepted the items. With these innate treasures, he felt as if he had found a path to wealth, and he was floating with joy. Addicted to this, the Jain Daoist was about to feign poverty again when the Zhuanti Daoist silently tugged. The Jain Daoist quickly realized and stopped if he continued to ask Hongjun Daozu, which surely became. Stealing a glance at Hongjun Daos's expression, he found that he was merely a bit impatient. The Zhuanti Daoist nudged the Jain Daoist with his elbow, prompting him to immediately react and respectfully kneel before Hongjun Daozu, saying, "Thank you, master. We shall take our leave now and not disturb your rest." Hongjun Daozu nodded. He was eager for these two to leave. Soon the two from the west departed quickly, fearing that Hongjun Daozu might change his mind. Watching the two from the west leave, Hongjun Daos's expression darkened, though he felt some reluctance about the items he had just given them. However, more than the earlier gifts, he was even more curious about who had informed them of these matters. In the past, the demon ancestor Luo Ho instigated the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans to war, intending to use the slaughter to attain the Dao. To prevent the collapse of the wilderness, Hongjun Daozu, along with Yang, Mei Laozu, Qian Kuan Laozu, and Yin Yang Laozu, joined forces to break the demon ancestor Luo House immortal slaying sword array. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was furious and actually detonated the western earth veins using the immortal slaying sword array. Afterward, Luo Ho perished, and the west became desolate. Could it be that Luo Ho did not die in the battle back then? Was all of this the doing of Luo Ho? At this thought, Hongjun Daos's moreover, the previous lousy had also unexpectedly achieved sanctification over 1,000,000 years earlier than anticipated. At that time, he felt something was off, yet couldn't deduce anything. Could it be that Luo Ho did not die in the battle back then? Was all of this the doing of Luo Ho? At this thought, Hongjun Daos's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, the two from the west returned to Mount Shumi, having received a high-grade innate treasure, 2 medium-grade innate treasures, and so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Both were immensely pleased. The Zhuanti Daoist, unable to resist, caressed the red gourd in his hand and said to the Jain Daoist, "Senior brother, who would have thought that the person's words were indeed correct? The Daozu truly owes us a debt of karma." The Jain Daoist thought of the person from Shouyang Mountain, momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, "That elder must be an extraordinary being in seclusion, and the wilderness should not be provoked lightly." The Zhuanti Daoist nodded in agreement. However, at the same time, Chen Sheng looked at the sun and thought it was nice, so he went to bring out a reclining chair, lie down on it, and leisurely soak up the sun while brewing a pot of tea. Not long after lying down, an unexpected guest arrived on the small mountain. This person was Fushi, who upon seeing Chen Sheng basking in the sun stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Predecessor." Chen Sheng raised his eyebrows, too lazy to respond to Fushi. This fellow must have some issues in his head. Chen Sheng took another sip of tea and smacked his lips. Then he sighed. Drinking tea every day had made his mouth go bland. He began to miss the taste of that lotus. Surely it was time to change up his flavors. After thinking for a moment, Chen Sheng casually reached out. Then he pulled out a tattered black lotus from the river of time, which was even emitting smoke. Seeing this, Chen Sheng couldn't help but frown, slightly disgusted, as he said, "Why is this lotus so tattered?" Fushi beside him turned pale with fright. What in the world was this? The aura of destruction was familiar, and the immense pressure rendered Fushi stunned. The world-destroying black lotus. Fushi stammered. That was the world-destroying black lotus, the spiritual treasure of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. But wasn't the world-destroying black lotus supposed to have disappeared after the demon ancestor Luo Ho died back then? Just then, a powerful demonic aura suddenly emerged from the world-destroying black lotus. Fux's face instantly changed. It was the aura of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. The demon ancestor Luo Ho. He was still alive. Suddenly, Fushi felt his legs go weak. An instinctive fear made Fushi want to run. At that moment, Chen Sheng frowned in disdain. What kind of nonsense was this? Chen Sheng remained calm and directly reached out to grip. That overwhelming demonic aura immediately ceased. Chen Sheng had no idea what was inside the black lotus. He simply felt a foul odor emanating from the flower, which made it hard for him to keep his eyes open. Thus Chen Sheng directly grasped the black lotus's face, showing disgust as he said, "Despite being a lotus, why does this one faintly smell like feet?" Fushi. Is he referring to the stench of the world-destroying black lotus? In truth, the remnants of Luo House soul reside within the world-destroying black lotus. During the Dragon and Han catastrophe, the demon ancestor Luo Ho realized he would fail and left himself a path of retreat. After his great defeat, his soul entered the world-destroying black lotus. Fearing capture by Hongjun, he escaped into the river of time, drifting endlessly. Now suddenly returning to the primordial world, this unexpected opportunity filled the demon ancestor Luo Ho with joy. Immediately, the demon ancestor Luo Ho planned to possess a living being and make a comeback. Just as he made a move, he was pushed back into the world-destroying black lotus. For a moment, the demon ancestor Luo Ho was taken aback. Upon regaining his senses, he was filled with fury. As a grand demon ancestor possessing you should be your honor. How dare you refuse? Fushi wanted to remind Chen Sheng, after all, the demon ancestor Luo Ho was a formidable figure in the primordial world. The current battle between the Wu and Yao seemed trivial to the ancient demon ancestor Luo Ho. Moreover, the fact that the demon ancestor Luo Ho was still alive now meant that Hongjun and the others had failed. It is easy to imagine how powerful the demon ancestor Luo Ho is. However, Chen Sheng simply reached out and casually broke a piece off the world-destroying black lotus. Crack. Fushi. Demon ancestor Luo Ho. This is the world-destroying black lotus. Was it really just broken like that? Both of them were somewhat questioning life at this moment. As he broke off a petal from the world-destroying black lotus, Chen Sheng smoothly took out the tea set. Chen Sheng washed the petal from the world-destroying black lotus in the tea water once, and after refilling it with water, he slowly tasted it, and nodded, saying, "Compared to that golden lotus, this is far inferior, but the taste is acceptable." The demon ancestor Luo Ho was astonished, and even angrier. This foolish guy dared to use his world-destroying black lotus to brew tea. How could this frail fellow possibly break off a petal from the world-destroying black lotus with bare hands? It must be that the black lotus is severely damaged. He must kill this guy, and then possess his body to return to the primordial world. Without hesitation, the demon ancestor Luo Ho controlled the world-destroying black lotus, and was about to strike at Chen Sheng. However, just when the demon ancestor Luo Ho thought he would succeed, Chen Sheng casually grabbed the black smoke with his hand. Then with a face full of disgust, he said, "This black lotus won't have bugs, will it?" What the hell? Could it be that this guy has foot odor? Bugs. That's the world-destroying black lotus. The spiritual treasure of demon ancestor Luo Ho was actually said to have bugs. At this moment, he just wanted to kill Chen Sheng, but unfortunately his remnant soul was caught in Chen Sheng's hand, making it impossible for him to escape. Seeing this scene, Fushi was directly stunned. Who was the demon ancestor Luo Ho? He was an absolute. Back during the Dragon and Han catastrophe, the demon ancestor Luo Ho nearly exterminated the Dragon Phoenix and Xiaolin clans, all by himself, almost destroying the entire primordial world. Even later, when Hongjun and the other four intervened, they couldn't do anything to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. But now Chen Sheng actually had him in his hand, playing with him. Was the black smoke that was barely alive in Chen Sheng's hand actually the demon ancestor Luo Ho? Incredible. Feeling some disgust, Chen Sheng stuffed the black gas he was holding back into the black lotus. After stuffing it into the black lotus, Chen Sheng tilted his head and looked at the lotus for a moment. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he pointed at the black lotus. In almost an instant, an overwhelming creative force surged toward the black lotus. Suddenly a strange phenomenon occurred. Clouds covered the sun and demonic energy filled the entire Shouyang mountain. Above the heavenly path, thunder and lightning appeared. That was actually the strongest tribulation in the primordial world, the 9 heavens responding thunder tribulation. All the great powers were astonished. The 9 heavens responding divine thunder. How many years had it been since this occurred? What on earth happened to cause such a disturbance in the heavenly path? In the purple cloud palace, Hongjun's heart sank. This familiar demonic energy is from demon ancestor Luo Ho. Hongjun had suspected since the beginning that demon ancestor Luo Ho was not dead. Now that the heavenly path was shaking, it must be because of him. At the same time, Nüwa frowned, as she certainly sensed that terrifying aura. However, for a moment, she was somewhat unclear about the situation. As for the 3 pure ones, and the 2 from the west, they were even more confused. Originally, the lightning was about to fall. However, when Chen Sheng casually looked up at the sky, the lightning paused for a moment, and then simply vanished. With the disappearance of the tribulation, the clouds that obscured the sky, and the strange phenomenon vanished as well. Chen Sheng silently complained, "So annoying, it's going to rain again." This scene left Fushi utterly dumbfounded. Rain? You call this wanting to rain? But just how strong is Chen Sheng's power? That's the thunder of the heavenly path, which was actually stared back by Chen Sheng. Fushi couldn't even imagine. Next, the damage on the Black Lotus seemed to be repaired, and the petals slowly opened. In the center of the Lotus platform, there was unexpectedly a cool, black-clad boy. With the emergence of the black-clad boy, the world-destroying Black Lotus also gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene, Fux's heart sank. Transforming the world-destroying Black Lotus. This senior actually has such terrifying abilities. Looking at the cool black-clad boy, Chen Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, this little brat has quite a style. Chen Sheng said to the black-clad boy, from now on you will be my attendant, and your name will be He Lian. Looking at the cool black-clad boy, Chen Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, this little brat has quite a style. Chen Sheng said to the black-clad boy, from now on you will be my attendant, and your name will be. Being called an attendant by a Great Luo. Is this Great Luo thinking too highly of himself? Ridiculous. The more he thought, the angrier he became. A Luo Ho wanted to take action against Chen Sheng and directly kill this troublesome fellow. But then he thought about how Chen Sheng had broken the world-destroying Black Lotus with his bare hands and was holding him captive. The demon ancestor Luo Ho decided to take a long-term approach. Yes, a long-term approach had nothing to do with cowardice. What a joke! How could he, the grand demon ancestor Luo Ho, be a coward? Luo Ho's expression was uncertain. After some contemplation, he decided to stay by this guy's side for now. Once he understood this fellow's background, he would find an opportunity to kill him. At that time, the demon ancestor Luo Ho would return to the primordial world, and everyone would have to bow down to him. As the demon ancestor Luo Ho felt a fleeting joy, Chen Sheng continued, take this to soak your feet. Foot odor is a condition that needs treatment. Seeing Chen Sheng's serious demeanor, Luo Ho found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The dignified demon ancestor Luo Ho has foot odor. What the hell, that's demonic energy. Ignoring Luo Ho's expression, Chen Sheng directly ordered, the tea has cooled, go fetch another pot of tea. Luo Ho. Him. The demon ancestor Luo Ho is being asked to serve tea to Emir de Luo. He would not accept this. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Enduring his anger for the moment, Luo Ho, though greatly dissatisfied, still went to refill Chen Sheng's tea. Upon entering the cave, he was astonished to see a Wu Dao tea tree. Instantly Luo Ho's eyes sparkled. He never thought that Emir de Luo would possess one of the top 10 innate spirit roots, the Wu Dao tea tree. Instantly Luo Ho's eyes sparkled. He never thought that Emir de Luo would possess one of the top 10 innate spirit roots. As the new tea was served, Chen Sheng glanced at the astonished Fushi and said, come and have some tea. Fushi felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, cautiously moving over to take a cup. After sitting down, he picked up the teacup and glanced carefully at Luo Ho, who was also watching him with disdain. Fushi silently set down his teacup. The tea poured by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, did he deserve it? Then Chen Sheng asked, what brings you here? Fushi paused for a moment, finally remembering the purpose of his visit, to seek this fellow Daoist. Daoist friend, I must confess, ever since you mentioned that both the witch and demon clans have perished, I have been troubled by it for some time. I came here today to seek your guidance on a way to save the demon clan. Daoist friend, with your vast powers, you must have a solution. Fushi spoke sincerely, lowering his stance towards Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng couldn't help but frown. Was this person not mentally sound? Could the fate of the witch clan and the demon clan really be dictated by just a Luo? Heaven seeks the demise of the demons, they cannot escape their fate. Moreover, I am merely a Luo. Even the Hongjun patriarch had exhausted everyone during the Longhan calamity, and even Luo Ho along with the Qinquan patriarch and Yinyang patriarch were all deceived and perished, all to replenish the heavenly Dao. How could he possibly grant the demon or witch clans a chance to survive? As Chen Sheng sipped his tea, he elaborated to Fushi. Being a part of the Longhan calamity, Luo Ho was shocked after hearing this. Replenishing the heavenly Dao? What does that mean? Luo Ho couldn't help but ask, is there a defect in the heavenly Dao? Fushi was equally astonished. This was the first time he had heard such statements and quickly inquired, replenishing the heavenly Dao. Is there more to this? Chen Sheng shot a skeptical glance at both of them, questioning whether these two could truly be this ignorant of such monumental events in the Hongwan. Chen Sheng continued, the heavenly Dao has deficiencies, it compensates the excess and replenishes the insufficient. The sages treat all things as mere livestock, while the heavenly Dao treats the sages as livestock. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was utterly shocked, his expression complex. They believed they were already powerful enough, but it turned out that everything was merely a plot of the heavenly Dao. Fushi was equally stunned. His expression was complex. Could it be that there was no room for maneuver in all of this? He furrowed his brows and asked, could it be that the battle between the witches and demons was also to replenish the heavenly Dao? Chen Sheng nodded indeed. The subsequent calamities of Fengshan and Journey to the West were all for the purpose of replenishing the heavenly Dao. As long as the heavenly Dao is not complete, one calamity after another will continue endlessly. Thus Chen Sheng lamented, the beings of the Honghuang are merely livestock raised by the heavenly Dao, and after a period they will be harvested. Luo Ho was shocked. He realized he was being pushed forward by the heavenly Dao. Yet at the same time he began to doubt whether this Luo before him was truly just a Luo. How could a Luo know so much? Luo Ho couldn't help but furrow his brows. At that moment Fux's face had turned pale with fear. Could it be that the demon clan was truly fated to perish? Thinking of this, he could hardly sit still on his chair. He immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded with Chen Sheng, Daoist friend, please think of a way to save the demon clan. In Fux's view, since Chen Sheng knew so much insider information, he must also have a solution. To his surprise, Chen Sheng merely shrugged and said, I'm just a Luo, and I have no way to help. Fushi. He felt like he had been played, but he couldn't find any evidence. This is it. A Luo. Surely this Daoist has some misunderstanding about what a Luo is. However, Fushi also understood in his heart that Chen Sheng did not wish to help him. The thought of the demon clan's ultimate fate being extinction weighed heavily on Fushi. Chen Sheng. What? You dare to boast about saving the demon clan when you can't even handle me, a Luo? The demon clan has so many talented individuals, do they even need your help? Are you perhaps mentally ill? Fushi, with many thoughts racing through his mind, finally looked at Chen Sheng and sighed. Alas, I have agreed to your arrangement with my sister. Please treat her well from now on. Chen Sheng. What does treating his sister well mean? That little maid from the Huang Palace. Following this, Fushi took his leave. Watching Fux's retreating figure, Chen Sheng felt a bit dazed. Chen Sheng felt that the people of the Honghuang seemed to have some issues. Pretending to be someone else is one thing. They are obviously weak, yet still like to worry about matters beyond their control. He truly couldn't understand what they were thinking. However, at that moment, the Hongjun Dao ancestor realized that the recent cosmic disturbances were caused by the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Upon this realization, he followed the threads of causality to deduce the past. The Hongjun Dao ancestor vowed in his heart to ensure Luo Hao's death. One must root out the weeds, though otherwise who knows what calamities might arise in the future. In a moment of carelessness, he had allowed Luo Ho to exploit a gap and escape. Since Luo Ho dared to appear in the Honghuang, the Hongjun ancestor would inevitably put him to death this time. Meanwhile, atop Shouyang Mountain, the moment the causal line fell upon Luo Ho, he sensed the actions of the Hongjun Dao ancestor. Immediately alarms rang in Luo Hao's heart. He never expected that Hongjun would come looking for him so quickly. At this moment, Luo Ho was extremely anxious. Now his strength had not yet returned to its peak. If the Hongjun Dao ancestor detected him, he would truly be dead. What should he do? Should he flee? That damned Hongjun, once he regains peak strength, would definitely press him down and rub him into the ground. However, just as Luo Ho was panicking, Chen Sheng frowned impatiently and wondered who it was. Such weak strength, yet they dared to use the causal line to spy. What an unashamed fellow. With a flick of his hand, Chen Sheng severed the causal line that Hongjun had deduced, causing Hongjun to suffer a backlash and directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Hongjun Daos's expression fluctuated between gloomy and clear as he silently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. To think he would suffer backlash. This was the first time since he achieved sainthood. What astonished Hongjun Daozu even more was that the causal line he extended outwards had actually been severed. Has Luo's strength recovered to such an extent? Thinking of this, Hongjun Daos's gaze deepened. It seems that the progress of the witch and demon calamity must be expedited. He could not allow Luo Hu to interfere with his plans. On the other side, on Kunlun Mountain, after returning from Shouyang Mountain, Tongtian Daoist went into seclusion. At this moment, he had comprehended 2/10 of the technique Chen Sheng had taught him. Although it was only 2/10 when Tongtian Daoist emerged from his seclusion, a pressure instantly enveloped the entire Kunlun Mountain. The sword intent of Tongtian Daoist surged upwards, piercing through the clouds. The immensely powerful sword intent caused the entire primordial world to tremble. The stars above 9 points began to crack inch by inch. This is terrifying. The great powers of the primordial world were astonished. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan was displeased that Tongtian Daoist had taken a Luo as his master, he genuinely felt happy for Tongtian Daoist's breakthrough in swordsmanship. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not believe that Tongtian Daoist's breakthrough in swordsmanship had anything to do with Chen Sheng. Seeing that Tongtian Daoist had emerged from seclusion, he took this opportunity to speak with him. Lousy was also greatly surprised. Decades ago, Tongtian Daoist's swordsmanship had entered a bottleneck period. Recently, however, he had unexpectedly broken through twice in a row. Nüwa knew that the Sanqing had gone to Shouyang Mountain and that Tongtian Daoist had made breakthroughs in swordsmanship. She guessed it had something to do with that great power. Meanwhile, both the witch and demon clans were quite surprised. How did this guy's swordsmanship improve so quickly? Tongtian Daoist, having broken through in swordsmanship, was overjoyed. During his time in seclusion, he had finally comprehended 2/10 of the technique Chen Sheng had transmitted to him. Although it was merely 2/10, Tantian Daoist felt that with his current strength, defeating his former self would be no problem at all. It seems that only he could comprehend 2/10 of his master's technique. If it were anyone else, they might not even grasp 1/10. Thinking this, Tantian Daoist felt a bit proud. This is all thanks to my master's sword. If it weren't for my master's guidance, my swordsmanship would still be stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, it is time to express my gratitude to Chen Sheng. With this in mind, Tantian Daoist decided to head to Shouyang Mountain. At this moment, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Lousy approached. Lousy smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, third brother, on your breakthrough." Tantian Daoist returned the gesture with a smile, feeling a bit emotional as he said, "Thank you, big brother. It is all due to my master's good teaching." Lousy nodded thoughtfully. That senior indeed possessed great powers, allowing Tantian Daoist to break through his swordsmanship once again in such a short time. It seems third brother's decision to take that senior as his master was indeed correct. Yuanshi Tianzuan originally wanted to congratulate Tantian Daoist, but after hearing his words he frowned and coldly snorted. It was merely a coincidence. Does he really think that a Luo could teach him anything? How absurd. Tantian Daoist was initially very happy to see his breakthrough. However, upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's sarcastic remarks, he frowned in displeasure and said to Yuanshi Tianzuan, "Second brother, your words are rather inappropriate. As a being of the primordial world, what is wrong with those who are born and hatched? Moreover, my decision to take a master is my own business. What does it have to do with second brother?" Yuanshi Tianzuan, seeing that Tantian Daoist was unyielding, became furious and directly rebuked, "Humph. As one of the three pure ones, you actually took a Luo as your master. Not only that, but you also brought a hatchling back to Kunlun. It's simply disgraceful." Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, Tantian Daoist's face darkened. Chen Sheng's guidance had led him to achieve a breakthrough, earning him great respect for Chen Sheng. Now hearing someone insult his master like this, Tantian Daoist naturally felt displeased. Frowning, Tantian Daoist said to Yuanshi Tianzuan with a displeased expression, "Second brother, your words are rather harsh. As beings of the primordial world, what is wrong with those born and hatched? Furthermore, my decision to take a master is my own matter. What does it have to do with second brother?" Yuanshi Tianzuan, seeing that Tantian Daoist was resistant to reason, grew even angrier and said, "We three pure ones are one body. If you bring shame, it is a shame to all of us." Watching the two argue more and more fiercely, Lousy had no choice but to step in and say to Tantian Daoist, "All right, as dignified three pure ones, it is most laughable for us to quarrel like this." In truth, Lousy also recognized Chen Sheng's strength. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's words were not with. Thus Lousy continued, "No matter what, as long as we can increase our strength, we three pure ones must not allow outsiders to mock us." Hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan fell silent, turning his head away and no longer speaking. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan still wanted to argue with Tantian Daoist further, he knew that Lousy was a saint, and he had to respect the words of a saint. Tantian Daoist also did not want to continue arguing with Yuanshi Tianzuan. He clasped his hands and said to Lousy, "Big brother, I have gained a lot this time and must go thank my master." Lousy nodded, and then Tantian Daoist joyfully set off to find Chen Sheng. On the little broken mountain, Tantian Daoist somehow procured 2 jars of wine, and standing outside Chen Sheng's cave respectfully called out, "Master, your disciple has come to visit. May I ask if you have time?" Chen Sheng was originally inside the cave wiping the broken sword when he suddenly heard Tantian Daoist's voice and frowned. "What does this guy want from me?" After inviting Tantian Daoist inside, Chen Sheng asked, "What brings you here to see your master?" Tantian Daoist grinned broadly, holding up the 2 jars of wine, and said to Chen Sheng, "Thank you for your guidance, master. I have made significant progress in my swordsmanship, and I have come specifically to express my gratitude to you." Chen Sheng looked at the wine Tantian Daoist brought and nodded in satisfaction. This disciple is quite thoughtful. Although he seems a bit mentally challenged, he is relatively understanding. Chen Sheng accepted the wine, and in a good mood said to Tantian Daoist, "Since you have made significant breakthroughs, then demonstrate the sword technique I taught you that day." Tantian Daoist nodded and confidently began to wield his sword. As he swung his sword, a sword aura surged around him, creating a chilling scene. However, there was a hint of intrigue in Chen Sheng's gaze. Where does this guy get his confidence? With such a trash swordsmanship, having only comprehended 20%, can it be called a significant breakthrough? However, looking at his expression, he seems genuinely happy. Although Chen Sheng really didn't want to dampen this guy's confidence, after some thought, he patted Tantian Daoren's shoulder and said, "Keep practicing well. There's still a lot of room for improvement." Tantian Daoren, "Does master look down on me? Is master not satisfied with my progress?" Thinking of this, Tantian Daoren couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. He was pleased with his breakthrough, yet to master it seemed to mean nothing at all. It seems he still needs to work hard. Although feeling down for a moment, Tontian Daoren quickly regained his fight. It must be that he hasn't worked hard enough. He must strive even more to earn master's recognition. Tontian Daoren's face was serious, and seeing this expression, Chen Sheng couldn't help but say, "The sword is the king of weapons. If you see yourself as too weak, how can you be worthy of the sword?" At once Tontian realized. During this time, due to Lousy's breakthrough and encountering such a strong Chen Sheng, his self-esteem had taken a significant hit. Thus Tontian Daoren's focus, while practicing the sword, was not as undistracted as before. However, he didn't even notice this, but Chen Sheng pointed it out with a single remark. Tontian Daoren recognized his issue and quickly thanked Chen Sheng, saying, "Thank you, master, for your guidance. I will certainly follow your teachings in the future." Chen Sheng, what did he teach again? Tontian Daoren continued, "Master, I still have a question in my heart. Do you know how to become a sage?" Chen Sheng was somewhat speechless. This guy is only at the golden immortal level, yet he dares to ask how to become. However, hope is something one must have, so Chen Sheng replied. There are 3 methods to become a sage in the primordial era. The best method is to prove the Dao with power. The second method is to slay the 3 corpses to prove the Dao, and the lowest method is the virtue proof of the Dao. Father God Pangu intended to prove the Dao with power, but unfortunately he failed due to the 3,000 evil gods, while Hongjun Daozu proved the Dao by slaying the 3 corpses merging with the Dao of heaven. Those who receive the primordial purple energy are the virtue proof of the Dao. The weakest sage is subject to the will of heaven. Tontian Daoren was startled. He had no idea that there were so many intricacies to becoming a sage. Originally, he had been pleased to receive the primordial purple energy, thinking it was destined for him. After hearing Chen Sheng's words, Tontian Daoren realized that he was actually caught in the calculations of the Dao of heaven. He found it hard to believe and asked, "The virtue proof of the Dao is actually this weak?" Chen Sheng nodded and said nonchalantly, "Indeed. The 3 pure ones provoke the virtues left by Father God Pangu during the creation, requiring only the establishment of a teaching to become a sage. It would be foolish to rely on virtue alone to become a sage." Tontian Daoren pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "What about the other 2 methods?" Chen Sheng thought for a moment, took a sip of tea, and continued, "To slay the 3 corpses and prove the Dao requires merging with the Dao of heaven, but Hongjun Daozu has already merged with the Dao, which is equivalent to a dead end, while the path of power is the most difficult. Very few have attempted it. The virtue proof of the Dao is the weakest method, and since slaying the 3 corpses is not an option, Tontian Daoren turned his gaze towards the most difficult path of proving the Dao with power. Master, has no one ever succeeded in the path of power?" Tontian Daoren asked with a furrowed brow. Chen Sheng thought for a moment and said, "There was indeed such a person. That person is the ancestor Yangmei. They had once battled, and even with all of Hongjun Dao's treasures they could not defeat ancestor Yangmei, who took all the treasures." Speaking of ancestor Yangmei, Chen Sheng was also quite emotional. Tontian was shocked to hear this. The Hongjun Daozu who proved the Dao by slaying the 3 corpses was already the strongest in the primordial era, yet he was actually inferior to ancestor Yangmei, who proved the Dao with power. Since someone has succeeded in proving the Dao, it means this path is feasible. Tontian Daoren calmed his mind, and after some contemplation said, "Master, I too want to prove the Dao with power." Chen Sheng, proving the Dao with power? How can you, a golden immortal, speak so brazenly? Forget it, it's not like this kid's delusions are a new thing. Chen Sheng looked at Tontian Daoren with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and squeezed out 3 words, "You do your best." Yet deep within Chen Sheng's gaze was sympathy for Tontian Daoren. It seemed this child's delusion had no cure. Chen Sheng looked at Tontian Daoren with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and squeezed out 3 words, "You do your best." Yet deep within Chen Sheng's gaze was sympathy for Tontian Daoren. It seemed this child's delusion had no cure. Chen Sheng nodded with a smile that was neither here nor there, and afterwards Tontian Daoren stayed on the small mountain to ask Chen Sheng some questions about swordsmanship before happily returning. This visit to Chen Sheng was very fruitful. Tontian Daoren returned to Kunlun Mountain and went to see Lousy and Yuan Shi Tianzun. "Elder brother, second brother, I went to visit master. Can you guess what news I found out?" Tontian Daoren said with a serious face. Yuan Shi Tianzun rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Third brother, you must have been fooled again. A mere Luo can know anything." Tontian Daoren disregarded Yuan Shi Tianzun and instead shared all 3 methods of attaining the Dao that Chen Sheng had told him with Yuan Shi Tianzun and Lousy. After Yuan Shi Tianzun heard this, he sneered and said, "Humph, how can one trust the words of a mere Luo? Besides, even if there are 3 paths to becoming a sage, so what?" Lousy frowned as well and was not very convinced. It wasn't that he didn't believe that senior, but this was just, what 3,000 evil gods battling what Father God Pangu, and what Hongjun Daozu merging with the Dao of Heaven, what do these even have to do with each other? Lousy frowned, and said, Third brother, this matter is indeed too ethereal. In my opinion, you should focus on your cultivation and wait for your opportunity to become a sage. Yuan Shi Tianzun also held his head high and said arrogantly, Exactly. We are destined sages, or I believe that guy is just trying to mislead you. Tantian Daoren feeling helpless thought, destined sages. In the end, are they still being manipulated by the Dao of Heaven? He didn't want to become a pawn of the Dao of Heaven. Seeing that Yuan Shi Tianzun and Lousy both didn't believe him, Tantian Daoren said again, We the three pure ones receive the virtues from Father God Pangu's opening of the heavens, and as long as we establish a teaching we can invoke the virtue proof of the Dao. Just after Tantian Daoren finished speaking, Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly felt something. It was as if he was guided by the Dao of Heaven. In the midst of it, Yuan Shi Tianzun sensed his opportunity to become a sage. Yuan Shi Tianzun was overjoyed and said, Today I, Yuan Shi, shall become a sage. Meanwhile, the heavens and the earth began to show extraordinary signs. Auspicious clouds filled the sky, and flying birds celebrated. Beneath the feet of the primordial celestial venerable, a lotus platform emerged, radiating waves of golden light, and then it drifted towards the center of the desolate wilderness. At the same time, the entire desolate wilderness also sensed this extraordinary phenomenon. The beings of the desolate wilderness were taken aback. If they remembered correctly, it seemed that when Lousy attained sanctity, it was also accompanied by such extraordinary signs. Could it be that the primordial celestial venerable is also about to attain sanctity? But how much time has passed in between? Not to mention the ordinary beings of the desolate wilderness, even the great powers of the desolate wilderness were astonished. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans had reached a boiling point. Nüwa remained indifferent to the affairs of the world. Regarding the primordial celestial venerable's attainment, she felt slightly surprised, but everything was still within her expectations. As for Fushi, since learning about the fate of the Wu and Yao clans, he had been troubled. Now with the primordial celestial venerable also about to attain sanctity, his frown deepened even further. However, there were two others in the West who were even more troubled. The two from the West were driven to madness by their desire to attain sanctity, but first it was Lousy and now the primordial celestial venerable. When would their opportunity finally arrive? On Shoyang Mountain, the primordial celestial venerable stood high above, looking down upon all beings, and proclaimed, Heavenly Dao is supreme. I am the true lineage of Pangu, the primordial celestial venerable. Today I establish the teaching of elucidation, emphasizing the compliance with the heavenly and human principles, elucidating the great Dao. Anyone with wisdom and talent may enter under my guidance to receive the true teachings of Pangu and Hongjun. Then the sky was once again filled with radiant light, and 9 golden dragons of virtue spiraled above. The opportunity for attaining sanctity was right before him, and a smile that could not be contained spread across the face of the primordial celestial venerable. At that moment, Tantian Daoist exclaimed, Second brother, attaining the Dao through virtue is a last resort. Once you attain the Dao, there will be no turning back. Second brother, think carefully. Seeing Tantian Daoist obstructing his path to sanctity, the primordial celestial venerable became displeased and directly pushed Tantian Daoist away with a palm. Immediately divine light filled the sky, and the 9 golden dragons of virtue cried out as they entered the body of the primordial celestial venerable. Soon celestial sounds rang out, and the primordial celestial venerable attained sanctity, shocking all the desolate wilderness. Unexpectedly, after Lousy, the primordial celestial venerable also achieved proof of the heavenly Dao and entered the realm of the sages so quickly. The primordial celestial venerable was immensely proud upon witnessing this. He raised his head high, accepting the worship of all. He was the true lineage of Pangu, and everyone must bow before him. The primordial celestial venerable established the teaching of elucidation because he had his own ambitions. However, the primordial celestial venerable was not reckless like Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, who sought to establish a heavenly court to unify the desolate wilderness. The primordial celestial venerable understood that true supremacy lay in his own strength within the desolate wilderness. At this moment, the primordial celestial venerable had a plan. The disciples under his guidance must undergo strict selection, valuing quality over quantity, preferring the rare over the common. Moreover, the primordial celestial venerable placed great importance on bloodlines. Those without a noble lineage would not even catch his eye. All things should have their ranks. Without distinction, where would the rules come from? Just as the primordial celestial venerable established the teaching of elucidation and attained sanctity, extraordinary signs once again emerged between heaven and earth. Tantian Daoist also sensed that his opportunity was approaching. Tantian Daoist, in accordance with the heavenly Dao proclaimed from a lofty position, heavenly Dao is supreme, I am the true lineage of Pangu Tantian Daoist. Today I feel the opportunity and hereby establish the teaching of interception, aiming to seize a thread of life from heaven and earth. The great Dao has 50, the heavenly transformation has 14, all beings have a thread of life, and there are teachings without distinction. The so-called great Dao has 50, the heavenly transformation has 14, and one is to be removed. The one to be removed is precisely the thread of life that the teaching of interception aims to seize. Here Tantian Daoist had a part of his idea, inspired by Chen Sheng. Originally, they should revere the heavenly Dao and comply with the heavenly mandate. However, after listening to Chen Sheng's words, Tantian Daoist realized that their most rightful path was to resist. He wants to enlighten all beings. He wants to ensure that the capable occupy their rightful place in the desolate wilderness. Tantian Daoist continued with this, I will enlighten the beings of the desolate wilderness. Among the countless beings in the desolate wilderness, those with fate may enter under my guidance and receive my great Dao. Although Lousy and the Primordial Celestial Venerable had successively attained sanctity, before him, the beings of the desolate wilderness, upon hearing Tantian Daoist's words, were most eager to enter his fold. Tantian Daoist's teaching, without distinction, provided the most favorable conditions for the beings of the desolate wilderness. The expression of the Primordial Celestial Venerable changed, while he did not show much disturbance on the surface, he was deeply dissatisfied with Tantian Daoist's words. The Primordial Celestial Venerable advocated for compliance with the heavenly Dao, while Tantian Daoist intercepted the heavenly secrets, which led the Primordial Celestial Venerable to doubt whether Tantian Daoist was doing this on purpose. At that moment, auspicious clouds rose between heaven and earth, and the golden dragons of virtue spiraled above. It seemed that Tantian Daoist was also about to attain sanctity. The beings of the desolate wilderness were utterly astonished. Could it be that two sages were about to emerge today? This was something unprecedented in the desolate wilderness. No one expected that both of the three purities would become divine beings. This news was truly astonishing. However, just as everyone thought Tantian Daoist would attain sanctity on the spot, he suddenly halted. Although he was a sage of heaven and earth, and although he could attain sanctity just by establishing a teaching, Tantian Daoist was unwilling. He did not want to become a dog raised by the heavenly Dao. Thus, even though all the merits had entered Tantian Daoist's body, even though he longed for the position of sage, he still refused. He wanted to prove the Dao through strength. Then the divine light that was to help Tantian Daoist attain sanctity gradually dissipated. Tantian Daoist did not attain sanctity. The beings of the desolate wilderness who witnessed this scene were taken aback. Even the warring Wu and Yao clans were utterly astonished. Nüwa, usually calm, was shocked to the point that her jaw nearly dropped when she saw Tantian Daoist refuse the merits to attain the Dao. Meanwhile, Hongjun Daozu in Zhixiao Palace was equally stunned to discover that Tantian Daoist had actually rejected sanctity. How could this be possible? Tantian Daoist actually rejected sanctity. Then Hongjun Daozu exerted all his strength to begin deducing the situation of the 6 sages of the desolate wilderness. He merged himself with the heavenly Dao as the heavenly Dao was Hongjun himself, yet the scene before him made Hongjun Daozu break out in a cold sweat. Because according to the heavenly Dao, all 6 who obtained the Hongmeng purple chi except for the deceased Hongyun Daozu would attain sanctity. However, Hongjun Daozu thought he was foolproof and even proactively set in motion the calamity of the Wu and Yao clans. Yet Tantian Daoist actually did not attain sanctity. What kind of nonsense is this? Watching Tantian Daoist refuse sanctity, Lousy frowned, and with some confusion said, "Third brother, this is such a great opportunity. Why do you refuse?" Tantian Daoist shook his head, his gaze deep. He recalled Chen Sheng's words, and firmly said, "Elder brother, I do not wish to become a puppet of the heavenly Dao." Lousy was still somewhat perplexed. How could he become a puppet of the heavenly Dao? Tantian Daoist continued, "Elder brother, I have given up on attaining sanctity through virtue, because I want to prove the Dao through strength." I frowned slightly, thinking that Tantian Daoist was being a bit fanciful. Yuan Shitianzun was already somewhat dissatisfied with Tantian Daoist, and now seeing that he had failed to attain sainthood, he directly mocked him, saying, "Not to mention whether proving the Dao through strength is more virtuous than the array of merits, just your reaction in refusing the path to sainthood is utterly foolish." Then Yuan Shitianzun casually waved his hand, unleashing an endless surge of saintly power. In an instant, Tantian Daoist was sent flying by Yuan Shitianzun's overwhelming strength. Yuan Shitianzun did not expect to possess such formidable power after becoming a saint. Even using just a fraction of his strength was enough to send Tantian Daoist flying. However, Yuan Shitianzun felt no remorse for this. Instead, he looked at Tantian Daoist with a smug expression and said mockingly, "Did you see that? This is the power of a saint." Tong Tian Daoist, taken aback by Yuan Shi Tianzun's attack, furrowed his brow and struggled to rise from the ground. With a resolute expression he declared, "Master would never lie to me." Yuan Shi Tianzun dismissed him, scoffing, "Humph, I want to see how you intend to prove the Dao through strength." With that he left triumphantly. At this moment I shook my head while looking at Tong Tian Daoist, sighing, "Third brother, you missed a golden opportunity." Tong Tian Daoist, however, remained undeterred, firmly believing that the path he chose was the right one. Meanwhile, the news that 2 among the 3 pure ones had attained sainthood shocked the entire Hongwang. The great powers were astonished, never expecting that within such a short period 2 among the 3 pure ones would become saints. Consequently, this ignited a renewed fervor for attaining sainthood across Hongwang. At the same time, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, who had no opportunities for sainthood, were still fighting fiercely over the title of saint. The Wu clan, lacking the ability to cultivate their souls, were thus destined to never attain sainthood, and their ongoing struggle with the Yao clan was simply because the latter had been too overbearing. However, the most anxious were the 2 from the west, who bore the potential for opportunities. Seeing that 2 had already attained sainthood among the 3 pure ones, the 2 from the west were truly unable to sit still. After all, although Hongjun had told them they were destined to become saints, not attaining sainthood was not a solution. The 2 from the west were practically at their wits' end. Suddenly an image flashed through the mind of Jane Daoist, and with excitement, he said to Xuanti Daoist, "I know who has the means to help us attain sainthood." Xuanti Daoist was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Who else in this Hongwang besides Daozu could possibly have the means?" Jane Daoist, with a serious expression, replied, "Junior brother, have you forgotten?" Without needing to specify, Xuanti Daoist immediately understood who Jane Daoist was referring to. Wasn't it the mysterious senior who casually plucked merit golden lotuses to brew tea? However, Xuanti Daoist harbored some concerns. After all, that senior could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, and was inscrutable. Unless absolutely necessary, he would prefer not to engage. But thinking of how 2 among the 3 pure ones had already attained the fruit of sainthood, Xuanti Daoist hesitated. After a moment of inner struggle, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's take the risk and pay that senior a visit." Jane Daoist nodded, and then the 2 from the west set off to visit Chen Sheng at the cave on Shoyang Mountain. Outside the cave, Xuanti Daoist said nervously, "I wonder if this senior will hold a grudge against us for our previous rudeness." Jane Daoist was also somewhat anxious, but he reassured him, "Since that senior let us go last time, he surely won't hold it against us again." Xuanti Daoist nodded. Then Jane Daoist called out at the cave entrance, "Senior, we come to atone for our previous transgressions and hope to meet with you." Inside the cave, Chen Sheng, who was idly passing time, was somewhat surprised to hear someone visiting. From the voice, it was those 2 bald heads. What could those 2 bald heads want from him? Oh well, since he had nothing better to do, Chen Sheng let them in. Looking at the timid Jane Daoist and Xuanti Daoist, Chen Sheng was completely baffled, thinking, "Am I really that intimidating? I didn't even press them hard last time." Thus Chen Sheng asked in confusion, "What brings you 2 here this time?" Xuanti Daoist nudged Jane Daoist with his elbow, and after a moment of hesitation, Jane Daoist took out the 3 innate spiritual treasures he had obtained from Hongjun Daozu. Then addressing Chen Sheng, he said, "Senior, we are here specifically to apologize for our previous actions. We offended you last time, and these 3 innate spiritual treasures are our gift to you in atonement." Chen Sheng, "What is this? 3 innate spiritual treasures? Who do you think you're fooling? These 2 probably have never seen innate spiritual treasures before." However, Chen Sheng did not hold it against them. Recognizing one's mistakes and making amends is commendable. Thus Chen Sheng accepted the 3 innate spiritual treasures and said to the 2, "You can't have come just to apologize, right? Speak up, what is it really?" Seeing Chen Sheng accept the 3 spiritual treasures, the 2 from the west felt an unbearable pain in their hearts. However, recalling their purpose for coming, they decided to stop pretending. Jane Daoist sighed and earnestly said, "To be honest, we have come to ask you how we can attain sainthood." Chen Sheng laughed. These 2 bald heads were too deep in their roles, right? How could they possibly attain sainthood? They weren't even fit to serve a saint. Chen Sheng looked at them and bluntly criticized, "With the 2 of you, how could there be any opportunity for sainthood?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the 2 changed drastically. They had no opportunities for sainthood. How could this be? Hongjun Daozu clearly said they had potential. However, Chen Sheng continued, "Although you lack the opportunity for sainthood, if the 2 from the west wish to achieve sainthood, there are still ways to do so." Hearing this, Jane Daoist and Xuanti Daoist finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Big brother, can't you express yourself more directly? Moreover, the 2 from the west were right in front of you." Xuanti Daoist wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Then senior, do you have any advice for the 2 from the west on how to attain sainthood?" Chen Sheng nodded, thinking of those 2 timid fellows from the west, and said, In theory, since the two from the West are not as gifted as others, they must take unconventional paths to attain sainthood. Unconventional paths. Jian Daoist and Zhuan Ti Daoist were both baffled by this statement. What unconventional paths? Before they could inquire, Chen Sheng continued. If those two wish to attain sainthood, there is only one way: to rebel against the teachings. Rebel against the teachings. Upon hearing this, the two from the West exchanged shocked glances. Although both of them were greatly shocked, they thought that Chen Sheng would not speak carelessly. After some contemplation, the Jain Daoist hesitantly asked, Senior, what is the method of betraying the teachings? Zhuan Ti Daoist also looked at Chen Sheng with curiosity, not understanding what Chen Sheng meant. Yet Chen Sheng calmly took a sip of tea and said, what I mean by betraying the teachings is to separate from the Xianmen and establish a new sect. Jain Daoist and Zhuan Ti Daoist were momentarily stunned, utterly astonished. Betraying the Xianmen. This was simply too absurd. If it were not for Chen Sheng's unfathomable depth, they would absolutely think that anyone making such a statement was either a madman or a fool. The two of them had seized the position of Hongyun Daoist to enter the sect of Hongjun Daozu and become his registered disciples. Otherwise, with their qualifications, how could they ever hope to be registered disciples of Hongjun? Betraying the Xuanmen, did they not fear being crushed by Hongjun Daozu? Jain Daoist began to harbor some doubts about this person before him. Could he be toying with them? Zhuan Ti Daoist quietly leaned towards Jain Daoist and whispered, Senior brother, shall we leave? In my opinion, this person is unreliable. He even dares to speak of betraying the Xianmen. Chen Sheng heard what Zhuan Ti Daoist said and rolled his eyes, saying, believe it or not, Hongjun Daozu owes the West a karmic debt, and he has other schemes as well. Do you think that the two from the West who betrayed the Xianmen will be held accountable? In fact, the betrayal of the Xianmen by those two was also instigated by Hongjun. Upon hearing this, the two were even more shocked beyond belief. Hongjun Daozu would instigate their betrayal of the Xianmen. Although it sounded incredible, it seemed to make some sense. Zhuan Ti Daoist felt somewhat intimidated, but Jain Daoist gritted his teeth and continued to ask, Senior, is it enough to simply betray the Xianmen? Chen Sheng shook his head, wondering what these two fools were thinking. Was betraying the Xianmen enough? Even the Sanxing sect of Pangu needed to establish a sect to attain sainthood, let alone them. Therefore Chen Sheng continued, how could that be possible? After betraying the Xuanmen, they must also make a grand vow and obtain heavenly merit to succeed. Upon hearing this, Jain Daoist suddenly realized something, and a flash of insight appeared in his mind. He seemed to understand what he needed to do and immediately expressed his gratitude to Chen Sheng, cupping his hands and saying, thank you for your guidance, Senior. Chen Sheng was puzzled. What did he just guide them on? Then Jain Daoist bade farewell to Chen Sheng. Watching the two depart, Chen Sheng scratched his head, feeling quite confused. These two were too deep into their roles, right? Did they truly think of themselves as the two saints of the West? This prehistoric world was too unserious. Meanwhile, outside Chen Sheng's cave, Zhuan Ti Daoist hesitated for a long time before asking with a worried expression, Senior brother, I feel this person is mentally unstable. Should we really trust him? Zhuan Ti Daoist's concern was not unwarranted. After all, they were currently disciples of Hongjun Daozu, and even if they had not attained sainthood, their status in the prehistoric world was quite noble. But if they were to betray the Xuanmen, would they truly be able to attain sainthood? If they couldn't attain sainthood, wouldn't they become outcasts in the prehistoric world like rats in the street? Jain Daoist was also somewhat hesitant, but when he thought about how Chen Sheng could make even a saint like Nüwa treat him with utmost respect, and how he could bare-handedly break the 12th-grade merit golden lotus, his strength must be unfathomable. Thinking this way, Jain Daoist said to Zhuan Ti Daoist, this person is definitely a hidden master. What he said about Hongjun Daozu owing us heavenly merit has indeed come true. Perhaps we should give this another shot. Zhuan Ti Daoist was somewhat hesitant as the risks involved were indeed too great. If they couldn't attain sainthood, how would two traitors establish themselves in the prehistoric world? After pondering for a moment, Zhuan Ti Daoist said, but if we betray the Xianmen and still do not attain sainthood, have you considered the consequences, Senior brother? Jain Daoist sighed deeply. How could he not know the consequences? Jain Daoist earnestly said to Zhuan Ti Daoist, Junior brother, our Western veins are impoverished by nature, and you and I are indeed not as qualified as the Sanxing or Nüwa. Besides taking a gamble, can you think of any other way? After hearing Jain Daoist's words, Zhuan Ti Daoist fell silent. After a long contemplation, he finally said to Jain Daoist, Senior brother, I am willing to take the gamble. With Zhuan Ti Daoist's support, the two headed straight back to Mount Shumi. After a long while in the west Mount Shumi, a bell from ancient times rang, and the sound of the Vedic chant immediately resonated throughout the prehistoric world. All living beings in the prehistoric world were somewhat baffled. Where did this bell sound come from? Soon the entire West was enveloped in Buddhist light. Everyone bathed in the overwhelming Buddhist light, as if they were transcending and heading towards a land of bliss. At the same time, a voice of Buddhism arose. Heavenly Dao above I Jane Juanti establish a sect in the West together, called Western Sect, guiding all beings towards goodness, free from suffering, worry, and fear, a land of bliss, using the innate spiritual treasure, merit golden lotus, the demon-suppressing pestle, and the merit golden pool, to suppress the fortune of the Western Sect. The Western Sect is established. However, while the two swore to complete this, they did not immediately receive merit like lousy or Yuanshi Tianzuan or Nüwa. In the heavens above, merit seemed to be condensing, but from the look of it, it was pitifully little. Not to mention that the two would attain sainthood, not even one could. Juanti Daoist and Jane Daoist looked up at the sky, feeling speechless. The heavenly Dao is unjust. Then the two remembered Chen Sheng's words. It seems that even after betraying the Xuanmen, if they did not owe the heavenly Dao any karma, they still would not be able to attain sainthood. With no other options left, Jane and Juanti did not dare to slack off and hurriedly proceeded according to their plan, making a grand vow. The chanting of mantras echoed across the prehistoric land. If I attain the supreme Bodhi and achieve true enlightenment, the Buddha realm I reside in will possess immeasurable and inconceivable merit adornments. No hell-hungry ghosts, beasts, or flying creatures of any kind. All beings, as well as the Yama realm and the three evil paths in the next life in my realm, receive my teachings, all attain Anattara Samyak Sambodhi. No longer falling into evil paths. If this is my vow, then I shall become a Buddha. However, after making such a grand vow, the heavenly Dao still showed no response. Both felt very bitter inside. They had accrued so much karma for the sake of attaining sainthood, yet the heavenly Dao still showed no signs of movement. What should they do? Having come this far, it was impossible to give up, right? The two continued to make grand vows. If this is my vow, I will not attain the supreme enlightenment. If I become a Buddha, all beings in the 10 directions sincerely believe and wish to be born in my country, even if there are 10 thoughts, if they do not come to be, I will not attain true enlightenment. Only excluding the 5 reversals and slandering the correct law. Once again, after making a grand vow, the heavenly Dao still remained completely unresponsive. Jane Daoist and Juanti Daoist were almost in tears. How much karma had they accrued with the heavenly Dao? If I attain Buddhahood, may all beings in the 10 directions generate the Bodhi mind, cultivate all merits, and sincerely wish to be reborn in my land. At the time of death, if they are not surrounded by the multitude, and do not see me before them, I will not attain enlightenment. May I save countless beings in the small worlds, liberate all beings that can be saved, complete the perfection of the heavenly path, and spread the teachings across the 3,000 great worlds and the endless lower worlds. As time passed, the two of them made a total of 48 great vows. The Jane Daoist and the Juanti Daoist were almost in tears. How much karma would they owe to the heavenly path for these 48 great vows? However, as these great vows continued to coalesce, the merits also grew. Just after the completion of the 48 great vows, the heavenly path responded and finally bestowed merits. In an instant, the sound of chanting reverberated through heaven and earth. Countless golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and 2 beams of golden light radiated from the Jane Daoist and the Juanti Daoist. At this moment, the 12-petaled lotus of merit and the 7-treasure wonderful tree were also emanating an incomparably gentle light. Thus, the Jane Daoist and the Juanti Daoist finally attained the status of saints. The news of the Jane Daoist and the Juanti Daoist establishing the Western teachings and their great vows to become saints instantly spread throughout the entire primordial world. The beings of the primordial world were all abuzz with discussion, astonished. The great powers of the primordial world were even more bewildered. They had not expected that in such a short time, following lousy and the primordial Tianzuan attaining the fruit of the Dao, the Jane Daoist and the Juanti Daoist would also simultaneously become saints. This was indeed an unprecedented event within the primordial world. At this moment in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu sensed the saintly attainment of the two in the West and immediately slammed the table, unable to contain his fury. However, his anger was not due to the two attaining sainthood in the West, but rather the unexpected timing of their attainment. This was over 10 million years earlier than he had planned. Could it be Luo Ho? It must be the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Ever since sensing the aura of Luo Ho, everything in the primordial world began to descend into chaos. As long as Luo Ho lived, a thorn would forever remain in Hongjun Daos's heart. Luo Ho, you must die. Hongjun Daozu squinted his eyes, and the aura of a saint suddenly surged forth. Moments later, Hongjun Daozu retracted his aura. Since he intended to kill Luo Ho, he must first ascertain the whereabouts of Luo Ho. With this in mind, he turned his gaze toward the human race. The causal line he deduced last time was broken within the human race, and Luo Ho must be plotting something with the human race. I cannot let Luo Ho ruin my plans. Hongjun's expression darkened, and a decision formed in his mind. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, The Kunpeng Demon Master beamed with delight, cupping his hands before Emperor Jun, and saying, Demon Emperor, I am about to unify the primordial world and annihilate the witch race. The day is near. Emperor Jun furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled by the Kunpeng Demon Master's words, and asked Demon Master. The Kunpeng Demon Master first smiled, then spoke with a sinister expression. Demon Emperor, I have discovered a piece of good news. The grievances of the human race can actually break the witch race's physical bodies. Hearing this, Emperor Jun was taken aback. The witch race, apart from Hutu, mostly has turbid energy within them, not cultivating the primordial spirit, but focusing on their physical bodies, which are as sturdy as spiritual treasures. Because their physical bodies were incredibly powerful, the demon race was at a disadvantage when fighting against them. Additionally, because of their physical strength, the demon race often suffered setbacks in battles with the witch race. Now, hearing the Kunpeng Demon Master say that there was indeed a way to break the witch race's physical bodies, Emperor Jun was overjoyed. If they could break the witch race's physical bodies, wouldn't it be easy for the demon race to defeat the witch race? At that time, the demon race would dominate the entire primordial world. Hearing this, Dong Huang Tai, he couldn't help but laugh, and said, so the race created by Nüwa still has such utility. That lowly race can become the stepping stone for my demon race to unify the primordial world. It is. Emperor Jun also nodded in excitement, but with a hint of worry in his expression he said, but it may be difficult to explain to Nüwa, and moreover the human race has the 9-sword star pattern grass as their protector. The Kunpeng, however, was quite disdainful, and directly said, my demon race has 10 great demon commanders and 4 great demon emperors. Why should we fear a mere grass? Dong Huang Tai nodded and said, indeed, and Nüwa has always been uninterested in worldly affairs, as she probably won't inquire about this matter. Emperor Jun nodded in agreement with this matter. Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Palace, fearing that this good opportunity might be ruined, Hongjun Daozu specifically summoned Nüwa and Lousy to the Zixiao Palace. Nüwa and Lousy were both somewhat puzzled, anxiously waiting for Hongjun Daozu to speak. Hongjun Daozu, high above, looked at the two and instructed, the demon race's journey to the human race is a trial for the human race, and it is also the will of the heavenly path. You two must not interfere. The demon race is going to the human race. Nüwa finally reacted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Nüwa asked, Master, why is this? Hongjun Daozu remained expressionless and said blandly, I have said that this is the will of the heavenly path. Nüwa stiffened, still very confused, but she dared not ask further. Since it is the direction of the heavenly path, she naturally had no right to interfere. Moreover, at this time, she did not sense any danger for the human race. In contrast to Nüwa's confusion, although Lousy also had some doubts, he immediately nodded and said, disciple will strictly adhere to Master's teachings. On the other side, after the demon race discovered that the souls of the human race could break the witch race's physical bodies, they directly summoned all members of the demon race and headed straight for the human territory to Shoyang Mountain. The entire demon army was mobilized, their might unmatched. Countless demon troops soared through the sky, their oppressive aura causing the entire primordial world to tremble. The weak beings of the primordial world could not help but kneel down. It was terrifying. Why had the demon race mobilized their entire army? What did they intend to do? Simultaneously, this action by the demon race also directly alarmed the great powers of the primordial world. Shoyang Mountain. Was the demon race planning to strike against the human race? But isn't there a Wuyao war going on? Why did the demon race suddenly turn against the human race? Tontian Daoist could not help but furrow his brows, while Fu Shi noticed this movement and also frowned. Soon the demon army reached Shoyang Mountain. The entire Shoyang Mountain was surrounded by the demon race. That oppressive aura, strong beyond measure, made all human beings tremble with fear. Even the other beings of the primordial world near Shoyang Mountain could not help but flee. The demon army was high above, looking down upon the weak human race. At this moment, the human race appeared to be lambs awaiting slaughter. Although the demon race had come to the human race before, this time was different. This time almost all the demon race had come, and they all seemed poised to exterminate the human race. The aura of death surrounded the human race. Despair began to spread among the human race. It was terrifying. Too terrifying. Wawa mommy, I'm scared. The stunned Sui Ren turned upon hearing a little girl crying. At the same time, Nüwa in the Zixiao Palace felt a stirring in her heart and became agitated. A great calamity was approaching for the human race. Coupled with the earlier words of Hongjun Daozu, Nüwa instantly realized that something was amiss. The demon race is heading towards the human race, bringing them suffering. What schemes do those demon creatures have? Nüwa grew anxious and quickly stood up, addressing Hongjun Daozu. Daozu, the human race is in trouble. I must go. Hongjun Daozu had long guessed that Nüwa would not be able to remain calm upon hearing of the human race's plight, so he directly told her, I have said that this is a trial for the human race. It is the will of the heavenly Dao. You, as a saint, must not act recklessly. Now that a good outcome is about to be achieved, how could he allow Nüwa to ruin it? Upon hearing Hongjun Daos's words, Nüwa stiffened. She had initially thought the trial Hongjun spoke of was merely a disaster, but now the human race was facing annihilation. The human race which she had created with her own hands, how could she stand by idly? Thinking of this, she resolutely told Hongjun Daozu, "Thank you for the reminder, master, but I am the mother of the human race, and also the demon emperor of the demon race. I cannot stand by and watch." After saying this, Nüwa stood up and intended to leave. Lousy watched from the side, feeling somewhat tense. After all, he had created the human race and was worshipped by them. But this was the will of the heavenly Dao, and he could only obey, so Lousy remained silent and stood still. However, after taking a few steps, Nüwa noticed something was off. Hongjun Daozu had actually sealed off the Zhixiao palace, and she could not leave at all. Nüwa, confused, directly asked, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Hongjun Daozu looked at Nüwa with a blank expression and said, "The human race has always been like grass and weeds. As a saint, you should understand this. Do not act foolishly. You two can stay here for now. After this matter is resolved, the formation will naturally be lifted." After saying this, Hongjun Daozu directly left. Nüwa was furious, but unable to leave the Zhixiao palace. Lousy consoled her a few times following Hongjun Daos's words, but unfortunately Nüwa could not take it in at all. Meanwhile, on Shoyang Mountain, the Jiujian star pattern grass, which had been dozing in its cave, suddenly sensed the movements of the demon race. The Jiujian star pattern grass heart tightened. The demon race was making such a big commotion. It then revealed itself. Looking at Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai leading the demon army towards the human race, Jiujian star pattern grass frowned subtly. The demon race actually mobilized their entire army. Do they intend to exterminate the human race? The demon race truly has some audacity to dare touch the human race of the master. Jiujian star pattern grass emanated a soft glow to protect the human race, looking at Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai with mockery and saying, "What? Haven't you learned your lesson the last time I dealt with you? Do you dare come back to my human race?" Dongwang Tai stiffened, remembering well the day he was attacked by Jiujian star pattern grass from across the void. But now times have changed. He wanted to see who could save this pesky grass. Dongwang Tai's gaze was disdainful as he said, "Today, I shall see how long you can be arrogant." Then Emperor Jun gave Dongwang Tai a glance, and Dongwang Tai instantly understood. They had already discussed that Dongwang Tai would hold back Jiujian star pattern grass, while the rest of the demon race would deal with the human race. Dongwang Tai had a personal grudge against Jiujian star pattern grass, and with Emperor Jun's instruction, he no longer held back. He directly summoned the Dongwang bell, arrogantly declaring, "It's just a worthless grass today. I will make you lose your soul." Jiujian star pattern grass looked down on Dongwang Tai's provocation, even filled with disdain. This guy doesn't even realize whose territory this is. The place protected by its master. How dare these insignificant beings come to cause trouble? Just asking for trouble. Jiujian star pattern grass looked at him with a contemptuous expression, calmly stating, "If you want me to lose my soul, then I think you should be remade. Do you really think any insignificant beings can run wild in the human race?" Dongwang Tai was choked by Jiujian star pattern grass words. This person had clearly fallen to such a state, yet still dared to be so arrogant. It was simply outrageous. Dongwang Tai was extremely angry and immediately scolded, "What a sharp-tongued mouth. I will make you die today." After saying this, Dongwang Tai launched an attack on Jiujian star pattern grass. However, who was Jiujian star pattern grass? Even though its realm was inferior to Dongwang Tai, it had exceptional talent in the path of the sword. The sword is the king of all weapons. A single sword can break 10,000 laws. A vein from Jiujian star pattern grass fell off, transforming into a colossal sword. That sword, intent towering high as the stars, directly repelled Dongwang Tai. Dongwang Tai did not expect to be at a disadvantage in their first encounter. He was momentarily stunned, then coldly laughed, saying, "Do you really think I only have these means?" After saying this, the Dongwang bell appeared in the air. The sound of the Dongwang bell resounded through the clouds, its divine light radiating. Jiujian star pattern grass gathered its disdain, realizing that this strike from Dongwang Tai used all his strength and quickly summoned its sword energy to resist. At the same time, Emperor Jun, seeing Dongwang Tai and Jiujian star pattern grass locked in fierce combat, sneered and commanded, "Break the human race's protective mountain formation. Kill all humans, leave none alive." The Kuanpeng demon master was already bloodthirsty. Upon hearing this, his eyes flashed red with excitement, eager to rush in for a feast. Other demons also licked their lips, eager for the feast. Soon the protective mountain formation of the human race could no longer hold out. With a crack, the protective mountain formation of the human race completely collapsed. Countless demons surged forward. Just as the human race was about to clash with the demon race, Fushi finally arrived late. He had hesitated for a while, considering whether to stop the demon race when he noticed their movements. And he still did not know that Nüwa had already been imprisoned in the Zixiao Palace. Seeing that she had not come for a long time, Fushi could no longer sit still. He could not watch the demon race slaughter the human race, nor could he allow the demon race to make mistakes again. Although Fushi did not fully understand the situation, he knew that if the demon race really targeted the human race, that Senior would definitely not sit idly by. Upon seeing Fushi appear, the demon race not only did not retreat, but became even more rampant. After all, Fushi was the demon emperor. With Fushi joining the fray, what right did the human race have to resist? To everyone's surprise, Fushi did not support the demon race, but instead addressed Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taising. Emperor Jun, Dongwang, I advise you to stop here, otherwise it will bring great calamity to the demon race. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty demon race would not listen to Fux's words. Emperor Jun frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Shihuan, you must have been brainwashed by that human race's Luo rite. Now that our demon race is renowned, how could there be any calamity? Likewise, the demon sovereign Kunpeng and Dongwang Tai both wore expressions of displeasure. They had assumed Fushi's arrival was to bolster their morale, only to discover he had come to urge the demon clan to relinquish this bountiful prize before them. So long as we slay the human race and shatter the Wu clan's invincible physical forms, unifying the primordial chaos is merely a matter of time. Kunpeng, the demon sovereign, had been preparing for a feast when Fushi interrupted him, and his irritation erupted into sharp retort. Dongwang Tai nodded in firm agreement. Indeed, brother Fushi. Since when have you grown so indecisive? Faced with their bewilderment, Fushi felt profound helplessness within. But for the sake of the demon clan, he pressed on. The human race is destined to become sovereign rulers of heaven and earth, and enjoys the protection of Lord Hongjun. Or should the demon clan confront them, now ruin awaits. Ruin for the demon clan. Many demons who heard Fushi's words nearly burst into laughter. Yet Fushi was their sovereign. Even if they wished to chuckle, they dared only suppress it. Emperor Jun concealed a cold sneer behind a courteous facade as he replied, Brother Fushi, the human race is but a trivial matter for us, no cause for concern. Fushi furrowed his brow about to speak, only to be abruptly cut off. Bei's growing impatient interjected, Sovereign, she look upon our mighty demon clan. How could we possibly falter before mere humans? Kunpeng scoffed disdainfully. Humph. Even Nüwa sovereign and Daqing Daoist of the human teaching remained silent. Your apprehension, Sovereign, she is utterly superfluous. Gazing upon this scene, Fushi's heart tightened with bitter sorrow. He acted solely for the demon clan's welfare, yet was now branded as timorous. Still he persisted in his attempt to dissuade them. Before Fushi could utter another word, Emperor Jun interrupted sharply, his tone laced with resentment. Sovereign she. If doubt clouds your mind, then step aside. Fushi stiffened. He heard the unmistakable edge of displeasure in Jun's voice. Surveying the fiercely determined demon host, he realized with quiet resignation that no single will could sway them from their course. With a sigh, Fushi withdrew. Though his heart ached with futility, he could not bear to watch his kin march blindly toward annihilation. After brief contemplation, Fushi resolved to seek Chen Sheng atop the small mountain. It was Chen Sheng who had entrusted Zhujian Starweave Grass with safeguarding the human race. Surely faced with such grave peril, he would not remain idle. A flicker of resolve ignited in Fushi's eyes. Without hesitation, he strode toward the mountain where Chen Sheng dwelled, while Emperor Jun, observing his departure, harbored a subtle undercurrent of resentment. Now the human race was already ensnared within the demon clan's grasp. With grim finality, Jun commanded launch full assault. Leave no survivors. The demon host surged forward with renewed fervor, charging headlong toward the human race. Just as the Wu clan, sensing the commotion, stirred in alarm. For the Wu clan, the enemy of my enemy, is my ally. Hence their long-standing goodwill toward the human race. It was the great Wu archers Hui and Quafu who first detected the demonic advance. Quafu frowned, gazing toward the human race's domain. What shall we do? Why does the demon clan mount such a massive assault against them? Hui too was perplexed. The war between demon and Wu clans had reached its most ferocious phase. Why at this critical juncture would the demons suddenly pivot their wrath upon the humans? After a moment's silence, Hui declared gravely, there is surely treachery afoot. Though Quafu lacked Hui's acuity, he nodded thoughtfully and asked, then what course shall we take? Shall we rush to aid the human race? Hui shook his head, his expression heavy with despair. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai themselves have descended upon the humans, Kunpeng, the 10 great demon sages. All are engaged. With only the 2 of us, we cannot alter fate. We would merely perish in vain. Quafu nodded in grim agreement, clenching his fists. Yet just recently, an omen manifested within the Pango Hall. Our 12 ancestral Wu suspect it bears connection to Father Pango himself, and have all entered the hall. Hui sighed deeply, his voice thick with resignation. It seems we must entrust our fate to heaven. for with our strength alone, we cannot halt the demon clan. Quafu seethed, yet remained powerless. Meanwhile, the human race fought desperately to endure. Their mountain guarding formation had already shattered, only the sword array woven by Jujian starweave grass held the demons at bay. Yet, Jujian starweave grass was simultaneously locked in fierce combat with Donghuang Tai. Its power stretched beyond endurance. Donghuang Tai seized his opening and struck again. A bolt of divine radiance slammed into Jujian starweave grass, sending it staggering backward several meters. Exhaustion weighed upon it like lead, but its master's command echoed unyielding, protect the human race. And so it would not retreat. Donghuang Tai watched the battered grass with vindictive satisfaction, then sneered with contempt, a mere withered blade of grass. Dare you still boast? What arrogance remains in you now? Not yet sated, he unleashed another searing beam of divine light. Though this time Jujian starweave grass evaded it. Donghuang Tai did not press further. In his eyes the grass was already spent. So he mocked outright, the human race shall be trampled beneath our hooves. Even you shall become fertilizer for our soil, the inevitable price for insulting the demon clan. Surrender now, and perhaps I shall grant you a dignified death. Though grievously wounded, Jujian starweave grass found the ultimatum absurd. Bitter laughter welled within its core. It cast Donghuang Tai a look of utter disdain and retorted mockingly, you dare dream of crushing the human race. Even your entire demon clan combined could not withstand a single finger of my master. Donghuang Tai had not expected such defiance at this hour, and fury blazed through him. He hurled 3 more beams of divine light, without pause. This time Jujian starweave grass failed to evade. The radiant strike struck true, sending it hurtling uncontrollably into the earth, carving a vast crater upon impact. Emperor Jun, observing the exchange, called out firmly, enough, ended swiftly. Donghuang Tai, eager to deliver one final humiliation, steeled himself at Jun's command, and summoned the Donghuang Bell, unleashing his ultimate technique upon Jujian starweave grass. Jujian starweave grass fixed its gaze upon that cataclysmic strike, its spirit clenched tight. A direct hit would leave it shattered beyond recovery. Donghuang Tai watched triumphant. This was his supreme technique. He refused to believe the grass could. Yet, suddenly, the heavens tore open. A sword intent infinitely sharper, infinitely mightier crashed into the Donghuang Bell, forcing it to recoil violently, staggering backward several paces. Donghuang Tai suddenly froze, sensing the overwhelming sword intent. The newcomer was above him in cultivation, standing at the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint, just a step away from becoming a sage. Who is it? As Donghuang Tai looked around anxiously, an incredibly powerful and sharp sword intent instantly enveloped the entire Shoyang Mountain. The pervasive sword intent made the entire demon clan shiver uncontrollably. The overwhelming aura seemed as if it would devour everyone alive. This is terrifying. All the demons were forced to halt their attacks on the human race, gazing toward the horizon. There they saw a figure riding a massive golden sword flying towards Shoyang Mountain. It must be noted that Tong Tian Daoren not only nearly attained sagehood, but has recently broken through the sword path several times. Tong Tian Daoren's appearance in the human realm and his intention to— It must be noted that Tong Tian Daoren not only nearly attained sagehood, but has recently broken through the sword path several times. Tong Tian Daoren's appearance in the human realm and his intention to act against Dong Huang Tai. What could this mean? In truth, Tong Tian Daoren had noticed the demons heading to Shoyang Mountain from the very beginning, but he thought that with the 9-sword star pattern grass present, plus the protection of Lousy and Nüwa for the human race, nothing serious would occur. Little did he know the demon clan had mobilized entirely for a single human. At a crucial moment, Lousy was summoned by Hongjun Daozu. Seeing the human race in peril, Tong Tian Daoren could no longer sit idly by and directly came to the human realm. Seeing the entire demon army bullying the human race, Tong Tian Daoren's anger flared. Immediately, he set up the Juxian sword array above Shoyang Mountain. The Juxian sword array is the first killing formation of ancient times with an unmatched sharpness and power. Once the Juxian sword array was unleashed, its might was boundless. The entire demon clan was stunned by the overwhelming sword intent. The demons looked on in confusion. Why was Tong Tian Daoren here, setting up the Juxian sword array here? Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were equally puzzled, but out of caution Di Jun still inquired solemnly, Tong Tian Dao, what do you mean by this? My demon clan has no grievances with you, why do you harm my brother? The reason for speaking so gently to Tong Tian Daoren was that Di Jun truly did not want to confront him. Tong Tian Daoren was not only powerful, but also one of the 3 pure ones. Offending Tong Tian Daoren was tantamount to offending the 3 pure ones themselves. Currently 2 of the 3 pure ones were sages. Unless absolutely necessary, Di Jun did not wish to sever ties with Tong Tian Daoren. Hearing this, Tong Tian Daoren merely sneered, fixing his gaze on Di Jun, and said, I advise you to leave quickly. The human race is protected by my master. You have such audacity. Di Jun, infuriated, furrowed his brow, and said, Tong Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Your master is Hongjun Daozu. Do you intend to stand against my entire demon clan alone? Tong Tian Daoren dismissed him with a glance, scoffing. You can certainly give it a try. Di Jun was left speechless and replied to Tong Tian Daoren, in that case, I won't hold back. With that, Di Jun summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu, activating them to counter Tong Tian Daoren's sword array. However, Tong Tian Daoren's initial strike was simply too formidable. He didn't even need to engage directly. With a casual wave, a powerful sword intent surged towards Di Jun, toppling him to the ground. Tong Tian Daoren looked at Di Jun with disdain, uttering two words, just this. Di Jun, unwilling to accept defeat, thought to himself, as a Kwasa saint, how could he be so far behind Tong Tian Daoren? It must be a momentary oversight. With this in mind, Di Jun quickly got back on his feet. He then utilized the He Tu and Luo Shu to unleash his strongest attack. He refused to believe that this strike couldn't contend with Tong Tian Daoren. Yet Tong Tian Daoren merely waved his hand again, and Di Jun's attack was instantly shattered. Di Jun was stunned, standing there with a pale face as he muttered this. How is this possible? The demon master Kunpeng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, saying to Di Jun, Demon Emperor Tong Tian is simply too strong. In my opinion, we should team up to subdue him first. Kunpeng, now also at Kwasa Saint level, believed that with two Kwasa Saints working together, they should be able to defeat Tong Tian Daoren. After all, he was just a Kwasa Saint. After some thought, Di Jun immediately responded, alright. He then continued to utilize the He Tu and Luo Shu to attack Tong Tian Daoren, while Kunpeng attacked from the side. Yet even under the combined assault, Tong Tian Daoren remained unhurried. He first used the Zhuxian sword array to strike, and sent Kunpeng the demon master flying. Then a sword intent forced Di Jun to spit blood. Kunpeng was astonished, exclaiming, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? Di Jun's eyes were also filled with confusion. As Kwasa Saints, why was Tong Tian Daoren so overwhelmingly powerful? Observers from the Hongwang realm were equally amazed. How could Tong Tian Daoren, who refused to become a sage, be this strong? The nine-sword star pattern grass was quite surprised as well. Previously, Tong Tian Daoren was so weak that even he surpassed him, yet now he had become so formidable. The nine-sword star pattern grass couldn't help but think to himself that with Tong Tian Daoren's sword mastery, perhaps in all of Hongwang, only the master and his broken sword could rival him. As for Dong Huang Tai, he subtly furrowed his brow. The human race was originally in the demon clan's grasp, but who would have thought such a turn of events could arise? Watching the two in a dire state, Kunpeng's disdain only grew. These two cowards dared to besiege the human race. He could easily crush them by himself, let alone with a master. Perhaps with just a wave of his hand, the master could eliminate these two from the Hongwang realm. However, considering Tong Tian Daoren's previous strength, he probably couldn't have defeated them without the master's guidance and swordsmanship. With this thought, Tong Tian Daoren felt even more gratitude towards Chen Sheng. And how dare these guys provoke the human race? Wasn't that a challenge to his master's authority? With this in mind, Tong Tian Daoren's sword intent thickened several degrees as he glared at the demon clan, coldly chiding, Di Jun Dong Huang Tai, if you leave the human race today, I might spare you for the sake of our past friendship. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. After hearing Tong Tian Daoren's words, Di Jun fell into hesitation. To abandon the human race, this coveted prize, was something he simply couldn't do. Now if they slaughtered the human race, the witch clan would fall apart without a fight. In that case, wouldn't the demon clan's unification of Hongwang be only a matter of time? Moreover, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he had other plans. With this in mind, Di Jun steeled himself and decided to confront Tong Tian Daoren to the bitter end. He wants to see which is more formidable, the Zhou Tian Star Do formation of the demon clan or the extermination formation laid down by the Tongtian Daoist alone. He cannot believe that the Zhou Tian Star Do formation established with the full power of the demon clan could not even deal with a single Tongtian Daoist. Di Jun's expression darkened as he directly instructed the demon clan set up the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. The demon clan was astonished. To deal with mere humans, they actually needed to use the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. Unthinkable. However, seeing the domineering demeanor of the Tongtian Daoist, the demon clan seemed to understand why they had to set up the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. It was terrifying. Even as a Kwasa saint, the Tongtian Daoist could easily take on two opponents. If it weren't for the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, the demon clan really wouldn't have the means to confront the Tongtian Daoist. Dong Huang Tai and the other demons were first stunned, then their expressions turned resolute. Under Di Jun's command, the demon clan began to set up the Zhou Tian Star Do formation as if facing a great enemy. However, even as the demon clan prepared to lay down the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, the Tongtian Daoist remained dismissive. What does it matter even if you set up the Zhou Tian Star Do formation? The Tongtian Daoist said, directly, showing no regard for the demon clan. Just a rabble, what can they do to him? Seeing the Tongtian Daoist being so arrogant, Di Jun was furious. It was simply too arrogant. But unfortunately, he had the right to be so arrogant. Therefore, Di Jun hastened the deployment of the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. However, just as the demon clan was about to complete the Zhou Tian Star Do formation and confront the Tongtian Daoist, an unexpected figure appeared. The newcomer was none other than Yuan Shi Tianzun. It turned out that as soon as the Tongtian Daoist made a move against Dong Huang Tai, Hongjun Dao Zhu sensed something was amiss. There were too many changes regarding this Tongtian Daoist. First, he refused to achieve sanctification through merit, and now, for some unknown reason, he was helping the human race. If it weren't for the significant use of the Tongtian Daoist in the future, Hongjun would have nearly crushed this fellow. It seemed that after not seeing him for so many years, he had actually grown some brains. However, Hongjun would never allow anyone to ruin his plans. But as this was a mere trivial matter, Hongjun didn't want to intervene personally, and had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Yuan Shi Tianzun asking him to stop this fellow. Upon seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun, the first reaction of the demon clan was that it was over. After all, Yuan Shi Tianzun was a saint, and one of the three pure ones. His arrival at Shouyang Mountain surely meant he was backing the Tongtian Daoist. Even the Tongtian Daoist thought the same, as the three pure ones were indeed interconnected. Di Jun's expression changed dramatically upon seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun arrive. The Tongtian Daoist could fight, but what about Yuan Shi Tianzun? Yuan Shi Tianzun was a saint who could turn the tides effortlessly, even if it cost the entire demon clan. He was not qualified to challenge Yuan Shi Tianzun. However, even with Yuan Shi Tianzun's arrival, Di Jun was still unwilling to accept defeat, and said cautiously, "Yu Qing Dao friend, this is the grudge between my demon clan and the human clan. The participation of the three pure ones seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? The human race has no grievances or enmities with you. What grudges could there be? Now I want to see how you will act." In the eyes of the Tongtian Daoist, Yuan Shi Tianzun, as his second brother, and one of the three pure ones, would certainly not speak for outsiders. However, Yuan Shi Tianzun looked at the Tongtian Daoist with disdain and disgust. After observing the Tongtian Daoist for a moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke disdainfully, "Third brother Di Jun Dao friend is right. This is a grudge between the human and demon clans. You'd best not meddle in this." The Tongtian Daoist was dumbfounded. He never expected to hear such words from Yuan Shi Tianzun. This was his revered second brother, one of the three pure ones, yet now he was actually speaking for the demon clan. Not only the Tongtian Daoist, but many demons were also perplexed. The three pure ones were one entity. They thought that with Yuan Shi Tianzun's arrival, it would be their end. But unexpectedly, as one of the three pure ones, Yuan Shi Tianzun looked down on the current Tongtian Daoist. After hearing this, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances. The tension in their hearts suddenly eased by more than half. It seemed they need not worry about Yuan Shi Tianzun supporting the Tongtian Daoist. Di Jun couldn't help but smile knowingly, glancing at the Tongtian Daoist and cupping his hands to Yuan Shi Tianzun, saying, "Yu Qing Dao friend is indeed worthy of becoming a saint. Your broad-mindedness is beyond what we can compare." Yuan Shi Tianzun was quite pleased with the flattery from Di Jun. After thinking for a moment, he said to Di Jun, "Rest assured, my three pure ones will not oppose the demon clan. We will not partake in today's events." Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's assurance, Di Jun became even more delighted. If a saint is protecting the demon clan, it shows how much faith the demon clan has. Meanwhile, the Tongtian Daoist looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun in disbelief, questioning, "Third brother, what are you saying? The human race is sheltered by my master. I will never back down." Yuan Shi Tianzun was too lazy to pay attention to the Tongtian Daoist. If it weren't for Hongjun Dao Zhu sending him here, he wouldn't bother with this matter. Seeing the Tongtian Daoist so stubborn, he spoke directly, "Tongtian, you are merely a single person. Your clan is done for. How dare you oppose me for a mere human and confront the demon clan?" The Tongtian Daoist frowned. Seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun speaking like this made his heart chill. This was his second brother who was actually confronting him for the demon clan. The Tongtian Daoist was unwilling to back down, and he didn't believe that Yuan Shi Tianzun would tear apart their relationship over a mere demon. After a moment of thought, the Tongtian Daoist said directly, "Second brother, are you really going to stand against me for a mere demon?" Yuan Shi Tianzun was already quite impatient, looking at the Tongtian Daoist and saying, "I am only asking you not to get involved in this matter. Do not be so stubborn." The Tongtian Daoist laughed, stubborn. Just now he seemed to have realized something. Yuan Shi Tianzun was no longer the second brother who protected him. He was now a puppet controlled by the heavenly order. Thinking of this, the Tontian Daoist said, "Second brother, do you consider yourself invincible in the wilderness? Do you not understand the principle that there are always people beyond people and skies beyond skies? Even if you are a saint, you cannot compare to a single finger of my master." Upon hearing this from the Tontian Daoist, Yuan Shi Tianzun was first stunned, then said, "You are truly audacious. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Teach a lesson? Does he even need it? The Tontian Daoist no longer spoke respectfully, and instead said to Yuan Shi Tianzun, "Since you are so eager to help the demon clan, Tontian will naturally accompany you to the end." Even though the Tontian Daoist said this, he still could not bring himself to believe that the Primordial Heavenly Venerable would disregard their years of friendship for the sake of the demon race. However, the Tontian Daoist was mistaken once again. Just when he thought he would never be harmed by his second brother, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable struck. The personal action of a saint is bound to be extraordinary. Countless laws of heaven and earth emerged, making the entire Hongwang tremble, and all the beings on Shouyang Mountain could not help but prostrate themselves in fear. The whole sky changed dramatically. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable looked at this scene with satisfaction. This is the power of a saint, the existence that all beings in Hongwang yearn for. But this was only the beginning. In no time, the Tontian Daoist's proud Juxian sword array was shattered by the Primordial Heavenly Venerable with lightning speed. Then the Tontian Daoist was severely injured by a casual palm strike from the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. From the moment the Primordial Heavenly Venerable injured the Tontian Daoist, everything became. Then the Tontian Daoist was severely injured by a casual palm strike from the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. From the moment the Primordial Heavenly Venerable injured the Tontian Daoist, everything became clear. Looking at the battered Tontian Daoist, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable showed no mercy and directly mocked him. "Third brother, you really are too weak to withstand a single blow. Do you see this? This is the power of a saint." After saying this, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable narcissistically added, "You are too foolish. What if you have mastered the sword path to perfection? Without becoming a saint, you are ultimately just an ant." The Tontian Daoist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression inscrutable. The ultimate sword path. Without becoming a saint, you are ultimately just an ant. The Tontian Daoist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression. What the Primordial Heavenly Venerable saw was still too one-sided. A saint? Huh. Aren't they also just ants in the grand scheme of the Dao? No matter what, his master had shown him kindness, and he must protect the human race well. With this thought, the Tontian Daoist's gaze became resolute. He acted directly, attempting to protect the human race. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable, seeing this, smiled disdainfully, raised his hand, and easily suppressed the Tontian Daoist's attack. The Tontian Daoist could not move, frowning, as he said, "Second brother, you will regret this. The demon race will regret it even more." Emperor Jun, don't blame me for not reminding you. Emperor Jun merely sneered at this. Now even the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, one of the Sanqing, was not helping the Tontian Daoist. How could Tontian still be so arrogant alone? Emperor Jun showed no mercy and directly mocked him. "It's ridiculous. Even the Empress Nüwa hasn't said anything. Oh, why should you Daoist of the upper clear deceive yourself? Besides, what does this have to do with you?" Meanwhile, Fuxi had arrived at Chen Sheng's cave and was observing the movements of the human race. Seeing that the Primordial Heavenly Venerable had made a move, Fuxi understood even more that he had no choice but to ask Chen Sheng for help. Chen Sheng was puzzled when he saw Fuxi come and asked, "What are you here for again?" Fuxi felt a bit awkward, but thinking of the current state of the human race, he quickly said to Chen Sheng, "Senior, the demon race is attacking. I came here specifically to ask you to come out of seclusion and save the human race." Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng was immediately startled. Given the timing, could it be that the demon race was using the Wujian? Thinking of this, Chen Sheng could not help but frown. If that were the case, wouldn't the human race be facing a great calamity? After all, it would be the greatest disaster for the human race since its inception. Chen Sheng, as a being of the innate human race, should not stand idly by while the human race faced disaster. However, he already knew the outcome for the human race, and with the demon race being so powerful, how could a mere Luo like him fight back? Sending oneself to death, is that a small gift with deep feelings? I am not cowardly, this is called foresight. However, as a member of the human race, I should do my part right. After a moment of thought, Chen Sheng resolutely took out the only weapon he had, the tattered broken sword. Having something is better than nothing, this at least is better than a kitchen knife. He then solemnly handed it over to Fuxi. Fuxi. Although he didn't want to say it, wasn't this just a broken sword? Did the senior have some deeper meaning? Thinking of this, Fuxi asked, "Senior, may I ask what is this?" Chen Sheng looked at the broken sword, feeling a bit embarrassed, but still said seriously, "This is a spiritual treasure from my cave, which has been with me for many years and has developed spiritual intelligence. It can help the human race through this crisis." Although Chen Sheng spoke earnestly, he felt extremely guilty inside. But as a mere Luo, wasn't going to help the human race akin to seeking death. Impossible. Moreover, he was telling the truth. This broken sword had indeed accompanied him for many years. As for its cultivation, could it be a little stronger than that grass? In short, he could not bring himself to send himself to death. Fushi was somewhat dazed holding the sword. Could this really be a divine sword? And Chen Sheng directly issued an order to dismiss him. Since I have already given you the item, you should leave quickly. Then Chen Sheng directly closed the door of the cave. His movements were smooth and swift as if flowing like water. Fushi stood outside the cave stunned for 2 seconds. Then he looked down at the broken sword in his hand, and then glanced at the human race. This mysterious senior's words must be wise. Thinking of this, Fushi knelt down properly on the ground, and said to Chen Sheng, "Thank you, senior, for your assistance." Then Fushi took the broken sword to the territory of the human race. At the same time, without the Tongtian Daoist obstruction, the demon race launched another attack on the human race. Upon reaching the human race, Fushi, seeing the demon race about to attack again, immediately drew the broken sword. The sword spirit is here, do not act recklessly. Demon race. Human race. Primordial heavenly venerable. Even the Tongtian Daoist rolled his eyes silently. Although this guy seemed to be on the side of the human race, what was he doing? Is he not using his head? Emperor Jun looked at Fushi returning with a broken sword, and immediately concluded in his heart that Fushi must be out of his mind. Immediately he mocked, "Shi Huang, what are you doing with that broken sword? You must be out of your mind." However, before the Tongtian Daoist could finish his words, the broken sword suddenly erupted with dazzling divine light. The overwhelming sword intent made even the Dao of heaven tremble. The incredibly sharp sword intent instantly swept through the entire demon race. The Dao of heaven reacted instinctively, directly, descending divine punishment, and the entire firmament was suddenly filled with lightning. The sky pressed lower and lower, as if it would swallow everything at any moment. However, under this overwhelming sword intent, the lightning actually began to dissipate slowly. This is truly terrifying. The human race, the demon race, and all the great powers of Hong Huang were utterly stunned. This broken sword is actually so powerful. Both the human and demon races, along with the powerful beings of the primordial era, were utterly astonished. No one expected this broken sword to possess such might. The omnipresent sword intent instilled fear in the hearts of all. Under this terrifying sword intent, even the pressure from Yuanshi Tianzuan became fragile and ineffective. However, the true abilities of the short sword had yet to be revealed. The sword intent from the broken sword enveloped the demon race, as if all living beings had to look up to it. Aside from it, everything in this world seemed utterly feeble. With a loud bang, the powerful sound sent all the demons flying. This included Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and Kunping, known for their status as quasi-saints. To be able to easily send quasi-saints flying like this indicates the true power of this broken sword. Although Dongwang Tai, Emperor Jun, and Kunping were thrown back, they still felt unwilling to accept this outcome. They hadn't even seen where this sword intent originated from. Could it be from Tongtian Daoren? Or perhaps this was the strongest strike from Tongtian Daoren. Tongtian Daoren was also left dumbfounded by this move. He looked at the broken sword in awe. Is this what my master referred to as the weapon of a king? Is this the imposing aura of a sword? Initially, Tongtian Daoren was quite pleased with his own progress, but upon seeing the broken sword, he realized just how insignificant he was on the path of swordsmanship. While Tongtian Daoren was lost and thought the demons who had been sent flying by the broken sword were far from comfortable. Once spirited and resplendent, they now appeared disheveled and utterly weak. Many demons lost their fighting capabilities altogether. Fushi stood frozen in place. Although he didn't believe that Chen Sheng would deceive him with a useless broken sword, he certainly didn't expect this broken sword to be so powerful. Yuanshi Tianzuan was equally shocked, his brows tightly furrowed. His gaze was obscured as he stared at the scene, lost in thought. Seeing the plight of the demons, Emperor Jun was filled with rage, yet he had no means to counter it. Big brother, this is far too strong. It doesn't resemble Tongtian Daoren's sword intent. Dongwang Tai furrowed his brow, analyzing while speaking to Emperor Jun. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor Jun replied, "Indeed, it doesn't resemble that of Tongtian Daoren. How could he suppress even Yuqing Daoren?" Kunpeng, the demon master, scoffed indifferent and said, "Tongtian Daoren seems to have lost his mind, ignoring even the words of Yuanshi Tianzuan, insisting on protecting the insignificant human race. Perhaps this is the final strike he used at the cost of his lifespan." Though Kunpeng's words seemed illogical, it was currently the only basis they had. Dongwang Tai tried to console himself, thinking it was just Tongtian Daoren. Little did he know, in his attempt to protect the human race, he had sacrificed so much. Upon hearing their words, Tongtian Daoren laughed coldly and retorted, "Umph. My master has intervened, and you will all face his judgment for ignoring his warnings." "Master, Isn't Tongtian Doran's master Hongjun lousy? However, it was rumored in the primordial realm that Tongtian Doran had taken another Great Luo as his master. Having thought this was merely a minor rumor, it appeared to be true. Dong Wangtai couldn't help but frown. Master, how could that human Great Luo have such great power? After pondering for a moment, Dong Wangtai solemnly stated, "This must be a trick from Tongtian Doran to prevent us from realizing his current weakened state." Tongtian Doran, is this how much drama I must create for myself? Emperor Jun was even more convinced. He could hardly believe that a mere Great Luo could truly threaten them. Regardless of whatever trickery you speak of, how could a mere Great Luo possibly threaten our demon race? Emperor Jun declared. Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't believe it either. He had seen Chen Sheng, but in his eyes Chen Sheng was merely an unremarkable Great Luo. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Yuanshi Tianzuan mocked. Third brother, do you really think your tricks? How could your master, that fragile Great Luo, possibly control such swordsmanship? It probably didn't even amount to anything in the eyes of his master, who commanded the 3,000 paths. Fragile? You will come to know just how strong my master truly is. Tongtian Doran said with unwavering confidence, holding endless admiration for Chen Sheng in his heart. However, upon seeing Tongtian Doran's demeanor, and noticing that Yuanshi Tianzuan still supported them, the demon race grew furious. Emperor Jun arrogantly shouted, if you believe your master is so powerful, then let him show himself. Dong Wangtai nodded in agreement, adding, in my opinion, there is no master at all, just the nonsense of Tongtian. Huanpeng was even more direct, cursing fiercely. What broken Great Luo dares to ruin the plans of the demon race? And Tongtian, if you dare to strike against the demon race today, someone will surely come to settle the score. Looking at the crowd before him, Fushi felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Why had he previously chosen to join the heavenly court and become the demon emperor? Was it really worth it for such blind and foolish beings? He had to run around busy with all sorts of matters. Truly, he did not know what Fushi was striving for. Faced with the mockery of the crowd, Tongtian Doran couldn't help but frown. His compassion for the demon race had already been exhausted. Since the demon race sought their own demise, he saw no reason to stop them. Tongtian Doran looked coldly at these beings, compassionately saying, those who bring harm upon themselves shall not live. The demons naturally heard this, and Emperor Jun rolled his eyes. If you really think too highly of yourself. Even Yuqing Doran is on our side now, what more do you want? The more Emperor Jun and the others spoke, the more emboldened they became, unaware that the sky had once again brightened with divine light. The entire sky shone brilliantly, blinding everyone. The immensely powerful sword intent caused the already beleaguered demon race to once again prostrate on the ground. Tongtian Doran's eyes burned with intensity. To witness such powerful sword intent here, he felt it was enough for a lifetime. Accompanied by the strong light, a broken sword floated directly in midair. The sharp sword intent surrounding it twisted the very void. While the broken sword's appearance was not as tattered as usual, its sword intent was deeply repressed, giving it the appearance of not being a world-class powerhouse. However, upon the appearance of this sword, Swiren's eyes widened in disbelief. Soon after, Swiren was overwhelmed with excitement, tears brimming in his eyes. I have seen this sword before. It is the broken sword from Elder Chen's cave. Swiren exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at the broken sword. Ce also looked up at the broken sword, equally astonished, saying, I didn't expect that senior to actually take action. After hearing Ce and Swiren's words, the human race felt immense gratitude towards that senior. With that senior's assistance, the human race finally had hope. Swiren sighed in relief, knowing that although that senior always claimed he wouldn't come out, he would undoubtedly lend a hand whenever the human race was in peril. Such great kindness and virtue should be remembered by the human race. Looking at the broken sword in the sky, many humans spontaneously knelt down, bowing in reverence to the sword. I will strive to become a person like that senior in the future, forever protecting the human race, a young human exclaimed passionately. After hearing this, others in the human race were filled with hope as well. Meanwhile, Dijuan looked at the suddenly appearing broken sword with disdain. The sword's released intent. It's simply impossible. Dijuan then shouted, how dare a sneaky little thing disrupt the affairs of my demon race? With that, Dijuan resolutely took action, intending to destroy the broken sword directly. In Dijuan's eyes, even though he was no match for Fushi and Tongtian Daoist, dealing with this broken sword should be more than sufficient. However, he was overestimating himself. Just as Dijuan struck, the broken sword's momentum continuously surged. That sword intent slashed towards Dijuan, who was still unprepared. Believing the broken sword to be an inconspicuous object, something Tongtian Daoist used to fool him, he charged straight ahead. However, in an instant he was sent flying by that sword intent. Dijuan flew back several meters before barely stabilizing himself, but he was injured and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing Dijuan injured, everyone was shocked. This sword is unexpectedly powerful. Even Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned as Dijuan, a peak quasi-saint, was overpowered by this broken sword. What surprised Yuanshi Tianzuan even more was that the sword intent that had sent the entire demon race flying was indeed not the work of Tongtian Daoist. But everything was within the expectations of Tongtian Daoist and Fushi, for they understood more than anyone how strong Chen Sheng truly was. Dijuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, filled with anger, blaming himself for the failure, never considering that the broken sword's power was extraordinary. Before Yuanshi Tianzuan could warn him, Dijuan directly activated the Zhou Tian star array, attempting to annihilate the human race and the broken sword. As the Zhou Tian star array emerged, the pressure brought by the broken sword instantly diminished greatly, causing the entire demon race to feel a wave of excitement. The Zhou Tian star array is one of the strongest formations in the primordial world, and its emergence undoubtedly brings calamity to living beings, shaking the entire primordial realm. Moreover, Dijuan is a peak quasi-saint. Thus, the Zhou Tian star array already possessed some of the might of a saint, and even Yuanshi Tianzuan was unwilling to confront it. Everyone naturally assumed the broken sword would not be able to withstand it. Originally, Yuanshi Tianzuan had some concerns, but seeing this, he also believed that the broken sword would not prevail. After all, in the primordial world, saints are the strongest. How could a mere broken sword surpass a saint? Even Fushi couldn't help but break into a sweat, wondering how Dijuan's Zhou Tian star array had reached such a level. The human race was filled with despair. In the face of such overwhelming power, the human race felt so small and pitiful. The entire human race was now shrouded in tragedy, despair spreading among the crowd. Dijuan stood in the sky looking down at the human race, proclaiming from a high position, "Today the human race will be annihilated. It is of no use for anyone to come." However, the broken sword remained indifferent to this. With a sweep of the broken sword, it shattered the sky, unmatched in power. Countless small stars turned to dust under the might of this sword that severed all. The entire primordial world shook violently. This strike, infused with unparalleled sword intent, landed directly upon the Zhou Tian star array. Dijuan exerted all his strength to resist, but in an instant the entire Zhou Tian star array shattered like ceramic. Dijuan, who was sustaining the formation along with Dong Huang Tai Yi and Kunping Yaoshi, were all sent flying. Although Dijuan was injured by the blow of the broken sword, it was not serious. However, this strike from the broken sword severely wounded Dijuan. At this moment, Dijuan finally realized how foolish he truly was. But he was not the only one. Dong Huang Tai Yi, Kunping Yaoshi, and the 10 great demon saints were all seriously injured. The human race, upon seeing this, was overjoyed. There was hope for the human race to survive. The demon race was gravely injured, and countless despairing humans saw a light return to their eyes. So Aaron, with tears in his eyes, said, "It seems that my human race should not be exterminated." Wachao was also deeply moved, excitedly saying, "Thank you to that senior for protecting my human race. This is a great fortune for us." Once despaired, the human race regained vitality after that strike from the broken sword. Meanwhile, the demon race and Yuanshi Tianzuan did not appear as pleased. Seeing the demon race's formation shattered, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression changed drastically. This damned broken sword is unexpectedly so strong. Even as a saint, Yuanshi Tianzuan had to think carefully when facing the Zhou Tian star array. But that sword was so domineering, directly breaking the Zhou Tian star array. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. He was unwilling to believe that the broken sword had become so powerful, suspecting that it must have used some means, and that the one wielding it was surely extremely weak now. Hongjun Daozu had warned him against allowing any changes to occur. With this in mind, Yuanshi Tianzuan thought for a moment, and then resolutely took action. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan speculated that the broken sword was extremely weak, out of caution, he directly summoned his own innate treasure, the Panga Banner. The Panga Banner belongs to Yuanshi Tianzuan, gifted to him by his master Hongjun Daozu at the Cliff of Dividing Treasures. This item possesses the power to tear apart primordial chaos, shatter the fabric of time and space, create boundless paths, govern the mysteries of myriad laws, and open up the universe. Furthermore, it can manipulate the might of heaven and earth, and its offensive and creative powers are ranked first in the primordial world. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan summon the Panga Banner, Tongtian Daoist couldn't help but frown. Tongtian Daoist knew the power of the Panga Banner, but still felt that Yuanshi Tianzuan's actions were self-destructive. After all, how could a master's strength be comprehended by others? Seeing this, Dijuan's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. He wanted to see how these insignificant beings would turn the tide now that even the Saint Yuanshi Tianzuan stood on the side of the heavenly court. As soon as the Panga Banner appeared, the pressure exerted on the demon clan by the broken sword instantly vanished. The Primordial Lord was pleased, thinking that this fellow was nothing extraordinary after all. "I want to see how long you can hold out under my hand," the Primordial Lord said provocatively. Yet the broken sword did not take his taunt seriously at all. Since these fellows were so unappreciative, it was time to show them a bit of strength. It was one thing to disregard others, but how could the broken sword allow any disrespect towards its master, the human race? The broken sword hovered in the air, no longer concealing its power. Faced with the Primordial Lord, the broken sword finally revealed its true form. It turned out to be a colossal sword, entirely black and golden. Almost the instant the broken sword unveiled its true self, the entire sky darkened. Thunderclouds gathered once more in the sky, but in the next moment the brilliance of the broken sword surged. The thunder in the sky was directly dispelled. The sword intent emanating from the broken sword made the entire primordial world tremble. The will of the heavenly Dao lingered directly on the broken sword. This is terrifying. That is the will of the heavenly Dao. Just emitting such an aura attracted the attention of the heavenly Dao. Even the demon ancestor Luo, who was never this alarming to the heavenly Dao. Meanwhile, many powerful beings were utterly astonished. The entire primordial world was shaken by the commotion coming from Shoyang Mountain. Even Nüwa, far away in the Zixiao Palace, sensed this overwhelming sword intent. Nüwa breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was that senior who had made a move. But this sword intent is simply too strong. Such a terrifying pressure, even the Dao ancestor Hongjun did not possess. Right. Nüwa was grateful that she hadn't completely offended Chen Sheng back then. On the other hand, Lousy frowned deeply. This person is so strong. Even the Primordial Lord, who has become a saint, has made a move. On the other side in the Pangu grave, the 12 ancestral witches also sensed this incredibly powerful sword intent. Hotu was momentarily stunned, not knowing what had transpired in the primordial world since they entered the grave. Dijiang frowned and said, "What is going on? Is this commotion caused by the human race?" Hotu pondered for a moment before speaking hesitantly. On the other side, although Zhen Yuanzi had long ceased to inquire about the primordial world, upon sensing this overwhelming sword intent, he couldn't help but feel astonished. When did such a powerful sword master appear in the primordial world? The two from the west were equally bewildered. The Daoist of the Way of Connection said in a daze, "The Primordial Lord has made a move. The human race is likely facing a calamity." "I don't think so. If the heavenly Dao is this wary, it must be that senior who has made a move. The demon clan is likely in a predicament now." The Daoist of the Way of Guidance stroked his chin, speaking with certainty. The Daoist of the Way of Connection nodded in agreement, then said, "Let them fight. The more intense the battle, the better. Perhaps we can get a share of the spoils." The Daoist of the Way of Guidance nodded in agreement. The people in the human territory were even more astonished. Unlike Dijun, who was close to a saint, the Primordial Lord is a true saint. Yet the power of the broken sword was not inferior to the Primordial Lord. The demon clan began to panic. Could it be that their objectives today would be thwarted? The human race rejoiced once more, thankful for the presence of that senior. Because of this, the entire human race narrowly escaped another calamity. Tongtian Daoist looked at the broken sword in the sky, filled with excitement. He had been obsessed with the way of the sword his entire life, and now he had finally seen the true way of the sword. It seemed that becoming Chen Sheng's disciple was indeed an incredibly wise choice. The Primordial Lord could not help but frown. He clearly did not expect this fellow to be so strong. However, he was a saint now. It was just a broken sword of no distinction. How strong could it possibly be? With this thought, the Primordial Lord directly made his move. The Primordial Lord activated the Panga banner, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart. The aura of the saint made one feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet the broken sword remained utterly disdainful, directly unleashing a sword intent that could destroy heaven and earth. Following that, the Panga banner along with the Primordial Lord retreated several steps. The Primordial Lord was taken aback. It seemed he had underestimated this broken sword, which was surprisingly powerful. But even so, what of it? The Primordial Lord was a saint, the supreme existence in the primordial world. The Primordial Lord once again controlled the Panga banner and attacked the broken sword. In this strike, the Primordial Lord used almost 90% of his strength. Unfortunately, it was still blocked by the broken sword. The Primordial Lord furrowed his brows. Had he been outmatched? In this strike, the Primordial Lord used almost 90% of his strength. Unfortunately, it was still blocked by the broken sword. The Primordial Lord furrowed his brows. Had he been out? Soon the broken sword also made its move. The demon clan believed that even if the broken sword was strong, it couldn't possibly surpass a saint, right? The human race was also extremely anxious. If the broken sword lost, would there still be a chance for the human race to escape? However, what no one expected was that neither side fell into a disadvantage. The entire primordial world was turning unrecognizable due to the battle between the two. If this continued, the entire primordial world would likely be torn apart by these two. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daoist observed everything. Seeing the primordial lord and the broken sword engaged in battle with no clear victor, he was genuinely taken aback. The primordial lord was a saint who, although not as powerful as him, he was already among the top beings in the primordial world. Yet he was fighting so fiercely with this sword. What was even more unbelievable to Hongjun was that this sword actually commanded a complete Dao. How could this be possible? Every movement in the primordial world could not escape Hongjun's eyes. He was utterly unaware of when such a figure had appeared. Could it be related to the demon ancestor Luo? When did he become so powerful? This is a variable. This is a variable. Hongjun Daoist couldn't help but clench his fist. Damn it. No matter what, I cannot let my plans fall through. In the human territory, the primordial lord had already fought the broken sword many times, yet still could not do anything to it. In fact, he gained no advantage at all from this broken sword. Whenever the primordial lord thought the broken sword was about to falter, it effortlessly evaded each time. This was a tremendous humiliation for the primordial lord. He was even more enraged. After such a long time, he still couldn't deal with a broken sword. Oh, as a saint, this is a disgrace. With this in mind, the primordial lord summoned other magical artifacts attempting to deal with the broken sword. With this in mind, the primordial lord summoned other magical artifacts attempting to deal with the broken sword directly. After summoning all the magical artifacts, the entire primordial world trembled violently. That world-destroying attack shocked everyone. The strike, infused with the power of a sage, directly surged towards the broken sword. However, just as the attack was about to land on the broken sword, a voice high and disdainful suddenly echoed. You can't even control a complete sword. Oh, what confidence do you have to strike before me? With that, the broken sword waved its hand, and the sage's strike dissipated like smoke. Yuan Shi Tianzun was taken aback. How could this be possible? His strike was easily blocked by the broken sword. The intent of the broken sword was incredibly sharp, carrying an unmatched aura of kingship. As the broken sword appeared, the injured Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao, also emerged from Dong Huang Taiyi's hand. Looking at the broken sword, Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao respectfully called out, "Big brother." Everyone was astonished. This broken sword not only possessed intelligence, but was also the older brother of Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao. Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao hadn't expected the master to send his brother to resolve this matter. However, with his brother present, the issue could be easily resolved. The broken sword glanced at the injured Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao, and frowned, reprimanding. If you had diligently comprehended the sword path, you wouldn't have been bullied by a mere crow. Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao, lowered his head, not daring to speak. After all, although they both practiced the sword path, the broken sword had mastered an entire way. Thus, in front of the broken sword, Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao, did not dare to refute. Besides, his brother exuded an air of kingship before anyone else. Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao, understood that he had let everyone down and naturally did not contradict the broken sword. However, Dong Huang Taiyi was furious. A crow. Hearing the broken sword call him a crow, Dong Huang Taiyi trembled with rage. His bloodline was supreme. He was a three-legged golden crow. How could he be called a crow? Damn that crow. The broken sword looked at Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao, and said, "Watch closely today. I shall teach you what the sword path is." After saying this, the broken sword looked down upon all living beings and declared, "In accordance with my master's command, those who infringe upon the human race shall die." With the words of the broken sword falling, in an instant, a killing intent erupted from the broken sword. Jiao Jianxing, Wenshao, fully aware, cleared a space for the broken sword to unleash its power. It was clear that the broken sword had murderous intent, and the overwhelming aura of killing made the entire demon clan tremble. Yuan Shi Tianzun was shocked. How dare this sword? He had to face an entire demon clan. Could he be so arrogant? Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow and angrily shouted, "Do you dare to kill the protagonist of the calamity? Do you dare to defy the heavenly path?" The broken sword, high and mighty, exuded an undeniable aura of kingship. Looking at Yuan Shi Tianzun, he disdainfully replied, "What is there to fear in killing the protagonist of the calamity? What can the heavenly path do to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful sword intent erupted from the broken sword, charging directly towards Yuan Shi Tianzun. That sword intent carried the might to destroy heaven and earth, as if it aimed to bring about the mutual destruction of Yuan Shi Tianzun and the demon clan. Yuan Shi Tianzun was astonished. Oh, was this the true power of the broken sword? He hurriedly grabbed the panga banner to defend himself, but it was too late. Yuan Shi Tianzun was sent flying. As Yuan Shi Tianzun flew backward, he spat out blood, severely injured. Who would have thought that he, the esteemed sage, would be wounded by a broken sword? The human race, the demon race, and all the powerful beings in the Honghuang were stunned. This broken sword had actually sent Yuan Shi Tianzun flying, and during the battle with Yuan Shi Tianzun, it had even retained its strength. The human race finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the demon race was completely shocked. This broken sword actually dared to kill them, and was unafraid of the heavenly path. The broken sword looked down upon the demon race, as if observing mere ants directly passing a death sentence on them. Next it is your turn. The broken sword's tone was utterly ordinary, as if it were merely discussing the slaughter of a chicken. The entire demon race began to feel anxious. After all, this broken sword was truly too strong. Dong Huangtai began to panic, turning to ask, "Big brother, what should we do now?" That broken sword truly intended to make a move. Dijun furrowed his brow. Oh, how could he have anticipated that dealing with mere humans would cause such trouble? Even worse, this broken sword was not even afraid of Yuan Shi Tianzun, annihilating the human race, battling the demon race, claiming dominion over Hongwang. No, now the demon race only wanted to survive. Although Kuanpeng the demon master was usually bloodthirsty and cruel, he was now afraid. Demon Emperor, we demon race do not wish to follow you to our deaths. Kuanpeng the demon master incited the demon race, speaking to Dijun. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai sneered. Kuanpeng, are you not the one who spoke of the human race's vengeful spirits capable of breaking the flesh of the witch race? Were you not the one who incited my demon race against the humans? If anything happens to my demon race, I assure you that you will not have it easy. Looking at the demon race in disarray, Dijun frowned and reprimanded. Enough, quickly set up the formation to resist. I refuse to believe that this broken sword can turn the world upside down. With that, Kuanpeng the demon master and Dong Huangtai fell silent, and immediately followed Dijun to re-establish the great formation of the heavenly stars. As the great formation of the heavenly stars was completed, a strike infused with the supreme sword intent of the broken sword directly landed on the heavenly stars. A catastrophic collision ensued, leading to the shattering of stars. The great formation of the heavenly stars surprisingly did not hold for even a moment, sending the entire demon race flying without exception. The demon race had already exhausted quite a bit of their strength. Now this strike from the broken sword had severely wounded the entire demon race. However, fortunately, they had managed to set up the great formation of the heavenly stars in time, barely blocking a strike from the broken sword. Otherwise, the earlier strike from the broken sword would have been enough to cause the entire demon race to suffer massive casualties. In the Zixiao Palace, the observing Hongjun Daoist expression darkened once more at this scene. This broken sword was so powerful that it sent Yuan Shi Tianzun flying and struck down upon the entire demon race. Damn it! In the territory of the human race, Dijun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, deeply regretting why he had listened to Kuanpeng and sought trouble with the human race. Oh, wasn't this just asking for trouble? Dong Huangtai also felt immense regret. When Fushi had advised them earlier, they thought he was foolish, but now it seemed Fushi was the wisest among them. The broken sword looked at the demon race, who had used the great formation of the heavenly stars to evade his strike, and sneered. For the broken sword, as long as he wished, annihilating the demon race was merely a matter of time. With that, the broken sword attempted to attack the demon race once more. Although Dijun was reluctant, he immediately spoke up and surrendered, saying, "Friend, our demon race is willing to withdraw from the human territory and never enter it again. May you spare us this time." Too late. It is too late. The demon race had many opportunities to withdraw. It is their own greed that led to this refusal. Then the overwhelming sword intent once again coalesced. The broken sword intended to obliterate the entire demon clan. The destructive sword intent hovered in the air, ready to strike down upon the demon clan. Far away, observing from the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu could no longer sit still. The demon clan must not be annihilated. With a furrowed brow, Hongjun Daozu was about to break through the void to stop the broken sword. However, just as Hongjun Daozu moved, Fushi knelt directly in front of the broken sword. "Dao brother, please show mercy." The sword intent that was about to descend upon the demon clan came to a halt. The broken sword furrowed his brow and looked at Fushi, asking, "What is it?" Fushi was unsure how to respond. After all, the demon clan had truly brought this upon themselves. Yet Fushi could not bear to watch the demon clan face annihilation, so he resolutely said, "Dao brother, I implore you to spare the demon clan. Although they have offended the human clan this time, they have not committed a grave error. I hope you can grant them a chance to reform." The broken sword pondered for a moment. After all, if it were not for Fux's warning to Chen Sheng, the human clan would have perished, so it was necessary to give Fushi some face in this situation. The broken sword retracted the overwhelming sword intent and scoffed. I truly don't understand why you would plead for these fools." Fushi gave an awkward smile, seeing the sword intent vanish, and immediately knelt down, saying, "Thank you, Dao brother." The broken sword thought for a moment, and then waved his sword intent. In an instant, one of Daijin's arms fell to the ground. Blood gushed from the stump where Daijin's arm had been, and he shivered in pain. The broken sword had indeed severed one of Daijin's arms. It was even cut off along with its source, just like the hair of the two holy figures from the west, which would never grow back. Watching this shocking scene, Fushi couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After all, this was a consequence of the broken sword's own actions. Dijuan was furiously enraged and charged forward, trying to take the broken sword down with him. Dong Wangtai understood that the situation was dire and could not confront the broken sword Heaton. Only by surviving could they have a chance to rise again. Dong Wangtai blocked Dijuan persuasively, saying, "Elder brother, we must preserve our lives so that we can make a comeback." Hearing this, Dijuan finally regained a semblance of reason. He then looked at the demon army, stifling his frustration as he said, "We retreat." Upon saying this, the demon army immediately turned and fled. Fushi let out a sigh of relief, considering this his effort for the demon clan. After the demon army left, the entire Hongwang erupted in chaos. Numerous great beings were astonished. Among the human clan's territory, the injured Yuan Shitian Zun looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but frown. This broken sword is so powerful, much stronger than him. In fact, Yuan Shitian Zun felt that if the broken sword hadn't held back earlier, he would have already become a ghost beneath its blade. At this moment, Yuan Shitian Zun could no longer suppress the turmoil in his heart. In the Zhixiao Palace, Nüwa marveled, unable to restrain herself as she said, "I never expected that this senior would be so formidable." The entire demon clan, along with Yuan Shitian Zun, could not shake him in the slightest. Nüwa should have gone to the human clan's territory to express her gratitude to Chen Sheng, but she was trapped in the Zhixiao Palace and couldn't get out. Lousy sighed, deeply nodding with some sentiment as he said, "Indeed, my second brother has been somewhat impulsive this time. Alas, I hope he learns from this experience." Lousy originally thought that Yuan Shitian Zun could surely defeat the broken sword, but unexpectedly, he was injured by it. Fortunately, he was detained in the Zhixiao Palace by Hongjun. Aside from that, the entire Hongwang was astonished. The great beings of Hongwang had only noticed the strength of the broken sword earlier, but now they were completely stunned by its actions. Is this too powerful? Jin Yuanzi was so shocked that he dropped the pieces in his hand. Who on earth is this person? Why has no one ever heard of such a character in Hongwang? Even Mingi Daozu was astonished. He had been studying how to gain the merits of creation, like Nüwa. Who would have thought that such a major incident would occur suddenly in Hongwang? Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery in the Penga tomb felt the events in Hongwang shocked beyond measure. Seeing that everything was normal in the Penga tomb, they planned to leave swiftly. On the other side, in the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu frowned as he watched the fleeing demon clan. Since he took on the duty of the heavenly Dao, such a change had never occurred. What on earth is happening? When did such a broken sword appear in Hongwang? No, I absolutely cannot allow this calamity to ruin my good fortune. Hongjun Daozu furrowed his brow and exclaimed with anger. Luckily, Fushi had stopped the broken sword, otherwise he would have had to take action himself. The broken sword once said it served its master's command to protect the human clan. Is the master of that broken sword and that grass Luo Ho? Has Luo Ho already grown to such an extent? Even one of his swords has grasped a certain path. No matter what, Hongjun Daozu had once seriously injured the demon ancestor Luo Ho. No matter how quickly he recovers, his strength is surely not what it used to be. However, the strength of Hongjun Daozu is many times greater than before. Therefore, Hongjun Daozu must thwart the schemes of the demon ancestor Luo Ho and eliminate him before he truly grows. He must not allow Luo Ho to continue to interfere with his good fortune. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Hongjun Daozu's eyes. Following this, he began to perform divination, but after a round of divination, he still found no results. However, this was within Hongjun Daozu's expectations. He wanted to see where that Luo Ho could hide within. Hongjun Daozu began divination once more, but this time, he harnessed the power of the heavenly Dao. Under the influence of the heavenly Dao of Hongwang, he refused to believe he could not find Luo Ho. Once again, after a round of divination. This time he utilized the heavenly Dao to trace back to the source. After a flurry of effort, Hongjun Daozu finally detected a clue. Following the clues, he finally sensed the presence of Luo Ho. Feeling the aura of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, Hongjun Daozu was filled with excitement. This time he would definitely eradicate the source of the problem. On the other side atop Shoyang Mountain, the human clan was filled with joy as they watched the demon clan flee. Although the aftermath of this great battle left Shoyang Mountain and the nearby areas in ruins, at the very least the human clan suffered no significant losses. Suiren looked in the direction of Chen Sheng's cave and said with tears in his eyes, "It is the blessing of the senior that has protected our human clan. We are fortunate to have the senior's protection, and we are eternally grateful." The Yuchao clan also recovered, kneeling on the ground with a thud, saying, Thank you Emperor Shi, thank you Senior Divine Sword, thank you Senior Zhou Jian, and thank you Senior Chen for saving our lives. The human clan is eternally grateful. The CE clan naturally would not fall behind addressing the crowd of the human race saying, today our survival relies entirely on the support of the great powers present. The human race, already filled with gratitude towards figures like Duanjian, fell to their knees in worship upon hearing the words of the three ancestors. Each human heart was brimming with the joy of rebirth. This battle today has completely established the reputation of the human race in the wilderness. From this day forth, it is likely that no one in the wilderness will dare to provoke the human race again. As the demon race departed from the human race, Duanjian's mission was also complete. Looking at the grateful humans, Duanjian's heart was actually quite calm. For Duanjian, he merely fulfilled his master's instructions. Now that the matter was resolved, he naturally had no lingering attachments. Thus Duanjian transformed back into the tattered broken sword, and fell into Fux's hand, who respectfully received the sword, his eyes filled with awe towards Duanjian. Seeing that the crisis of the human race had been resolved, Fuxi breathed a sigh of relief, but his worries about the demon race grew deeper. After all, given Dijun's character, he would never easily let go. So it was better to return to the palace of Nüwa to seek advice from Nüwa. With this thought, Fuxi turned to Zhujian Xingwen Grass and Tongtian Daoist, saying, I still need to return the divine sword to the senior, so I will take my leave. Tongtian Daoist and Zhujian Xingwen Grass both bowed in acknowledgement, with Zhujian Xingwen Grass saying, I also need to return to my cave to heal. The human race, seeing Fuxi and Zhujian Xingwen Grass about to leave, hurried to send them off. Countless humans paid their highest respects to Fuxi. The swearing clan was even teary-eyed, saying, Thank you Emperor Shi for your rescue. From now on our human race will surely honor you. Upon hearing this, Fuxi felt a bit awkward. As a demon prince, how could he accept worship from the human race? Moreover, he hadn't really done much. Fuxi addressed the human race. Thank you for your kind intentions, but Fuxi must take his leave now. With that, Fuxi departed. The three ancestors and the humans expressed their gratitude to Zhujian Xingwen Grass, who was already accustomed to it. In a hurry to heal, he returned directly to his cave. The heavily injured Yuan Shi Tian Izun looked grimly at Tongtian Daoist, snorted coldly, and left in a huff. Tongtian Daoist watched Yuan Shi Tian Izun's departing figure, pondered for a moment, then sighed, and left as well. Meanwhile, Fuxi headed straight to Chen Sheng's cave. In the cave, Fuxi respectfully presented the broken sword with both hands, and said to Chen Sheng, Thank you Chen. Fellow Daoist Chen, for your assistance. The crisis of the human race has been resolved. Originally, Fuxi wanted to address Chen Sheng as senior, but since Chen Sheng never liked that title, he had to refrain. Upon hearing Fux's words, Chen Sheng was left bewildered. Although he had given the broken sword to Fuxi, he had been restless in the cave. He hadn't expected Fuxi to return so soon, and even inform him that the crisis of the human race was resolved. Chen Sheng scratched his chin in confusion. The crisis of the human race was resolved. He had only provided a broken sword. How could that possibly resolve the crisis? Could he have misjudged the situation? Was the human race not experiencing the calamity caused by the slaughtering sword? But according to the timeline, that shouldn't be wrong. Just as Chen Sheng was deep in thought, Fuxi said with great emotion, Fellow Daoist Chen, you truly are an unparalleled powerhouse. If not for your intervention this time, the human race would surely have faced disaster. Originally, Fuxi had many opinions about Chen Sheng, but after this experience, he realized that this person before him was the true hidden powerhouse. However, Chen Sheng simply rolled his eyes and disdainfully said to Fuxi, Every day, what nonsense are you talking? I am merely a small figure in the Great Luo realm, and yet I am called an unparalleled powerhouse. Does that not mean unparalleled powerhouses are everywhere? Fuxi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Perhaps this was the humility of a hidden powerhouse. If such a level of hidden powerhouse ran rampant in the wilderness, would he not be merely a janitor? Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sighed upon seeing the demon race depart. Turning his head, he released Nüwa and lousy. Thank you, Master. Master, my second brother is injured, so I will take my leave now. Lousy hurriedly said to Hongjun Daoist as he rushed to find Yuan Shi Tian Izun. Hongjun Daoist squinted his eyes and said, Go ahead, but I remind you, do not heed any inappropriate words, and do not meddle in the affairs of the wilderness. The Tao of Heaven will naturally push everything forward. Lousy is a remarkably intelligent person. During the Crow calamity and the sealing of gods, he managed to retreat unscathed. How could he not understand the hidden implications of Hongjun Daoist's words? Lousy was so frightened that cold sweat broke out all over him, and he quickly cupped his hands towards Hongjun Daoist, saying, Disciple dares not. Hongjun Daoist nodded and said calmly, Go on. Lousy immediately left Zixiao Palace and headed for Kunlun Mountain. After Lousy left, Hongjun Daoist looked down at Nüwa and said, Nüwa, did you understand what I just said? Nüwa was already somewhat annoyed. How could she understand what Hongjun Daoist was saying? Frowning, she directly asked, Master, why are you manipulating things behind the scenes, allowing the demon race to attack the human race? From the moment Hongjun Daoist took action, Nüwa understood that this matter was orchestrated by him. She simply could not comprehend why he would want the demon race and the human race to slaughter each other. As the mother of the human race and the demon queen, how could Nüwa bear to watch the demon race and the human race fight? Yet she was trapped in this Zixiao palace by Hongjun Daoist, unable to do anything. Fortunately, Chen Sheng intervened, otherwise the consequences for the human race would have been unimaginable. Hongjun Daoist with a stern face looked at Nüwa and said, I have said that this is the arrangement of the Dao of heaven, and we must obey the heavenly mandate. Nüwa opened her mouth, but could not say anything. Indeed, if this was the arrangement of the Dao of heaven, what could she as a sage do? After a moment of silence, Nüwa finally cupped her hands towards Hongjun Daoist and said, Since that is the case, then I shall take my leave first. Hongjun Daoist, fearing that any unforeseen events might occur, finally advised Nüwa, It is indeed not easy for you to become a sage. You should know the consequences of not obeying the Dao of heaven. Nüwa's hands tightened involuntarily. Even though she was a sage, how could she go against the Dao of heaven? To rebel against the Dao of heaven would result in light consequences of being stripped of her sage status, or heavy consequences of heavenly punishment, making it impossible for Nüwa to exist in the wilderness, just like the demon ancestor Luo. Nüwa felt a bit powerless and ultimately cupped her hands somewhat reluctantly, saying to Hongjun Daoist, Master, I suddenly understand. Hongjun Daoist nodded, hoping that his warning would be useful to Nüwa. Go on. With Hongjun Daoist's approval, Nüwa left the Zixiao palace in a daze. After returning to the Wa Emperor Palace, Nüwa was lost in thought about the words spoken to her by the Dao ancestor, Hongjun, feeling somewhat melancholic. She was not unaware that she should follow the heavenly Dao and that questioning its mandates was forbidden. However, this time she found herself questioning her heart. Is the heavenly Dao truly unyielding? Must it provoke a conflict between the human and demon races? Surely the weak human race would end up as the ultimate sacrifice in the battle between the Wu and the Yao. Although the human race suffered no losses this time, and although the Dao ancestor Hongjun had stated that it was the decree of the heavenly Dao, Nüwa still could not reconcile this in her heart. Coincidentally, Fuxi came to the Wa Emperor Palace to discuss this matter with Nüwa. Seeing her gloomy demeanor, he felt a pang of sorrow and thought that Nüwa must be suffering from some romantic distress. Could it be that Chen Sheng had caused his sister to be heartbroken? If it were anyone else, Fuxi would have charged in with a great sword. But for Chen Sheng, thinking of him, Fuxi felt a wave of emotion and finally sighed, saying, Sister, you cannot grasp that man. What man? Nüwa replied, confused. Is my brother's mind somewhat unwell? She rolled her eyes and shook her head, saying, Brother, you misunderstand. Fuxi was skeptical. How could she be in such emotional turmoil and still claim he was mistaken? After all, his sister was Nüwa, the only female saint of the primordial era. Who would have thought that she was so affected by Chen Sheng? But what could be done? He had not seen any signs of Chen Sheng harboring feelings for Nüwa. Most likely it was Nüwa who had taken the initiative, a matter he was hesitant to comment on. Reflecting on this, Fuxi couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. Finally, he said, Sister, regarding matters of the heart, I shall not interfere too much, but I did come to see you today for something important. Nüwa felt helpless. Oh, what important matter could Fuxi have to discuss with her? Then Fuxi's expression became serious as he relayed the visions he had seen in the River of Fate to Nüwa. In the end, Fuxi remarked, Indeed, Dao friend Chen is a recluse of great stature, but he truly is not suited for you. Nüwa was utterly shocked by the first part of his statement, and upon hearing the latter, she silently rolled her eyes. However, she finally understood why Fuxi had been acting so unusually lately. Since Fuxi had shared this matter with her, she should also tell him what she knew. Nüwa sighed and said to Fuxi, The reason for my furrowed brow today is also due to something Dao friend Chen has. Then Nüwa expressed her curiosity about the human race. Fuxi was equally startled. He only knew that the battle between the Wu and the Yao would leave both sides severely weakened, while Nüwa only knew that in the end the human race became the rulers of this primordial world. This connection suggested that the battle between the Wu and the Yao would leave both sides wounded and the human race would gain the most benefit. Next, Nüwa sighed again and said, Brother, just earlier in the Zixiao Palace my master told me that all of this is guided by the heavenly Dao and I should not intervene indiscriminately. Recalling the warning from Dao ancestor Hongjun, Nüwa felt increasingly anxious. Fuxi exchanged a glance with Nüwa, his eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. After a moment of silence, Fuxi said to Nüwa, Sister, why don't we go seek out Dao friend Chen for clarification? After all, there was no other way. Apart from Chen Sheng, no one else in the primordial world could resolve this matter. Thinking this, Nüwa nodded and said, I was thinking the same, but I fear that troubling Dao friend too many times may lead him to grow displeased. Fuxi shook his head and said to Nüwa with Dao friend Chen's temperament, if he truly did not welcome our visit, he would likely not even remember who we are. Hearing Fuxi say this, Nüwa recalled her own experience of being banished in the river of time, making her shiver involuntarily. In light of this, it seemed that Chen Sheng could indeed accomplish that. Then Nüwa and Fuxi headed to Chen Sheng. Outside the cave, Fuxi respectfully announced, Dao friend Chen, my sister, and I have come to pay a visit. After saying this, they waited for a moment before seeing a black-clad youth walk out with an impatient expression. Fuxi recognized Luo Ho and was initially so startled that beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He quickly cupped his hands in greeting and said, Demon Ancestor, please allow us a word. Nüwa on the side widened her eyes in shock, rooted to the spot. If she was not mistaken, the aura of this black-clad youth was indeed that of the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. This was the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, a key figure in the great calamity of the Primordial Wu and Yao. He had stirred the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan into chaos, and only after the combined efforts of the four great ancestors did they barely manage to slay the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. Yet here he was standing alive before them. Nüwa had once had the fortune to feel the overwhelming demonic energy of Luo Ho, so she could affirm that the proud-looking black-clad youth before her was indeed the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. Why was the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho here? Moreover, it seemed Fuxi was already aware of this matter, leaving Nüwa feeling utterly perplexed as she looked at Fuxi. Fuxi merely winked at Nüwa, and she had no choice but to suppress the questions rising within her, planning to ask Fuxi about it later. Luo Ho cast a disdainful glance at the two and said, let you in. His tone and demeanor were imbued with extreme arrogance. However, the youthful appearance of the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho did not instill any sense of menace in Fuxi and Nüwa. Indeed, without his imposing exterior, the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho seemed to lose some of his lethality. As he watched the two in a daze, Luo Ho shouted, let you in, don't you understand? Nüwa and Fuxi were taken aback for a moment and quickly entered the cave. Luo Ho still wore an expression as if everyone owed him millions, as he was indeed the great Demon Ancestor, now reduced to being someone else's attendant. Serving tea and water was one thing, given this fellow's genuine power. But now these two had the audacity to look down on him. Was his dignity as the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho insufficient? Then Nüwa and Fuxi both entered Chen Sheng's cave. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by several large characters arranged in order. The large characters floated in the cave, and upon closer inspection, they read Dragon Han Calamity, Wu Yao Calamity, Feng Shun Calamity, U Journey to the West Calamity. Looking at these four calamities, Nüwa and Fuxi were somewhat bewildered. They knew about the Dragon Han Calamity, and they were aware that the Wu Yao Calamity was about to occur. But what were the Feng Shun Calamity and Journey to the West Calamity? Why had they never heard of them? Could they also be great calamities? But when would these great calamities take place? Fuxi was also quite perplexed, frowning as he asked, what is this? Chen Sheng glanced at Fuxi and Nüwa sipping tea, while somewhat emotionally saying, the Dao of Heaven is flawed, and the existence of calamities in the wilderness is to make up for the Dao of Heaven. Upon hearing this, Nüwa and Fuxi were both astonished. The Dao of Heaven is flawed. How could this be possible? The supreme Dao of Heaven actually has flaws, and the existence of calamities is actually to make up for the Dao of Heaven. Then Chen Sheng continued, take the Dragon Han Calamity for example. It was meant to eliminate the Demon Ancestor Luo, to complete the demonic path. One positive and one negative must achieve completeness, with the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans merely being sacrifices. As for the Witch and Demon Calamity, it was also a mutual contest meant for harvest. Nüwa and Fuxi were somewhat bewildered. The truth of the matter is often so cruel. So it turns out that all of this was merely a conspiracy. For a moment, Nüwa and Fuxi felt uneasy. Then Nüwa asked, could it be that the Feng Shun Calamity and the Journey to the West Calamity were also to make up for the Dao of Heaven? Chen Sheng nodded and said with considerable emotion, the Feng Shun established the path of deities maintaining the operation of the wilderness. The Journey to the West, with the Buddhist sect crossing eastward, suppressed the remnants of ancient demonic spirits through the trials of 99 and 81 difficulties. When it comes to calamities, even Chen Sheng felt quite emotional. Which calamity did not shake the entire wilderness? Which calamity did not result in countless deaths and injuries? And all of this was merely to make up for the Dao of Heaven. While Nüwa and Fuxi were still in shock and disbelief, Chen Sheng leisurely continued, in the wilderness there should originally be three paths coexisting, but unfortunately only the Dao of Heaven exists now. What Chen Sheng had said was already enough to astonish Nüwa and Fuxi, but now his words struck like a thunderbolt. Fuxi and Nüwa were left utterly devastated by the revelation. Even though Nüwa as a sage had never heard of such matters, she could not help but exclaim, three paths. What is that? Chen Sheng seemed to be getting into the groove, continuing to speak. Actually, in this wilderness, besides the Dao of heaven, there are also the Dao of earth and the Dao of humanity. It's just that the Dao of heaven, being selfish, has suppressed the Dao of humanity and the Dao of earth. Saying this, Chen Sheng let out a sigh. With a casual wave of his hand, scenes of reincarnation appeared before Fuxi and Nüwa. In the scenes, the battle between the witches and demons unfolded, leading to mutual destruction, and then Hutu presiding over reincarnation. Nüwa and Fuxi stood stunned. Hutu ended up presiding over reincarnation. If these images were true, then Hutu must be incredibly powerful in the later stages. Nüwa couldn't help but be taken aback. If what Chen Sheng said about the three paths was true, wouldn't Hutu presiding over the Dao of earth be more formidable than a sage? As Nüwa speculated, Chen Sheng continued, Hongjun Daozu is the spokesperson of the Dao of heaven, while Hutu's status should originally have been on par with Hongjun Daozu becoming the spokesperson of the Dao of earth. Chen Sheng, becoming more animated, stood up to pour himself a cup of tea and continued. However, later on, Hutu's status was stripped by the Dao of heaven, thus the Dao of earth could not achieve completeness in reincarnation. After hearing this, Nüwa and Fuxi were left completely thunderstruck. How could this be possible? Could it be that this was not the scheme of the Dao of heaven, and that Hutu would have been a counterpart to Hongjun Daozu? It was simply unfathomable. Nüwa swallowed hard, then said, "But this." Seeing Nüwa's expression, Chen Sheng nodded and replied, "Incredible, isn't it? I find it hard to believe too." After saying this, Chen Sheng casually conjured another scene. In the image, the human race was thriving, while the traces of the witch and demon clans had almost disappeared from the wilderness. The heavenly court's manpower was too scarce, so the Dao of heaven issued the function list to appoint deities and fill the vacancies in the heavenly court. It sounded good, but this appointment of deities was not a blessing. It was akin to working for the heavenly court for free, while the heavenly court would exploit you in various ways. Moreover, precisely because of this, the Sanqing did not wish for their disciples to be listed on the function list, leading to internal strife. In the end, Tongtian Daoist was betrayed by Lousy and Yuan Shi Tianzun. Not only did the Jie sect perish, but Tongtian Daoist was also imprisoned for eternity by Hongjun Daozu in the Zixiao Palace. After showing these images, Fuxi and Nüwa were left speechless in shock. It was simply unfathomable. How could the Sanqing, who were one entity, come to such a state? Moreover, after the witch and demon clans suffered mutual destruction, the human race began to proliferate in the wilderness. Chen Sheng, looking at the scene, emotionally said to the two, "So the heavenly emperor is quite ruthless, causing even brothers to turn against each other. However, Yuan Shi Tianzun is truly no good." Nüwa and Fuxi couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Probably only Chen Sheng would dare to say that Yuan Shi Tianzun was no good. However, Tongtian Daoist, being so strong in swordsmanship, was surrounded, but remained unflustered, yet unexpectedly ended up imprisoned in the Zixiao Palace. It was truly lamentable. Next, the scene shifted to the end of the function calamity. In this image, the last human emperor Xian unexpectedly died due to Nüwa's involvement. And because the last human emperor died, the Dao of humanity was also suppressed by the Dao of heaven. Otherwise, without a human emperor, there would only be the Son of Heaven. What is the Son of Heaven? It is but a pawn of the heavens, a means to ensure the Dao of humanity would never rise again. Nüwa's eyes became a bit misty at the sight. She had not expected that the death of the last human would be related to her. If it weren't for Chen Sheng awakening her to the truth, she might have followed the Dao of heaven's instructions. Nüwa's feelings were quite complex at this moment, both angry and suffocated, as if she were experienced. Chen Sheng, becoming more animated, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and continued. Not only that, but when Nüwa created humanity, becoming the holy mother of the human race, it was an immeasurable merit. She should have become a sage, and presided over the Dao of humanity, on par with Hongjun. However, because of the Hongmeng purple chi, Nüwa was hard-pressed and schemed against by the Dao of heaven. As a result of the Hongmeng purple chi's influence, her merits led to her becoming a sage, thus she was controlled by the Dao of heaven. Upon hearing this, Nüwa found it hard to contain her emotions. Initially, she thought the Hongmeng purple chi was something good, but it turned out to be a means for the Dao of heaven to control her. Speaking of Nüwa, Chen Sheng continued with a sigh. However, Nüwa indeed had it tough. Not only was she schemed against by the Dao of heaven, reducing her status, but she also became Hongjun's disciple, forcibly lowering herself a level. Upon reaching this point, Nüwa could no longer control her anger. How could the Dao of heaven be so heartless, scheming against everyone in the wilderness? Chen Sheng, still oblivious to Nüwa's emotions, said, "Moreover, his own brother was also schemed against by the Dao of heaven and died in the battle between witches and demons." After listening to Chen Sheng's words, Nüwa was filled with rage. She dedicated herself to the heavenly Dao, but what about the heavenly Dao? It plotted against her status, schemed against the human race, the demon race, the shaman race, and even against her own brother. How could Nüwa bear this? Damn it, the heavenly Dao is so selfish. Nüwa slammed her palm on the table and said coldly. Fushi sighed, knowing that he would die in the battle between the shamans and demons, so he wasn't as angry as Nüwa. Seeing this, Fushi sighed and patted Nüwa's back, comforting her. Sister, don't think too much. Even as a sage, many things are beyond our control. Chen Sheng watched in astonishment. Why was this girl so angry? Regardless of which calamity it was, these were matters for the great figures of the primordial age. What did it have to do with a mere golden immortal? After a moment of reflection, Chen Sheng suddenly realized that this girl seemed to be a maid of the Huang Palace. Oh, what? Chen Sheng thought for a moment, and also advised, Sister, this is all fated. Your anger is futile. Nüwa, filled with grief and indignation, asked, Is there really no way to resolve this? Resolve? This maid must be dreaming. Could it be that, knowing her fate, she still could not change it? No, since the senior mentioned it, it must be some kind of... Could it be that, knowing her fate, she still could not change it? No, since the senior mentioned it, it must be some kind of... Nüwa speculated in her heart. Chen Sheng suddenly thought, if he leaked the secrets of heaven and the heavenly Dao discovered it, wouldn't he be killed by the heavenly Dao? Chen Sheng shivered. Oh, fortunately these two were not prominent figures in the primordial age. Thinking this, he advised, by the way, what I mentioned today in the cave should not be spread outside. After all, the little maid worked in the Huang Palace, and it could easily reach Nüwa's ears. He wanted to completely prevent such occurrences. Fushi and Nüwa thought Chen Sheng was saying not to inform the people of the primordial age, just to let them this. The two were touched. Nüwa immediately knelt before Chen Sheng and said, Thank you, Senior, I will definitely not spread it outside. Fushi also expressed his gratitude, saying, Senior, you are truly extraordinary, we will certainly not spread it outside. Chen Sheng, spare him, he was just an ordinary Luo. What extraordinary power. Chen Sheng helplessly waved his hand and said, I told you not to call me Senior. I'm just an ordinary Luo. If someone hears it, they might think I have great power. However, whether called Senior or not did not matter as long as these two did not spread it outside. Fushi and Nüwa couldn't help but twitch their mouths, but they had already grown accustomed to Chen Sheng's humility. Although every time they saw such an extraordinary figure as Chen Sheng being so low-key, they couldn't help but feel a twitch in their hearts. It was not as great a reaction as when they first met him. Although Nüwa and Fushi asked nothing, they had mostly figured out what they wanted to know. Thus, Nüwa and Fushi decided to take their leave. But seeing Chen Sheng's expression, the two had to change their words and said, All right then, Dao friend, we will take our leave first. Chen Sheng nodded, feeling somewhat bewildered. What were these two here for? They just turned around and left. How strange. However, watching them depart, Chen Sheng immediately shivered and put away the words in the cave. Had he not chatted with anyone for too long and gotten a bit carried away? He actually complained to those two about the great events in the primordial age that had yet to unfold. Fortunately, those two had the strength and status, so it should be fine. However, these matters could not be spread carelessly. He would have to pay more attention in the future. On the other side, Nüwa and Fushi, who had already left Chen Sheng's cave, felt very complicated. Chen Sheng's remarks left them a bit dizzy. They were originally worried about the human race and the battle between the shamans and demons, but they never expected that it was all the heavenly Daos scheme. But seeing Nüwa in such low spirits, Fushi still spoke to comfort her. Though the heavenly Dao is selfish, it is not without benefits. At this moment, Nüwa felt somewhat dejected. She did not expect that the heavenly Dao was the biggest puppet master behind it all. Fushi sighed. To be honest, he also did not know what to do. But seeing Nüwa in such low spirits, Fushi still spoke to comfort her. Though the heavenly Dao is selfish, it is not without benefits. At least the human race is flourishing, isn't it? Nüwa sighed and said, Brother, you don't understand. While the human race should flourish, the shaman race and the demon race should not become the sacrifices of the heavenly Dao. Fushi was momentarily speechless. After thinking for a moment, he continued, The human race has just gone through a great war. Since we are already at Shoyang Mountain, why not go see the human race? Distracting Nüwa's attention would also be good. Hearing Fushi say this, Nüwa nodded. Actually, she should go to the human race. Although the crisis of the human race had been lifted, she still felt some worry in her heart. Soon Fushi followed Nüwa to the human race. Seeing Fushi return and Nüwa arrive at the human race, the people of the human race were overjoyed. The three ancestors immediately came to greet them with Sui Ren at the front. Upon seeing Nüwa and Fushi, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, Sui Ren pays respects to the Holy Mother and to the Emperor of Shiyuan. Zi and Yu Chao also hurriedly followed to pay their respects. Fortunately, Fushi sought help from that senior, otherwise the human race would have been doomed. Nüwa looked at the three and said, No need for excessive courtesy, Rise. Sui Ren sincerely replied, How can that be? If it weren't for the assistance of the Huang and the Emperor of Shiyuan, how would my human race escape the demon race's clutches? Upon hearing this, Nüwa was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, when she sensed the crisis of the human race, she had already been imprisoned in the Zixiao Palace by Hongjun Daozu. In the minds of the three ancestors and the human race, since the emperor of Shiyuan sought Chen Sheng's help, it must have been Nüwa's intention. If that were the case, they certainly had to thank Nüwa properly. Seeing this, Fushi said to the three ancestors, "All right, you may rise." Upon hearing this, the three ancestors had no choice but to rise. Nüwa looked at the devastated human race and sighed, saying to the three ancestors, "You all go about your business, I will take a look myself." The three ancestors were somewhat puzzled, but since Nüwa had spoken, they could only obediently withdraw. Moreover, despite the human race not suffering many casualties in this battle, the aftermath of the great powers' battles still left it desolate. Houses and land had all been utterly destroyed. Many matters still required the three ancestors to handle. After the departure of the three ancestors, Nüwa and Fushi began to survey the devastated human race. The human race had just endured a great battle, and while Duanjian had successfully driven away the demon race with strength, their current situation was not much better. Although the human race suffered little damage, many houses had collapsed and the food supply was rendered unusable. Currently, although the human race was reproducing rapidly and had lousy imparting teachings, they remained extremely weak. At times they could not even gather food and had to endure hunger. Now the little food that the human race managed to save had been completely destroyed, making their situation even more dire. As Nüwa walked, she felt a piercing sadness. As a saint, she did not need to consume anything. Even if she had the desire, a plethora of delicacies would be presented before her. However, the weak human race was different. They had exhausted all their energy just to survive. At that moment, a malnourished child suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Nüwa acted swiftly, rushing to lift the child. The child opened his weary eyes and muttered, "Hungry." Then the child fainted. A gaunt woman rushed out from the side, pulling the child up and kneeling on the ground, terrified, saying, "Holy Mother, spare us." The child did not mean to offend the Holy Mother. He just fainted from hunger. Hearing this, Nüwa felt a pang of sorrow. She quickly replied, "It's all right," and then used her magic to awaken the starving child. When the child woke up, he found that not only was he no longer hungry, but he also felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. The child was overjoyed and could not help but bounce around. The gaunt, trembling woman understood immediately what had happened. She quickly knelt on the ground and, overwhelmed with awe, said, "Holy Mother, you are truly compassionate." "Thank you, Holy Mother." Nüwa felt another wave of sorrow. It was her own creation, the human race, that could not even afford to eat. Ultimately, she realized that her lack of attention to the human race meant that she had not fulfilled her responsibilities as a holy mother, leading to their unnecessary suffering. In the eyes of the human race, any slight gesture of kindness made them perceive these lofty saints as benevolent, unaware of the hardships of the mortal world. If she had not come here, Nüwa would not have felt this deeply. So why should these humans become sacrifices for the heavenly Dao? At this moment, Nüwa already had her answer, and her gaze was resolute. Nüwa directly ascended into the sky above the territory of the human race. Below, Fushi and many other humans looked on in bewilderment. What was Nüwa doing? Then Nüwa spoke. "I vow today that from now on the human race shall be under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm the human race shall be considered an enemy of me." As a saint, her words instantly resonated throughout the entire primordial world. Similarly, the heavenly Dao sensed it immediately. In almost an instant, the sky darkened with thick clouds. The divine thunder of Jiuxiao rumbled above, hanging precariously in the air. The heavenly Dao trembled, as all living beings in the primordial world felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The great powers, upon hearing Nüwa's words, were all in shock. Prior to this, there had been occasional friction between the demon race and the human race, but Nüwa had never intervened. Why did she suddenly declare that the human race was under her protection? Moreover, she even issued a vow to the heavenly Dao. The Tantian Daoist, who was injured and in seclusion, was also taken aback upon hearing Nüwa's words. However, it was normal for Nüwa to protect the human race, so the Tantian Daoist did not think much of it. Meanwhile, the Yuan Shi Tianzun, being more severely injured, was being treated by lousy. Upon hearing Nüwa's voice, both were utterly shocked. Nüwa was not only the holy mother of the human race, but also the demon empress of the demon race. The demon race was vastly stronger than the human race, and given the significant losses the demon race had just suffered at the hands of the humans, how could Nüwa possibly assist the human race? It was simply unfathomable. The ancestral shamans leaving the Panga tomb were also taken aback. They had only gone to the Panga tomb, yet so much had transpired. Hutu pondered for a moment and said, "The crisis of the human race has been averted, the demon race has suffered greatly, and they should not dare to attack us in the near future. We should also restrain ourselves, let us not forget." The implication of Hutu's words was clear, and the 12 ancestors understood. Although they were reluctant, they still nodded in agreement. After all, as ancestral shamans, they could not take the entire shaman race lightly. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, upon hearing Nüwa's words, the entire demon race was shocked. Nüwa was their demon empress, yet she openly declared her support for the human race. Could the demon race still scheme against the humans? With Emperor Jun severely injured, and having lost an arm, the demon race's situation was becoming increasingly precarious. In the west on Mount Shumi, two bald-headed figures gazed thoughtfully toward the direction of Shoyang Mountain. In my view, the demon race is likely to perish, said the Jain Daoist confidently to the Zhuanti Daoist. The Zhuanti Daoist pondered for a moment, and then replied, Nüwa is acquainted with that mysterious elder. This declaration is likely at the behest of that elder. In the future, we would rather confront the demon race than offend the human race. The Jain Daoist nodded. In the main hall, the high-ranking members of the demon race gathered to discuss this matter. Kunpeng's expression was somewhat grim. He had initially invested due to the demon race's strength and Nüwa's protection, but unexpectedly, the 10 demon saints had various expressions, but in the end no one dared to speak out. Dong Wangtai scowled and said, Big brother, how could Nüwa openly support the human race? Did you not say that she would never intervene? Di Jun's face turned pale. He was already injured, and now this blow caused him to spit out a mouth. Although Dong Wangtai was fuming internally, he was still very worried about Di Jun. Seeing Di Jun spitting blood, he quickly treated his wounds and asked, Big brother, are you okay? Di Jun shook his head and then spoke with a venomous gaze, It's nothing, but what the demon race has suffered today, we will surely repay 100-fold in the future. Kunpeng's face turned ashen. He had thought that the demon race could dominate, but who knew? He unhappily remarked, I wonder what the demon empress has in mind. How can she act against the humans under Nüwa's watch? Di Jun understood the principle of pushing someone when they are down and retorted without hesitation, It seems that Kunpeng the demon master has some grievances against my demon race. Do not forget, you are the one who brought the demonic clans to this dire strait. Moreover, countless beings beyond these walls seek your death, Kunpeng. If you wish to abandon the demonic clans, then depart by all means. But even in decline, the demonic clans remain beyond your authority to command or meddle. This rebuke from Emperor Jun was directed not only at Kunpeng, but also at those others stirring with restless ambition. Upon hearing these words, Kunpeng's heart seethed with fury. Yet Emperor Jun spoke truth. Kunpeng dared not leave the demonic clans. He had presumed his status within them would soar, only to be utterly silenced by a single sentence from the emperor. Kunpeng could only force a strained smile and stammer, No sovereign of demons. I meant no such thing. Emperor Jun responded coldly, See that it remains so. The other demonic cultivators fell into stunned silence. If even Kunpeng dared utter nothing, how? Emperor Jun's gaze, deep and unfathomable, swept across the assembly as he declared, Once I ascend to sagehood, the entire Honghuang realm shall kneel before me. Again the demonic cultivators fell silent, for among all beings in Honghuang, Emperor Jun was indeed the most likely to attain sagehood. Meanwhile, the human race overflowed with profound gratitude. Countless humans spontaneously prostrated themselves, bowing reverently before Nüwa. Tears welled in their eyes. Nüwa had not only birthed them and granted them life, but now swore an oath before the heavenly Dao itself to protect them. This boundless grace they would eternally enshrine in their hearts. Sui Ren, overcome with emotion, knelt upon the earth and cried, We owe infinite thanks to Holy Mother Nüwa. As Sui Ren led the way, the masses joined in jubilant chorus, We owe infinite thanks to Holy Mother Nüwa. And as more and more humans raised their voices, Nüwa felt a vast torrent of faith energy surging into her being. So immense was the faith energy of humanity. How absurd. She had once forsaken them entirely, clinging blindly to the will of the heavenly Dao. At that very moment, the thunderous clouds looming over the human lands began to dissipate within the Zixiao Palace. Seeing this, Hongjun Daozu raged. Yet again, defiance of the heavenly Dao. Why had Nüwa stepped forth now to shield humanity and sworn her vow before the Dao itself? To prevent her from acting rashly, Hongjun had even issued a stern warning as she departed the Zixiao Palace. And yet, she turned around and proclaimed her protection of humanity. How could Hongjun Daozu not burn with fury? Enraged beyond measure, he invoked the heavenly Dao itself to transmit his voice directly to Nüwa. Nüwa, immediately come to the Zixiao Palace to pay homage. Hearing this, Nüwa merely furrowed her brow slightly. Yet this summons had been expected after all. She had seized what belonged to Hongjun Daozu. How could he possibly let it pass unchallenged? Other mighty cultivators stood bewildered, though none knew why Nüwa had suddenly sworn to protect humanity. Surely it was only natural for Holy Mother Nüwa to safeguard her own creation. Then why did Hongjun Daozu summon her? Fushi, sensing peril, voiced his concern. Sister, you defied the heavenly Dao to shield humanity. This summons bodes ill. Nüwa sighed. She well knew Hongjun's intent, yet she gambled, wagering that he would scheme against her, but dare not truly act against her. After all, if Chen Sheng spoke true, then Nüwa and Hongjun Daozu stood on equal footing. By what right then could Hongjun Daozu presume to control her? Thus Nüwa replied calmly to Fushi, Brother, fear not. I have full awareness of the matter. Indeed, there are questions I mean to ask him face to face. Fushi, seeing her resolve, said no more. Only tread with utmost caution. Thereafter Nüwa departed directly for the Zixiao Palace. Within the Zixiao Palace, Nüwa performed the customary obeisance before Hongjun Daozu, for so long as he remained her master reverence was due. Seeing her enter, Hongjun Daozu frowned deeply. Yet before he could speak, Nüwa declared plainly, "Disciple has a question that perplexes me. I humbly seek my master's guidance." Hongjun Daozu sensed something amiss in Nüwa's demeanor, though he could not quite name it. And so he simply nodded. Nüwa's lips curled into a cold smile as she challenged outright, "Tell me, beyond the heavenly Dao, do the earthly Dao and human Dao not also exist within Hongwang?" Hongjun Daozu froze. This was the highest secret of Hongwang. Even Luo Ho, the demon patriarch, remained ignorant of it. How then had Nüwa learned it? Seeing Hongjun fall silent, Nüwa pressed on. Was the great war between the Wu clan and the demonic clans also orchestrated by you, master? After the Wu demon calamity, will there not follow the investiture of the gods' calamity and the journey to the west calamity? Hongjun's heart trembled anew. These were future calamities he himself had foreordained. Yet no other being in Hongwang knew of them. Not even he himself had revealed them. How then had Nüwa uncovered them? The earlier mention of the human and earthly Dao he might still dismiss as coincidence. But where had she learned of the investiture and journey calamities? Observing Hongjun's tightly knit brows, Nüwa instantly grasped the truth. Though she had believed Chen Sheng's words now, confirmed by evidence, they struck her like a bolt from a clear. Hongjun Daozu demanded gravely, "Who revealed this to you?" Nüwa's expression softened into weary resignation, and she gave a bitter smile. "So, it is all true." Hongjun Daozu's face darkened as he admonished, "Utter folly. As a sage you transcend mortality, immortal, unbound, eternal. Why entangle yourself in such affairs? To align with the heavenly Dao, that alone is the path." Hearing this, Nüwa laughed. If memory served, align with the heavenly Dao was Hongjun Daozu's most oft-repeated refrain. Yet was Hongjun Daozu himself not the living embodiment of the heavenly Dao? To align with the Dao was in essence to submit to Hongjun Daozu, and Nüwa refused. Thus she mocked outright, "Align with the heavenly Dao? Why not speak plainly? You treat all beings as mere pieces upon your board." Hongjun Daozu faltered, stiffly retorting, "Nonsense. Should you dare interfere further in Hongwang's affairs, you shall suffer heavenly punishment." This was Hongjun Daozu's ultimatum. Surely she would not risk her sagehood to defy it. Nüwa laughed again, and addressed him directly, "Master speaks too easily. My elder brother perished by your machinations. Shall I stand aside? I bear the blood of the demonic clans. When they face annihilation, shall I turn away? I created the human race. Their suffering is mine. Shall I remain idle?" 3 piercing questions, each stripped Hongjun Daozu bare of pretext. Indeed, by both sentiment and duty, Nüwa could not stand aside. Yet if she intervened, would she not unravel Hongjun Daozu's grand design? Hongjun Daozu scolded angrily, "Presumptuous." Now, aside from reprimanding Nüwa for her audacity, he had no further words. Nüwa shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "Master, you have always been the person I respect the most. You imparted the Dao to the Hongwang and taught me the ways of the Dao. Not just me. Even in all of Hongwang, you are the supreme existence that commands respect." As she spoke, disappointment grew in Nüwa's eyes. Hongjun Daozu frowned. "A bunch of ants, how could they command respect?" Before Hongjun Daozu could speak, Nüwa continued, "But I never thought, nor did the beings of Hongwang, that this Hongwang was merely a breeding ground for you and the heavenly Dao. You have plotted against all the beings of Hongwang, including me. We sages are nothing more than loyal hounds of the heavenly Dao and you. Every day the heavenly Dao shows no mercy, treating living beings as mere livestock and treats sages as dogs." Well said. After saying this, Nüwa burst into laughter, as if falling into madness. Seeing Nüwa's demeanor, Hongjun Daozu was extremely furious and waved his hand, unleashing an overwhelming pressure towards Nüwa, who instantly knelt in the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun Daozu scolded, "Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Nüwa, do not forget who granted you your status as a sage." Nüwa wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, genuinely surprised by Hongjun Daozu's rage. For endless years, Hongjun Daozu had always maintained a calm and aloof demeanor. This was the first time Nüwa had seen Hongjun Daozu so out of control. However, she also realized that even though Hongjun Daozu was filled with wrath, it was merely directed at himself. So-called heavenly Dao is nothing more. Ha, truly laughable. Under tremendous pressure, Nüwa slowly stood up and resolutely said, "I do not want this sage status." After saying this, Nüwa raised her hand and struck her chest. Then with a grab, she forcefully pulled out that strand of Hongmeng purple qi from her body. However, half of it remained within Nüwa, as the Hongmeng purple qi had already fused with her, making it quite difficult to extract. At that moment, the heavenly Dao trembled. Strange phenomena erupted throughout Honghuang, with countless terrifying visions appearing. Hongjun Daozu was completely stunned by the scene before him. He had not expected Nüwa to actually dare to do this. He thought she was merely frustrated. Nüwa's complexion was somewhat pale as she looked at Hongjun Daozu, and stubbornly said the status of a sage is nothing more. Hongjun Daozu, filled with fury, frowned and scolded, "Have you gone mad?" Nüwa merely cast a deep glance at Hongjun Daozu without replying. Then her gaze sharpened as she vowed to the heavens once more, "I, Nüwa, lacking talent and virtue, do not deserve the status of sage in Honghuang. Today I sever my sage position." After saying this, Nüwa steeled her heart and directly withdrew the Hongmeng purple qi from her body. As Nüwa extracted the Hongmeng purple qi, the entire Honghuang trembled. The most terrifying thing was that a phantom of an ancient demon god appeared in Honghuang. This phenomenon was truly horrifying. Following this, the very space and time of Honghuang began to convulse. The heavenly Dao, too, seemed to be subtly stirring. Next, blood rain began to fall directly in Honghuang. Such phenomena had only occurred during the Longhan calamity rite. The beings of Honghuang were utterly astonished. Could this phenomenon mean that a sage had fallen in Honghuang? The powerful beings who were paying attention to the commotion in the Zixiao Palace were all dumbfounded by this spectacle. Fushi, who had been closely watching the happenings in the Zixiao Palace, was momentarily stunned. He had not expected the solution Nüwa proposed to him to be to sever her sage status and extract the Hongmeng purple qi. Fushi gasped in shock. His sister actually had such determination. The sage status that others coveted Nüwa had actually severed. However, this could also be seen as a good thing. Did Nüwa's severance of her sage status also mean that she had escaped the control of the heavenly Dao? On the other side atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Lousy were astonished by Nüwa's vow to protect the human race, and were even more stunned at this moment. Nüwa severed her sage position. Had she gone mad? Yuanshi, Tianzuan mocked mercilessly, protecting the human race. I see that Nüwa, like Tongtian, has been deceived. Lousy felt that there must be some hidden truth in this, as neither Tongtian, nor Nüwa, nor Fushi were fools. Now that they were all expressing their positions, Lousy felt something was amiss. But seeing Yuanshi Tianzan's demeanor, he chose to remain silent. As for Tongtian, his injuries had nearly healed. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzan's words, he retorted directly, "The heavenly Dao shows no mercy, treating sages as livestock. In my opinion, my friend Nüwa, this is great wisdom." Tongtian was aware of some of the inside story, so he understood why Nüwa, who was already a sage, would still forcibly extract the Hongmeng purple qi from her body. Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to explode, but Lousy advised, "This does not concern us. We should not get involved in this matter." Upon hearing Lousy speak, Yuanshi Tianzuan finally fell silent. The two from the west were also astonished, looking dumbfounded in the direction of the Zixiao Palace. What the hell? How much karma did they accumulate with the heavenly Dao to attain the status of sage? What about Nüwa? Clearly already a sage, yet she forcibly extracted the Hongmeng purple qi from her body. It was truly perplexing. "Senior brother, has Nüwa gone mad?" Zhuan Ti asked in shock, unable to close his mouth. Jiayin also dazedly shook his head, finding it hard to comprehend why Nüwa would extract the Hongmeng purple qi. This is truly foolish. The sage is the highest position in Honghuang, yet Nüwa actually severed her sage status. Jiayin said with an incredulous expression. Zhuan Ti nodded, then shook his head, saying, "No, senior brother, isn't it a good thing for us if there is one less sage in Honghuang? How much advantage can we gain?" Jiayin nodded again, finding Zhuan Ti's words to be quite reasonable. After all, gaining small advantages was a tradition in the West. On the other side, in the territory of the Witch Clan, Emperor Jiang frowned and said to Hutu, "Isn't Nüwa the demon queen of the demon clan? Why is she protecting the human race, and even severing her sage status?" The other ancestral witches also looked towards Hutu. The Witch Clan had no ties with the sages, so they could only envy the position of the sages from afar. Yet now they were watching a sage sever her own status. After pondering for a moment, Hutu said, "I believe that Nüwa must have her profound reasoning for acting this way. After all, Nüwa was also acquainted with that senior, and such unusual behavior is likely to have been directed by that saint. Moreover, the strange occurrences at the Panga tomb are indeed perplexing." Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temper, immediately remarked upon hearing Hutu's words, "Currently neither Fushi nor Nüwa is aiding the demon clan, and Dijuan has also suffered serious injuries. In my opinion, we might as well take this opportunity to annihilate the demon clan." Zhu Meng and Zhuan Su echoed his sentiment. They had been oppressed by the demon clan for too long, and they felt utterly frustrated. Hutu shot a glare at the few of them and reprimanded, "Isn't the vision of the annihilation of the Witch Clan shocking enough?" Thinking of the scene during the destruction of the Witch Clan, Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches immediately fell silent. Even Zhu Rong, no matter how battle-hungry he was, would not be willing to gamble the entire Witch clan on this. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Court, everyone had just finished discussing why Nüwa issued the Heavenly Oath to protect humanity when they suddenly heard that Nüwa intended to sever her position as a saint, leaving everyone stunned. Dong Huangtai was immensely astonished and said, "Brother, has Nüwa truly severed her position as a saint? Has she gone mad?" Dijuan shook his head and pondered for a long time. To be honest, Dijuan also couldn't comprehend Nüwa's actions. However, he soon smiled and said with a sinister tone, "In this primordial world, the position of a saint is limited. With Tongtian and Nüwa both relinquishing their positions, is this not creating a space for my demon clan?" Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai nodded in agreement. If that's the case, doesn't that mean he also has a chance to attain the position of a saint? Dijuan continued, "I suspect that once the demon clan becomes the overlord of the primordial world, we will have the opportunity to become saints." Dong Huangtai nodded along, and hope was reignited within the demon clan. On the other side, in the Zixiao Palace, as the primal purple energy left her, Nüwa was instantly severely wounded, directly falling from her position as a saint. At that moment, the heavenly Dao trembled violently, and the entire primordial spacetime became chaotic. Hongjun Daozu was furiously enraged and immediately took action to stabilize the situation in the primordial world. After much effort, the heavenly Dao finally returned to calm. How infuriating! Nüwa had truly extracted the primal purple energy, breaking free from her own control. Thinking of this, Hongjun Daozu was both astonished and furious. He shouted, "Nüwa, do you even realize what you are doing?" Nüwa smiled. Was there any need for such pretense at this moment? Without mercy, Nüwa calmly replied, "I know, I am breaking free from your and the heavenly Daos control." Upon hearing Nüwa's words, Hongjun Daozu understood that Nüwa was determined to oppose him. Immediately, the flames of rage surged within him. Hongjun Daozu directly struck out with a palm, and his power was equivalent to that of the heavenly Dao. Having now fallen from the realm of a saint, how could Nüwa withstand this blow from Hongjun Daozu? She was immediately sent flying by Hongjun Dao's strike. Nüwa fell to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, she was already like a strong crossbow on its last shot, struggling to stand up. With determination in her eyes, she looked at Hongjun Daozu and said, "Now that I have destroyed my position as a saint and received a blow from my master, it can be considered as repaying my master's kindness in teaching me." After hearing Nüwa's words, Hongjun Daozu felt a burning rage. Yet he did not strike out again. Seeing Nüwa so obstinately stubborn, Hongjun Daozu narrowed his eyes and directly declared to the entire primordial world, "From this day forth, Nüwa shall no longer hold the title of master and disciple." In an instant, Hongjun Dao's voice echoed throughout the entire primordial world. At the same time, the entire primordial world was stunned. Many great figures had only just recovered from the shock of Nüwa severing her position as a saint, and now they were once again dumbfounded to hear that Hongjun Daozu was severing his master-disciple relationship with Nüwa. Who the hell would believe this? Fushi originally harbored some concern that Hongjun Daozu might take action against Nüwa, but upon hearing that Hongjun Daozu intended to sever ties with her, he felt relieved. Severing the master-disciple relationship is equivalent to breaking free from Hongjun Dao's control, isn't it? This is good news for them as siblings. Meanwhile, the three clear ones were equally astonished. What on earth had happened for Hongjun Daozu to sever his ties with Nüwa? Yuan Shitianzun was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, "I never expected that Nüwa as a saint would be so foolish, Tongtian. Do you not understand that in this primordial world the master is the supreme existence? Nüwa has offended the master, and you dare to take another as your master. Is that not tantamount to seeking your own demise? I advise you it would be best to abandon those foolish thoughts." Upon hearing Yuan Shitianzun's words, Tongtian Daoran did not take them to heart. However, he did not expect that Hongjun Daozu would sever ties with Nüwa. Lousy furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Lousy was not involved in this series of events, but he could guess a bit. However, for Lousy, now that he had attained the position of a saint, knowing these matters was irrelevant to him, so he simply pretended not to see anything. In the heavenly court, the demon clan was also bewildered as to why Hongjun Daozu severed ties with Nüwa and did not understand what had happened. However, in Daijin's view, this was indeed a good thing. With Nüwa cutting ties with Hongjun Daozu, did that not present him with the perfect opportunity to cling to Hongjun Dao's leg? The two from the west were also astonished, lamenting how foolish Nüwa was, while also pondering how they could gain some advantage now that Nüwa was no longer a saint. In the Zixiao Palace, after being struck by Hongjun Daozu, Nüwa took a long time to rise from the ground. With Hongjun Dao's strength, taking Nüwa's life would be as easy as pie. Yet Hongjun Daozu only injured her, and Nüwa understood that she had bet correctly. Hongjun Daozu dared not kill her. Nüwa slowly rose and faced Hongjun Daozu, performing a final gesture of master-disciple respect before saying, "Master, take care of yourself. Nüwa bids you farewell." After saying this, Nüwa left Zhixiao Palace without a trace of reluctance. Now having sustained severe injuries, she needed to quickly reunite with Fuxi to avoid being ambushed. She headed to the Huahuang Palace to heal. Watching Nüwa's departing figure, Hongjun Daos's face turned ashen. The situation had deviated too far from his calculations. Nüwa originally played a significant role in his plans, but now she had discovered his schemes from an unknown source. She even went so far as to extract the primal purple energy from her body, severing her position as a saint. This truly flustered Hongjun Daozu. It had been eons since he had acted so out of character. Hongjun Daozu clenched his fists. His plans had been disrupted. He wished he could kill Nüwa, but he simply did not dare to do so. Nüwa is the representative of humanity, possessing the virtue of creating beings, and should be equal to him. He dared not kill her. But why would Nüwa be aware of this? The only possibility that Hongjun Daozu could think of was the demon ancestor Luo Ho. After all, this series of strange events only began after Luo Ho's appearance, making it hard not to connect them. With this thought in mind, Hongjun Daozu slowly turned his gaze towards the direction of Shoyang Mountain. As he looked at Shoyang Mountain, Hongjun Daozu seemed to be deep in thought. Hongjun did not know how the demon ancestor Luo Ho became aware of these matters, but given Luo Ho's character, if his strength was restored, there would be no need for such petty actions. Since he dared only to undermine his plans from behind, it represented that the demon ancestor Luo Ho definitely was still inferior to him. If that was the case, it was even more imperative to take this opportunity to completely eradicate the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Hongjun Daozu was determined to kill the demon ancestor Luo Ho, and he could not allow Luo Ho to ruin his grand plans. He needed to act while things were still within his control. Meanwhile, in Shoyang Mountain, within the cave dwelling of Chen Sheng was comfortably sitting in a reclining chair, a pot of tea beside him. He lifted the teapot to pour himself another cup, but found it empty, so he instructed the Black Lotus boy behind him, "Hey Lian, go fetch me some water." The Black Lotus boy, who was the proud demon ancestor Luo Ho, glared at Chen Sheng with a sullen face, then reluctantly moved over to pour water for Chen Sheng. The illustrious demon ancestor Luo Ho. Once a figure who led an era, how did he end up reduced to the point of pouring water for Emir de Luo? The demon ancestor Luo Ho was unwilling. Thus he poisoned the water. Indeed, he added poison to the water for Chen Sheng. While adding the poison, he muttered, "This is the Nine Heavens Split. I don't believe this poison won't kill you." Beautifully named Nine Heavens Split, referring to the fact that if one from the Nine Heavens drank this poison, they would surely split apart. Moreover, how could Emir de Luo withstand it? This was a treasure of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. In the past, the elder Yang Mei had also tasted the potency of this poison. To put it bluntly, even if Hongjun Daozu drank this poison, he would not die, but would definitely be left with half a life. Using it on Emir de Luo was a waste. Worried it wouldn't be enough, Luo Ho increased the dosage, while saying, "If it weren't for needing to leave some for that old dog Hongjun, I would truly want to add it all for you. However, to be poisoned by such an advanced poison is your honor." After finishing the poisoning, Luo Ho walked over to Chen Sheng with a sinister grin. Luo Ho set down the tea and said especially attentively to Chen Sheng, "Master, the water is here, let me Chen Sheng looked at Luo Ho with some confusion. This guy usually didn't seem very willing to treat him like a disciple, acting as if he owed him millions. So what is this now? Thinking it over, Luo Ho, seeing Chen Sheng unwilling to drink, quickly professed his loyalty, saying, "Master, it was my fault before. You truly are a good master." Alright. Although Luo Ho's flattery was misplaced, adhering to the principle of good relations between master and disciple, Chen Sheng still replied, with a smile, "From now on, flatter less, and do more useful things." Luo Ho, go to hell with your flattery. In this lifetime you will only hear me flatter you this once, calling you master this one time. Because. Before he could finish, Luo Ho saw Chen Sheng raise the teacup and drink it all in one gulp. Luo Ho looked at Chen Sheng with expectation. Such poison would kill it a Luo with just a touch, and Chen Sheng drank a whole cup. Surely he would start emitting smoke. Once Chen Sheng dies, the enlightenment tea tree and the broken sword would all belong to him. Wait. Several seconds passed, and Chen Sheng had no issues at all. In fact, Chen Sheng smacked his lips and turned to Luo Ho, saying, "Today's tea tastes quite good, keep it up." Luo, that's not just tea. That's the Nine Heavens Split. Even Hongjun Daozu could not withstand it. How could he just drink it like that? Luo Ho began to question his life, but then thought that perhaps the poison had been left for too long and its effects were slow to kick in. So Luo Ho continued to look at Chen Sheng with anticipation. He could already imagine himself acquiring the enlightenment tea tree and broken sword, then dominating the wilderness. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, minutes passed. Chen Sheng drank cup after cup of tea, yet nothing happened. Not only that, but Chen Sheng seemed to be enjoying it. Was the poison possibly too old past its expiration date? Luo Ho fell into contemplation. Seeing Luo Ho staring at him, Chen Sheng felt a little embarrassed about drinking. After thinking for a moment, he poured a cup of tea for Luo Ho, saying, "Here, drink up. As my disciple, I can't let you go without." Luo Ho. No, with his current cultivation, he simply couldn't withstand it. Luo Ho hurriedly declined with a reluctant expression, saying, No, as your disciple, I must adhere to my duties. How can I drink my master's things?" Chen Sheng thought it was just Luo Ho being modest, and urged, "Oh, don't worry about the details." Luo Ho still remained unmoved, even shaking his head firmly. Drink the 9 heavens split. Unless he was insane. Was that something a person could drink for fun? "No, master, I am not worthy." Luo Ho firmly refused. Seeing this, Chen Sheng nodded in satisfaction. What a good disciple, remaining steadfast in the face of temptation, even if he usually seemed a bit aloof. However, since there was such a good disciple, Chen Sheng couldn't let him go without, so he immediately said, "You don't need to be so formal, just be casual." Luo Ho's face was written with rejection as he shook his head, saying, "I really can't drink." Of course he couldn't drink. Drinking would mean death. Chen Sheng patted Luo Ho's shoulder, feeling that this child was quite sincere. Much better than those who pretended to be great beings of the wilderness. Chen Sheng patted Luo Ho's shoulder, feeling that this child was quite sincere. Much better than those who pretended to be great beings of the wilderness. Wasn't this being forced? However, Luo Ho dared not speak. He could only acquiesce. Seeing Luo Ho agree, Chen Sheng nodded in satisfaction once more. "See, what a good child." Chen Sheng once again held the teacup in front of Luo Ho, saying, "Then you should drink it." Luo Ho. He still wanted to refuse, but upon meeting Chen Sheng's gaze, Luo Ho caved. However, Luo Ho hesitated again as he looked at the water before him. "Do I really have to drink it?" Seeing Luo Ho staring at the water with a troubled expression, Chen Sheng couldn't help but ask, "There's no poison in this water, why do you look like that?" Luo Ho panicked and hurriedly said, "Of course there's no poison. If this Luo found out he had poisoned the water, he would definitely kill him. Forget it today, Luo Ho would gamble on this. Drink it." Since this Luo was fine, what could possibly happen to the illustrious demon ancestor Luo Ho? Perhaps the poison was just too old, expired. With this thought, Luo Ho raised the teacup and drank it all in one go. However, fate can be quite extraordinary at times. In that very moment, when Luo Ho swallowed the poisoned water, he was stunned. He could even feel the poison ravaging through his internal organs. Even his heart felt as if it were being scorched, and his body seemed on the verge of being torn apart. He was in complete disarray. This certainly did not feel like an expiring medicine. The effect was far too potent. Luo Ho dared not let Chen Sheng notice anything amiss, so he immediately put on a grim face and ran outside. He needed to find a place to deal with the poison inside him. Chen Sheng watched Luo Ho's retreating figure, puzzled. Was it really such a big deal just to drink a cup of tea? Even if his tea could lead to enlightenment, the Black Lotus boy shouldn't be so moved, right? The only reason he could act so dramatically and run away must be because he felt the Black Lotus boy was truly touched. Otherwise, Chen Sheng couldn't think of any other reason. Though there was indeed nothing particularly moving about the situation, the Black Lotus boy was weak, which was understandable. With that thought, Chen Sheng continued to leisurely sip his tea. Meanwhile, Luo Ho, having run outside, was already starting to smoke, his skin turning a deep red and a burnt smell radiating from his body. Who the hell said this poison was expired? Oh no, it seemed like Luo Ho himself had said that. Who knew this Luo was so perverse that he showed no reaction to such poison? Soon, due to this poison, Luo Ho's hard-earned origin was damaged. Luo Ho understood that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. Therefore, with great effort, he finally forced the poison out. At that moment, Luo Ho appeared as bedraggled as a drowned rat. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. This Luo actually dared to harm him and cause him to lose his origin. He swore that he must kill this Luo. This was no longer an ordinary entanglement. It concerned the face and dignity of his demon ancestor Luo Ho, and he was determined to kill this Luo. The poison had failed to kill him, so it seemed he had to think of other methods. After pondering for a long time, Luo Ho finally devised a perfect plan. Luo Ho clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Yes, I am the demon ancestor." With this thought, Luo Ho began to smile sinisterly. Demonic energy is all-pervasive and ubiquitous. So what if this Luo is strong? He only needed to use demonic energy to gradually infiltrate this Luo, believing that it wouldn't be long before this Luo would not only completely lose his sanity, but also become his puppet. Just thinking about it made Luo Ho smile. He acted on it immediately. During the following time, Luo Ho intentionally allowed his demonic energy to enter Chen Sheng's body. At first, Luo Ho dared not act too boldly and could only test it little by little. Later, when he discovered that Chen Sheng could not detect the demonic energy at all, he became increasingly arrogant. This time, Luo Ho infused Chen Sheng with his demonic energy for a full 100 years. Thinking that the time was right, he planned to directly control Chen Sheng. Thus he poured most of his demonic energy into Chen Sheng's body in one go. After waiting for a while, Chen Sheng still appeared lively and showed no reaction, behaving quite normally. This shouldn't be the usual behavior of someone being invaded by demonic energy, right? Looking at the energetic Chen Sheng, Luo Ho fell into deep contemplation. But it was fine since the demonic energy had already invaded Chen Sheng. All he needed to do was awaken the demon within Chen Sheng's heart, and his goal would be achieved. Acting on this thought, Luo Ho directly sat down and began to cast his spell, attempting to awaken the demonic energy within Chen Sheng's body. However, the more he tried to awaken it, the angrier he became. How could there be no reaction after so long? After about another hour, a wisp of black smoke suddenly erupted from Chen Sheng's body. It was demonic energy. Luo Ho was elated. It seemed he was about to succeed. He would make this Luo his puppet and acquire all of this Luo's treasures. Just as Luo Ho was feeling pleased, that wisp of demonic energy suddenly surged into Luo Ho's body. Luo Ho was momentarily stunned upon sensing the demonic energy. This was definitely not his demonic energy. Moreover, this wisp of demonic energy was clearly far richer and purer. What was going on? In this primordial world, aside from him, there was actually someone practicing the demonic path. Furthermore, this person's mastery of the demonic path was even several levels higher than his. How could this be possible? Wasn't the demonic path created by him? Without time to think further, that incredibly powerful demonic energy began rampaging within Luo Ho's body. Luo Ho couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, Chen Sheng turned his head puzzled. Seeing Luo Ho drenched in sweat, Chen Sheng was somewhat confused and asked, Black Lotus boy, why are you sweating so much? Are you sick? At this moment, Luo Ho was trying his utmost to resist the demonic energy within him, and the very person responsible for this situation was asking him what was wrong. Of course, he dared not tell Chen Sheng this, and could only say, I am feeling a bit unwell. Chen Sheng was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't really mistreated the Black Lotus boy. Why was he feeling unwell? Out of humanitarian concern, Chen Sheng said to the Black Lotus boy, Black Lotus, since you're feeling unwell, why don't you go rest first? Upon receiving Chen Sheng's permission, Luo Ho fled from the scene, as if escaping. If he didn't run now, he would soon be turned into a puppet by the demonic energy here. In the cave, Luo Ho desperately suppressed that wisp of demonic energy, while feeling incredibly indignant. Who could believe this? Luo Ho never imagined that he, the ancestor of the demonic path, would be harmed by demonic energy. This was as unbelievable as a dog that had bitten for a lifetime suddenly getting bitten by someone. However, what Luo Ho didn't expect was that Chen Sheng had mastered 3,000 paths, and the demonic path was merely one of them. In fact, the demonic energy that Luo Ho secretly infiltrated into Chen Sheng had elicited no response from Chen Sheng. He hadn't even noticed it. Even the demonic energy attacking Luo Ho was merely a reflexive response to Luo Ho's attack. It could be said that throughout the entire process, Chen Sheng was unaware of what was happening. After a struggle, Luo Ho finally managed to suppress that wisp of demonic energy. However, at this moment, Luo Ho's own body was already riddled with injuries. For a moment, he even felt as if he were about to be infected by that demonic energy. Fortunately, he managed to hold on. While Luo Ho was filled with dread, he began to heal himself. Why was this Luo so strong? Should he continue to study how to kill him? To be honest, Luo Ho felt a bit cowardly. Even in front of Hongjun, he had never felt this way. Just as Luo Ho was healing himself, the tattered broken sword beside him spoke. If there's a next time, I will definitely slay you. Luo Ho was startled. He hadn't seen anyone when he came here to heal. Who was speaking? After a glance around, he found only the imposing broken sword by his side. Could it be this broken sword? Has it gained sentience? There were no other people here, so it must be this broken sword. It's merely a broken sword. What does it matter if it has gained sentience? Luo Ho scoffed and retorted, a mere broken sword dares to meddle in my affairs. To Luo Ho, even if this sword possessed extraordinary qualities, it was still just a broken sword. Thus he looked down on it. However, just after Luo Ho finished speaking, the broken sword erupted with a surge of laws, its entire blade radiating an astonishing sword intent. Luo Ho stood there in a daze, exclaiming, a saint. Is this really a saint? Who would dare to believe this? Luo Ho had dreamed of becoming a saint, even going so far as to create the Dragon Han Tribulation. Yet, even after Luo Ho had arranged the Dragon Han Tribulation, he still hadn't succeeded. But unexpectedly, this guy in front of him turned out to be a saint. Instantly, Luo Ho dared not make any further moves. After all, standing before him was a saint. At that moment of Luo Ho's shock, the broken sword spoke. I do not know who you are nor your origins, but being taken in as a disciple by the protagonist is your fortune. If there is a next time, I will shatter your essence. The broken sword had always been aloof and proud. Aside from Chen Sheng, it regarded no one else, and Luo Ho was no exception. Its master would certainly not regard Luo Ho highly. However, the broken sword could not allow Luo Ho to show such disrespect toward its master. If it weren't for the master's insistence on taking this guy as a disciple, this kind of person wouldn't even last a single move against it. Facing the broken sword, Luo Ho felt a lingering fear. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Although this guy appeared to be a Luo, he couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Not only that, but he could even attract a visit from beings of the caliber of Nüwa and Fushi, and he showed no reaction after drinking poison, nor was he infiltrated by his own demonic energy. Most importantly, this broken sword clearly exuded a saint's aura, and yet it addressed him as master. Remembering all of this, Luo Ho hesitated. Could this guy truly just be a Luo? Luo Ho couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Meanwhile, in the Nüwa, upon seeing Nüwa return, Fushi hurried to greet her. Seeing her severely injured and in a disheveled state after falling from the saint position, Fushi said, with concern, "Little sister, why do you put yourself through such hardship?" The Hongmao purple chi had fused with Nüwa. How painful must it be to forcibly separate the Hongmeng purple chi? Moreover, Nüwa had also endured a blow from Hongjun. Fushi looked at Nüwa with a worried expression and added, "You are gravely injured. I fear that from now on we will only face the consequences of others turning against us in the wilderness." Nüwa weakly covered her chest, smiling pale, as she said, "Brother, there's no need to worry. I just lack experience this year." Hearing this, Fushi could only nod in agreement. He understood the reasoning. It was just that Nüwa was the one bearing all of this. Fushi sighed and said, "As for the position of saint," he wasn't coveting that position. He merely felt that without the saint title, Nüwa's strength would greatly diminish, making her susceptible to coercion. However, he respected Nüwa's opinion. After all, as long as she did not become a pawn of the heavenly Dao and Hongjun, even if some losses were incurred, it would be tolerable. Nüwa also smiled weakly and said, "Brother, my departure from the saint position may not be a disaster. First, it was because by leaving the position of saint, Nüwa was freed from the control of Hongjun and the heavenly Dao. From then on, she would no longer be a pawn of Hongjun and the heavenly Dao. Secondly, after becoming a saint, for some unknown reason, her understanding of the laws of creation had stagnated no matter how hard she tried. However, after falling from the saint position, her comprehension of the laws of creation had surpassed that of the past. Therefore, perhaps this was a blessing in disguise for Nüwa. If she could understand more laws, perhaps in the future, she could even open up a new path." With this thought, Nüwa began to feel grateful for knowing all of this and choosing to turn against Hongjun. Seeing that Fushi still wore a worried expression, Nüwa understood that he was genuinely concerned for her and said, "Brother, now my understanding of the laws of creation has improved significantly. Isn't this another opportunity?" Fushi nodded in agreement, but still found it hard to accept. It wasn't that he couldn't accept Nüwa's fall from the saint position, he was simply pained by the burdens she had to bear. Although Nüwa mentioned the benefits of falling from the saint position, looking at her pale face and injured body, Fushi still felt that this was a loss. Fushi sighed, his eyes filled with concern as he said to Nüwa, "Little sister, if you're in this state, why does that guy not care?" As he spoke, Fushi began to feel some dissatisfaction toward Chen Sheng. No matter how strong Chen Sheng was, Nüwa was still his partner. Yet now she was out there being bullied, and he didn't even utter a word. Are strong beings really so heartless? Fushi couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. This truly was a failed relationship. Nüwa, who was already severely injured, was taken aback by Fux's expression. What on earth was going on? Nüwa couldn't help but find it amusing and exasperating. If Chun Dao was her partner, wouldn't that be a disaster? Why was her brother so gossipy all day? Though feeling some helplessness for some reason, thinking of Chen Sheng's figure made Nüwa involuntarily blush. Blushing, Nüwa glared at Fushi and said, "Big brother, you're overthinking. That senior is not my partner." Fushi, seeing Nüwa's shy appearance, would never believe her. After all these years of interacting with Nüwa, how could he not understand her? This blush and rapid heartbeat clearly indicated that there was someone else. Fushi did not believe Nüwa's explanation and directly said, "Sister, you still don't understand your brother well enough. If he is not your partner, why do you become nervous and blush every time he is mentioned?" Hearing Fushi say this, Nüwa was momentarily speechless. Heaven knows why she blushes at the thought of Chen Sheng, but her blushing has nothing to do with whether Chen Sheng is truly her partner. Looking at her brother's determined expression, Nüwa rolled her eyes, too lazy to explain. After all, no matter how much she explained, Fushi wouldn't believe her. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, as Nüwa fell from the saint position and was severely injured, the demon clan also became anxious. Although Dijun stabilizes the hearts of the people, the overall situation of the demon clan remains somewhat turbulent. After Dijun finished healing Dong Huangtai, he rushed over. Dijun furrowed his brows and said, "Why have you come here? Is there someone provoking trouble in the demon clan?" Dong Huangtai shook his head and sighed, replying to Dijun, "Not exactly, but our demon clan's morale is currently low and we need to come up with a plan." Dijun nodded in agreement. He understood the reasoning. However, what could they do now? Who knows why Nüwa's lost her mind and extracted the Hong Meng purple chi from her body. Seeing Dijun deep in thought, Dong Huangtai raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother, there's no need to worry too much. I have an idea, and specifically came to seek your advice." Dijun was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Let's hear it." Dong Huang Tai nodded, and continued, "Now that Hua Huang has fallen from her position as a saint, it greatly affects the demon clan. Why don't we take this opportunity to pay her a visit?" Dijun was momentarily bewildered, but after meeting Dong Huang Tai's gaze, he instantly understood his intention. Unable to hold back, Dijun laughed heartily. "Wonderful. Indeed, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Now that Nüwa has fallen from her position as a saint, I want to see what they can do to us. Let's go visit Nüwa." This statement sounded less like a visit and more like a confrontation. The demon clan has suffered such great losses. Although Nüwa has fallen from her position, the treasures on her are still valuable. Dong Huang Tai and Dijun exchanged a knowing smile and immediately prepared to head to Hua Huang Palace. In the Hua Huang Palace, Nüwa, with the help of Fu, she had stabilized her injuries. At the same time, Nüwa felt that although she had fallen from her position as a saint, the power of creation within her was somewhat stronger. "Brother, we should really thank that senior," Nüwa said with deep emotion. Fushi nodded in agreement, saying, "Aren't we family? What's there to thank?" Nüwa couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who is related to Fushi? Just then a palace maid from Hua Huang Palace came to report that the two demon emperors had come to pay a visit. Nüwa frowned slightly. It was likely that these two were coming to cause trouble at such a time. However, since she was still the demon queen, she allowed the maid to lead the two demons in. "Sister Nüwa, it's been a long time since we last met," said Dong Huang Tai, looking rather lecherous. Nüwa couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She remembered that these guys used to call her the demon queen or Nüwa the saint, yet now they dared to call her sister. Nüwa was too lazy to engage in pleasantries with Dong Huang Tai and directly asked, "Is the heavenly court so free today? Why have you both come to my Hua Huang Palace?" Dong Huang Tai looked embarrassed, and Dijun followed up to say, "Since Hua Huang is so direct, we will be straightforward too. We have specifically come to Hua Huang Palace to ask where exactly the demon clan stands, and even swore by the Dao to uphold humanity, yet you even severed your saint fruit position." Seeing this, Dong Huang Tai hastily chimed in, "Yes, this matter greatly affects the demon clan and severely undermines our morale." Nüwa was directly amused by these two. When she was a saint, the demon clan basked in her glory. Now that she has fallen, these two actually have the face to come and question her. Nüwa, somewhat impatient, directly asked, "What brings you two here?" She couldn't believe that Dong Huang Tai and Dijun made such a long trip just to question her. Upon hearing Nüwa's words, Dijun immediately perked up and said, "Now, because of your actions, the morale of the demon clan has greatly diminished. Can't Hua Huang think of a way to revive our morale? This shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Fushi rolled his eyes at this remark. How could these two even say such things? Nüwa sneered and said, "Then you two tell me, what method do you have to revive morale?" Dong Huang Tai immediately jumped out and said, "I have heard that Hua Huang possesses many supreme treasures. If I can obtain some of them, we will surely achieve victory." Dijun, even more shameless, greedily said, "Dong Huang is right. We are not greedy, just 3 to 5 supreme treasures from Hua Huang will suffice." If Fushi hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that there could be such shameless individuals in this world. Nüwa couldn't help but continue to sneer. If it weren't for the severing of the saint fruit position, she wouldn't have known that these two demons were so shameless. She looked coldly at them and asked, "Did you two help me cultivate this saint position? Otherwise, what qualifications do you two have to ask me for treasures?" Dijun and Dong Huang Tai didn't expect that even after Nüwa's fall she would still be so strong-willed, leaving them at a loss for words. Fushi was also quite angry. Seeing Nüwa fall from her position as a saint, they rushed to take advantage of her. What kind of people are these? Fushi, with a dark face, said to Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, "My sister still needs to heal, so I won't see you off." Saying that, he directly chased Dijun and Dong Huang Tai away. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, although unwilling to leave empty-handed, did not dare to truly offend Nüwa and Fushi. After all, even if Nüwa was no longer a saint, her strength was still there. Thus the two could only leave in disgrace. Seeing Dijun and Dong Huang Tai depart, both Fushi and Nüwa were quite angered by these shameless individuals. Fushi frowned and angrily said, "No wonder the demon clan is headed toward destruction. These two fools." Nüwa nodded in agreement, and then said, "Since I can sever the saint fruit position, it proves that what the senior said is not unchangeable." Fushi nodded. Theoretically one could say so, but after all it had not been practiced. Looking at Fu's unchanged expression, Nüwa continued, "Brother, you saw those two foolish demons. Why not withdraw from the heavenly court? Stop being the demon emperor." For Nüwa Fu, she was her only relative in this vast wilderness, and she naturally did not want him to be in danger. Thus for Fu, leaving the heavenly court was the only way. Fushi was taken aback by Nüwa's words, and then firmly shook his head. "The reason I remain in the heavenly court is not to help Dijun and the others, but for the millions of demons. After all, not every demon was at fault. How could Fushi bear to watch the entire demon clan be destroyed? Just after Fushi finished speaking, another palace maid came to report that Tong Tian Daoren had come to visit. Just as Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai left, Tong Tian Daoren arrived shortly after. Nüwa and Fushi were truly bewildered. Could it be that Tong Tian Daoren was also here to mock them? That shouldn't be the case. The Sanqing rarely concern themselves with matters in the Honghuang, so it wouldn't be necessary for Tong Tian Daoren to make this trip just to ridicule her, would it? Could it really be as Fushi said, that when the wall falls, everyone pushes? Thinking of this, Nüwa couldn't help but clench her fists, but still said to the palace maid, "Let him in." As she spoke, the palace maid retreated and invited the waiting Tong Tian Daoren in. As soon as Tong Tian Daoren saw Nüwa and Fushi, he smiled and clasped his hands, saying to them, "Congratulations, Dao friend Nüwa." Congratulations. This guy actually said congratulations to Nüwa. Was he being sarcastic? Nüwa had already fallen from her position as a saint. What was there to congratulate her about? Both Nüwa and Fushi couldn't help but furrow their brows, feeling that Tong Tian Daoren was indeed here to cause trouble. Seeing the expressions of Nüwa and Fushi, Tong Tian Daoren realized they misunderstood, and he smiled, saying, "Isn't it indeed congratulations? In the Honghuang, to attain the Dao is a matter of merit, and the lowest rank still requires the dispatch of the heavenly Dao. Now that Dao friend Nüwa has severed her position as a saint, she can pursue the Dao anew. This is a great thing indeed. A great thing." Both Fushi and Nüwa were somewhat stunned. So was this the reason why Tong Tian Daoren originally refused to become a saint? Nüwa couldn't help but ask, did that senior from Shoyang Mountain tell Dao friend Tong Tian this? After all, aside from Chen Sheng from Shoyang Mountain, Nüwa really couldn't think of anyone else, especially since Tong Tian Daoren was a registered disciple of Chen Sheng. Tong Tian Daoren was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and smiled, saying, "It was indeed what my master informed me." Nüwa then nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, Nüwa said to Tong Tian Daoren, "That senior also mentioned that heaven is merciless, treating all living beings as mere fodder and saints as mere fodder as well. Moreover, they design calamities merely to balance out the heavenly Dao." That Tong Tian Daoren came to congratulate her, and since he was also Chen Sheng's disciple, she decided to tell him about this matter without reservation. Tong Tian Daoren was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. "What? They are merely livestock raised by the heavenly Dao. How could that be? But since it came from Chen Sheng's mouth, it must be true." After asking a few more questions and receiving Nüwa's answers, Tong Tian Daoren hurriedly returned to Kunlun Mountain. After Tong Tian Daoren left, Nüwa said to Fushi, "Since brother is unwilling to leave the heavenly court, then the only way to save the demon race is one method." Upon hearing that there was a way to save the demon race, Fux's eyes lit up as he asked, not knowing what method his sister was referring to. Nüwa's gaze darkened as she said, "As long as the demon race and the witch race do not go to war, the schemes of the heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu cannot be realized." After hearing this, Fushi nodded, and then sighed, saying, "But now the witch race and the demon race are on the brink of war at any moment. How can we make both sides cease hostilities?" Indeed, to make both the witch race and the demon race cease hostilities is no easy task. Nüwa thought for a moment, and said, "Brother, it seems we need to visit the witch race and find Ho Tu." Fushi was initially stunned. They were the demon race, and could only go to the territory of the witch race. However, thinking of the witch demon war, Fushi nodded, and said, "Then let us set off." As they spoke, the two directly set off toward the territory of the witch race. However, since they were from the demon race, they were not well received in the witch race's territory, and were quickly surrounded. Nüwa did not want to anger the witch race, so she said to the crowd, "I am Nüwa, and wish to meet your ancestor." To her surprise, the witch race burst into laughter, and it wasn't until Zhu Rong approached that they all reined in their smiles. A member of the witch race pointed at Nüwa and said to Zhu Rong, "Ancestor Zhu Rong, someone has intruded into our witch race's territory. It's these two. They dare impersonate Nüwa." Nüwa rolled her eyes inwardly. The witch race truly deserved to be known as the strongest in terms of physical might in the entire Honghuang. Upon seeing Nüwa's true form, Zhu Rong's heart raced with a flood of emotions. Why would Nüwa come to the witch race? Could it be that she wants to help the demon race? Zhu Rong's expression darkened as he directly said to Nüwa, "May I ask what brings you here? If you do not speak, I may take action." Nüwa facepalmed. In the midst of speaking, several other ancestors rushed over, looking at Nüwa as if facing a great enemy. "Nüwa, no, you must listen to my explanation. I'm really not here to fight. If you dare to invade our witch race's territory, then come at me," Zhu Rong said. As several other ancestors were about to take action, Ho Tu and Di Jiang arrived just in time. Ho Tu reprimanded the ancestors, saying, "Did I not tell you to avoid trouble?" Zhu Rong, feeling wrong, said with a displeased expression, "This person appeared in the territory of my demon race. Oh, I was merely acting out of protection." "Nüwa, protection. She hadn't done anything. However, Ho-Tu nodded in agreement, believing Chen Sheng's words held some merit. Then Ho-Tu asked, Dao friend Nüwa, this is indeed the territory of my witch race. May I ask what brings you and Dao friend Fushi here so suddenly? Nüwa sighed, then said to Ho-Tu, this is a major matter, may we go inside to discuss? Ho-Tu was bewildered, but seeing that Nüwa bore no hostility, he still nodded. By a bonfire a crowd gathered. These people were none other than the 12 ancestral witches Nüwa and Fushi. After Nüwa sat down, she wasted no time, and waved her hand, causing a scene to appear in the void. This scene depicted Ho-Tu deeply trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. In the image, Ho-Tu decided to transform himself into reincarnation to pacify the innocent souls lost in the war. Ho-Tu's original status was stripped away by the heavenly Dao, and after Ho-Tu transformed himself into reincarnation, the earth Dao was completely suppressed by the heavenly Dao. After viewing this scene, the entire witch race felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Ho-Tu was also bewildered. He already knew that he had no good outcome in the witch-demon war, but now, with such a direct experience, it completely stunned Ho-Tu. In other words, he was originally supposed to govern the earth Dao, but he was schemed against by the heavenly Dao. The scene continued, and after suppressing the earth Dao, the heavenly Dao once again colluded with Hongjun to harm the human Dao, suppressing it. Once Ho-Tu regained his composure, he was filled with uncontrollable rage. Along with the 12 ancestral witches, they were all furious. No wonder Nüwa would sever her position as a saint. It turned out that even as a saint, one is merely a toy of the heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu. As the human realm was also harmed by Hongjun and the heavenly Dao, the scene slowly faded away. At this moment, the 12 ancestor witches could no longer conceal the fury within their hearts. However, it was only upon seeing that the human realm was similarly suppressed that they realized everything was part of the heavenly Daoist scheme. And the reason Nüwa chose to sever her own saintly position was certainly not due to foolishness. Ho-Tu exclaimed in anger, no wonder Nüwa Daoist, you would sever your saintly status. It turns out it was to escape the control of Hongjun. Di Jiang also spoke with rage. Indeed, we thought all of this was the fault of the demon race, but it seems that the demon race has also been schemed against by Hongjun. However, Zhurong did not agree with Di Jiang's words. He coldly sneered, in my view, it is merely the greed of those from the demon race. Zhurong was too direct, and upon speaking, both Fushi and Nüwa felt a bit embarrassed. Ho-Tu quickly shot a glare at Zhurong, and said to Nüwa and Fushi, what do Nüwa Daoist and Fushi Daoist think? Ho-Tu understood that Nüwa and Fushi came to the witch clan not merely to inform them of this matter, thus finding a way to resolve the battle between the witches and the demons without allowing the witch clan and the demon race to become sacrifices of the heavenly Dao and Hongjun was of utmost importance. Once Ho-Tu spoke, the 12 ancestor witches all turned their gaze towards Nüwa and Fushi. They did not care whether the demon race was extinguished, but as ancestor witches they naturally hoped for the well-being of the witch clan. Nüwa sighed deeply, and then said, the heavenly Dao has selfish intentions, we cannot allow ourselves to become pawns of the heavenly Dao. Ho-Tu nodded, acknowledging that this reasoning indeed held truth. However, since it was the heavenly Daoist scheme, how could they possibly evade it? Wouldn't Hongjun easily let them go? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but wear a worried expression. Ho-Tu sighed, and said to Nüwa and Fushi, but how can this be easily discussed? Do Nüwa Daoist and Fushi Daoist have any thoughts? At that moment an announcement came that Tongtian Daoist was visiting. The 12 ancestor witches were taken aback. Why was Tongtian Daoist visiting at this time? As one of the Sanqing, Tongtian Daoist had no ties to the demon race or the witch clan. Why would he follow Nüwa and Fushi to visit the witch clan at this time? Nüwa roughly understood Tongtian Daoist's purpose for coming, and said to the members of the witch clan the reason Tongtian Daoist could not become a saint is precisely because of this reason. With Nüwa's explanation, the 12 ancestor witches nodded in agreement. It seemed that Tongtian Daoist was a friend, not an enemy. Moreover, Tongtian Daoist was also the disciple of that hermit power. Ho-Tu stepped forward representing the 12 ancestor witches, and said to Tongtian Daoist. Following this, Tongtian Daoist entered. Nüwa pondered for a moment, and said to Tongtian Daoist, what do you think about this matter? For Tongtian Daoist, it was impossible for him to become a pawn controlled by the heavenly Dao, so he directly said to everyone, only by fighting against the heavenly Dao can we have a chance. Ho-Tu and the 12 ancestor witches were taken aback. That was the heavenly Dao. To go against the heavens, was that not madness? Nüwa noticed the expressions of the crowd and nodded, continuing, I actually agree with Tongtian Daoist's viewpoint. Since we are facing death regardless, we might as well take a gamble. Perhaps we can win a glimmer of hope. After hearing Nüwa's words, everyone fell silent, for she had spoken to their hearts. Indeed, rather than being controlled to death by the heavenly Dao, it was better to take a gamble. After a moment of contemplation, Ho-Tu turned back to Nüwa and asked, but how can we who do not even have a saint among us possibly contend with the heavenly Dao? After hearing Huda's words, Di Jiang thought for a moment, and said, since that senior is so powerful, if we can invite that senior out of seclusion, this matter will surely be resolved. Upon hearing this, Tongtian Daoist shook his head. Huda noticed, and asked Tongtian Daoist what is the meaning of this. Tongtian Daoist forced a smile, and replied, my master is an unparalleled power fond of seclusion, and is unlikely to emerge easily. According to Tongtian Daoist's understanding, not to mention emerging, even Chen Sheng was unwilling to leave his cave. Moreover, he was clearly an unparalleled powerhouse, yet constantly advised them not to cause trouble in the primordial chaos. Thus Chen Sheng would definitely not come out. Nüwa nodded along, agreeing that Tongtian Daoist was correct, that senior was certainly not going to emerge. In my view, resolving this matter still depends on us. Nüwa smiled wryly and said. Di Jiang appeared somewhat disappointed, and the other members of the witch clan looked dejected. Did this mean there was no solution to the battle between the witches and the demons? Huda sighed deeply, and said with disappointment, am I truly to watch my witch clan head towards extinction? Nüwa shook her head at this moment. Seeing Nüwa shake her head, hope reignited in Huda's eyes as he asked Nüwa Daoist, do you have any solutions? At a time like this, please don't keep us in suspense. Nüwa couldn't help but smile wryly, and then said there is a method that is not exactly a method. Di Jiang was taken aback, and asked what method. Nüwa looked at them seriously, and said delay. Indeed, it was just one word, delay. Everyone was taken aback. How do we delay? Fushi frowned somewhat confused, and asked, sister, are you sure this is a method? Nüwa nodded, and said there is no other way, the only method I can think of now is to delay. Although Tongtian Daoist was not involved in the calamity of the witches and demons, he also disapproved of the actions of the heavenly Dao. As he heard Nüwa speak, he curiously asked, how do we delay? Nüwa spoke confidently, since the battle between the witches and the demons requires the participation of the witch clan and the demon race, then as long as the witch clan and the demon race do not battle for a day, the calamity between witches and demons cannot reach completion. After Nüwa said this, everyone suddenly understood. Hutu exclaimed, avoid battle. Nüwa nodded, exactly, it is to avoid battle. This is indeed a good method. As long as we avoid battle, the calamity of the witches and demons will naturally be unable to occur. However, before the witch clan could say anything, Nüwa continued, as long as the witch clan withdraws and the battle between the witches and demons does not occur, neither the demon race nor the witch clan will be harmed by the heavenly Dao. Everyone from the witch clan was taken aback. They never expected Nüwa would say such a thing. The reasoning was sound, but who would be willing to withdraw from the primordial chaos? Which man from the witch clan was not filled with youthful vigor? To ask them to retreat, it was impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Di Jiang said, my witch clan is transformed from the blood of Pangu. We absolutely cannot become turtles hiding our heads. As soon as Di Jiang said this, it immediately garnered the approval of the crowd. Indeed, the witch clan was a descendant of Pangu, holding a revered status in the primordial chaos. Asking them to retreat and not fight was truly not the style of the witch clan. Zhurong also spoke, saying, exactly, at worst, I will perish together with the demon clan. Zhuangshu echoed, what Zhurong said is correct. We cannot retreat. The only one maintaining reason, seeing the protest from the ancestors, Hutu addressed the crowd. Brother Zhurong, you can perish with the demon clan, but do you want the entire witch clan to perish with them? After hearing Huda's words, Zhurong fell silent. Indeed, even if he could recklessly fight for his life, what about the entire witch clan? The other ancestors also fell silent. They were not afraid of death, but they could not abandon the entire witch clan, could they? Seeing that everyone was considering her words, Hutu said to Nüwa, but even if our witch clan retreats and avoids battle, will the demon clan let it go so easily? Nüwa, Fushi, you are both demon emperors. Can you control the demon clan? Upon hearing this, Fushi and Nüwa understood that Hutu and the ancestors were also unwilling to let the war between witches and demons occur. Compared to the other ancestors, Hutu was more rational, thus she understood that avoiding battle was the best choice. But if the witch clan must fight, while the demon clan remains relentless, it would be futile. Therefore, to completely avoid a war between the witches and demons, in addition to the witch clan retreating, the demon clan must also avoid battle. Although Nüwa was the demon clan's emperor, she rarely involved herself in their matters, so she turned her attention to Fushi. After pondering for a moment, Fushi said solemnly, my sister and I will find a way to make the demon clan avoid battle. Huda was somewhat skeptical, as Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, you were not the types to easily relent. Nüwa understood Huda's concerns and sighed. I will find a way to restrain the demon clan, or we will delay as much as we can. After all, at this moment, aside from delaying the impending war between the witches and demons, there truly was no other method. Thus, upon hearing Nüwa's assurance, Huda nodded and said, all right, since you Nüwa have said this, I Huda promise that as long as the demon clan does not fight, our witch clan will not fight. Upon hearing Huda's promise, Nüwa finally sighed in relief. Now with the witch clan's assurance, they just needed to deal with the demon clan. In any case, whether the calamity between the witches and demons would occur or not, Nüwa did not wish for either clan to be manipulated by the heavenly Dao. Nüwa nodded with satisfaction and said to Hutu, "Then I thank you, Hutu. My brother and I will go seek out the demon clan now, so we will take our leave." Hutu bowed and sincerely said to Nüwa and Fushi, "It is we and the witch clan who should thank you, Nüwa, for coming to inform us of this matter." After exchanging these words, Nüwa and Fushi left. After Nüwa and Fushi departed, Tongtian Daoist smiled and said to Hutu, "Since they have left, I shall also take my leave." The witch clan, worried about the impending war, naturally did not retain Tongtian Daoist. Therefore Hutu clasped her hands and said to Tongtian Daoist, "Then I will not see you off." After that, Tongtian Daoist also left. The members of the witch clan gathered together to discuss the matter. Jerome, with his fiery temper, frowned and said unhappily, "I do not blame the witch clan for being in danger, but our witch clan is powerful. Why should we yield to that bunch of demons?" Gonggong also added, "Although I usually do not approve of Zhurong's words, this time I believe he is right." Jumong also echoed, "Exactly. Our witch clan was born to stand tall and firm as the bloodline of Pangu. When have we ever been so humiliated?" Although Di Jiang did not speak, his face expressed his dissatisfaction. Huda looked at everyone and sighed deeply. If not for the fact that this matter concerned the survival of the witch clan, how could she swallow this anger? The demon clan had always been arrogant and oppressive, bullying others excessively, and had repeatedly provoked the witch clan. Now they wanted the witch clan to let this matter pass. This was bound to make the ancestors feel stifled. Sigh. I do not wish to feel so stifled, but all of this is for the witch clan. Otherwise, under the schemes of the heavenly Dao, my brothers and sisters would perish. Even the witch clan would face extinction, forever vanishing in this primal chaos, becoming nourishment for the heavenly Dao. Huta sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang slammed his palm against the wall and said, "My sister is right. For the sake of our witch clan, you must swallow this anger whether you can or cannot." With Di Jiang's words, everyone fell silent. They understood the reason, but it was inevitable that their hearts felt a bit of indignation. Meanwhile, on the road, Fushi frowned and asked, "Sister, just now you told the witch clan that you would find a way regarding the demon clan. Do you have any good plans? After all, Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, you were known for their daydreaming, and it would not be so easy to convince them to unify the primordial chaos." "I am afraid they will not listen to reason," Fushi said with a furrowed brow, addressing Nüwa. "Di Jun and Dong Huangtai are certainly as stubborn as oxen. I fear they will not return without accomplishing anything." Nüwa merely chuckled softly at these words, and then said to Fushi, "Brother, do not worry. I have my—" Fushi knew that Nüwa was always a decisive person, and since she said it this way, she must have a plan. For a moment, Fuxi's anxious heart finally settled a bit. Fushi smiled and said to Nüwa, "If we can persuade Di Jun and Dong Huangtai to cease hostilities, then the calamity between the witches and demons will not occur." Persuade them? Nüwa had no intention of wasting breath on those two fools. However, she did not explain much to Fushi, and the two directly headed to the heavenly court. Outside the heavenly court, a demon soldier directly blocked Nüwa's way and said to her and Fushi, "Nüwa, Fushi, if you wish to see Di Jun, the demon emperor, you may need to wait for me to report it first." Upon hearing the demon soldier's words, Nüwa instantly exploded with rage. As a demon emperor, did she need to report when entering the heavenly court? What a joke. Nüwa directly pushed the demon soldier to the ground with a palm, and then entered the heavenly court with Fushi. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, sensing the disturbance, hurried out, and saw Nüwa having knocked down the demon soldier. Understanding the situation, Di Jun quickly approached with a smile, and said, "It was this subordinate who was ignorant, and did not know to stop Nüwa and Fushi." Then with a kick, Di Jun sent that subordinate tumbling several rolls across the ground. The innocent subordinate wondered, was it not Di Jun who had said this himself? Why make things difficult for a mere doorkeeper? Seeing this, Dong Huangtai also smiled, licking his lips, and asked, "You two must have come to the heavenly court with a clear idea of what spiritual treasures you intend to offer to strengthen our heavenly court's power, right?" Nüwa subtly frowned, realizing that Dong Huangtai still dared to have designs on her. His audacity was indeed remarkable. She had thought Dong Huangtai was shameless enough, but unexpectedly the little Emperor Jun came over and said, "Are Nüwa and Shi Huang in agreement now? Do you want to help us deal with the witch clan and dominate the primordial world?" Emperor Jun felt he was considering matters far more comprehensively than Dong Huangtai. After all, no matter how powerful a spiritual treasure was, it could not compare to the overwhelming combat power of Fushi and Nüwa. Nüwa raised her hand, wanting to slap Emperor Jun, but she restrained herself. She directly shattered Emperor Jun's daydream and said, "No, I came here hoping for a truce between the heavenly court and the witch clan." Dong Huangtai and Emperor Jun were taken aback. A truce? Was Nüwa joking? The battle between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan had escalated to a boiling point, and both sides were eager to annihilate each other, so how could they possibly agree to a truce? Moreover, if the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan truly called a truce, wouldn't Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi's well-laid plans be in vain? After regaining his composure, Emperor Jun shook his head and said, "Nüwa, are you out of your mind? My Demon Clan is strong and resourceful. How could we be inferior to those brutish fools of the Witch Clan?" Dongwang Taiyi naturally did not want to cease hostilities either, so he added, "Exactly, my Demon Clan currently holds the advantage. We will become the overlords and the main characters of the primordial world in the future. To halt hostilities now would be too great a loss." Emperor Jun's face darkened as he said to Nüwa and Fushi, "If you two have come to support the Demon Clan, we welcome you warmly, but if you are here to advise us to cease hostilities, that is absolutely impossible." Fushi was somewhat speechless. Who gave this guy such confidence? Sighing, Fushi said to Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi, "I have told you before, if you insist on being obstinate, it will surely lead to the downfall of both the Witch and Demon clans." Dongwang Taiyi was displeased and glared at Fushi, saying, "Shi Huang, you are a Quasi saint. How can you be so easily fooled by a mere human?" Upon hearing the term mere, Fushi laughed and asked, "I wonder, Emperor Jun, how is your arm doing?" His audacity to claim humans are weak after being bullied by them showed incredible boldness. The so-called killing the heart with words could not be more evident. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's heart tightened, and his gaze shifted to his empty arm. However, he had no regrets. Instead, he was even more determined to battle the Witch Clan. After all, if there was a chance to become a saint, his arm would surely grow back once he attained sainthood. At that time, he would make sure that the debt for the broken sword would be repaid in blood. The battle between the Witch and Demon clans is imminent, and there is absolutely no reason to withdraw," Emperor Jun said with unwavering resolve. Hearing this, Nüwa could only sneer coldly. "You two merely wish to leverage the Demon Clan to achieve sainthood. Why must you speak so grandly?" Looking at Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi, Nüwa mercilessly exposed their true motives. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi's expressions changed. They had not expected Nüwa to directly reveal their intentions. However, even if Nüwa exposed their intentions, so what? There was no way they would allow her to watch the cooked duck fly. With a dark expression, Emperor Jun said to Nüwa and Fushi, "If you two have come today for this matter, then please return." Nüwa coldly stared at Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi, her gaze sharp as she said, "I did not come here to negotiate with you. Today, whether you agree or not, you must comply." After saying this, Nüwa soared into the air and summoned her magical treasure, the red embroidered ball. From the very beginning, she had no intention of negotiating with these two properly. From her experience with Chen Sheng, Nüwa learned one principle. Regardless of any shortcomings of the opponent, beating them until they doubt their life would resolve everything. Does this strategy sound familiar? Wasn't Nüwa herself trapped in the river of time by Chen Sheng, brought to her knees? Didn't Fushi become more obedient after getting beaten? So there is no problem that cannot be solved with a good beating if there is just beat a few more times. When Emperor Jun saw Nüwa summon the red embroidered ball, his face suddenly changed, and he questioned, "Nüwa, what are you doing?" Nüwa replied coldly, "I said whether you agree or not, you must comply." Emperor Jun's legs stiffened as he felt a shadow enveloping him from Nüwa's cold demeanor that kept others at a distance. However, after a moment he realized that Nüwa was no longer a saint and had no right to speak to them in such. Thus Emperor Jun steeled himself and said, "Currently Nüwa's injuries have probably not fully healed. Perhaps you should refrain from overexerting yourself." Emperor Jun's words carried a hint of meaning, and normally he would not dare to speak to Nüwa like this. However, Nüwa did not pay any attention to him. Nüwa rolled her eyes and then urged the red embroidered ball, launching an attack against Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun's expression changed dramatically, and for a moment he dared not catch it directly, only able to keep shifting positions. However, strangely enough, no matter where he went, the attack followed him. Clearly, several times the attack was about to land on Emperor Jun, but it seemed as if the attack was playing with him deliberately, not allowing him to succeed. Finally, just as Emperor Jun paused, the red embroidered ball struck him and sent him flying. Fortunately, Nüwa did not truly intend to kill him, so he merely ended up in a state of embarrassment. Emperor Jun, covered in dirt, got up from the ground, furious and humiliated, shouted, "Taiyi!" Dongwang Taiyi understood immediately and quickly summoned the Dongwang bell. Seeing Dongwang Taiyi about to attack Nüwa, Fushi quickly intervened, easily dispersing Dongwang Taiyi's attack against Nüwa with a single palm. Soon the four began to grapple with each other. Nüwa clearly held the upper hand, as she had fallen from the status. Even as a Quasi saint, she was at the pinnacle among them. Meanwhile, Fushi merely restrained Dongwang Taiyi and Emperor Jun, as he did not truly wish to deal with them. With four Quasi saints fighting, the commotion was considerable, drawing the attention of the heavenly court's inhabitants. The Kuanpeng demon master was somewhat puzzled, wondering if a strong human had arrived. Though the Kunpeng demon master was usually quite brave at this moment, he immediately became timid, quickly concealing his presence beneath the table. The various demons of the heavenly court were somewhat bewildered and gathered around upon sensing the auras of Nüwa and Fushi. How did Shi Huang and Hua Huang get into a fight with Di Jun the demon emperor and Tai Yi the demon emperor? In my opinion, it was Hua Huang and Shi Huang who instigated this mess first. Why do you say that? Don't you know? Our demon clan almost exterminated the human race earlier, but it was Shi Huang who brought reinforcements for the humans, leading to Di Jun losing an arm. Indeed, and there's also Hua Huang who openly defended the human race a few days ago, and even severed her status as a saint. I see now. The multitude of demons watched the four quasi-saints fight, discussing fervently. Most were blaming Fushi and Nüwa for being part of the demon clan, yet turning against their own. At this moment, Kunpeng, realizing the situation, also crawled out from under the table. So it was just a fight between a few demon emperors. It startled him. It was a severe blow to his dignity as a demon master. Meanwhile, the four were fighting even more fiercely. The heavenly court began to sway, and the demons showed worried expressions. If this continued, the power of these four quasi-saints would surely destroy the heavenly court. Bang! A corner of the grand hall at the highest point of the heavenly court was suddenly overturned by Dong Huang Tai. Clang! A pillar of the southern heavenly gate suddenly broke. Such a huge commotion naturally alerted many powerful beings in the primordial world. The beings of the primordial world and numerous experts were bewildered, wondering what the hell was happening. The four demon emperors were actually fighting each other. Tontian Daoren naturally knew what was happening, so he understood Nüwa and Fux's actions quite well. Looking at Tontian Daoren's calm demeanor, Lousy had a vague suspicion. However, he felt that Nüwa and Fux's actions were incredibly foolish. As for Yuanshi Tianzuan, he directly mocked without mercy, saying, I see that Nüwa and Fushi are simply clueless, actually causing internal strife among the demon clan. On the other side, the witch clan Hotu looked at the demon clan in surprise, wondering if this was really Nüwa's method. It was truly simple, crude, and effective. Di Jun initially thought Nüwa was just speaking and would stop, but who knew she not only didn't stop, but became even more ruthless with each move. How could he bear it? Di Jun coldly stared at Nüwa and Fushi, saying, You two are of the same root and source as my demon clan, yet you don't stand on our side, and instead attack us. This is utterly despicable. Nüwa rolled her eyes, thinking that if they were going to fight, why was there so much nonsense? Fushi directly retorted, Since you don't listen to kind words, then we have no choice but to resort to this method. Di Jun's expression changed, feeling somewhat speechless. Seeing this, Dong Huang Tai directly said, Big brother, why waste your breath on them? After saying this, Dong Huang Tai immediately summoned the Dong Huang bell. Then he activated the Dong Huang bell and unleashed a powerful strike at Nüwa. Nüwa remained completely unfazed and quickly summoned the red embroidered ball, taunting, Didn't you want this red embroidered ball? Today I will let you test its power. As she spoke, the red embroidered ball flew straight towards the Dong Huang bell. The Dong Huang bell only held on for an instant before being violently knocked away by the red embroidered ball. Seeing this, Dong Huang Tai couldn't help but frown. Nüwa's strength had clearly dropped to the quasi-saint level, so why was she still so powerful? On the other side, Di Jun also stopped hiding his strength and directly summoned his innate treasure, the He Tu and Luo Shu. Upon seeing this, Fushi did not dare to engage Di Jun empty-handed and also summoned his innate treasure, the Fushi Qin. Di Jun's expression turned grave upon seeing the Fushi Qin. Then the four resumed their fierce battle. Di Jun spotted an opening and exchanged glances with Dong Huang Tai before they jointly sent Nüwa's red embroidered ball flying. Next, they planned to attack Nüwa at the same time. Fushi wanted to help, but it was already too late. However, Nüwa's eyes were still filled with disdain. Is this all? Do you think such petty tricks would work in front of her? Ridiculous. Then Nüwa directly summoned the map of mountains and rivers. Nüwa had previously been a saint, so how could her treasures be lacking? After summoning the map of mountains and rivers, she directly defended against Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai's attacks. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai did not expect that this time they actually underestimated Nüwa, and both were somewhat bewildered. Nüwa, now somewhat angered, coldly looked at them and said, Is this all you have? It's nothing more than this. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were also somewhat enraged, who had ever been unable to do anything against Nüwa. Clearly, Nüwa had suffered a heavy blow in the Zixiao Palace, so why was she still so strong? Fushi was also somewhat angered. These two dared to scheme against Nüwa, and now he began to take things seriously. Then Nüwa and Fushi joined forces, directly overpowering Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were extremely furious, yet they found themselves unable to deal with Nüwa and Fushi. Di Jun, filled with rage, immediately revealed his true form. After transforming, Di Jun's combat power surged instantly. Upon seeing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi also quickly revealed his true form. Their combat power in their true forms skyrocketed. After transforming, the tide of battle was instantly reversed. Dijun spat flames towards Nüwa, who hurriedly dodged. Fushi, faced with Dong Huang Tai Yi in his true form, also found it somewhat difficult to handle. However, as a member of the demon clan, did only Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi have true forms? Ridiculous. Soon Nüwa and Fushi also transformed into their true forms. Their massive figures blotted out the sky. A human head with a serpent's body towering above. The primal and powerful bloodline aura instilled genuine fear in the demons of the heavenly court. Nüwa and Fushi transformed into a human head with a serpent's body instantly surpassed Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. What of the three-legged golden crow? In front of this bloodline, it was nothing to speak of. Nüwa looked down at Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, saying, "Are you still unconvinced? How could they possibly give up on years of planning?" So even without absolute certainty, Dijun still attacked. Then Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi were thoroughly suppressed. Nüwa's red embroidered ball and the map of mountains and rivers both slammed into Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Fushi, naturally unwilling to be outdone, directly swept Dong Huang Tai towards Nüwa with his tail. Following that, the situation began to change dramatically. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai were tossed around like two balls in the air by Nüwa and Fushi. It was an utter disgrace. They were dignified demon emperors. How could they ever have suffered such humiliation? Now being treated like a ball by Nüwa and Fushi in front of the entire demon clan. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai were filled with humiliation, but could do nothing against Fushi and Nüwa. The demon master Kuanping, who came out to watch the battle, was in a state of panic. Just imagine two demon emperors being tossed around in the air like mere objects. Wouldn't you be alarmed? If this continues, even if Dijun and Dong Huang Tai are not tortured to death by Nüwa and Fushi, they will first die from humiliation. Demon Master Kuanping hurriedly stepped in to mediate, addressing Nüwa and Fushi. "Shihuang Wawang, this is ultimately a matter of the demon clan. How can you turn against each other? Does this fellow dare to mediate? Usually he is the most arrogant." Nüwa directly stopped kicking Dijun and Dong Huang Tai and swept her tail toward Demon Master Kuanping. Demon Master Kuanping was hit squarely by Nüwa's tail and was sent flying. He was bewildered. Oh, what did he do wrong? Wasn't he just trying to mediate? Why did she hit him? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai broke free from Nüwa and Fux's control, exchanged glances, and immediately prepared to set up their formation. No matter how powerful Nüwa and Fushi are, they could never defeat the great formation of the heavenly stars. With absolute confidence, the two began to hastily arrange the great formation of the heavenly stars. However, Nüwa and Fushi were not foolish. How could they not see through the schemes of these two? To fight her, while using the great formation of the heavenly stars, these two truly have no future. Nüwa was straightforward and brutal, directly swinging her tail. The almost completed great formation of the heavenly stars collapsed. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai fell silent, looking at Nüwa's handiwork. What the hell? Wasn't she also a quasi saint? Why is it that even though Nüwa is no longer a saint and has been seriously injured, she still cannot be defeated? Nüwa threw a red embroidered ball at Dijun, who had no time to dodge and was struck directly by it. Nüwa used 80% of her strength, so Dijun was injured. At the same time, Dong Huang Tai was also hit by Dijun's tail and spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were now somewhat exhausted, unable to comprehend how Nüwa and Fushi could be this strong. Their eyes reflected a sense of despair. Nüwa looked down at them and said, "Will you stop fighting or not?" Fushi also ceased his attacks, silently watching the two. How could Dijun and Dong Huang Tai agree to that? If they called for a ceasefire, not to mention how the beings of the wilderness would view the matter, they could not even bear the shame of the demon clan in the wilderness. Simply letting Dijun and Dong Huang Tai abandon their ambitions of many years was impossible for them. If they agreed to Nüwa's ceasefire, how could they still have a chance to become saints? Dijun and Dong Huang Tai would certainly not be willing. Dijun spoke candidly. "My demon clan is incredibly strong. Oh, we should eradicate the foolish Wu clan and dominate the wilderness. There's no way we will avoid battle." They felt deep down that the Wu clan did not deserve to stand in this wilderness. In their eyes, the Wu clan was vulgar, a group of brash fools. At the same time, Dong Huang Tai stubbornly said, "Exactly, my demon clan will surely dominate the wilderness. You are also demon emperors. How can you be so excessive?" This statement was akin to saying, "Though I cannot defeat you, how can I not submit to you?" Upon hearing this, Nüwa laughed. Nüwa, high above, transformed back into her human form and stepped on Dijun's face, saying, "You reminded me, I am also of the demon clan." Upon hearing this, Dijun thought Nüwa had come to her senses, but to his surprise, Nüwa continued, "If you insist on going to war with the Wu clan, I will immediately switch sides to the Wu clan." Upon hearing this, the demon clan was shocked. If the demon clan does not cease fighting Nüwa, we'll turn to the Wu clan. This was simply unbelievable. Nüwa is a demon emperor, why would she do this? Daoist frowned and exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Dong Wangtai was also taken aback by Nüwa's words, now utterly stunned. Even Fushi looked at Nüwa in a daze. Is this still his sister? How fierce can she be? Demon Master Kuanpeng was astonished by Nüwa's statement. Forgetting that Nüwa had just knocked him away with her tail, he directly advised, "Huang, you are the demon emperor. How can you associate with the Wu clan, those brawny but simple-minded fellows?" The 10 great demon saints could no longer sit idly by with Bays leading the charge. Indeed, Huang, you must think carefully. The other onlookers from the demon clan also chimed in to persuade her. In short, they must not let Nüwa go to the Wu clan. With her overwhelming combat power, if she were to join the Wu clan, wouldn't the demon clan be doomed in an instant? Dong Wangtai, feeling a bit flustered, followed suit and said, "Huang, this will bring you no benefits. Why must you be so aggressive?" Nüwa merely sneered, not taking the words of the crowd to heart at all. Seeing that Nüwa would not listen to a word, Dong Wangtai had no choice but to turn his gaze to Fushi, lowering his posture, and said, "Huang, quickly persuade Huang." How could she disregard the entire demon clan? Originally thinking that Nüwa had gone mad, Fushi might be more rational, but to his surprise, Fushi shook his head and said seriously, "My little sister is not disregarding the demon clan, and on the contrary, she is doing this for the sake of the demon clan, so I will naturally stand by my sister's side." Seeing Fushi say this, the members of the demon clan were left utterly helpless. Fushi glanced at Nüwa, knowing that she would definitely resolve this matter well. Seeing that the demon clan was silent, Nüwa continued to address Daoist. "Have you made up your mind? You have only the time of a cup of tea." After saying this, Nüwa produced a cup of tea from somewhere and began to sip it. Fushi, did he think that Nüwa today does not seem like herself? This straightforward manner and the way she casually sips tea is just like Chen from Shouyang Mountain. Fushi silently wiped the sweat. Did he not say he was not Chen Sheng's partner? How could this escape his eyes? Soon Nüwa finished her tea. Nüwa looked at Daoist, her expression calm as she said, "I have finished my tea. Have you made up your mind?" Daoist with a frown hesitated and said, "Huang, have you made your decision?" Nüwa rarely wasted words with Daoist, and she stood up and prepared to make a heavenly oath. Daoist was instantly dumbfounded. He could not really let Nüwa join the Wu clan. If Nüwa helped the Wu clan, the demon clan would likely face annihilation. It's better to leave a green mountain than to worry about firewood. Daoist gritted his teeth and ultimately agreed to Nüwa before she made her heavenly oath. "Good. I am willing to let the demon clan avoid battle." Daoist nodded with great reluctance and spoke to Nüwa. Nüwa nodded in satisfaction, finding this method quite gratifying. Dong Wangtai also realized that this was the best choice at the moment. After all, they could neither defeat Nüwa nor get her to reason with them. What could they do? They were also quite helpless. Nüwa looked at the two individuals who seemed extremely frustrated and said, "All right, since you have agreed to avoid battle, you may now swear the heavenly Dao oath." Can such a thing be taken lightly? Once the oath is recognized by the heavenly Dao, if it is violated, one will face heavenly punishment. So how could they be willing? Daoist directly refused, saying that's impossible. Of course, he had no intention of making a joke out of himself. Nüwa said nothing and was ready to swear the heavenly Dao oath to join the Wu clan. Based on Nüwa's previous behavior, Daoist understood that she truly intended to do this. Thus, seeing Nüwa in this manner, Daoist gritted his teeth and reluctantly compromised, saying directly to Nüwa, "All right, I agree." Nüwa nodded in satisfaction and said, "Isn't that good?" Daoist felt utterly frustrated, but could not argue back. Dong Wangtai knew that things had reached this point and could only minimize the losses for the demon clan. Therefore, Dong Wangtai said, "Nüwa, my demon clan can avoid war with the Wu clan, but if the Wu clan provokes us first, we cannot be blamed." Nüwa's lips twitched. How could she not know the demon clan's little schemes? Nüwa directly replied, "This matter does not concern you." Seeing this, Dong Wangtai could only awkwardly fall silent. Fushi glared at Daoist, who had no choice but to swear to the heavenly Dao, saying, "From this day forth, my demon clan is willing to cease hostilities with the Wu clan, with the heavenly Dao as witness." As soon as these words were spoken, the heavenly Dao trembled. After a moment, the heavenly Dao returned to calm. This also proved that the heavenly Dao acknowledged the oath. At the same time, the entire Honghuang was in an uproar. The beings of Honghuang were astonished. The demon clan actually took the initiative to cease hostilities with the Wu clan. This was simply unfathomable. It should be noted that the demon clan and the Wu clan had deep-seated grudges, and neither side was willing to yield. They were at a boiling point, and the beings of Honghuang were watching as a great battle between the Wu clan and the demon clan was about to unfold. Yet at such a critical moment, the demon clan actually took the initiative to announce a ceasefire. Moreover, even if the demon clan was willing to cease hostilities, would the Wu clan be willing to accept it? While the beings of Honghuang were speculating, the Wu clan also announced to the Heavenly Dao, "We of the Wu clan swear by the Heavenly Dao that we are willing to cease hostilities with the demon clan." Ho Tu also swore to the Heavenly Dao. She breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what method Nüwa had employed, as long as the demon clan was willing to cease hostilities, it was a good thing. Seeing that the Wu clan also swore the Heavenly Dao oath, the beings of Honghuang were once again astonished. What in the world was happening? Why were both the Wu and demon clans suddenly willing to cease hostilities? The demon clan suddenly stopping their battle was already astonishing enough. Who would have thought that the Wu clan would also cease hostilities? Clearly the relationship between the Wu clan and the demon clan had been deeply strained. Now a ceasefire was indeed unexpected. What exactly was happening? Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu was both shocked and enraged. I want to see how this war between the Wu and demon clans can be stopped. At this moment, Hongjun Daos's eyes were filled with killing intent. Anyone who obstructed him would be killed. Now the events in Honghuang were gradually deviating from the original trajectory. He must regain control of everything. Furthermore, the matter concerning Luo Ho must be resolved. He could not allow him to ruin his plans. He wanted to see just how many tricks Luo Ho still had. With this thought, Hongjun Daozu summoned Haoyin. At this time, Haoyin was merely a little servant by Hongjun Daos's side. However, after the battle between the Wu and demon clans, Hongjun Daozu would arrange for Haoyin to become the ruler of the heavenly court. All of this had been calculated by Hongjun in advance. Haoyin was extremely respectful towards Hongjun Daozu and asked Daozu, "May I ask what your summons are for?" Hongjun Daozu had already resumed his lofty demeanor and said calmly, "Luo Ho is not dead. He has returned to Honghuang." Haoyin was stunned. What? Luo Ho is not dead. The very being who had instigated the Longhan calamity is actually alive. After a moment of reflection, Haoyin cautiously asked, "Then Daozu?" Haoyin actually wanted to ask, since Luo Ho is not dead, what use is there for him? But he dared not voice it. Hongjun Daozu glanced at Haoyin and said, "I have a rough idea of the direction he is in, and this time I plan to send you to explore whether he is there. I cannot personally intervene, but I will bestow a spiritual treasure to assist you." Haoshin's face showed a bitter expression. A Luo Ho. Seeing Haoshin's expression, Hongjun Daozu knew he was definitely scared, so he said, "You only need to check where Luo Ho is." Upon hearing this, Haoyin finally felt relieved. Then Hongjun Daozu gave Haoyin a green crystal stone containing Luo House demonic energy, and said, "This is Luo House demonic energy. As long as you get close to him, the energy within will react. If you encounter danger, crush this item, and I will come to rescue you." Haoyin took the green crystal stone, feeling relieved, and with Hongjun Daos's assurance, he no longer felt timid. "Yes, Haoyin will surely not disgrace his mission," Haoyin said earnestly. Hongjun Daozu nodded and continued, "Proceed with caution. Figuring out what Luo Ho intends to do is the most important thing." With Hongjun Daozu having said this, Haoyin naturally could not refuse, so he set off to Shouyang. After arriving at Shouyang Mountain, Haoyin concealed his figure. Although Hongjun Daozu had calculated that Luo Ho should be at Shouyang Mountain through the Heavenly Dao, he did not know the exact location of Luo Ho, so he could only rely on Haoyin to search. Haoyin searched around Shouyang Mountain, but the crystal stone showed no reaction. Exhausted, Haoyin sat on the ground and said somewhat helplessly, "This shouldn't be the case. I've already searched all the slightly famous caves near Shouyang Mountain." After a while, Haoyin muttered to himself, "Someone like Luo Ho couldn't just be hiding anywhere, right?" Though he was unwilling to believe that Luo Ho would just find a random place to stay, with that thought in mind, Haoyin begrudgingly went to search the nearby small broken mountain again. However, right near the small broken mountain where Chen Sheng was located, the crystal stone truly reacted. Haoyin was dumbfounded. There was nothing here except for a small broken mountain. Could it be? Haoyin approached the small broken mountain with a skeptical attitude. As he walked, he used the crystal stone to search for Luo House trace. Indeed, upon reaching the vicinity of the small broken mountain, the reaction of the crystal stone became increasingly intense. Haoyin could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This must be the place. Meanwhile, sitting outside Chen Sheng's cave, Luo Ho felt dejected. "I am the demon ancestor Luo Ho. What kind of child is this?" As the dignified demon ancestor Luo Ho, a figure of great renown who would not tremble in fear upon seeing him. Now he actually stayed on this small shabby mountain, serving as a child to a great Luo. It was simply a great humiliation. Yet he had received a warning from the broken sword and did not dare to act rashly. What made Luo Ho feel even more miserable was the fact that he was even inferior to a great Luo. He did not know why, but despite being merely a great Luo, Luo Ho felt that Chen Sheng was incredibly profound and unfathomable. Thinking of this made him even more agitated. Was he destined to serve as a child for someone else for a lifetime? Soon Hao Tian came over. Hao Tian concealed his presence and saw the black-clad child sitting at the entrance of the cave, looking somewhat dazed. If it weren't for the crystal given by Hongjun Daozu shaking violently, he would have genuinely doubted whether he had come to the wrong place. After all, this guy did not look like the legendary demon ancestor Luo Ho at all. This appearance is too far from the demon ancestor Luo Ho, right? No matter how one looked at it, the demon ancestor Luo Ho couldn't possibly appear as a child with two buns on his head. From any angle, he looked just like a child. Could it be that this is the child of the demon ancestor Luo Ho? Hao Tian felt a bit self-doubtful. The only thing he could confirm was that he was indeed in the right place. However, the crystal given by Hongjun Daozu seemed to be ineffective, as it was impossible to determine if this child was the one he was looking for. What Hao Tian did not know was that it was not that the spiritual treasure given by Hongjun Daozu was ineffective, but rather that Chen Sheng had set up a formation on this small shabby mountain, which interfered with the power of the crystal. Hao Tian felt conflicted, wondering whether he should go forward and ask. If he asked and Luo Ho dealt with him with a slap, what would he do? If he didn't ask, how could he report back to Hongjun Daozu? After pondering for a while, Hao Tian decided to go and ask. Hao Tian slightly changed his form and approached Luo Ho, cautiously inquiring, "Greetings, fellow Daoist. Do you know who the master of this cave is?" Hao Tian was confident that his transformation would not be seen through. However, the moment Luo Ho saw Hao Tian emerge, he began to suspect him. Luo Ho was extremely vigilant. He was not foolish. How could he not recognize that this guy was sent by Hongjun Daozu? It seemed that Hongjun Daozu had already noticed his presence in the Primordial Chaos and even sent someone to test him. To his surprise, Hongjun Daozu arrived so quickly. Luo Ho didn't even have time to catch his breath, and coupled with the torment he had endured from Chen Sheng during this time, he had almost no combat power left. With no combat power, Luo Ho certainly could not be foolish enough to reveal himself as Luo Ho. Therefore, he had to thank Chen Sheng for altering his appearance back then, since he had not been recognized then. "Who are you?" "This is my master's cave. You should leave quickly." Luo Ho looked at Hao Tian disdainfully, acting grandly and aggressively. In any case, he would never admit that he was Luo Ho. Since he was already playing the role of someone else's child, he might as well continue being Chen Sheng's child for a few more days. Hao Tian felt embarrassed, but also realized that this guy in front of him was indeed a child. For a moment he was at a loss for words, but thinking he could not return empty-handed, he patiently inquired, "Then may I ask, who is your master's name?" Seeing Hao Tian still probing, Luo Ho immediately confirmed his suspicions. Luo Ho retorted, "The master is the master. Is it a name you can mention?" At such times it was of course better to continue feigning ignorance. In fact, the reason Luo Ho acted this way was due to another consideration. Previously, Hongjun Daozu had been following the causal thread to find him, but was directly cut off by Chen Sheng. Thus, Luo Ho speculated that Hongjun Daozu did not know his exact location, which was why he sent Hao Tian to test him. Hao Tian was once again filled with black lines. "Who was asking you about your master's name?" Hao Tian was speechless and thought about continuing to press for answers. Just as he was about to gather more information, Hao Tian did not want to give up so easily. At that moment, a powerful killing law erupted from within the cave. Hao Tian stood frozen in place. Such a powerful killing law, such a destructive aura. He could think of no one else but Luo Ho. Moreover, the crystal in Hao Tian's hand was shaking violently, as if the massive demonic energy wanted to break free. Seeing this, Hao Tian immediately confirmed in his heart that Luo Ho was indeed in this cave. After all, who else in the world could wield such powerful killing laws besides Luo Ho? However, Hao Tian was truly mistaken. The intense reaction of the demonic energy in the crystal was purely instinctual fear. It wanted to break free, not out of excitement, but rather to escape. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, after confirming that it was Luo Ho in his heart, Hao Tian felt his legs go weak. Seizing the moment when no one noticed him, he fled. Looking at the fleeing Hao Tian, Luo Ho was filled with disdain. However, he was also greatly surprised by this. Back then, Luo Ho wanted to use slaughter to prove his Dao, provoking the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans into a great war, yet he still failed. Even at his peak, Luo Ho had never been this strong. Thus, seeing that Chen Sheng actually mastered such a powerful killing law, Luo Ho was instantly astonished. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Chen Sheng was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He lamented with a face full of despair, "It seems my offensive law is still too weak. In the Primordial Chaos, I can only be considered a weakling." Chen Sheng felt he had been fooled by the system. Although it seemed like he had mastered the 3,000 great roads and laws, in reality, they were all useless. Although he was currently at the Great Luo level, Chen Sheng felt he might not even be able to defeat an ordinary Great Luo. As the calamity of the Wu and Yao races approached, Chen Sheng expressed his anxiety. Hearing this, Luo Ho, who had entered Chen Sheng's cave, silently rolled his eyes. Did Chen Sheng consider this to be weak? Although he had not been in the Primordial Chaos for many years, if Chen Sheng considered himself weak in the Primordial Chaos, then Luo Ho was not even worth a fart. Seeing the expression on Luo Ho's face, Chen Sheng thought Luo Ho was feeling inferior about his own strength. After pondering, Chen Sheng patted Luo Ho's shoulder and comforted him. Cultivation takes time. You are indeed a bit weak right now. This could very well be the only time in the Primordial Chaos someone seriously told the great demon ancestor Luo Ho that he was weak. Luo Ho was speechless. How did he end up with such an incompetent master? Luo Ho declared that he no longer wanted to speak. On the other side, after leaving Shoyang Mountain, Hao Yin still felt a lingering fear. The aura of the slaughtering law was terrifying. Just sensing it filled him with dread and despair. Is Luo Ho really that strong? That aura is not even weak compared to Hongjun Daozu. At least Hao Yin had never felt such a terrifying presence from Hongjun Daozu. Thinking of this, Hao Yin immediately rushed back to Zhixiao Palace. He wanted to report this matter to Hongjun Daozu as soon as possible. Hongjun Daozu did not expect that Hao Yin would return so quickly. Seeing Haoshin's anxious expression, Hongjun Daozu understood that Hao Yin must have discovered something. Thus, with a serious expression, he asked, "What did you find out?" Hao Yin dared not hide anything and hurriedly replied, "Daozu, on a small broken mountain at Shoyang Mountain, I sensed an incredibly powerful slaughtering law. Even I felt terrified by that aura." Hao Yin, being a Kwasa saint, could not be frightened by just anyone. It must be Luo Ho. Hongjun Daozu was uncertain and hesitantly asked, "Are you sure?" Hao Yin nodded vigorously, stating with utmost certainty that must be the demon ancestor Luo Ho, and at the entrance there was a young man with immense power and demonic energy. Hongjun Daozu contemplated for a moment, and then concluded that it must indeed be Luo Ho. After all, who else in the vast wilderness possessed the law of slaughter besides Luo Ho? However, what Hongjun Daozu did not expect was that Luo Ho had recovered so quickly. Given what Hao Yin said, it seemed that Luo Ho had regained a certain level of strength. Yet it was still insufficient to challenge himself. Otherwise, with Luo Ho's esteemed status, why would he need to be confined to a small broken mountain? It seems that Luo Ho is indeed thwarting my good deeds. It appears necessary to suppress Luo Ho. Meanwhile, on another side, Tongtian Daoren contemplated for a while, and still considering the bond of the Sanqing, went to Kunlun Mountain to find Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Lousy had no conflict with Tongtian Daoren. Upon seeing Tongtian Daoren arrive, he thought he was there to apologize to Yuanshi Tianzuan, and quickly said, "Third brother has arrived." I knew it. Brothers should not hold grudges overnight. Yuanshi Tianzuan also thought that Tongtian Daoren was bowing his head, and replied him, "You are quite perceptive." Now Yuanshi Tianzuan was a saint, and naturally he showed no good face to Tongtian Daoren. Tongtian Daoren was quite speechless about this, but still said, "I have come to inform you both about something." Lousy was taken aback, and Yuanshi Tianzuan impatiently said, "Humph, if you are here to speak of your absurd ideas again, I advise you to leave at once." Tongtian Daoren frowned, but continued, "Eldest brother, second brother, you have all been deceived." Lousy was bewildered. Could it be that his third brother had truly been brainwashed? Why is he still saying such things now? The heavenly Dao is unkind and treats all living beings as fodder. In this vast wilderness, the three paths should stand together, yet the heavenly Dao is selfish, suppressing the earth Dao and the human Dao. The existence of calamities is also a scheme devised by Hongjun and the heavenly Dao to compensate for the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao creates calamities and enslaves the saints, treating the wilderness as a breeding ground. And our master Hongjun is the biggest instigator. All of us will be plotted against by the heavenly Dao and Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan were momentarily stunned. Then Yuanshi Tianzuan flew into a rage. Tongtian Daoren had truly gone mad, daring to fabricate and slander Hongjun Daozu here. Yuanshi Tianzuan scoffed and angrily shouted, "Tongtian, you have truly lost your mind, daring to defame our master here. Do you know what a great sin this is?" Lousy hesitated for a moment. Although the recent events in the wilderness were indeed astonishing, what Tongtian Daoren said was simply too far-fetched. Therefore Lousy also advised, "Third brother, you must not be further misled. That senior, while powerful, may not necessarily be right. Not to mention whether that senior's words are correct or not, just the senior's actions are extremely bizarre. Thus it is uncertain whether that senior is merely spouting nonsense." Lousy thought for a moment, and continued, "Third brother, you must be foolish. Our master has taught us the Dao, and provided us with opportunities to become saints. How can you believe in the absurdities of others?" Tongtian Daoren frowned. In fact, he initially did not believe that all of this was true. However, the facts are as they are. He knew that Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan would not believe his words, so Tongtian Daoren directly brought forth the imagery of the heavenly Dao suppressing the earth Dao and the human Dao. He attempted to use these images to persuade Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Upon seeing these images, although Lousy still did not believe that Tongtian Daoren was telling the truth, he kept a watchful eye. Unexpectedly, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not buy into this at all and directly shattered the images. Then glaring fiercely at Tongtian Daoren, he said, "How is this possible? You must have been deceived to create such nonsensical images." Deceived? Tongtian Daoren laughed. The facts are right in front of them. They are unwilling to acknowledge them, yet insist that it is he who has been deceived. Tongtian Daoren looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, his expression cold, as he said, "Second brother, you are obstinate, yet you still insist that I have been deceived." Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to speak, but Tongtian Daoren continued, "Now that Nüwa has already severed her position as a saint and the witch and demon clans have ceased hostilities, do you two brothers still refuse to believe it? The cessation of hostilities between the witch and demon clans is to resist Hongjun and the heavenly Dao. As long as the witch and demon clans do not engage in battle, the calamity of the witch and demon cannot occur, and the goals of Hongjun and the heavenly Dao cannot be achieved." Tongtian Daoren's words were eloquent, leaving both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lousy astonished. Lousy was dazed for a moment. So the cessation of hostilities between the witch and demon clans and Nüwa severing her position as a saint was actually due to that senior. Although he did not say it on the surface, Lousy's doubts deepened. Remembering the warning Hongjun Daozu gave him when he left Zhixiao Palace, Lousy gradually began to believe Tongtian Daoren's words. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not believe it at all. Instead, he continued to mock. "Then it seems that Nüwa has also gone mad, abandoning her position as a saint and believing in the nonsense of a mere Luo." Lousy was taken aback. He did not believe that Nüwa, Fushi Tongtian, and Hudu had gone mad, but he also did not believe that Hongjun Daozu would do such things. So after some contemplation, Lousy advised, "Third brother, our Chen Sheng has never interfered in the affairs of the wilderness. You must not get involved in these matters any further." In Lousy's view, regardless of whether Tongtian Daoren was right or wrong, as long as they did not get involved, it would not. The Tongtian Daoist shook his head, wanting to remain uninvolved, but that was simply impossible. After all, the next calamity after the Wu Yao catastrophe was the Fengshen calamity, which was aimed at them. The Tongtian Daoist understood that there was no reasoning with Lousy. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Since elder brother and second brother have such faith in Hongjun Daozu, are you willing to confront him and clarify this matter?" Lousy recalled the warning from Hongjun Daozu, hesitating and feeling somewhat reluctant. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan couldn't help but sneer, expressing his disdain. "Humph, what if we ask? The master would never do such a thing." The Tongtian Daoist gaze was piercing as he looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan and said, "Since second brother trusts Hongjun Daozu so much, why not confront me at the Zhixiao Palace?" Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan nonchalantly replied, "Humph, what do I have to fear? He'll go." Lousy hesitated, saying, "Shouldn't we avoid disturbing the master?" Before the Tongtian Daoist could speak, Yuanshi Tianzuan interjected, "Allowing him to ramble here is disrespectful to the master." Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, Lousy had nothing more to say and replied, "Well, fine then." The three of them proceeded directly to the Zhixiao Palace. In the Zhixiao Palace, the three of them knelt properly on the ground and saluted, "Greetings, master." Upon seeing the Chen Sheng arrive, Hongjun Daozu couldn't help but frown. What were they doing here at this time? Hongjun Daozu looked at them and asked, "What brings you here?" Yuanshi Tianzuan glanced at the Tongtian Daoist and directly stated, "Master Tongtian claims you have plotted against the common people, using us saints as pawns. Is that true?" Hongjun Daozu was taken aback, never expecting that the Chen Sheng had come for this matter. A storm was brewing in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm and said, "What do you think?" Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan's demeanor, Hongjun Daozu knew this was definitely a one-sided accusation from the Tongtian Daoist. Lousy, observing Hongjun Daoist's indifferent attitude, was even more convinced that the Tongtian Daoist's claims were false. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who originally didn't believe the Tongtian Daoist, thought he was spouting nonsense. Now seeing Hongjun Daoist's demeanor, he added, "Master, you have the world in your heart, selflessly imparting the Dao to the wilderness. That is a blessing for the wilderness." Yuanshi Tianzuan, who originally didn't believe the Tongtian Daoist, thought he was spouting nonsense. Now seeing Hongjun Daoist's demeanor, he added, "Master, you have the world in your heart, selflessly imparting the Dao to the wilderness. That is a blessing for the wilderness." Hongjun Daoist's expression darkened. Since the Tongtian Daoist refused to become a saint, he realized someone must have influenced him. If it weren't for the Tongtian Daoist still having some usefulness, Hongjun Daozu would have truly wanted to kill him. The Tongtian Daoist continued, "If this truly has nothing to do with you, then please tell me who won and who lost in the Wu Yao conflict." Hearing the Tongtian Daoist's audacity in questioning Hongjun Daozu, Yuanshi Tianzuan became furious, turning his head to reprimand, "Tongtian, this is the Zhixiao Palace, do not be so reckless." After scolding, Yuanshi Tianzuan respectfully said again, Master, this matter is purely the result of Tongtian being misled. My elder brother, and I believe you would never do such a thing. The Tongtian Daoist felt somewhat displeased, wondering what it meant for the Sanqing to be of one mind. To avoid Hongjun Daos's anger, they completely distanced themselves. However, the Tongtian Daoist did not care anymore at this moment. He only wanted to know the truth. He stared directly at Hongjun Daozu, wanting to glean the answer from him. After all, he was unwilling to believe that everything was orchestrated by Hongjun Daozu, and he did not want to accept that the master he had revered all along was the mastermind behind it all. After all, he was unwilling to believe that everything was orchestrated by Hongjun Daozu, and he did not want to accept that the master he had revered all along was the master. Upon hearing this, the Tongtian Daoist frowned indeed. However, Hongjun Daozu continued, "Furthermore, I did not intervene in the Wuyao War. If the two clans could determine a victor, the wilderness could be stabilized." The Tongtian Daoist was momentarily at a loss. While Hongjun Daos's words were ambiguous, they were also logical. From beginning to end, Hongjun Daozu had not made a move. However, there was no evidence proving that Hongjun Daozu had indeed acted. Seeing the Tongtian Daoist stunned into silence, Yuanshi Tianzuan mercilessly mocked. I wonder what kind of fool's words have misled you to come here to question the master. Truly presumptuous. Thankfully, the master does not wish to hold this against you, you fool. The Tongtian Daoist was momentarily speechless, but could find no words to refute, so he remained silent. Nonetheless, the Tongtian Daoist still did not believe that Chen Sheng was lying. Seeing this, Lousy firmly believed that what Hongjun Daozu said was true. Observing the Tongtian Daoist's demeanor, he urged, "Third brother, you must ask the master face-to-face. Now that you've asked, do not remain lost in your own delusions." The Tongtian Daoist still remained silent. Lousy understood that the Tongtian Daoist was inherently obstinate. Sighing, he continued to advise, "Now since the master has not held it against you, you should be grateful." The Tongtian Daoist did not take Lousy's words to heart. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his hands and said to Hongjun Daozu, "Master, today, I have been presumptuous. I shall take my leave now." After saying this, the Tongtian Daoist did not care whether Hongjun Daozu responded or not, and turned to leave the Zixiao Palace. At this moment, his thoughts were chaotic. He needed to find Chen Sheng for clarity. He trusted Chen Sheng, but it was impossible for there to be no truth behind his words. There were others involved. Watching the Tongtian Daoist exit the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu couldn't help but frown, but the moment was fleeting and no one noticed the anomaly. "Luo Ho, I never expected that you would possess such means now." Lousy, seeing the Tongtian Daoist act so disrespectfully, was momentarily stunned. After regaining his senses, he quickly said to Hongjun Daozu, "Please do not hold this against Tongtian. He is merely confused." Yuanshi Tianzuan looked down on the attempt to plead for Tongtian, adding fuel to the fire. In my opinion, he does not regard the master highly, and shows such disrespect." Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, Lousy frowned, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, but he did not say much. However, at this moment, Hongjun Daozu nodded and smiled at Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan, saying, "I naturally will not hold this against him. Moreover, from my observations, he seems to have been misled by evil forces. Evil demons." Hearing this, both Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan were taken aback. How could Tongtian Doran, a sage, be deceived by evil demons? However, judging by Tongtian Doran's recent demeanor, there indeed seemed to be a possibility. Recently, Tongtian Doran appeared as if possessed, not only claiming that the battle between the Wu and Yao would reject the opportunity to become a sage, but also rambling that all of this was a scheme orchestrated by Hongjun Daozu and the Heavenly Dao. Upon reflecting on this, Lousy felt a surge of urgency. Tongtian, as one of the Sanqing, must not be misled by evil demons. It was imperative to guide Tongtian Doran back to the right path. Thinking of this, Lousy hurriedly asked, "Is there any way to bring him back to the right path?" Hongjun Daozu shook his head and said to Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan, "This is his tribulation. I cannot intervene, but you may persuade him more." Upon hearing this, Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded immediately. Lousy, with a worried expression, said, "Third brother has merely been misled by external evil demons. We must definitely lead him back to the right path." It was rare to see Yuanshi Tianzuan also nodding in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we cannot allow him to continue making mistakes like this." Hongjun Daozu remained silent, merely observing Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lousy with a stoic expression. After leaving Zixiao Palace, Tongtian Doran felt deeply perplexed. With such powerful strength, Chen Sheng had no need to deceive him. Yet he had truly never witnessed Hongjun Daozu intervening in matters of the Primordial Chaos. Who was right and who was wrong? In that moment, Tongtian Doran found himself entangled in confusion. Holding such doubts, he arrived at the entrance of Chen Sheng's cave dwelling. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian Doran called out to the cave, "Master, your disciple has come to pay respects." Inside the cave, Chen Sheng had just finished tidying up, and upon hearing Tong Tiandoran's words let him in. Although this fellow's talent was rather lackluster since he had taken him as a named disciple, he should indeed teach him well. Moreover, he was so diligent visiting him every few days. Thinking this, Chen Sheng asked, "Have you made significant progress in your swordsmanship during this visit?" Tong Tiandoran had been busy with this matter recently, so he hadn't practiced swordsmanship at all, let alone made any progress. Thus he replied, "Returning to master, I did not come here to inquire about swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng was rather surprised this fellow had such an obsession with swordsmanship, yet he was not here to discuss it. Could it be that he was interested in other paths? That would be fine, as this disciple's understanding of swordsmanship was truly lacking. Therefore Chen Sheng smiled and asked, "Are you thinking of switching to another path?" Tong Tiandoran shook his head respectfully and said, "Not at all, master. To be frank, I have come here today to ask about something." Chen Sheng was taken aback, then nodded and said, "Go ahead, what do you wish to ask?" Tong Tiandoran directly inquired, "Master, I would like to ask you, is Hongjun Daozu truly the mastermind behind the Primordial Chaos?" Hongjun Daozu clearly preached in the Primordial Chaos and contributed to it. How could that be possible? Moreover, Hongjun Daozu had never intervened. Upon hearing Tong Tiandoran's words, Chen Sheng immediately became animated. After all, there was no one more familiar with the gossip of the Primordial Chaos than him. Trapped in this small, desolate mountain, it was quite boring. Without anyone to chat with, I being able to gossip was rather good. Chen Sheng smiled and said, "I won't be mistaken about this. Do you know Hongjun Daoran?" Tong Tiandoran nodded. As a powerful being in the Primordial Chaos, how could he not know Hongjun Daoran? However, Hongjun Daoran had died many years ago. What did this have to do with him? Tong Tiandoran stated, Hongjun Daoran was originally the first to attain enlightenment from the first trace of red cloud in the Primordial Chaos, but later was killed in a joint scheme by Kunping and the ancestor of Mingyi. At this point, Tong Tiandoran became somewhat enraged. If it weren't for Kunping and the ancestor of Mingyi, perhaps Hongjun Daoran would still be alive today and could achieve the status of a sage. Tong Tiandoran pondered and asked with some confusion, "But even so, what does this have to do with Hongjun Daoran?" Chen Sheng nodded. Tong Tiandoran was not entirely wrong, but not completely right either, so he added, "Hongjun Daoran is not just the first trace of cloud in the Primordial Chaos. He attained enlightenment by absorbing the last drop of Panga's blood." Tong Tiandoran's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected that. However, even so, what of it? Seeing the confusion in Tong Tiandoran's eyes, Chen Sheng continued, "However, the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu considered Hongjun Daoran to be a contingency left by the Great Pangu, and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they directly designed his death. So why do you think that the Primordial Chaos first trace of Hongming purple energy was given to Hongjun Daoran, who had no means of self-protection?" Hearing this, Tong Tiandoran was shocked. Upon reflection, this was indeed the case. The 7 who obtained the Hongming purple energy were all connected to the Sanqing, and thus no one dared to offend them. Nüwa was also inseparable from Fuxi, and no one dared to provoke them. Even the 2 from the west supported each other. Only Hongjun Daoran, who was neither a disciple of Hongjun Daozu, nor had anyone to protect him, was given the Hongming purple energy. Was that not a plot against Hongjun Daoran? Upon reflection, Hongjun Daozu truly calculated it well and cruelly. Poor Hongjun Daoran, a good-hearted person, ended up dying in the design of Hongjun Daozu. Before Tong Tiandoran could recover, Chen Sheng continued, "By the way, you know the renowned Sanqing in the Primordial Chaos, right?" Upon hearing Chen Sheng's words, Tong Tiandoran was shocked. "Sanqing? Does this have anything to do with Sanqing? Isn't he, Tong Tiandoran, one of the Sanqing?" Tong Tiandoran nodded and said, "I know." Chen Sheng nodded and continued, "The Sanqing is the manifestation of Panga's primordial spirit, and they should have been incredibly powerful, yet they were undermined as soon as they appeared in the Primordial Chaos." Yuanshi Tianzun was proud and aloof, looking down on everyone. Tong Tiandoran had an obstinate and extreme personality. Only lousy, due to being born later, escaped a calamity. Tong Tiandoran was taken aback. Everything Chen Sheng said seemed to resonate. Could it be that the one who undermined their origins was Hongjun Daozu? Tong Tiandoran was horrified. However, it was not over yet. Chen Sheng continued to speak. Not only that, in the future the Sanqing will also be schemed against by Hongjun Daozu to split up and turn against each other. Upon hearing this, Tong Tiandoran could no longer conceal his inner fury. So this was all truly the design of Hongjun Daozu. Not only did he harm Hongjun Daoran and the Wu clan, but he also sought to use the Sanqing to compensate for his heavenly Dao. This was simply intolerable. In the heart of Tong Tian Daoist, a myriad of emotions stirred. How could the person he had respectfully served for so many years merely see him as a pawn to be manipulated at will? It wasn't just him in the entire primordial world who wasn't a pawn in their hands. A bittersweet feeling washed over Tontian Daoist as the three pure ones who were of the same origin were now at odds due to the machinations of Hongjun Daozu, leading to a heartbreaking fratricide that was difficult to accept. How could this be possible? Tontian Daoist said, his face pale and unable to accept the truth. Though he was reluctant to believe it, he knew deep down that it was indeed true. Was the death of Hongjun Daoist not enough to prove certain matters? Tontian Daoist was no fool. Chen Sheng glanced at Tongtian, unsure why this guy was acting so crazily, his expression filled with rage and despair. Those who were unaware might think this had nothing to do with him. Having taken the rare opportunity to engage with this guy, Chen Sheng continued to speak confidently. Just watch, as long as Hongjun is alive, the calamities of the primordial world will never cease. Tontian Daoist paused for a moment. If Hongjun does not die, will the calamities never cease? Gathering his thoughts, he then cupped his hands toward Chen Sheng and said, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I will take my leave now, and will visit again in the future." Tontian Daoist respectfully bowed to Chen Sheng, a demeanor far more respectful than he showed Hongjun Daozu. Chen Sheng was somewhat confused, not understanding what he had said to warrant such reverence. However, Chen Sheng still advised Tontian Daoist, "Do not concern yourself with matters that do not concern you. Remember, only strength is the true path to supremacy." This statement stirred up 1,000 waves in Tontian Daoist's heart. He understood this was his master's enlightenment. After leaving, Tontian Daoist headed straight back to Kunlun. At the same time, Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan also bade farewell to Hongjun Daozu and returned to Kunlun. Upon seeing Tontian Daoist, Lousy pondered for a moment and said, "Third brother, I know you are obsessed with the sword path, but you must not continue to be so obstinate." Tontian Daoist understood that some things could not be explained to Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yet he could not allow Hongjun Daozu to scheme against him. Yuanshi Tianzuan, seeing Tontian Daoist's attitude, immediately berated him. "Useless thing. You have a position as a saint given to you, yet you choose to listen to the nonsensical words of an ordinary Great Luo. This is simply disrespectful to our three pure ones." Lousy quickly pulled Yuanshi Tianzuan back, understanding that Yuanshi's words were also meant to stop Tontian Daoist from being stubborn. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's way of speaking was bound to be unacceptable to Tontian Daoist. Tontian Daoist, however, did not engage in an argument with Yuanshi Tianzuan. Instead, with a resolute expression, he said, "Elder brother, second brother, no matter how you think, I Tongtian will never become someone else's pawn." Lousy was taken aback, realizing that Tontian Daoist's words were somewhat concerning, and quickly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Tontian Daoist's gaze was profound seriousness etched on his face as he replied, "I want to withdraw from the Xianmen." As soon as Tontian Daoist said this, both Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan were stunned. They knew the Xianmen was established by Hongjun Daozu. While the two from the west had set up their own sects to achieve sainthood, Tontian Daoist actually wanted to withdraw from the Xianmen. Crazy. This must be madness. Yuanshi Tianzuan was furious, glaring at Tontian Daoist as he scolded, "Tongtian, do not be ungrateful. Do you think anyone can enter the Xianmen? The three pure ones were originally one entity. How could Yuanshi Tianzuan allow Tontian Daoist to withdraw from the Xianmen? Wouldn't this be a disgrace to their three pure ones?" Tontian Daoist's recent actions had already infuriated Yuanshi Tianzuan, and now he dared to act so recklessly. Lousy also felt that Tontian Daoist had lost his mind. To betray the Xianmen. With Tontian Daoist's current status as a quasi-saint, how would he stand in the primordial world afterward? Unlike Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lousy chose to advise him gently, saying, "Third brother, we entered the Xianmen and received guidance from our master. How can you believe the words of others and become an ungrateful person?" Then Lousy continued with reason and emotion, saying, "Not to mention that you currently only have the cultivation of a quasi-saint, how would you stand in the primordial world after betraying the Xianmen? The disdain of all beings in the primordial world alone would be enough to drown you." Tontian Daoist shook his head. He did not care about those external titles. Observing the attitudes of Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan, he sighed and decided to share the information he had heard from Chen Sheng. "Elder brother, second brother, do you know about the death of Hongjun Daoist?" Tontian Daoist looked at Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan, his expression serious, as he asked. Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan were somewhat puzzled, but still nodded. Then Tontian Daoist continued, "Among all who received the Hongmeng purple chi, only Hongjun Daoist was not a disciple of Daozu, and among us, he was the weakest in strength. Do you really believe his death has nothing to do with Hongjun Daozu?" Lousy was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Nonsense. Master bestowed him the Hongmeng purple chi. How could it be to harm him?" Yuanshi Tianzuan followed, saying, "Crazy. I see you are truly mad." Even after such claims, Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan still did not believe him. Tontian Daoist helplessly continued, It is not just Hongjun Daoist, our three pure ones will also be plotted against by the heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu, ultimately turning against each other and causing fratricide. Thinking of brothers who were originally united by blood turning against each other due to the schemes of Hongjun Daozu Tantian Daoist could not help but feel a wave of melancholy. Meanwhile, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Lousy exchanged glances. How could the three pure ones turn against each other and cause fratricide? This was impossible. It seemed that Hongjun Daozu was right. Tongtian Daoist was indeed being misled by evil forces. The three pure ones were transformed from Pangus, primordial spirit. Although Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Daoist had some disagreements recently, how could it be, as Tongtian Daoist said, resulting in fratricide? Thus it appeared that Tongtian Daoist had truly lost his mind. Lousy sighed, feeling helpless, and said, "It seems Master was right. Third brother, you really have become bewitched." Yuanshi Tianzuan remained calm, and immediately said to Lousy, "Elder brother, why waste words on him? He is simply not receptive to us right now." Lousy nodded, understanding this reasoning. Therefore he directly stated, "Third brother, I'm sorry." Tongtian, why did he feel that Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan were acting strangely? Following that, Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan directly summoned their magical artifacts. Tongtian Daoist's alarm bells rang. He asked, "What do you want to do?" While speaking, he cautiously stepped back. Yuanshi Tianzuan noticed this scene, snorted coldly, and immediately attacked, while saying, "Humph, as your elder brother, I cannot allow you to continue this reckless behavior. I will also go and imprison the Tongtian Daoist." Although the Tongtian Daoist is merely a quasi saint, his strength is still quite formidable. Even when both Yuanshi Tianzun and I attacked simultaneously, we still failed to strike him down. Unexpectedly, both of my brothers turned against me, and the Tongtian Daoist became somewhat enraged, immediately asking, "Elder brother, second brother, what are you doing?" I felt quite helpless. If it were not for dire necessity, how could I have made a move against the Tongtian Daoist? Yuanshi Tianzun frowned and said sternly, "Humph, we are doing this for your own good." I also added in a heartfelt tone, "As your older brothers, we would never harm you." Then the three of us began to engage in a struggle. The Tongtian Daoist understood that although he was powerful, both Yuanshi Tianzun and I were saints, and he could not confront us heathen. Thus the Tongtian Daoist planned to first evade Yuanshi Tianzun and me, and then devise a long-term strategy. However, he overestimated his own strength. Upon realizing the Tongtian Daoist intentions, both Yuanshi Tianzun and I flanked him, surrounding him completely. The Tongtian Daoist attempted to struggle, but it was futile. A barrier directly trapped the Tongtian Daoist. He frowned and furiously exclaimed, "Elder brother, second brother, what are you doing?" Yuanshi Tianzun snorted coldly, expressing his impatience. "Do you think that just because you are one of the three pure ones I would bother with you? We will not let you go until you come to your senses." I also earnestly said, "Yes, third brother, rest assured we will help you. Just stay calm for a while, and do not add." The Tongtian Daoist. Help him. He certainly did not need anyone's assistance. Subsequently, Yuanshi Tianzun and I joined forces to imprison the Tongtian Daoist in a cave. The Tongtian Daoist was extremely anxious and incredulously said, "Elder brother, second brother, you will surely..." The Tongtian Daoist wanted to change his mind, but now that he was imprisoned with Yuanshi Tianzun playing the bad cop, and I playing the good cop, he was utterly powerless. After imprisoning the Tongtian Daoist, I sighed deeply and said to Yuanshi Tianzun, "Why is third brother so infatuated and unyielding?" Yuanshi Tianzun first frowned, then angrily shouted that Luo actually dared to mislead Tongtian and slander our master. In my opinion, we should settle the score with him. Originally, the Tongtian Daoist, although obsessed with the sword path, was respectful towards both Yuanshi Tianzun and me, and he had no words against Hongjun Daozu. However, ever since that person appeared, the Tongtian Daoist became increasingly strange, even going so far as to utter the rebellious words of wanting to defect from the Xianmen. It is time to deal with that instigator of the Tongtian Daoist. However, I furrowed my brow, hesitating as I said, "But that senior did offer him guidance. We should be polite." I actually did not agree with Yuanshi Tianzun's opinion. After all, firstly, he did not know Chen Sheng's background, and secondly, Chen Sheng had offered him guidance. However, when the Tongtian Daoist heard that the two of them were going to find his master, he became furious and tried to dissuade us, saying, "My master is a reclusive expert with unfathomable strength. How can you two dare to question him?" Upon hearing the Tongtian Daoist's objections, Yuanshi Tianzun not only did not dismiss the idea of confronting Chen Sheng, but rather became angrier, rolling his eyes and saying at this point he still does not repent. I originally hesitated about whether to confront Chen Sheng, but seeing the Tongtian Daoist's demeanor, I sighed and said we should indeed go and have a proper discussion with that senior. The Tongtian Daoist fell silent, continuing to dissuade us, "Do not act recklessly, but what my master said is true. Stopping the conspiracy against the heavenly Dao is the pressing matter." I turned to glance at the Tongtian Daoist, then feeling quite disappointed, cast a spell to render him speechless. I then said to Yuan Shitian Zun, let's go. Then disregarding the Tongtian Daoist's words, the two of us took the imprisoned Tongtian Daoist and headed straight for Shoyang Mountain. Outside Chen Sheng's cave, I cautioned Yuan Shitian Zun, saying, second brother, although this person is just a Dao Luo, his strength is unfathomable. You must not speak carelessly. Although I had come, I still felt some apprehension. Yuan Shitian Zun initially wanted to flatten the cave directly, but after hearing my words, he had to calm down. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief, then clasped my hands and addressed the cave, saying, Senior, we have come to visit today and have a matter to inquire about. We hope to see you. Chen Sheng was in a good mood today, and upon seeing someone come to chat with him, he naturally felt even happier. Come in. Chen Sheng thought since the Tongtian Daoist was so incompetent in the sword path, it was a good opportunity to teach him again. Moreover, since the two brothers of the Tongtian Daoist were also so lacking in power, and today he was in a good mood, he could also give some advice to all three of them. However, upon seeing Chen Sheng in his true form, Yuan Shitian Zun could no longer contain himself and directly questioned ignorant Dao Luo, why did you mislead my brother and spread baseless rumors in the wilderness? Chen Sheng. What? Mislead? This is insane. Who did he mislead? He is just a Dao Luo. He usually stays quietly on this little broken mountain, never going anywhere. How could he mislead others? I was startled and quickly tugged at Yuan Shitian Zun's sleeve. Yuan Shitian Zun, however, remained completely calm, and seeing Chen Sheng's demeanor, he sneered, you dare to do these things, and yet do not dare to admit it. So I say my third brother is foolish, but he is still one of the three pure ones. It is not for you, a Dao Luo, to speak recklessly here. Chen Sheng. What? What did he do? Three pure ones. With these three idiots, if they were the three pure ones, then Chen Sheng might as well eat shit. Chen Sheng became somewhat displeased and retorted, are you kidding me? Clearly this guy insisted on becoming my disciple. How did it turn into me misleading him? Three pure ones. With your kind of behavior, you should have committed suicide long ago. This guy must have a problem with his head, otherwise how could he come in here spouting nonsense right from the start? He merely accepted a nominal disciple, and yet he had to be confronted by others here. Chen Sheng was displeased, staring sternly at the few people. Yuan Shitian Zun, hearing Chen Sheng's words, angrily said, if it were not for your honeyed words misleading him, would my third brother have taken you as his master? Now he has even given up his saint position and claims he wants to defect from the Xianmen. Hearing this, Chen Sheng was momentarily speechless. This is really a group of drama queens in the wilderness. It was not that he had no words to counter Yuan Shitian Zun, but rather he truly did not know how to communicate with such performers. How dare these three fools abandon their path to sanctification and betray the Xianmen? Do they think they are someone special? Seeing Yuan Shitian Zun and lousy rambling endlessly, Tongtian Dao Ren could no longer contain himself. However, at this moment his mouth was sealed by lousy, rendering him unable to speak. Tongtian Dao Ren could only stand by murmuring. Chen Sheng, noticing this, assumed that Tongtian Dao Ren had something to say and waved his hand to unseal his mouth. Finally able to speak, Tongtian Dao Ren hurriedly addressed Yuan Shitian Zun and lousy, saying, elder brother, second brother, please do not spout nonsense here. This matter has nothing to do with our master. Finally able to speak, Tongtian Dao Ren hurriedly addressed Yuan Shitian Zun and lousy, saying, elder brother, second brother, please do not spout nonsense here. This matter has nothing to do with our... After some thought, lousy stepped forward and said to Chen Sheng, Senior, I acknowledge your guidance, though as long as you and my third brother sever the karmic ties, I shall let this matter pass. Letting it pass. These three were just putting on a show here. What was wrong with their minds? Had they been kicked by a... Yuan Shitian Zun, uninterested in further conversation, directly rebuked Humph. If you do not sever the karmic ties with my third brother today, do not blame me for being impolite. For Yuan Shitian Zun, crushing Chen Sheng was as simple as squashing an ant. After all, in the presence of a sage, Dao Luo is nothing more than a mere insect. Hearing such arrogant boasts from Yuan Shitian Zun, Chen Sheng could only laugh in anger. Is this truly a world where kind people are bullied and good horses are ridden? He kindly taught Tongtian Dao Ren, even treating these three to tea, yet they treated him in such a manner. Chen Sheng could not help but sneer, looking at Yuan Shitian Zun and saying, I want to see how you will be impolite to me. After all, this was his territory. How could he let three clowns bully him? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shitian Zun became furious. As he spoke, he prepared to strike, but lousy, recalling Chen Sheng's previous assistance, quickly intervened, saying, second brother, do not act impulsively. Yuan Shitian Zun had no choice but to swallow his anger. However, Yuan Shitian Zun looked at Chen Sheng again and warned ignorant Dao Luo, I give you one last chance, sever the karmic ties with my third brother, and I will spare your life. Given Yuan Shitian Zun's temper, being so polite to a Dao Luo was indeed a significant lowering of his status. Unfortunately, Chen Sheng was not swayed by this at all. He rolled his eyes and said, I also give you a chance before this cup of tea cools in my hand. Get out of my cave. Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately became furious. He was determined to see what kind of audacity a Luo could possess in front of him. Yuan Shi Tianzun directly summoned the Panga banner, intending to kill Chen Sheng. Tong Tian Dao Ren watched in shock, filled with immense worry. However, he was not concerned that Chen Sheng would be harmed by Yuan Shi Tianzun's strike, but rather that Yuan Shi Tianzun in his ignorance would provoke Chen Sheng's wrath. Lousy, however, appeared indifferent. The power of a sage is incredibly strong in the primordial world. Withstand a sage's attack. It was impossible for a Luo like Chen Sheng to survive. As the Panga banner emerged, the heavens and earth trembled. The entire primordial world fell into chaos, and all living beings were filled with fear. Yuan Shi Tianzun's strike was simply too powerful. It seemed as if it would pierce through the entire primordial realm, causing the very heavens to change color. And this was all just to deal with a Luo. Although Lousy felt this was somewhat unfair to Chen Sheng, he had already warned him. It was Chen Sheng who was being. With this strike, even if Chen Sheng had some extraordinary abilities, it should all come to an end right. Tong Tian Dao Ren sensed everything about to unfold and quietly closed his eyes. Chen Sheng did not take Yuan Shi Tianzun's words to heart at all. Did he not know his own weight? Was he trying to show off in front of him? Did he truly consider himself important? Chen Sheng was extremely displeased. Although he was just an ordinary Luo, it did not mean this group could insult him so casually. With this thought, Chen Sheng pointed a finger. In an instant, myriad laws surged. A powerful, indescribable force instantly pressed Yuan Shi Tianzun into the ground. Yuan Shi Tianzun found his mouth filled with dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Strong. Too strong. Although it did not shake the primordial realm like Yuan Shi Tianzun's attack did. However, he had directly neutralized Yuan Shi Tianzun's attack and pressed him into the ground. Most importantly, throughout this entire process, they had not sensed any aura emanating from Chen Sheng. This extraordinary control was simply terrifying. Tong Tian Dao Ren was not particularly surprised, as he had some understanding of Chen Sheng's strength. It was Yuan Shi Tianzun and Lousy who were being stubborn. He had long known these two would never be Chen Sheng. However, Lousy was left dumbfounded. He knew Chen Sheng was no ordinary Luo, but he never expected that Chen Sheng could so easily press Yuan Shi Tianzun into the ground with just a point. What kind of technique was this? Could it be that this was some sort of divine ability of this Luo? Lousy could not help but squint his eyes, looking at Chen Sheng with newfound seriousness. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was getting up from the ground, was seething with rage. He was Yuan Shi Tianzun, the supreme being in the primordial realm. He was a sage revered and worshipped by all living beings. Yet now being pressed into the ground by a mere Luo was an absolute humiliation. Yuan Shi Tianzun never considered why he had been pressed into the ground by Chen Sheng. After he struggled to pull his head out of the dirt, he immediately roared in anger, "Ignorant fool, is this all the power you possess?" After saying this, Yuan Shi Tianzun directly activated the Panga banner again, preparing to strike once more. Lousy, seeing this, felt a sense of concern and hastily said to Yuan Shi Tianzun, "Second brother, be more careful." Yuan Shi Tianzun did not heed Lousy's words. How could a mere Luo do anything to him? The reason he had been pressed into the ground was merely due to his carelessness. Yuan Shi Tianzun glanced at Lousy before launching an attack at Chen Sheng. This strike utilized all of Yuan Shi Tianzun's strength. He did not believe that such a powerful blow could allow this fool to easily evade. Chen Sheng looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun as if he were an idiot. Clearly unable to win, he still dared to act tough. It seemed he had been too lenient. With this thought, Chen Sheng slapped his hand towards Yuan Shi Tianzun. This slap was much more powerful than the previous one, with myriad laws intertwining as it rushed towards Yuan Shi Tianzun. The earth trembled with a force so great that the primordial heavenly sovereign could hardly evade it. To Chen Sheng, it was merely an ordinary slap, but before the primordial heavenly sovereign, it transformed into an absolute power suppression. Although Chen Sheng had already restrained his strength, the primordial heavenly sovereign was still directly sent flying. He immediately tumbled out of Chen Sheng's cave, dwelling severely injured. This outcome was already within the expectations of the celestial master, yet it still left him utterly astonished. The primordial heavenly sovereign was now a saint, possessing strength capable of shaking the entire primordial chaos, yet he was so easily dispatched. And Lousy was equally astonished. Just moments ago, he could not even discern how Chen Sheng had made his move. Wasn't this too ruthless? A dignified saint reduced to such an unworthy state before Chen Sheng. Lousy's heart raced, and he began to waver. However, after pondering for a moment, he felt that even if Chen Sheng had some means, he was merely a Luo, and not to be feared. Thus Lousy furrowed his brow, and said, "You are being too overbearing, aren't you? Such arrogance can easily bring calamity in the primordial chaos." After uttering these words, Lousy boldly made his move. With the lesson of the primordial heavenly sovereign fresh in mind, his strike was his strongest. Chen Sheng was directly amused. How could this fool dare to curse him? Who had he offended? These three individuals had come to provoke him for no reason. It was simply outrageous. Quickly Chen Sheng reined in his smile and pointed out once again. The laws of space twisted and surged, instantly pinning Lousy in midair. It was lamentable that Lousy as a saint found himself utterly immobile under the pressure of these spatial laws. He never expected Chen Sheng to be so formidable. His strength was truly terrifying. Terrified, he hurriedly summoned his own life treasure, the heavenly Linglong Xuanquang Pagoda, to shield himself. He feared that if Chen Sheng decided to retaliate, he would be torn to shreds. As a result, Chen Sheng merely rolled his eyes. Is this it? You pull out a broken pagoda to scare who? Do you really think of yourself as lousy? Isn't this taking the act too seriously? Chen Sheng remained completely unfazed, waving his hand again as the laws of space began to tear apart. In almost an instant, a crack appeared on the heavenly Linglong Xuanquan Pagoda. And this was still the result of Chen Sheng holding back. One can only imagine, had he truly unleashed his strength, Lousy would likely have been left with nothing but scraps. At this moment, Lousy finally felt a twinge of fear. How could this Luo be so strong? The heavenly Linglong Xuanquan Pagoda was formed from a portion of the merits gained by Pangu during the creation of the world. Standing above him, it should ensure his invincibility. Moreover, it was a treasure of postnatal merit, boasting unparalleled defense. How could it so easily be cracked open by Chen Sheng? Now Lousy finally believed that Chen Sheng was merely pretending to be a fool to eat the tiger. As Chen Sheng looked at Lousy and the celestial master, his mood soured. Were these drama queens truly possessed? Day after day. What bad luck. Chen Sheng said, somewhat displeased. Do you all truly think I'm easy to bully? Although I may be weak, I do have my pride. Lousy, primordial heavenly sovereign. You consider yourself weak. You call your ability to casually shatter the strongest defensive treasure in the Primordial Chaos weak. You refer to yourself as easy to bully. Lousy felt quite speechless. Had he known, he wouldn't have humiliated himself like this. The celestial master couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although all of this was within his expectations, master, isn't this a bit too pretentious? With that, Chen Sheng waved his hand and boundless power surged forth once more. Lousy was directly sent flying out of the cave dwelling. The celestial master watched in astonishment. This was simply too powerful. As the primordial heavenly sovereign, covered in dirt, struggled to rise, he was once again knocked down by the flying Lousy. What kind of proud figure was the primordial heavenly sovereign? How could he tolerate such humiliation? He immediately rose to seek out Chen Sheng for retribution, but at that moment, he caught sight of two figures in his peripheral vision. These two were Hutu and Nüwa. Hutu and Nüwa were puzzled about something and coincidentally came to inquire with Chen Sheng. As a result, they just happened to see Lousy flying out from Chen Sheng's cave dwelling, crashing into the still rising primordial heavenly sovereign. Thus Hutu and Nüwa couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. How did these two end up here? Had they offended Chen Sheng? In an instant, both Nüwa and Hutu were filled with astonishment. Seeing Nüwa and Hutu staring at him, the primordial heavenly sovereign was immediately taken aback. Lousy, noticing the primordial heavenly sovereign's daze, was somewhat confused. Turning his head, Lousy was also left in shock. When did Nüwa and Hutu appear? This was quite the social death, wasn't it? The four exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Eventually, it was Nüwa who broke this silence. Ahem, what a coincidence, are both fellow Daoists here to visit this senior? Nüwa's words only made things more awkward. This certainly did not seem like a visit to Chen Sheng. Clearly they had been thrown out by Chen Sheng. Lousy and the primordial heavenly sovereign felt utterly humiliated. Originally, the primordial heavenly sovereign had intended to settle accounts with Chen Sheng, but upon seeing Nüwa and Hutu, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Immediately, Lousy hastily said, "No, we were just passing by. However, he spoke this passing by especially quietly, feeling extremely guilty. Seeing the opportunity, the primordial heavenly sovereign quickly followed suit, saying, "Yes, we were just passing by. The Chan sect has matters to attend to, so we will take our leave." Lousy, noticing the primordial heavenly sovereign trying to slip away, chimed in, "Indeed, the matters of the human sect are numerous, so Nüwa Daoist, Hutu Daoist, we will take our leave now." Nüwa saw through their facade, but chose not to expose them, knowing that she had no grievances with the Sanqing. Why would she reveal their predicament? Therefore she continued in their vein, saying, "I see, we shall take our leave then." Hutu, though utterly confused, felt that the expressions of the primordial heavenly sovereign and Lousy did not resemble those of mere passers-by, but still gave a slight bow. Seeing that Nüwa and Hutu did not mention the incident, the primordial heavenly sovereign and Lousy both breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid further embarrassment, the two hurriedly slipped away. On the way, Lousy recalled the crack in his heavenly Linglong Pagoda and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Lousy sighed somewhat reproachfully, saying, "Second brother, you were too reckless. I had already mentioned that this senior had given me guidance, yet you still had to be so impolite. Now look, we've let others see us being made fools of for no reason. The primordial heavenly sovereign, already frustrated, did not hold back as he directly shot back. Big brother, you were not reckless. Didn't you also get thrown out? Upon hearing this, Lousy was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he chose not to say anything further. In short, the primordial heavenly sovereign and Lousy had utterly lost face today. Outside Chen Sheng's cave dwelling, as they watched the two flee in disgrace, Hutu and Nüwa stood utterly bewildered. Hutu asked in a low voice, Daoist Nüwa, what has gotten into the Jade Pure One and the Grand Pure One? Why are they in such a sorry state? Though Nüwa had her suspicions, she shook her head and replied, I am not certain either. Why don't we go in and ask the senior? Hutu nodded in agreement. They then entered Chen Sheng's cave dwelling. Seeing them arrive, Chen Sheng greeted, Little Earth Girl, Little Palace Maid, what brings you here? Chen Sheng was quite surprised by their visit. His small cave had been unusually lively today. Tontian Daoist, hearing the nicknames Chen Sheng used for Hutu and Nüwa, couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. The esteemed goddess Nüwa and the primordial, which Hutu reduced to being called Little Earth Girl and Little Palace Maid. Yet Nüwa and Hutu had grown accustomed to it and paid it no mind. Nüwa glanced at the imprisoned Tontian Daoist, then recalled the humiliating state of Lousy and the primordial heavenly sovereign. She couldn't help but ask, Daoist Chen, what exactly happened here? Chen Sheng didn't consider it a big deal. He rolled his eyes and said, It's nothing serious. A couple of petty thugs came to cause me trouble, but it's already been dealt with. With such meager skills daring to challenge him, weren't they just petty thugs? Nüwa, Hutu, Tontian Daoist. Those two were at least sages, couldn't he spare them some dignity? Hutu and Nüwa were speechless, but they realized that the primordial heavenly sovereign and Lousy must have been foolish enough to offend Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng then turned impatiently and asked, Are your two brothers out of their minds? Why did they suddenly come looking for trouble with me? Tontian Daoist was dumbfounded and found it hard to believe, but he felt helpless. Still, he did not blame the primordial heavenly sovereign and Lousy. After all, this was surely instigated by Dao ancestor Hongjun. After a moment of thought, Tontian Daoist could only sigh and say, Master, please do not take it to heart. They were deceived and acted under someone's orders. With Tontian Daoist's words, Hutu and Nüwa gradually understood why Chen Sheng had thrown the primordial heavenly sovereign and Lousy out. So they were sent by Dao ancestor Hongjun to cause Chen Sheng trouble. No wonder. Chen Sheng's anger flared at this revelation. He had always stayed peacefully on this small, desolate mountain, never even leaving his cave, let alone offending anyone. Who the hell was so unscrupulous as to send others to harass him? They must be out of their minds. Chen Sheng gritted his teeth and said, What a brainless fool. He'll make sure to kill that instigator sooner or later. The three were astounded. Given Chen Sheng's strength, how could he not know the instigator was Dao ancestor Hongjun? Did his words imply he intended to kill the Dao ancestor? Who was Dao ancestor Hongjun? The supreme existence in the primordial wilderness. And now Chen Sheng dared to claim he would kill him. What audacity! Nüwa gasped, realizing Chen Sheng's power was truly unfathomable. She was grateful she had heeded his words. Hutu and Tontian Daoist were also filled with awe. Letting out a breath, Chen Sheng noticed Nüwa and Hutu standing and quickly said, Little Palace Maid, Little Earth Girl, don't stand on ceremony. Make yourselves at home. Seeing Chen Sheng so casual and relaxed, contrasting with his earlier declaration to kill the Dao ancestor, they found the situation bizarre. Nevertheless, they sat down. Chen Sheng then released Tontian Daoist, whom Lousy had imprisoned, and couldn't help but scold. Look at you, unable to even handle those two petty thugs. You're unworthy of being my nominal disciple. Nüwa and Hutu were left speechless again. Those two petty thugs were sages. Tontian Daoist, however, replied earnestly, It is this disciple's lack of diligence. Rest assured, Master, I will redouble my cultivation efforts. Chen Sheng nodded approvingly and said, Very well. If you have any doubts, come and ask me. Tontian Daoist was deeply moved and knelt, saying, Thank you, Master. Chen Sheng rubbed his forehead. Was a little casual guidance really worth such gratitude? After a thought, he called out, Black Lotus, serve tea to our guests. Black Lotus. Hutu was confused. Tontian Daoist and Nüwa had met Luo Ho before, so Tontian Daoist explained awkwardly, A Black Lotus is Master's attendant. Hutu nodded. An attendant wasn't that all. What was so special about that? With a senior status, it was only fitting to have one. Yet Nüwa whispered a warning. But when you see this attendant, try not to be too shocked. Recalling her first encounter with the Black Lotus attendant, Nüwa couldn't help but shiver. Hutu found it odd. Who didn't have an attendant? What was there to be shocked about? Then the Black Lotus attendant Chen Sheng had mentioned emerged carrying tea. Hutu was petrified on the spot. This was Chen Sheng's attendant. Apart from the appearance of a child, his arrogant gaze, leaking demonic aura, and violent laws of slaughter all proclaimed him to be the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Hutu was stunned. Hadn't Luo Ho died an entire culpa ago? Then what was this standing before her? Luo Ho looked at the three with utter disdain. These weaklings. Hadn't he once devoured them all in a single breath? Just as Luo Ho was displaying his might, Chen Sheng couldn't help but say, I told you to pour tea for the guests. What are you doing? Luo Ho. Though it was a blow to his pride, he couldn't win a fight. What could he do? Resigned, he slunk off to pour tea for the three. His demeanor toward Chen Sheng was one of utmost respect. Nüwa, Hutu, and Tontian Daoist watched in utter disbelief, frozen in place. Who was this? The demon ancestor Luo Ho, the most fearsome demon in the primordial wilderness, who stirred an entire culpa and fought 4 ancient patriarchs single-handedly. Back then, Dao ancestor Hongjun, with the help of other patriarchs, had barely managed to suppress and kill the demon ancestor Luo Ho. And now Luo Ho was alive and appeared on Mount Shouyang. But the most unbelievable part was that the demon ancestor Luo Ho had taken the form of a child attendant, serving Chen Sheng with complete deference and without a word of complaint. If not for the certainty that this violent aura belonged to Luo Ho, the three would have doubted their own eyes. Though Nüwa and Tontian Daoist had met the demon ancestor Luo Ho before back, then he had not been nearly as respectful to Chen Sheng as he was now. Thus it was clear just how formidable Chen Sheng truly was. After returning to Kunlun in disgrace, both Lousy and Yuan Shitian Zun wore unpleasant expressions. They were 2 esteemed saints, powerful enough to crush the Honghuang, yet they had been outmaneuvered by someone. As if that wasn't bad enough, they were caught in the act by Nüwa and Hutu. How embarrassing could it get? How can we let this shame go unpunished? Yuan Shitian Zun, filled with reluctance, gritted his teeth and spoke. Lousy sighed. Not only was Yuan Shitian Zun unwilling, but he himself felt equally disgruntled. Lousy helplessly remarked, It seems that person indeed possesses greater strength than us. We were careless, and now our third brother has fallen into his hands. Yuan Shitian Zun snorted coldly, visibly displeased, and stubbornly stated, It was merely a moment of oversight. Lousy saw through the pretense, but chose not to expose it. What moment of oversight? It was simply that they couldn't win. After pondering, he suggested, Second brother, in my opinion, only our master can deal with this person. Why don't we seek master's help? Yuan Shitian Zun shook his head resolutely and replied, Absolutely not. How can we let master know about such an embarrassing incident? Lousy thought for a moment and agreed. Thus they had no choice but to abandon the idea. Meanwhile, Nüwa, having regained her composure from the shock brought by Luo, who turned to Chen Sheng and said, Thank you for your guidance, Dao friend Chen. The war between the Wu and the Yao has now ceased. Ceasefire. In Chen Sheng's memory, he recalled that there had been ceasefires in the past, but not at this time. It seemed that reality differed somewhat from those novels. Moreover, what did the ceasefire between the Wu and the Yao have to do with him? Why was he being thanked? That seemed a bit nonsensical. Then Nüwa asked, Dao friend Chen, actually I came here to inquire about another matter. Chen Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, and said, No need for formality, just ask away. Nüwa nodded somewhat hesitantly, and asked, Dao friend Chen, I would like to know, if a saint of virtue were to fall from grace, how could they return? This was the main reason Nüwa had made the trip. Although she had fallen from her saintly position, she felt deep down that she could surely return to it. To affirm this belief, Nüwa had specifically visited Chen Sheng. Tongtian Daoren had also refused to attain sainthood, so he was very curious about this matter and couldn't help but ask, Yes, how can a master sever the 3 corpses to become a saint? Chen Sheng shot them a glance, wondering why these mere golden immortals were so concerned about becoming saints. Nevertheless, with nothing else to do, Chen Sheng explained to the 3, There are 3 methods to attain enlightenment in the Honghuang. The first is through strength, the second is by severing the 3 corpses, and the third is through virtue. However, the path of severing the 3 corpses has nearly been cut off entirely. Nüwa and Hutu couldn't help but gasp in surprise, not understanding the reason behind it. Tontian Daoren had heard Chen Sheng mention this before, but also didn't grasp its meaning. Nüwa couldn't restrain herself from asking, Why is that? Hutu and Tontian Daoren looked at Chen Sheng with eager expressions, hoping for an explanation. Observing the trio's expressions, Chen Sheng continued, Severing the 3 corpses is essentially about cutting off good and evil, as well as the self, in order to align with the Dao. This is commonly referred to as merging with the Dao to become a saint, and Hongjun followed this path. After saying this, Chen Sheng took a sip of water. He couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. Hongjun was truly surviving against all odds. The 3, noticing that Chen Sheng had paused mid-sentence, couldn't help but become curious and pressed on. And then Chen Sheng took another sip of tea before continuing. However, the Dao has already been unified by Hongjun, and the paths of the earth and man have been suppressed. The route of severing the 3 corpses has been completely blocked off, leaving only the path of virtue to attain enlightenment. Hearing this, the 3 were once again startled, feeling a chill run down their spines. Once they regained their composure, they were filled with rage. The Dao ancestor Hongjun was indeed too overbearing. Having walked the path of severing the three corpses, he had cut off the routes for others to achieve sainthood, thereby monopolizing the Honghuang Dao for himself. The Dao ancestor Hongjun had gone too far. Only now did they realize how deeply Hongjun had plotted against them. After pondering for a moment, Hutu was the first to ask, Dao friend Chen, do the beings of the Honghuang have any other paths to take? Tongtian Dao Ren's face paled, and he worriedly asked, what if I wish to follow the path of the laws to attain enlightenment? If I sever the three corpses, will I still be able to follow the path of the laws? After thinking for a moment, Chen Sheng replied, theoretically, it is quite simple to follow the path of the laws after severing the three corpses. You just need to refine the three corpses, but your strength will definitely decline. Upon hearing this, Tongtian Dao Ren finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he still had a chance to become a saint. With this thought in mind, Tongtian Dao Ren was even more determined to pursue the path of the laws. After some contemplation, Chen Sheng sighed and said, actually, there is another method to attain enlightenment which I call the world enlightenment. World enlightenment. The three exchanged puzzled glances at what could this be. Seeing their confusion, Chen Sheng waved his hand, and a realm appeared in his palm. The three were instantly taken aback. They finally understood what world enlightenment meant, but could this truly be accomplished by human effort? Creating a realm required at least the level of the Panga deity. Yet with a mere gesture, Chen Sheng had created a realm. So just how strong was Chen Sheng? Such power would likely place him beyond even the reach of the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Chen Sheng, oblivious to the expressions of the three, continued earnestly, I have named this method the Genesis technique. After severing the three corpses, there is no need to merge with the Dao. You simply need to integrate with the world's essence to attain enlightenment. Nüwa suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, as if a door had been opened within her. However, she still needed time to digest this information. Nüwa was immensely grateful to Chen Sheng. Without his method, she would have searched for answers for much longer. Nüwa expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, Dao friend, for your guidance. Chen Sheng was once again speechless. He had merely mentioned it casually, and hadn't expected this little maid of the Nüwa palace to take it so seriously. It was as if this little maid had a chance to become a saint. However, he didn't wish to dampen her confidence, so he replied, it's nothing, just a small effort on my part. Yet in his heart, he thought, after all, you are unlikely to ever become a saint. Seeing Chen Sheng say this, Nüwa nodded, then recalled something, and asked, Dao friend Chen, may I pass on this method? If this method were to spread, the path to sainthood would no longer be an unattainable barrier. Chen Sheng pondered for a moment before saying, feel free, it's not something particularly significant. Hearing this, Nüwa couldn't help but twitch her lips, while Hutu and Tongtian Dao Ren also looked speechless. Was he really taking it so lightly? What do you mean this is not a big deal? If this thing were to be taken out, it would send the entire primordial realm into Hongjun. Daozu has gone to great lengths to prevent a sage stronger than himself from appearing in the primordial realm, ensuring that all sages remain under his control. Yet Chen Sheng seems to be utterly unconcerned about this. In fact, to Chen Sheng, it was merely something he fiddled with out of boredom. Even if it were to spread, so what? Such a high-risk endeavor, would any fool dare to try it? Seeing that Nüwa and Tongtian Daoist had obtained the answers they sought, Hutu couldn't help but be eager to try, asking Dao friend Chen, with your extensive knowledge, do you know how the Wu clan can achieve sanctification? This had become Hutu's greatest obsession, which is why she wanted to know how the Wu clan could have the opportunity to become saints. Although the Wu clan is powerful, they do not cultivate the primordial spirit. It's not that they don't want to cultivate it, but rather that they are born with a flawed primordial spirit. Hongjun Daozu once said that the Wu clan cannot become saints, yet Hutu is unwilling to give up. Now seeing Chen Sheng, the spark of hope in her heart finally reignited. Chen Sheng thought for a moment before shaking his head and saying the Wu clan's primordial spirit is flawed, and as it stands they cannot become saints. These individuals with such mediocre cultivation are deeply concerned about matters that shouldn't concern them. Chen Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. After hearing Chen Sheng's words, Hutu felt a pang of disappointment. Is it really destined that the Wu clan cannot become saints? After finally seeing a glimmer of hope, she was once again filled with despair and couldn't help but feel sad. Seeing this, Tongtian Daoist couldn't help but comfort her. Don't worry, Master is so immensely powerful, he will surely find a way. Chen Sheng, is this guy truly my good disciple? He himself hadn't thought of a way yet, and this disciple had already thrown him under the bus. Chen Sheng cast a glance at the three of them, unable to stop himself from rolling his eyes. These three fellows lack strength and have plenty of issues. These three who aren't even at the Luo level are asking him how to achieve sanctification. It's simply ridiculous. Are they all just actors? After they each got their questions about sanctification answered and exchanged pleasantries, Nüwa bid farewell and said, Dao friend, I have matters to attend to today, so I must take my leave. I will come to visit another day. Chen Sheng nodded, and replied, indeed you are a maidservant of the Wa Emperor Palace, you must be very busy. Off you go. The three of them twitched their lips, but did not argue. You are the big shot, so whatever you say goes. Since Nüwa was leaving, Hutun naturally didn't want to stay longer, and said, Dao friend, then I shall also take my leave. Chen Sheng nodded, and said, alright, off you go. As Hutu and Nüwa left, Chen Sheng glanced at his useless disciple, and asked, aren't you leaving too? Tongtian Daoist stiffened, realizing he indeed had no business with Chen Sheng, and hurriedly stood up, saying, then master, I shall also take my leave. Chen Sheng nodded, and Tongtian Daoist quickly followed suit, and left. Watching the three depart, Chen Sheng finally let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with such drama was truly unenjoyable. After Tongtian Daoist left, he caught up with Nüwa and Hutu. Hutu, lost in thought, directly bade farewell to Nüwa and Tongtian Daoist. Nüwa and Tongtian Daoist understood, and did not press Hutu to stay. Then Nüwa looked at Tongtian Daoist, and asked, Dao friend Tongtian, which path do you plan to take? Tongtian Daoist thought for a moment, his gaze resolute, and replied, I wish to prove the Dao through strength. Seeing Tongtian Daoist had made a choice, Nüwa couldn't help but show a hint of envy in her eyes. Tongtian Daoist, not understanding, followed up with, what about you, Dao friend Nüwa? How do you plan to achieve sync? Nüwa sighed, feeling somewhat pained, and said, I don't have much time left. If the battle between the Wu and the Yao truly occurs, my brother will surely sacrifice himself. Therefore, I must attain sanctification before this happens to protect my brother. Tongtian Daoist understood Nüwa's thoughts, but still asked, so what does Dao friend Nüwa plan to do? Nüwa continued, it seems I will have to take risks and find a way to take the other path that Dao friend Chun mentioned to prove the Dao through the world and achieve sanctification. Tongtian Daoist nodded, encouraging Nüwa. This path will definitely be incredibly difficult. Dao friend Nüwa, take care. Nüwa smiled and nodded, then the two parted ways. On the other side, after Tongtian Daoist returned to Kunlun Mountain, Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan were already waiting for him. Tongtian Daoist knew that Lousy and Yuanshi Tianzuan were merely instigated by Hongjun Daozu, so he greeted them elder brother, second brother. Yuanshi Tianzuan was somewhat displeased, while Lousy merely nodded lightly. Originally, Lousy was somewhat reluctant to confront Chen Sheng, and after sensing Chen Sheng's strength, he was even less inclined to get involved. Yuanshi Tianzuan, however, was different. He was proud and arrogant, having lost face in front of Chen Sheng. He was certainly looking to regain it. Yuanshi Tianzuan glanced at Tongtian Daoist, and said with a hint of sarcasm, humph, so the only Luo who survived is you? This is truly embarrassing for our Sanqing. So you're really saying that second brother lost to a mere Luo? Second brother losing isn't the issue. The important thing is that you fail to recognize the current state of affairs. Yuanshi Tianzuan was momentarily speechless. Tongtian Daoist could only wave his sleeve and say, humph, you have truly been bewitched by that Luo daring to turn your elbow outward. Tongtian Daoist shook his head and ignored Yuanshi Tianzuan, addressing the other two. During this time, I will enter seclusion. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lousy exchanged glances. Tongtian Daoist was giving up his chance at sanctification. What was the use of entering seclusion now? After saying this, Tongtian Daoist disregarded Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lousy's reactions and directly went into seclusion. Yuanshi Tianzuan was infuriated, but ultimately held back and did not imprison Tongtian Daoist again. After all, they did not want to offend that monstrous Chen Sheng once more. Truly a case of mud that cannot be molded. Is this his attitude toward us two brothers? Indeed, he has been greatly bewitched. Yuanshi Tianzuan scolded through gritted teeth, as if that might help reveal the anger in his chest. Although Lousy was somewhat dissatisfied, he ultimately wasn't as proud and arrogant as Yuanshi Tianzuan, so he said, in my view, third brother's choice may not be entirely wrong. Yuanshi Tianzuan could not help but look at Lousy, his gaze filled with intrigue.